I am better now.
Oh.
And you know why I'm better, Lucy?
Why?
Well, there's a number of reasons.
Go on.
One of the main ones is that I don't have hemorrhoids, which means that there's no blood in my asshole.
Bloody ass. Can I get a little sympathy? Because I got a bloody ass. I'm bleeding generously. Because I got a bloody ass.
Is that going to be at the dance party?
I hope so.
DabbleCon too? Yeah, I got to get the full length version of that. So
Everybody, do the bloody ass.
Let's do the bloody ass.
I'm so excited.
That's the dance where you can't sit down. Everyone's got to get up because I got a bloody ass. That's our new Stuttering John music, if you didn't know. And I have to tell you that we have some amazing things to play that the listeners have sent in. And I'm pretty sure you guys know about one of our favorite creators who just came in on the scene, Detroit Dabbling Machine. Has been doing some great production for us. And, John considers himself the Duke of the Dabbleverse. And so I thought this was very appropriate.
The Duke has nothing going for him now. You are not going to hang out with the Duke. You have not earned that honor. Duke, shit, Duke, has been. Duke, dummies, Duke, dumb fucks, Duke, bullshit, Duke, hacks, Duke, deadbeat, Duke, crunt, Duke, loser, Duke, coward, Duke, lies, Duke, horrible person, Duke, badass, Duke, crazy, Duke, drug addict, Duke.
Failed husband, a failed father, a failed podcaster, a failed announcer, a failed comic.
Wow, KB making his way into that.
Love it.
The Detroit Dabbling Machine's all in on the Dabbleverse. Great job.
I love that one. That one
good
got
taste.
me.
That's
that was
fun.
great.
All right. This is a palate cleanser for us. So Eb Nye, who we always see in the chat, always supported the show. We appreciate that. He put together the song. He says, "Hi, Gothpire, a.k.a. Eb Nye here with a fittingly bad recorded jingle for any Stutjo interludes on WATP. Keep up the great work."
John just talk shite. Kate Meanie's gone. The dabbleverse is proving him wrong. Waiting on by his mom. His eye is gone. He's on the run again. And Kate's tapes will inevitably reveal how much that Joe hates his family. So his lawyers told him keep quiet. And John's for the win.
I spoke with John's attorney today. More on that in a minute. First, Mr. Magenta coming in. And Mr. Magenta put together a song featuring a new artist on the scene named Xanner. This is a parody of a K-pop song called Cupid by 50/50. I wasn't familiar with the music, but that doesn't matter.
A deadbeat short loser his whole life. Oh, why did I say that I'd be his wife? I guess I could give this douchebag a try. And I worked so hard, raising kids and taking care of a drunk retard who always had whiskey dick, never gonna change. Just couldn't take it anymore. I gave a second chance to stop Joe. Life almost ruined by this bozo. Oh, I had to work 3 jobs 'cause he's a broke slob. Fuck, John is so dumb. I look for his payments every day. I guess it got lost in the mail or then. Waiting for money's a waste, and no child support since November. Are you as broke as they say? And when I'm lonely, I'm so happy I have Aaron here to hold me. I'm so over that schmuck John, out of my life now. And all the kids, they hate the Duke. And I won't give a chance to stop Joe. And I And for all the lies you spew, your dumb mascot sued. Fuck John is so dumb.
All right. I'm liking this new vocalist, Sue Xanner. She's pretty good. Seems to have some info on Mr. Melendez. John and I have been getting into it this week. I did an emergency show on Monday night, put it out as a minisode. If you're a listener, should be on your feed, but it's also on our YouTube live. And I really broke down some things that my PI found out about John. And I decided to test John and his copyright claims, his copyright strikes. So I thought, like, well, this stupid riff that he plays at the start of his show, there's a whole song. And so I played the entire music video, which, by the way, features his ex-wife, Susanna. I think he scrubbed it from the internet. I don't think he wants that up there anymore, probably because Susanna's on it. But it's really bad. It's really bad. I have some clips coming up where John caught that episode of me goofing on it, and he explains that I'm the one who's wrong about that song. He still thinks it's good.
It always works when he explains that.
Yeah, no, he still thinks it's good. So I talked to John's attorney today, and I think I'll talk more about it on Point Dabble Point on Friday. But I asked him a lot of questions. I was just like, I hope you have time. I just, a lot of questions about legalities and the law and stuff. But two of the questions I asked were, hey, what's it like working with John Melendez? No comment. And then my other question that I asked is, what do you think about Vince and Bessie's lawsuit? Have you seen that? No comment.
Have you seen that?
I go, 12.5 million. That sounds like a lie. He's like, no comment. He's seen it. He's definitely seen it. I'm sure he's
that thing.
I'm sure he's heard all about it. I'm sure he doesn't want to get involved in that at all. So that was a fun conversation.
Sounds like a short one.
No, it went on for a while. There was a lot discussed in that conversation. Oh, so let me play this first. Let's get into our John segment here, because there was a line in the song that John, I feel small. Mm-hmm. It's about having a small penis, which has never been done before. Definitely not by the guy who employed John for 15 years.
Right.
It's insane. I went on Drew Lane's show yesterday, and we played it again out there. And they were just like taken aback. The one thing everyone knows about Howard Stern is he talks about a small penis. And John, now 4 years after leaving the show, writes a song about not having a big penis. Pick anything else. Small testicles, bloody ass, anything. Just don't do that, So this is what John picked up on as far as like what I was goofing on. He was shoehorning in some rhymes and stuff. Yeah. And so this is what John's like, I don't know about this.
There you go, DJ. I'm small, like a jalapeno.
It's one of them.
I mean, the little I saw of Lady K. Oh, wow, John changed the he said I'm so small when I'm in the urinal. Oh, yeah. So John, it's urinal. Yeah. Oh, really, Lady K? Really? So you're saying no other artist has changed the way a word's pronounced so it rhymes? Really? There are so many, it's not funny that have done that. But of course, I'm the person who's dumb.
That's a pretty good drop right there.
It's actually pretty good.
Very true.
So he goes, all right, so people don't pronounce urinal in order to rhyme with small, but lots of artists do that. And I'm like, well, give me an example.
Right.
There's lots. I'm like, give me one example. He does. Thank goodness for that. Check this example out.
Exit the warrior. Today's Tom Sawyer. I thought it was Tom Sawyer. Tom Sawyer. Exit the warrior. Today's Tom Sawyer. I don't know. It's Tom Sawyer. Short for Tom Sawyer. Exit the warrior. Today's Tom Sawyer.
That doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Lady K, you're so stupid.
Yeah, I'm stupid. Why would he say Tom Sawyer? He doesn't. He says Tom Sawyer. It's warrior. Sawyer.
It's one of the few things you can make out of that song, actually. No one knows the words to it.
So fucking stupid, this guy.
Yeah.
That was his one example. He's like, oh, shit, who else has done that? And he comes up with that. I mean, you're familiar with the Rush song, Tom
Yeah, of
Sawyer?
course, yeah. That's insane.
Does anyone think he doesn't pronounce Sawyer in
No.
that song?
It's very clear. You said it exactly right. That is one of the few clear things in that song.
And then he does the elephant thing and blows his hair back. I was just about to make a Patton Oswalt joke, and now he looks like, okay.
Okay. So I played a couple clips of this show on our bonus show yesterday, but there's some more things that I wanted to get into that he goes into. Because John is saying, I wanted an interview with him making fun of a mentally handicapped person. Now, people have seen this video. It's been circulating. Elisa Jordana used to do Kermit and Friends. And one time, John came on as a guest. This is a couple of years ago. I'm sure you've seen it. Where there's like a guy in the corner. He's making fun of like the guy for being mentally handicapped. For some reason, I get involved in this. I've never even commented on that before.
And yet Lady K wants to send to school an interview I did 10 years ago where I didn't know there was a person who was mentally challenged. I had no idea. With Elisa Jordana. As far as I'm concerned, Elisa Jordana is mentally challenged. And I had no idea this person was mentally challenged. But I was going to try and, let's send it to the school. And, yeah. Wow. So let's try and hurt my income. Isn't that an act of violence, Lady K? Isn't that your definition of an act of violence? Going after somebody's form of income? Isn't that what you would consider an act of violence? Well, judging by what you said in the early days, you said by trying to adversely affect somebody's income and their way of making any money, that is an act of violence. But I guess it doesn't mean anything to you anymore. And you know why, Lady K? Because nothing means anything to you anymore. You have no ethics, no scruples, no morals. All you do is bullshit, and you'll lie when it suits you the best. And this is what you did here. This is exactly what you did. Hey, everybody, let's go contact the school. Well, Lady K, why?
Okay. Can I just say, before I analyze that clip, that Stuttering John Melendez gave my father cancer. And I don't appreciate that. John, why did you give my dad cancer? I know that you and I have a thing, but giving him cancer was a dick move. He didn't deserve that. Also, John broke into my brother's house and destroyed his entire Mountain Dew collection. Like, why would you do that, John? That's so evil to do. Like, why would you go into my brother's house? You broke into it, and you took all of the memorabilia that he has, and there's thousands of pieces there, and he destroyed all of it. What a fucking asshole. The point I'm trying to illustrate here is, play the tapes! John, I've never told anyone to send anything to your school. I'm not trying to get anyone fired. I've said the opposite of that nonstop. He's making all of this up. This is insane. He's a lunatic. He's lost it. He's completely lost the plot. He has no idea what he's talking about. John, never say I've done anything until you can play a fucking tape. Prove it. If you can't prove it, then shut the fuck up, because you're lying. You're making this shit up out of nowhere. Anyway, play the tape is the point that I'm trying to make.
That's what you're getting at?
But seriously, stop breaking into my parents' house, my brother's house.
Yeah, enough of the cancer.
Giving people cancer and stealing
Do
their
you know what an
stuff.
act of violence is? His fucking shirt. He cannot wear a shirt with a collar. No matter what.
Oh, collars do not like him at all. They're trying to get away. Look at that collar. It's like, what? Let's get out of here.
Yeah. And really, no one has done more to hurt his income than him. Holy shit.
Dude, I've only helped his income.
I know.
How would John make money right now if it weren't for me?
I don't usually like commenting about incomes, but
Yeah.
there is no way that he would have any money if it was not for you.
Quick history lesson. Dabblers Anonymous, the subreddit, started because everyone was posting all that shit on the Who Are These Podcasts subreddit, and our mod said, enough of the John shit. It's too much. They went, all right, we'll start our own subreddit. Dabblers Anonymous started. And the Dabbleverse was born. And so all these people who watch John and super chat him and insult him is all because Who Are These Podcasts was goofing on him, because he is the worst podcaster on the internet. And I'll say it again. I'm obligated to cover this man because my show is about shitty podcasts. I decided many years ago I was going to do a podcast about shitty podcasts. John has the worst podcast on the internet by far. So I have to cover it. It's my job. It's my beat. You know, the boss came to me and he goes, Carl, John's your beat. I'm like, you got it, boss. I'm on it.
And to your credit, you're not just covering it now. You're doing Living in the Past. You're covering all of it.
Yes, we're giving you the history.
Very slowly
of
catching
this.
up.
Yes, we understand all of this stuff.
All the deep dives.
No, honestly, I don't know what John would be doing for income if it weren't for the $5 insulting super chats. But you're welcome, John. If you ever want to thank me,
I mean,
you're welcome.
He allegedly couldn't do the post office for 2 weeks, but there's a lot of speculation that never fucking happened.
I think it did. We're going to hear a voicemail from someone.
Okay.
I think you did work for the post office, but he couldn't cut it.
There's quite the back and forth on the internet about
He couldn't cut it. What's crazy is that he was a mail carrier, which is definitely skipping the line.
Yeah.
From what I heard, getting a job at the post office means you're sorting.
Yeah, you usually start in the back.
Yeah, you're doing some bullshit.
camp.
You're doing some bullshit jobs for a while, and then getting a route is what people want to have.
Right.
So John got a route immediately after 2 weeks of training. He's out on a route, and he didn't like it. So 2 weeks later, he quit. He's in L.A. I live in the armpit of New York. My mail carrier has to walk up to my house. That's where my mailbox is. Through snow, through sleet, through all this shit. LA is like a perfect climate. It rains 3 times a year. Am I wrong? There's a reason why every asshole moved out to Southern California. It's because of the fucking climate.
Because Canoga Park is beautiful.
Canoga Park is really nice. Very scenic out there. So John just turned a new leaf. He did this 5 days ago, where he said, I'm no longer talking about family. Guys, I've been in the gutter. I'm getting out of the gutter. We're no longer talking about family anymore. And we all realized immediately, it's like, oh, this attorney that you have that's going after Kate and me and Shulie and Bob and everyone told you to stop talking about families. And John goes, that's not true at all.
Now, you all seem to think it was my lawyer that convinced me to stop the family shit. I will tell you that I had made that decision weeks prior.
Weeks prior? It was 5 days ago.
Right. While I was talking about your families, I was thinking this over.
It was like 3 days ago at most. What do you mean he did that weeks prior? It's so stupid. Also, I spoke with his attorney today, and he made it very clear that he was the catalyst for this, that he was the one who told John to stop talking about families. But what's great is that John's so stupid, he can't keep a lie going.
No.
So just moments after that, he contradicts himself.
Yes, my lawyer said I shouldn't do it. So I said, okay, I won't. I won't.
You all think that my lawyer told me to do this. That's not right. Yeah, my lawyer did tell me to do this. I said, okay.
It has to be his idea.
He's so stupid.
It has to be his
why would he
idea.
say he just figured that out weeks ago? What's he talking about? And now all of a sudden,
Why would it matter?
Why
Who
would
gives
it
a
matter?
shit?
I know, who gives a shit. And now all of a sudden, he won't read super chats from Noga, who's one of the viewers who gives him lots of super chats, because he couldn't just read the super chat. He had to act out the woman dying, which is Shulie's mom. It's fucking horrific. And now John's above that. Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Let's get Cardiff in here. What's up, Cardiff?
Oh, hello.
Yo.
Oh, hello.
A revelation, though, on the Postal thing, that he was likely hired as a third-party contractor. That's why I write to the go out and...
I saw that too. And that's very possible.
No mention of a test. No mention of...
Right.
Because if he aced a civil service test, we would know about it.
Okay, all right. That makes a lot of sense. That's making some sense.
So I think they just, if that's the case, they send him to the front line. They're like, he's just going to quit. He's not going to hack this.
Yeah, let's give him the worst route. Let's put him in the
He'll be
ghetto.
out of here in a couple weeks.
Put him in the ghetto and see what happens. That's interesting. That's a fun theory. Oh, it's fun to speculate on things we know nothing about on the internet, isn't it? Who doesn't enjoy it?
So much fun.
All right. So John goes on to explain the reason why he started ripping on my wife and my brother and my sister-in-law, my sister and my dad and everyone else in my family is because it was 3 strikes you're out. I did 3 things to his family, and that was finally, that's what it takes to get him to go after. So if anyone wants John to go after their family, you got to do 3 things. So he explains that. And, the first thing, of course, was when John reads his book and he says his book's dedicated to my
Losers.
three kids. And I went, oh, those kids sound like losers. That doesn't hurt your family. It's a fucking joke, you idiot. And, but no, John says, I started this.
You did those 3 strikes. And I even went over it with your good buddy, Vinny Moonhead Paulino, who even said, Well, the first two was tongue in cheek, which I don't agree with. But he said the third was over the top. The third is wrong.
Well, Vinny doesn't fucking know shit. Dude, watch the creep off. If there's one thing you'll learn about the creep offs, I think Vinny doesn't know anything about anything. I don't care what his opinion is on this shit.
Join us for Point Dabble Point on Friday.
Yeah, Vinny's going to be on Point Dabble Point. So will producer Chris. Should be fun. Cardiff, what are you doing on Friday?
Point Dabble.
Placing Vinny, it sounds like.
Yeah, no shit. Good point.
Wrong. So even your own friend, Lady K, said you were wrong. And that is...
Can I tell you what the third thing is that John claims was so bad? So Vinny's just like, he's just taking a piss. Like, that's not a big deal. But the third thing was when I said that his daughter, Lily, looked like she could be Baba Booey's daughter. Oh. And that's an insult to Baba Booey. The reason why I know that I said that is because John's repeated it ad nauseum.
A lot of times.
Like he repeated it again on this show. And I'm like, Jesus, I would have forgotten about that joke.
He's jealous he didn't come up with a joke.
That's insane. But that was the, bridge too far, apparently.
So even your own friend, Lady K, said you were wrong.
By the way, that's very defamatory to say that I'm friends with Vinny Paulino. Wow, that's slander right
I picture him going to give Lily a hug and he's like looking at her. And like,
maybe that shook him.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, interesting. I never even thought of that angle where he's going, why am I paying child support for Baba Booey's kid? That's where his head would go.
Takes her out for shrimp to see how she eats them.
Well, the question is, who did he call first, Susanna or Gary?
That's a good question.
And that is when I started putting pictures of your brother. That is when I started with your family. Was not until you drew First Blood.
But he came out on his podcast.
And it's Third Blood, really.
Right. He came out on his podcast just last week and said it doesn't matter who started it. Yeah, remember, he was turning over a new leaf. Yeah. He's like, families are out of this. It doesn't matter. And he's already back into, but you started it. John, I thought it didn't matter. I thought we didn't care about that.
What he needs, like when you have your attorney sitting next to somebody in an interview and they're going, no. He needs his attorney sitting right off camera going, no. No. No.
Don't need any of this.
No.
Right.
Stop. Back it up.
Yeah, he'd be like, oh, I got this. Okay.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Which is exactly what I
know the law.
All right. So John is not happy with me, guys.
But at this point, no. So go ahead. Do what you want, shitware. Because at this point, there's nothing I'm going to do to stop you anyway. Because you're not a good person. Lady K, you're not a good person. You've proven to be a really deranged, bad, sad, pathetic individual.
I like you, John.
Hey, man, buck up.
Come on, John. I thought we could have been friends.
They're just words, Carl.
Maybe, under different circumstances in another world, you and I could have been friends.
I mean, it's all you've ever wanted.
You've seen my shrine to John in the basement here.
That's right.
Oh, man.
Oh, look at that still of John.
He's trying to hurt me now. I don't know what's going on. It's so stupid.
He is so miserable and lonely.
Yeah. Oh, he is miserable and lonely is a good way to describe John Melendez. All right. As I mentioned, I played John's entire song, I Feel Small, which that riff starts off his podcast. It's why he struck Chad's channel. Anytime someone is sniping him, he pulls that up. He's just like, oh, copyright strike. I'll take you down. I'll take your house. All this kind of stuff.
Coming down the pike.
So I was like, I'll test that. It'll be fun. So I played the entire song. And John's going to explain that he's got the copyright.
I'm talking about playing a copyrighted song. My songs are registered with BMI.
So are mine.
And they are copyrighted.
That doesn't make it copyrighted.
I have your documentation. Lady K is in for a big fucking mistake. And it's downloaded already.
That sentence was a big fucking mistake. I'm in for a big fucking mistake. John, you're an idiot. Howard Stern once said, John, you're only funny when you're not trying to be funny.
Totally.
Howard Stern's a smart man.
I see him going to look for the copyright like he's looking for his Mensa card. Oh, I got it right over here.
Have you seen this episode?
Oh, no, does he?
Does he pull out a file of facts?
Spoiler.
I've been spending too much time with this guy.
It's around here somewhere.
For a big fucking mistake. And it's downloaded already.
Okay.
But the point is, I feel small is not only
Bad.
registered with BMI, it's copyrighted.
Okay.
And I have the documentation of the copyright. And Lady K played it.
Yeah. Look at him, he's so smug.
We'll see about that.
Yeah, we will. It's a good thing
God.
It's a good thing I was like transformative with that.
Yeah.
When I played the video, I paused it many times, made comments, how ridiculous it was, the art to the end of the wall.
I know it's tempting to just
Peace
rock
sign.
out to it, but
Yeah, I know. I couldn't help but stop it and make fun of every rhyme scheme.
every single thing about it.
Cramming in all those syllables in that one verse. It's such a bad song. It's so not funny. What he's trying to accomplish, he's so far off from. But, John, if you own the copyright to that, then all I have to tell you is read the fair use clause of the Copyright Act, and you'll find that I've done nothing wrong, as usual. Remember this, how you got into this whole thing? John always says just like, yeah, I mean, the whole thing was that I didn't understand how copyright law worked and fair use, and Royce tried to warn me, and I went after him, and I shouldn't have. He's right back at it again.
Every time.
It's fucking stupid.
Where is Royce for this guy?
I think I know why he thinks he has the copyright.
Why?
Back in the day, I don't know if you know this, Carl. I used to be a musician myself.
Mm-hmm.
And back in the day when we all thought we were going to be...
You still are, Cardiff. Don't even don't sell yourself short on that.
Stop
it. Guys.
I've heard some riffs coming up from over there.
Guys.
Come on, play us the song.
But we always used to tell ourselves, if we're going to be big rock stars, what we have to do is copyright our music so we don't get ripped off.
Right.
All you have to do is send yourself a tape, registered mail, and leave it sealed. This is what we always used to tell each other, so that there was a date stamp on the seal, and just leave that envelope sealed forever.
Cardiff.
And then if you ever have to go to court,
it's funny you say that. My first band, I did exactly that because someone told me, yeah, the cheap way to copyright this is just mail it to yourself, and then it's government. You know, you can prove that it's your. He
has a box of envelopes
content.
somewhere.
And I literally did that with my first band. But no, John actually has a copyright because in this clip, he's going to try to find it. Now, I'm going to go around the room. What do you guys think? Will he find it? And what's the over-under and how long it'll take if he does? Producer Chris, what do you think?
No, he doesn't find it.
Okay. Lucy.
No, he can't possibly find it.
How long will you look for it?
The entire episode, so an hour.
An hour.
It's gonna be an hour of him going every so often.
I'll take the under on that. Cardiff, what do you think?
I'm taking whatever the numbers. I'm taking the over.
Okay.
There's no way he's finding anything.
I didn't speed this up. This is all real time. So
we should bet on how many uhs.
Mason and Portland. Okay. When I show my copyright.
So Mason in Portland says, apologize to Zumach for false copyright strikes. And the reason why he wrote that is because John decided to strike Zumach's channel for playing that little intro thing that we talked about. And it's bullshit because, as I proved, I played the whole thing on my show and nothing happened.
Things are fine.
Well, so far. We'll see what happens. I could be homeless tomorrow, so I don't want to get too cocky here. But that's what Mason in Portland is telling John.
When I show my copyright, which I will,
Okay.
When I show the copyright, I can probably pull it up right now if I want. Let me see.
You probably can. You're really good at computers. Yep. Just start searching that thing.
I should have guessed for more clicking.
There's an Keep track of that.
Alrighty.
The way he stares at these.
Okay. Let me see if I looked it up.
The way he stares at these screens, I'd love to be behind him, seeing what he's looking at.
I know
you are.
Just a blue screen. No, I want to see what he's looking at. You know what I mean? Let's see how he tries to search his computer. Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Here we go.
Here we go. All right, John, let's see it. He's got proof. He owns the copyright. And his eyes are darting.
There it is.
There it is. All right, here we go. There it is.
There is my copyright.
Okay, cool. Show it. Show us the copyright, John. You got this,
Hold on. So that's the whole one.
Oh, no. Oh, boy. Oh, no. Yeah, we're back to typing.
So that was a partial copyright, I guess?
I know. He goes, where's the full one? What's he talking about? Dumbest man I've ever encountered in my
We're
life.
only at 4 us. I'm kind of impressed by that.
This is not
Yeah, but we're at-
this is not the paper I'm looking for.
95 seconds, though. This is insane how long this is taking. This is not a
Gotta
show.
find the paper.
Yeah. Okay.
Where is it?
I
I
thought he
saved
had
it, but I can't find it right now.
We can't find it right now.
Let's see.
You'll get it later.
I can't log in right now.
What is it on Facebook?
Yeah, I know. Where is this copyright? He needs to log in.
I know I can't find it now, but I'll find it. 'Cause I have the actual, like it's like a diploma kind of thing, not
It
a
is?
diploma, but it's an actual copyright.
Copyright school.
But I can't do it on the fly right now.
So that means we can Amazon a copyright too,
You
right?
can't do anything on the fly. All right, so the answer to the question was no, he didn't find it, and he spent over 2 minutes looking for it,
And
thinking
also-
that it would happen.
9 us.
9 us, yeah, so under on the us.
But what did he find that he thought he found it? That's the most perplexing.
He probably has a file that's called copyright.ping. Anyway, oh, here it is. Here it is. Such a fucking idiot. I do have to talk a little bit about Stuttering John because he did something to me yesterday that I'm not thrilled about. He gave me a copyright strike. I have a copyright strike on my YouTube right now. So let's address that real quick.
Bloody ass. Can I get a little sympathy? Because I got a bloody ass. I'm bleeding generously. Because I got a bloody ass.
All right. Before we get into the copyright stuff, and I'm not thrilled with Mr. Melendez striking my channel, weaponizing the copyright. Not thrilled with that. But there were a couple things we didn't get to on Point Double Point yesterday. What a fun show Point Double Point was yesterday.
Yeah, that was great.
Super tip systems, fantastic.
Yeah.
Everyone loves Woke Dan on there.
Oh, yeah.
That was the one people use more than anything else. That's very cool.
You know,
We'll
I
do-
just love Woke Dad. You know, he's great. He just is so awesome.
Such a creep.
Savior of us all.
Such a creep. But anyway, the super tip system, we don't do it on the main shows, obviously. We'll do it on Point Dabble Point. We're going to host it again this Friday coming up. We'll probably do it on, who are these socials? Because we have a lot of people, Delete Laws, Bale and Dupree, Woke Dan, a lot of the characters that we check out. John Sarasani's on there.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll have to check that out. So a couple things we didn't get to yesterday on Point Dabble Point, a couple clips that I had. And Missy, are you a movie buff?
I would say so. I mean,
Okay.
I think that's why I've lasted in my relationship.
Yeah, you have to be, yes, with Ant to get all the references. So I want to know what the fuck John's talking about here.
Anybody want to know what movie that's from? Let's see if you guys can think of what movie is this from?
The Blob?
So
is it Harry and the Hendersons? I don't know. What movie is that from? Does anyone know?
when I had first seen this, because I saw this live, unfortunately, like
Okay.
I've been a little too committed lately to this retard, and I was eating and I actually couldn't eat. I had to wait. I actually had to stop eating and just like let him finish and then continue eating. But from what Ant was on Uncle Rico's show, shout out Shulie. Ant said that it's from some movie where it was Richard Gere as a Santa Claus or something. Like he was in a Santa Claus costume. I don't know what movie. Like Ant, what's fucked up is I think Ant actually knows, which is crazy.
I would assume that he did, but
this
I
is
didn't
the
know.
worst. The Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah. Look at this monster.
Yeah, Little Shop of Horrors.
Jeez. Can you see why I couldn't eat? I mean, I gotta say, he's got great bottom teeth. Not many people have straight bottom teeth like that.
That actually
Good on him.
looks like the cover of Sugar Tits and the Deciders, that album that he put out, because he's really bad at marketing. So John can't say the word succumb, but he does acknowledge that, which is good. But the way he acknowledges it is such a dick move.
And this, Ray, I'm giving you the best compliment in the world. Ray didn't succumb. what is it? Succumb. Sorry. Some words I'm going to fuck up. I was talking to a friend today, and he's trying to say heinous, and he kept saying highness and heinous, whatever. But look, I say statuette of limited statue, whatever.
Could you imagine your brain? Could you imagine your brain going there? Like you make a mistake and you go, I was talking to a friend of mine who also makes mistakes. What? Right. Does that have to do with anything? What are you talking about? You think I'm an idiot? You should hear my friend talk. He's an even bigger idiot than I am.
He has to bump himself up somehow.
There it is. Let's shove someone down.
Yep. I know. He's the one who brings up the analogy of the crabs in a bucket. Mm-hmm. John is the crab pulling everyone down with him.
And somehow the bucket.
All right. So this is, I think Doom clipped this for us. Thank you, Doom.
Thank you, Doom.
And this is John talking about his copyright. Now, I did an emergency episode on this channel, on the YouTube channel, on Monday, and I played John's song, I Feel Small, the music video for it. John copyrighted that in 2023. And so John sent me a copyright strike on YouTube, and I will tell you that video has been taken down. You can't see it anymore because YouTube has taken it down based on this copyright. Now I have a strike. So what I've done is I've countered that strike. And I said, well, it's actually fair use, motherfucker. I commented on every second of it and transformed it. And also, the audience who would enjoy John's original content is very different than the audience who enjoys me talking about it.
Correct.
Because there is an audience that enjoys me talking about it.
I didn't want to point out the obvious, but...
Well,
but anyway.
I remember, Carl, you had gone through all his different copywritten items in that list.
Yeah.
Now,
My
where did
PI
that video fall?
I missed that one. My PI sent me a note afterwards like, oh, you know what? There is a copyright for 2023 for this. Like, oh, okay, thanks, man. Whoops. Anyway, so this is John bragging about this. It's just such a dick move. Like you also have a YouTube channel, asshole. Mm-hmm. You also play other people's stuff all the fucking time.
Scola. You know who I am. For all I know, you probably have my social security number at this point, thanks to some person that I will not mention.
What would I do with his social security number? His credit sucks. He's a fucking loser. What a homeless person wouldn't want any of his information. They wouldn't help him.
Their life is literally better than that.
Yes, correct. It's not as humiliating.
And I'm sorry, where is he now with that echo?
Okay, so
bathroom.
This is from yesterday.
You're right.
He claims to be at his mom's house, which tells you he's not at his mom's house.
Yes.
Because he's a liar, but also because he's avoiding the process server who's tried to serve him with the Vince and Bessie $12.5 million lawsuit. John, I know you pretend you don't know what this is. It's a $12.5 million lawsuit. It's going to happen one way or another. You can't run from it forever.
Fugitive!
Yes, he really is. He's the $12.5 million fugitive.
And you know who I am, but you won't let us know who you are. You are an anonymous, coward, penis wrinkle, and everyone in the poor chat right now. You are fucking losers.
So he calls people who don't super chat him the poor chat now.
I'm always in the poor chat.
Yeah,
it's bad. I'll just tune in. It's so
I'm
bad.
a poor chatter, yeah.
You are cowards, and I have no use for you. I'll end this fucking channel today. Maybe I will.
Yeah, he claims today's his last show ever, which
just
tells me
it.
He's driving to Florida probably Sunday and Monday. So he can like pretend for a couple of days that he's leaving the internet. Like
he sounds like he's like in a mud room. Like when you first enter, like through a garage, that space between that and the kitchen, like that's when he just. And also, it's that same space that he was in earlier because you can see the tan wall. It doesn't key out perfectly. You see the outline.
It's not a green screen. Yes, you're right.
I don't need it. But when I do, penis wrinkle, you're gonna miss me. You're going to wish I came back.
Oh, boy.
Mike, shitty internet provider, you're going to miss me. You're going to want me to be here.
This is the fantasy part of his narcissism where he goes, I'm going to go away and you're going to wish I was here. Or we'll find other things to do. Like every single person who watches and goofs on John will find something else to do.
Yeah, we're not going to sit around staring at a blank screen.
Where's John's show?
Yeah.
when oh god, I'm fucking forgetting the name of the character. When Poochie's not in the scene, other people should be saying, "Where's Poochie?
Where's Poochie?
Why isn't Poochie here?"
And John's not even like, because it's easy. It's easy to go after this. He's not even low hanging fruit. He's the rotten apple on the ground.
Yeah,
like it's
like
the one you kick.
Chaka Khan, I'm not poor. I just don't want to give him money. Correct. It's not about
Exactly.
being poor.
No.
It's
And I'm
about
in the
not
chat saying,
funding
don't give this
this.
retard money. Don't give this retard money.
You're gonna go, where is that stuttering prick? And that stuttering prick will be gone. And shitware will follow suit. And Lady K, they'll all go down. Every single one of these losers will be done.
Look at how happy this makes him. This is his revenge fantasy, John. We're just like, and they're going to lose their jobs, and no one's going to pay attention to them anymore.
And they won't get laid either.
Right. It's literally, I'm going to take the ball and go home, and no one's playing basketball on this court. Like, I mean,
so
he
was
could
that
do that,
kid.
but what the fuck?
The Dabbleverse, as you know it, will be over when I decide to turn off the microphone.
And the Toverse has begun, everybody. Welcome to the Toverse show. Aaron met the goal today, everyone.
It'll be done. You won't care about Cardiff Electric anymore.
That's probably
You
true.
won't give a shit about shitware, Lady K. You just do it. You won't care. Because without me, there's nothing interesting. But I'm just going to read it because from the Copyright Public Information Office, our records show that service request number, I'm not going to read it. I feel small in
Who cares what
parentheses.
the number is?
Was
Why would that change anything? Someone in the chat just picked up on something. He is whispering.
I was gonna say
It's
it sounds
weird.
like he has to be quiet.
Yeah, because in the last couple of shows, he's got this new cadence now where he's just like screaming in staccato. But for whatever reason, now it's echoey, but he's like being quiet about
Wherever he's at, they're probably like, listen, you're upsetting the dogs. You need to go somewhere else.
Yes.
Like something.
closed and approved on November 7th, 2023.
Is he jerking off?
You just hear
It was a song
From upstairs.
I'm not going to read the number.
Pounding the floor. Shut up
The
down
office
there.
policy send our certificate per registration fee, and which I did pay. And we are not sure why you did not receive the certificate since it was not returned to us undeliverable.
Oh, this is the other thing. When I did the emergency show on Monday, I showed that John has thousands of dollars just sitting in different places for him to collect.
which also is very kind of you. I saw
know.
that. I was like, this is incredibly nice.
Yeah.
And
I put it on
John-
the screen. You can go find it.
Like, I wish someone would tell me that because I know I didn't collect my COVID-19 money. I probably can't even get that anymore. But like,
You probably could.
but like, it's good for someone to tell you that. And clearly, John is scraping for a little bit, like half of that money he would love.
Yeah, no, for sure. And the reason why why did I bring that up? Now I'm forgetting what I.
That's
the
my fault. I didn't
point-
react.
No, it's okay. I forget the point I was going to make, but because he just said that he's reading the email from the thing. And they're like, we don't know why you didn't get the copyright certificate. John never sets up like forwarding addresses. It seems like, for whatever reason, he's such an idiot that when he moves, he doesn't tell the post office to forward his mail. Like when you move, you have to tell the post office you're moving, and then they forward your mail. This guy obviously doesn't do that. That's why he's got all these checks that never got to him. It's why this copyright thing didn't get to him. It's like, John, figure out fucking life. You work for the post office. You should know this.
So they are resending it.
They're resending it.
Lady K, you done fucked up.
Oh, did I?
You done fucked up.
Okay.
And I'm going to enjoy watching
Weaponizing.
all the other shows who followed your lead
You're gonna enjoy weaponizing
and
your
played my
copyright.
song. I knew I copyright. I was talking to Dabbling again. I go, you know, they paid for it. I know I filled out the form, sent them the song.
So it says a Dabbling Dad. It says.
Why does Lady K think it's not copyrighted? He done fucked up. Oh, he really done fucked up.
Hey, John, you know what else I played on my channel? Howard Stern on Sirius XM. And you know what? They struck me too, and I won. And I'll beat you too, because you're an idiot. Yeah,
this victory lap of his is just showing what a bitch he is.
He's such a bitch. He can't beat us on wits and humor, on entertainment.
Or even hygiene.
Or even hygiene. So he has to fucking strike my channel like a bitch.
And also that video, that reminded me of like The Office. He was like sitting in my damn and a plate of hot Cheetos or some whatever. I never seen like that, but that's what reminded me of Michael Scott, that music video.
B Dabbler says that he's screaming today. Is he in a different location? B Dabbler, you have the link. Get in here, buddy.
They let him out of the mudroom.
Get in here, B Dabbler. Yeah, we love you, buddy. It was nice.
Oh, I can't wait. Is he going to be at DabbleCon?
He is. Yeah.
I cannot wait to meet Tuki.
Yeah, he's cool. He's a
good guy. We're gonna be besties. I swear.
He came on Point Dabble Point yesterday, which was really cool.
That's great.
Show up. Durkee Threads just gifted 5. Who are these podcast memberships? Thank you very much for doing that, Durkee Threads. And I should also read this from the very beginning. Radish, member for 2 months, says, could you please announce your super tip schedule? I want to drop AI stuff, but only if I know it's going to get played. My bad. I'm a cheap douche. No. That's a good question. You'll know when we're doing the super tip stuff when you see the super tip QR code in the corner of the show. That'll be how you know. All right, let's get back to this asshole.
And I'm going to have the receipts. I am going to take your channel down, Lady K. You are going to issue your rebuttal to my copyright strike.
I did.
And you're going to ask for my copyright number.
Nope, I didn't. I didn't ask for your copyright number. I believe you own the copyright because what happened was John got some idea from someone to copyright the song. He wrote it in 2008, copyrighted it in 2023. The whole point of him doing that was so he could play the music in the background of his show, so if anyone clipped his show, he could copyright strike them. But he didn't realize how easy it is to remove music from a background now with the software that we have. So it did work for him. But that's why he did that. He's been weaponizing the copyright from the beginning. And so now he thinks he's going to take my channel down. The video has been taken down for now. But you have 10 days to sue me, John. I have put in a counter notification that says, no, this is fair use. I explained very succinctly why it's fair use, how it's fair use. And now John, the ball's in his court. He has 10 business days to bring this to court, or else the video goes right back up and fuck you, John.
Then I will send it to YouTube. And then I will tell them, here is the copyright number.
He's so stupid.
Here is the credit card. Here is the receipt.
He's going to tell YouTube the credit card he used to buy a copyright. YouTube doesn't care about that, idiot. He's so stupid.
Yeah, you either have it or you don't.
He bought something. He's all proud of himself. I bought it with my own money. Yeah, I know.
Well, the check. I don't remember how I paid.
Or check.
Here is the
You wrote a check?
Venmo.
Now, take this motherfucker's channel down. Take it down. Because I don't allow my hard work, my original written material to be played without paying the author, without paying the creator, without paying the writer, without paying the performer.
Dude, you shouldn't be proud of any of those things.
No.
The fact that you wrote that, performed it, created it, it was hard work. It's garbage. It's embarrassingly bad. It's
really bad. I would have appreciated if it was like filmed on like a Panasonic VHS home video. Like I would have respected it a little more.
Yeah. You know what's a better song than I Feel Small is this.
Bloody ass. Can I get a little sympathy? Because I got a bloody ass. I'm bleeding generously. Because I got a bloody ass.
Oh, Missy's going to be at the dance party at DabbleCon.
Oh, yeah.
It's not going to be just
I'm going to be
Lucy.
like Elaine. Don't even stop.
Yeah, right.
No. I'm not going to just say you can't monetize that show. I am going to tell them, take the fucking channel down.
I didn't realize that you made the rules.
But again, like this is him attacking, like that's removing your income. You have never tried to remove his. You are the complete opposite, which I know this isn't even the first, third, or 10th time being said. It's constantly reiterated that you're the reason why he's even getting $1 towards his fucking name. And he has zero appreciation towards that. And he doesn't know how to fucking lean into it because he has such a false sense of identity. I fucking hate this man.
I know. The fact that he goes, you use my copyright, I'm going to take your channel down. I'm going to tell YouTube to take your channel down. You're just going to be like, well, normally we do like a 3-strike system. Yeah. Oh, you want us to take it down? All right. Sure. We'll do that for you, buddy. You got it.
Yeah. So he's going to take his ball, go home, and then have the park demolished.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I got to get out and fucking Rumble. this is bullshit. I have to deal with this.
Yeah, Rumble all the way for sure.
Seriously, I'll get on Rumble. The first thing I'll do is play everything John's ever copyrighted in his life.
Yes, let's go. Like a marathon.
You're telling people to contact my school district to get me fired again.
Okay, so this is the thing he keeps saying, that I'm telling people to contact his school district to get him fired. Where did this come from? I see that Who Are These Podcasts is in my chat today. There's a fake Who Are These Podcasts who super chats John and stuff. Is that who said that? Maybe. I don't know where this came from. He keeps saying, I told people to contact the school district. I've never done that. I do the opposite of that. I tell people not to fuck with you in real life all the time. He's insane. But now he's like latched onto that. This is defamatory, by the way.
I was going to say,
right?
Slander?
Yeah, definitely. He's saying that I'm vindictive. I'm not. And this is the crazy thing about my relationship with Stuttering John Melendez. I don't even dislike the guy.
Sure.
I don't like him. I wouldn't want to be friends with him. But I don't have like a hatred towards him like he has towards Shulie or me. There's something about his character that I find not endearing. I don't know. There's something about him that's interesting to me that I enjoy. So I'm not a hateful person. I'm not trying to ruin his life. Honestly, when they were playing the Kate Meanie tapes, and it got like real personal with like family shit, I would not have done that personally. I'm not trying to ruin the guy's life. That's not my thing. So the fact that John said I'm telling people to contact the school district is absurd.
Yeah, you don't swing at everything that he does wrong because your arms would fall off.
Right. Yes, that's a good point too.
Well, that's an act of violence. This is a rule of law. You cannot play my hard work, my creativity for free.
John, do you think I played your song because it got me more subscribers listening to your hilarious tune? Like, that's not the point. I'm not using your creativity for my own gain. I'm using my creativity for my own gain.
Not 5 seconds went by without us commenting on it.
Yeah, he's so stupid.
Sorry. That's not going to happen on my watch. And you done fucked up, Lady K. You think you're right now. You think you're right, which I love.
I am right.
Which
I've always been
right.
right.
I have the email from the copyright office.
I know you do, John. That's not what we're arguing here. It's fair use, you fucking idiot. How many times have I been right about these things? Every fucking time is the answer. Every time.
I have it. Don't want to show it. I don't want to give you the fucking number. Not yet. And I am not bluffing. What I read for you right here on this program
Why does he think this
is
matters?
exactly what the copyright office wrote to me. And I also have one from BMI. That is my publishing house.
My body,
BMI.
muscle, mass index.
BMI is through the roof.
I am
Publishing
obese.
This is ASCAP, BMI. I chose BMI because I was young and that was for the younger ones. It was when I had to make the choice.
Young folk.
Who's he talking to?
I don't know.
Lady K.
I mean, John, all of my music is also registered with BMI. I know how all of that works. Probably better than you do. You don't have to explain this to me. It's fine.
This is going to bite you in the ass in a lot of ways.
No, it's not. It's going to embarrass you again.
And you were so sure about yourself. You thought you got me. You didn't. Good luck.
Do you think he's really wishing me good luck? I have a feeling he doesn't mean that sincerely.
May the odds be ever in your favor.
May God be with you. There's one thing I do.
All right, that's enough. Yeah. That's fucking.
He needs a W so bad.
I know.
He's actually covering up the W in Hollywood.
He can't even get a W. That's funny. It's a good observation.
Wow.
All right. Stuttering John is a buffoon.
All right. Well, moving on from Loserville, Carl's promised to bring some greatest hits in today, and actually breaking news, as it turns out.
Okay, so since we're talking about losers, let's talk about Stuttering John. Stuttering John did a show yesterday, as he's ought to do, and he started like he always starts, where he's not prepared, and his green screen is not centered in the background, and then he freaks out and realizes it's all fucked up. I don't know how he does this every time.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it right there,
Yeah.
that sliver.
And the thing is that John's trying to hide where he is. So John just got served with a lawsuit from this guy.
He did get served?
Yes, it's
Okay.
official.
All right, Carl, I don't know if you're going to get to it because I will load the clips, but I don't like to watch them until we watch them.
Yeah.
But the one thing I notice is what's going on with his hair?
Well, he's
It's
got
longer.
a really bad dye job.
Yeah, okay, thank you. But it's like
It's really
blondish
bad.
red. It's like a strawberry blonde now.
Oh, this is a funny thing. I didn't pull the clip because it going a little deep in the Dabbleverse. But the other day we were making fun of Johnny. He had this giant stain on his sleeve.
Yeah, it's like oil.
Yeah, and I showed my wife. My wife goes, "Oh yeah, that's hair dye." You know,
Hair dye.
he was definitely dyeing his own hair, and he screwed up and dropped a clump of it. So on the show yesterday,
and left the shirt on. That's my favorite part about
and,
it.
and
Yeah,
didn't
why-
realize it. He goes, "Oh, that must be sweat." He's like, "Oh no, that's not sweat." But what's crazy is that on today's show, he pulls up his sleeve a little bit. There's a tattoo there. Oh, he only shows a little bit of it, and he goes, "Yeah, I was being coy. Actually, that stain I had was from my tattoo ink."
Oh, you fucking liar.
He's a fucking liar because there's no way. I think this tattoo that he has is a temporary tattoo thing that he put on because he goes, "If you guys want to see it, you have to super chat me."
But he doesn't deny dyeing his hair.
No, of course
So,
not.
okay, I know why. He's embarrassed that he was dyeing his own hair.
Yes.
That's why.
Yeah, because he claims to go to Super Clips or wherever he goes to. Where Lady Jade's.
Super Cuts.
He goes to Lady Jade's. And he's just like, "Oh, yeah, that's where I go." But you can tell he does it himself. There's no professional in the world that would do that bad of a dye job.
Yeah, it looks ridiculous.
And there's also no one who would be wealthy, as John claims to be, that would dye their own hair. A star
You don't
at
go to
his age.
CVS when you want to change your hair color when you have money.
No.
Is he growing it out now too? Is that because the bald accusations? I feel like it's a lot longer than it's been.
Yeah, you could be onto something. He changes his hairstyle up a lot.
Okay. All right. So this is the green screen.
Yeah, start of the show.
My green screen. Where is it?
He always does it the wrong way because it's not mirrored.
No.
Why wouldn't he edit this out?
Fucking no.
So everything's live.
Yeah. How y'all doing?
Great.
Just do it.
That's his funniest joke that he does. He does it over and over and over again every episode.
It insinuates that you're a homosexual, correct?
Correct. He's even doing the limp wrist thing now when he says, "Just do it."
Yeah, he believes Carl is gay, and he believes that because Carl doesn't have any children, so that makes him homosexual.
But he's so active in supporting the LGBTQ community.
He
I'm
is.
surprised that he would make that.
He
Would,
is.
for that to even be an accusation.
But
is
despite that, calling somebody gay is like his biggest insult. Like
for everyone.
Like he feels like that's a huge hurtful thing to say.
Which means that's the biggest insult you could give to him.
So when he says it to people, he's really trying to hurt them.
All right, so
he's very manly.
The next clip, I'm going to introduce you guys to something. There's a clip that got put on one of these subreddits that John looks at, and it's me talking about how I don't think that these phone calls he had with Kate Meanie, there was some real personal shit he said to Kate about his family and things about like his kids and stuff like that. And it's been played places, and I don't agree with playing that. I don't think it's entertaining, and it's sad for John. I don't
Just like Billy Ray Cyrus.
Right.
Sounds pretty gay.
So my clip 8 here, it starts with this StreamYard fail. So John's playing that clip of me. It's just a half a second so you get the context. I don't like to hear myself while I'm on a show, but John tries to like take over the screen and comment on it, but he keeps putting the video up instead of him. This is really funny. I'm not trying to ruin the guy's life. That's not my thing.
Well, ago, weren't you? I mean, I don't understand. You were all in before, so what happened? Is it because you know the law?
He's pushing this.
I love that he kept hitting the same button, whatever it was.
The same button over and over again. It doesn't work this time.
Look at that face.
Oh, what a clown.
Okay.
Which one, Drew? I mean, there's two faces there. They're both ridiculous.
He looks special.
All right, so we're going to skip to my clip 11 because he just mentioned there's this big lawsuit. He's working with a new attorney. I told you I talked to his attorney. He's got a new attorney because that attorney didn't intimidate any of us. All of us just went, okay, whatever. So Jack goes, I had to get a new attorney because no one took him seriously. So now that I came out and I said, yeah, I don't think you should play like personal stuff from the Kate Meanie calls, he's decided he's no longer suing me.
Hey, interesting.
So Lady K, then okay, then you're not involved. I actually got to then get my, contact my attorney and take your name off of the list of.
Congratulations.
But I know you were threatening to play them. I have a tape of you saying that it's salacious, and that's not good either. Saying all this shit, you did say that. But I might let you off the hook because if you're turning the other cheek and you're saying no, it's wrong. I might fucking. Yeah, I'm not going to include you.
There you go.
You're going to what?
So
what was that word?
How much money is that going to save you, Carl, by not being included?
I actually now I have FOMO. I kind of want to be part of this lawsuit. Like, I feel like he's leaving me out now. That kind of sucks. It's a bummer.
I want him to sue you for defamation for saying they're salacious, so then you can enter them into the case as evidence.
He thinks he can sue people for hurting his feelings
for their opinion
for some reason. Like, I've heard the phone calls. He sounds pathetic. Is that illegal for me to say? John sounds wildly pathetic trying to hit on a girl that's way out of his league.
It's defamation.
Yeah, that's less than half his age.
That's, I have to admit, I'm not for playing recorded phone calls without someone's knowledge. But I would like to hear him hitting on her. Like when he's hitting the hardest.
DabbleCon 2, WATPlive.com, August 16th and 17th in Rochester. I believe that those tapes will be played.
Oh, wow.
You'll be able to hear that.
Is there any particular move you could at least maybe tease us with or mention something that he does that he thinks makes him...
I've played some AI versions of it on my show, you might have heard, where he talks about they're going to get married and live in the Bahamas together.
Right, on a beach together.
Yep, on a beach together. And, my future wife, I just want you to know, blah, blah, blah.
Whenever she says something that he loves, he's just like, oh, just marry me now.
Yes, right. If they, relate on something.
Does he ever say, I want to suck your tits?
No, it's not Pat O'Brien.
It's never like that.
No, it's definitely not. And just for the record, I feel like I need to clear this up. Me saying what I said about the Kate Meanie tapes has nothing to do with any lawsuit. John keeps saying, well, Carl's wising up. He doesn't want to get sued. That's why he said that.
Right.
Nothing to do with that. You're
That's
not
not why
anyone.
you said that. It's not what that led not to your decision at all.
You're not suing anyone, John. Stop it. No one thinks you're suing anyone. We just played earlier on the show. 3 different celebrities had tapes leaked that everyone played. It's newsworthy.
Right.
Your media outlets can play this stuff when it's newsworthy. And John, you're a giant celebrity that we're all jealous of. So,
well, he keeps telling us what a big celebrity he is. So that makes it very hard to do that.
Kind of works against him in this element. Oh, well. All right. So Don Buckwald just passed away. Don Buckwald, Howard Stern's agent, legendary agent for Howard Stern. I mean, you got to say the guy's good at what he does.
Yeah, absolutely.
The fact that he got that second deal with Sirius XM after Artie was gone, what the? Anyway, Don Buckwald's very good at what he does. He was also an agent for the other guys on the Stern Show. He just passed away. And what John likes to do is pay a tribute, eulogize.
We've heard him eulogize people before. He does a very respectful job at it.
Yes, when someone dies that John knew in real life, I'm like, I wonder what nice things John has to say about this guy. My clip number 9 is where this starts.
Now, his daughter, I think, was Gretchen. And I guess I'll give condolences to the Buckwald family.
That's good.
Because they don't have anything to do with their dad, who I really viewed as being a monster.
Oh.
And I would love to say something nice, but I have 0 to say nice.
I'd love to say something nice. I don't think he knows what that means. Like, you could say, you lie all the time.
I don't want to say anything about the family, but your dad was a monster.
You think he would have something nice because he was getting a lot of gigs with, while he was a part of the Stern Show, a lot of secondary gigs because of that. And you think that this agent might have helped out in that area.
I'm going to get into that, Brandon. Yes. If he wanted to say nice things, he could have. But
who else has he eulogized? Sorry to interrupt. Who else has he eulogized recently? Ralph, Cabby.
Crazy Cabby, yep. And just bashing those people.
Yeah, no,
the
those
entire
were
time.
horrible. They were monsters.
Yes.
Is there anyone he's eulogized that's not a monster?
There's only one, Sam Kinison.
Oh, because he was very nice to him.
Sam
Back
Kinison
in
didn't live
1980
long enough to betray him. Therefore, he's a great guy.
Did John tell a story? Did he insert himself into Kinnison's death?
Of course
wow.
he did.
Really on brand.
He told Sam Kinnison's brother on the show. And it wasn't like an anniversary of his death or his birthday or anything. It's just a random date. Sam Kinnison's brother comes on. And John goes, Sam told me that I was like his brother.
That's also the time when he was having technical problems, and he said, maybe you should leave the room, meaning the Zoom, and Sam's brother left the room.
The funniest thing ever. He goes, it wasn't connecting, the audio was working. He goes, leave the room and come back in. He goes, okay, and he gets up and walks out. He's an older man. Yeah, elderly
It was
gentleman.
very awkward.
It was one of the funniest things ever. All right, clip number 10. So this is, again, John has nothing nice to say about Don Buckwald.
Even when Ralph Sorella died, I had some nice things to say. When Crazy Cabby died, I had some nice things to say. I don't have anything nice to say about Don Buckwald.
It's crazy. He's like bragging about having some nice things to say about guys that he knew who recently passed away.
What a piece of shit.
How many times does he say I don't have nice things to say about Don Buckwald? Because that's twice.
Oh, yeah. It goes on, and then he starts saying the negative things that he has to say.
Oh.
But this is crazy to me. So he explains his history with Don Buckwald. My clip number 12, he's going to get into now. If you're not aware of this, Howard Stern had this thing that's referred to as the Channel 9 show.
Yeah.
It was a television show that was local to New York.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a late night show. I think it was Saturday nights up against SNL, if I'm not mistaken. At least it was at some point. And it was kind of a cult following. People who were into Howard Stern really loved the Channel 9 show. If you go back and watch the bits now, I don't know if it holds up.
There's a great Corey Feldman one that holds
Yes.
up.
Oh, my God. Was it in a lot of other markets?
It wasn't.
It wasn't only in New York? That's it?
I remember me and my friends, like, we wanted to watch it, and we couldn't. We heard him talk about it and all this stuff, and it wasn't in our market.
That's weird, because I've seen clips of it, not just Corey Feldman, so I thought, it must have been in some other markets.
It must have been in some, but...
God, people talked about that show a lot, though.
They did. All right, and of course, there was 3 big stars on that show. Howard, Robin,
that's right,
and John Melendez.
They paid me $750 a week, which to me then was a lot of money since I was making 0 at K-Rock. So I got $750 a week, which was really lame considering I was the biggest part of that show. I mean, even when the reviews came in, nobody liked Howard, Robin, and the show, but they loved me. And it killed Howard to say it.
He was the only reason why anyone was even watching the show, dude. Did you know that?
What?
The reviews came in, they all hated Howard and Robin and the show, but they loved John Melendez.
Did he do a lot of stuff on the show?
He's insane. He's an insane person.
I don't know what he's thinking there.
What the fuck? I do remember him making a big deal about there was a sales piece and there was a picture of Robin, Howard, and me that they used. So I was like the number 3 on the show.
He's brought this up 50 times in the
One
last...
fucking sales piece that some probably nobody salesperson just happened to put together. Is there a picture I can use?
Yeah, it's sales collateral. It's not a big deal, John.
No.
It's not how they're marketing. Okay. So, clip number 13, Howard tells John, okay, now that we're doing this show, he's making $750 a week. And John goes to Howard. He says, I want to make more money than that. And he goes, well, work with Don. Have Don be your agent. Let him negotiate. So, remember.
When he said 0 for K-Rock, did he mean 0? 0, 0?
Well, he was
Nothing?
an intern, probably.
No, he's making... Oh, yes, he was an intern. So he was making 0, yes.
Okay.
Makes sense.
But he's making $750 a week with the Channel 9 show. And remember he said he had nothing nice to say about Don Buckwald? Clip 13.
Call Don and he'll get you more money. So I called Don Buckwald. I signed all the papers saying that Don Buckwald's going to be my agent. And he represented me for the Channel 9 show, and he doubled my salary. I got $1,500 a month, which was fucking a lot of money to me.
All right. Well, there you go. There's a nice thing to say right there.
Yeah.
What a monster.
Didn't he say $750 a week before?
Yeah, I think he just misspoke.
Oh, okay.
There. I think. So $1,500 a week.
Maybe John didn't understand the math that he actually got to pay cut.
Wait, this guy
That's even
misspoke?
funnier. That's even worse. Like, what would you think about $1,500
a month?
That's funny. That's a good idea. All right. So now John goes on to explain all the things that Don Buckwald fucked up for him, because John's this mega talent trying to make it in show business, and his agents not getting him the gigs that he wants.
Damn.
The first, I believe, is when in the heyday of Stuttering John, I asked Don if he could get me on the Joan Rivers show. Like, she was doing, like, I think the 12:30 slot, I forget. Or get me on Conan or one of the shows. And Don said to me, "What are you going to do?" And I'm like, "What? Well, I thought, I'd be funny on there. I think I could handle myself. But imagine your agent saying to you, 'What are you going to do?'"
Yeah. He was right. I mean, the agent was
John
right.
thinks that Don Buckwald goes, "Thank God I have Stuttering John. I make 10% of the $1,500 a month. I make $150 a month off this guy."
Yeah, I know, right?
I think that's another nice thing he said about him, because he saved him all that embarrassment of what would have happened if he went on Conan or Joan Rivers.
Guys, let's think about this. I know that in John's mind, the Howard Stern Show was the biggest deal in the world, and that's all anyone listened to and talked about. But at that time, it was only in a few markets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The Channel 9 show, I believe, was only in New York. And John thinks he's going to get booked on Conan. He's the stunt boy on a radio show in New York. And he's going to get booked on Conan or the Joan Rivers show. Like, Howard was on Letterman pretty early on, because Letterman just really liked him.
Yeah, they were in the same building, so he was always available.
And Howard got a lot of publicity for what he did in New York.
Right. He did a good job with that. But even Howard wasn't being asked to be on national television shows all the time. He wasn't a national guy. John Melendez was definitely not a national guy at all. And he's mad at Don Buckwald for not going to bat for him.
I'll be funny. Come on.
Yeah, right. What are you going to do? You're going to sit down with an interview and be like, "All right, so you're intern with the Howard Stern Show?" Yeah.
I'm the number 3. There's a photo.
It's so stupid. So, Don Buckwald, we miss you, buddy. You were one of the first ones to understand that John has zero talent. Thank you for that. The next thing that John complains about is this T-shirt deal. He goes, "Then I go to Don. This guy wanted to make Stuttering John T-shirts." And Don would do this thing where he'd go, "Let me call Howard and see." And then John would be like, "Oh, never mind," because he didn't want. But that's... It's crazy, though, because Howard has talked about this many times. He goes, "I could have sold T-shirts. I could have sold merchandise. I never wanted to do that to my audience. I wasn't here to try to make as much money as I could off of my audience." So the fact that John would even approach Howard's agent, his agent too, and say, "I want to sell T-shirts," shows how dumb he is. He's not understanding the show that he's on and what that's all about.
Well, it sounds like he thinks he's going to do an end run around Howard. Howard's not going to find out.
Right.
And Don's not going to get in any trouble for that.
Yeah, another good point.
Howard's just
Don's
going to
save his ass.
He's going to be
cover his
livid at
ass.
Don.
Mm-hmm. Right. So that's why John's all mad at Don Buckwald, because people came to him with opportunities to make money, and Don would be like, "I don't think you should do that." So my last clip on here, this is a whopper. I've not heard this one before, but apparently John recorded a song for an advertiser in LA, a company called Golden State Insurance. You guys have radio background. Listen to this whopper.
Forget the name of the sponsor. It was a California company, Golden State Insurance. So I already had a song, so I just played the song and sped it up, and it was like, "Holy shit, I'm here at Golden State. It's insurance that has the best rates." And I sang a song. Apparently, that commercial became a big hit in LA. And the radio was getting fucking requests for it, of me singing a fucking commercial with an acoustic.
No, they weren't.
This is all. That's a fact, Jack.
Oh, I guess it was.
So then, Don then reamed me again. "Why don't you ask me?" And I'm like, I thought I was I thought and I was stupid.
All right, very good.
Wait, what?
Now, this is one of John's tells. You can tell when he's lying. Because that's when he really gets flustered and starts stammering a lot. And the station was getting requests for my commercial. They were? And then they were going to hold a parade for me. And then Don was like, you can't go to your own parade. I was like, what?
My song was number 9 on the top 10 of commercial hits.
Even like when he was trying
a commercial, nobody.
Even when he was like singing a little part of it, it had a
didn't he swear
word immediately? Like, that wasn't played on the radio, you idiot.
It just didn't sound like that great a song.
No, probably wasn't the best song.
Not even a commercial jingle.
If anyone out there grew up in L.A. in the early 90s, let us know if you remember that.
Yeah, that commercial.
Does Golden State Insurance, is that real?
Who knows?
Well, not if they're using a John song. They're probably out of business.
So that's what John's up to, eulogizing his buddy Don Buckwald. No one does it better than John Melendez.
He was a dick.
All right. I talked about this yesterday on Point Dabble Point. We have to get into this interview. The first thing that I want to do here is people have been asking about Bloody Ass, the song that we've been using sometimes to introduce this segment. So I have the full version of Bloody Ass here. And I wish there was more to it than this. Unfortunately, this is all we get. But maybe they'll make an extended remix at some point.
Can I get a little sympathy? Because I got a bloody ass. I'm bleeding generously. Because I got a bloody ass. Bloody ass. Oh.
Good stuff, guys.
Who are they?
Hannah looks great.
never looked better.
That's where she ended up.
So that's the full version of Bloody Ass. You can find that on YouTube or wherever you get fine Bloody Ass music. All right. We have a new parody song that came in from Mr. Magenta and Ed the Editor.
Woo.
Combining on this one of the greatest bands of all time. Top 5, easily. Twisted Sister. This is called We're Not Going to Pay Him. Because, as you know, there's been kind of a movement about not giving John super chats anymore. So, they were inspired.
We got the right to choose, yeah. So fuck this Debbie loser. He has no life, just reads insults. John sucks, so let's be quitters. No super chats or stickers. He'll shit his pants, can take the taunts. We're not gonna pay him. No, we ain't gonna pay him. Let's not fucking pay John anymore. Always so condescending. Your lies are never ending. Pushing your luck and getting served. Heartstrings, he's drunk and faded. Boring, sad retardation. If that's your best, you are so screwed. Blow, blow your nose. So gross. Don't nose no more. You are not that famous. No, you big ignoramus. You're not fucking famous. You're a whore. We're not gonna pay him. No, we ain't gonna pay him. Let's not fucking pay John anymore.
Mr. Magenta and Ed the Editor coming in. We're not going to pay him.
Bravo.
Well done.
Oh, I hope to see you at DabbleCon. Marahuasa. I'm gonna. Oh, what the? Oh my God. Yeah. I'm coming. That's right. You see me at DabbleCon, you're gonna shit your fucking pants. Fact. Wait for it. I got to the gym at 12:30. You know what time I left? 1:45. Why? Because I'm getting ready for DabbleCon. That's why. Comedy at the Carlson in tropical Rochester, New York welcomes DabbleCon 2, August 16th and 17th. All of your favorite Dabbleverse streamers will be there, like Lady K, Shitwear, Barbara Levy, Silent Mike, Log Cabin Larry, Transphobic Rocco, Fat Fuck Potato, Stupid Orange, Fatty Patty, and of course, the racist Anthony Cumia. Don't be a fag. Get your tickets now at carlsoncomedy.com.
Gotta love the promo made by OJ, the great OJ in the Morning, Sunday mornings on OJ's channel. Thank you for putting that together for DabbleCon 2. We're looking forward to that. So, John just had a different type of episode this week, which I'm all for because the reruns I'm getting a little annoyed with.
Okay.
Can only watch the same Marsha episode of the Brady Bunch so many times. I'm like, all right, I get it, you know? So John finally had a guest, Michael Caputo. This is Pat Cooper's son. Huh. And they did a bit on the Howard Stern show 35 years ago that was called All in the Pat Cooper Family. Pat Cooper's family did not get along well. And so they put together this whole bit. They got this guy, Michael, and Michael's sister to call in. They recorded all this audio and they put together this bit. In fact, at the beginning of the interview, they sit down and watch it together, or listen to it together. They found it up on YouTube. After that, they're all excited, like, what do you think about that? It's like, it brings me back, man. Those were good times. It was so fun.
How long did it take him to find it on YouTube?
Oh, that took a minute.
Half the episode.
Well, that was funny too. I have too many clips, but that was funny too because John goes, let me just find it. He goes, no, I emailed it to you. He's like, oh, yeah, okay. Let's see. It's right. No, that's Dabbling Dan. Hold on. He's incredible. Like, he never has anything fucking ready. So after they play that, and Michael's very excited about what the Stern show did with that audio.
And my grandmother, Pat's mother, called in last. And they pieced together, edited together, and they made a parody. I don't know who made it at Howard's show. I don't know who.
Oh, no, it was us.
It was all of you guys, right?
Yeah.
It's genius. It's genius. It's genius.
I mean, I didn't have anything to do with it, but it was probably it was Howard, Jackie, Fred, and Billy West, probably.
Yeah, the talented ones. Yeah. All right. I like that John's first instinct is, it was us.
Yep.
He said it was the Howard Stern show. And then you wanted to take credit, then you realized, oh shit, I can't take credit for that. I had nothing to do with it. And it reminds me of when John talks about all the shit he writes for The Tonight Show, or wrote for The Tonight Show. And he's constantly claiming he was getting all of these bits in and jokes and all this stuff. Somebody recently, I think on Dabblers Anonymous, I saw this. They went in and they analyzed the actual credits John's been given for The Tonight Show. And over the 10 years, it was something like 7 total bits that he actually has writing credit for. Like, yeah, you have writing credit, John, but like once a year, you got something in on a daily show?
Just because you were in the writer's room doesn't mean you were like writing jokes.
Correct.
You were just there when something funny was written.
He was probably annoying everyone, if I had to guess, just based on...
He had a good run.
Are you going to finish that?
So John introduces Michael, Pat Cooper's son, coming on, and he's like, I'm excited to have him on the show because it's Pat Cooper's birthday today. And that's the significance of this.
And today was his birthday, correct?
No, July 31st is.
Oh, okay.
This show, this parody, and this Howard Stern show, August 8 will be 35 years since the show.
Jesus.
35 years.
So after you had that lunch, did you ever talk to him again?
Not until about 7 years before he passed away.
And was it amicable?
And well, it was. It was facilitated by somebody.
Who?
You really want to know?
Yeah.
Can I bring her on?
Yeah.
Now, I want you to watch this. So Michael had this all orchestrated ahead of time. He was all excited for this big reveal he's about to do. He's sitting next to someone who's a blast from the past for Stuttering John. He's met her many times. Watch John's reaction to this.
Hi, John. Remember me?
Hi, how are you?
Nice to see you.
I actually feel for John because I've had this happen to me many times. Yeah, wow, you're here. Neat. I gotta watch that again. This is the most embarrassing thing.
Yeah.
Hi, John. Remember me?
Hi, how are you?
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
The last time I saw you was probably 2013. When out in LA with Jackie, you took us to the Leno show. Remember that?
Yeah. Holy shit.
So I'm his stepmother.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Looking over at the chat, he's like, what the fuck is going on right now?
A different kind of performative John.
Yeah, he doesn't know what to do. This was bad. His lip was even quivering at one point in there. He's like, no, what am I doing? I'm not ready for any of this. I love the fact that he couldn't look up Pat Cooper's birthday. He had that wrong. This is just the basic shit, John. A little bit of prep. All it takes. So he asks her a question. So she dated Jackie Martling, and then she married Pat Cooper. So the reason why John knows her is from the old Stern days, but then even more recently, as she said, they went to the Tonight Show and visited John when he was on the Tonight Show. So he spent time with her. And John asked the question, who was funnier? You dated Jackie and Pat. Who was funnier? And this is an example. We haven't seen this in a while because he doesn't do these interviews where John's completely trying to oversell the interview. Like if you laugh really hard at a response, it must mean that it's hilarious and everyone's having a great time. This is how Opie feels about radio too. It's like if everyone's laughing, it must be really funny.
Of course.
Who did you find to be funnier, Pat or Jackie?
Well, do I really need to answer that question?
Do I really need to answer that question is all she said.
Yeah. And
he lost his mind over it. Like, I feel like a better response would be like, well, considering Jackie's still alive, I guess you answered that. Mm-hmm. You know? Right after that, he shits on Jackie, of course.
Wow, he can't help himself.
That's his favorite thing to do. And when I tell you, these two people were hostages because John just wants to talk about John stuff. And I teased this on Point Dabble Point last night that John is constantly consumed with the Dabbleverse.
Yeah.
He's constantly thinking about it. So they're talking about this private event they have for Pat Cooper that's coming up in New York. And listen to what John says.
We're doing a private event here in New York. I'm sorry you won't be here at the Italian American Museum, which is reopening.
Oh,
and
nice.
Joe Piscopo is co-hosting it with me and Jimmy Webb's wife, Laura Savini. And
I might even be there because I have to file a counter. I got to do a counter lawsuit against some lunatic. So I might be there.
Next week?
It's next week?
Well, it's on his birthday. Yeah, it's
July 31st, Wednesday.
Yeah.
Next Wednesday.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
If you're around next Wednesday, just pop in, John. We'll be there. We'll let you right in.
I might even be there because I have to file a counter lawsuit. It's like, what does that have to do with anything? I might be in New York. Like, you have to explain why he wants them to be like, oh, what's going on with your lawsuit?
Exactly.
I'm glad you asked. So
Trying to sound important.
This guy, Vincent Bessie, just like, Jesus, John. And this continues. We're going to have a lot of examples. But John likes to say he's in Mensa. He's a very smart guy. He's very astute. He also has the memory of an elephant, he likes to say. And so I want to present to you some evidence that that is not the case.
All right, is your last name Caputo?
My last name is Connor. Still.
John Connor. Emily Connor.
Actually, I didn't even realize this, how stupid of a question that is. So Pat Cooper changed his name to Cooper from Caputo. So she married Pat Cooper, and her name would be Caputo? How is that possible? Doesn't even make fucking sense.
And who cares?
All right, is your last name Caputo?
My last name is Connor.
Like, that would be like if Jen's last name was Hitler. It's like, no, we changed that. The hamburger. You know? Like, we're done with that now. We're moving on.
Still.
John Connor. Emily Connor.
Emily Connor, yeah. So
with an E. With an E. Conner.
Yeah.
I never changed my name.
So can he retain that information is my question to you guys. I mean, this might seem a little facetious, but I'm wondering, do you think, because that's part of IQ.
Yeah.
Is they'll like read you a story and then they'll ask you questions about details in the story. Mm-hmm. And whether you're able to retain information or not is part of how high your IQ is.
Right. You've already proven that your long-term memory is fucked up because you didn't know who she was when she showed up.
Correct.
They told you who she was. So how's your short-term memory doing these days, John?
Let's watch this at the end of the interview.
Well, it's been great. Thanks for coming on.
All right, John. Thank you. It was fun. We appreciate
Bye,
it.
John.
We'll talk to you. All right, bye.
All right. And Emily, I don't remember her last name. Emily, what's her last name?
Well, it's Connor, but everybody
right.
calls me Emily Cooper now, so I just roll with it.
Unbelievable.
Holy shit.
He couldn't retain that information. Connor, he even did the Schwarzenegger thing.
Yeah.
He's like that. She'd get it in there, right? Terminator, right?
It went in and just fell out the other way.
Yeah, it really did. Everything falls out of his head. It's amazing how that works.
He's so stupid. He should know by now how to cope with these things. If he insists on going online,
right?
Just say that was Emily, everyone.
Yeah.
And leave it at that. Nobody cares.
Yes, nobody gives a fuck.
Pat Cooper's widow.
Yeah,
Emily.
fine.
Great to have her on the
We
show.
all remember her name. He doesn't have to remind us.
He was so confused of what the relationship was and what was going on. Because
you're single, right?
He does.
I knew
There's
it.
too much to clip on here.
Of course.
But of course he asked her if she's dating again. And oh my God, it's ridiculous.
Icky.
And then he's reading the chat. So a lot of this interview is him reading super chats.
Mm-hmm.
And in the super chats, they go, "Did John hit on you back when you guys used to hang out in New York during the Stern days?" And she's like, "Yeah." Anyway, blah, blah. And he goes, "Wait, does that mean I did?" She goes, "I don't know." Which means yes, of course. Of course he did. All right.
Probably in the grossest way if she still remembers it.
Oh, I'm sure. So these are two people, Michael and Emily, know John before John became Dabbleverse John. So they must be thinking like, what the fuck is going on? Because he's just reading the super chats.
The insults.
Yeah, the insults.
He's going to just chip at me. My shitty internet provider thinks $2. Pat Cooper was a better father than me. Got it. So
you can tell that flustered him.
Michael's face, he's like, what the fuck is happening?
They don't know what's going on. These super chats are coming up saying, "That's not my D" and whatever. All right, so you can tell he's flustered. He's like, all right, he's trying to get back into it. Of course, John starts making it about him.
And I'm happy that you got to end it on good terms,
Right.
Because it's funny, while I listen to how Pat never attended any of your graduations and anything, I'm sitting there going, I've attended every one of my kids' track meets, soccer matches, baseball games, softball games, award ceremonies, graduations.
Hey, tell me not to go.
You name it, and then you have the other way around where
Right, we got it. You're an amazing father.
Yeah.
His father wasn't that great. I get it, John. So then a super chatter brings up Shulie, and nothing triggers John more than the word Shulie. Man, does that fuck him up?
Here's a question from Hunter Biden's crack pipe. Thanks for the fiber. Don't worry, all these guys are, they have all these crazy names.
It's okay. Let them ask anything they want. I'm open to answer.
Mr. Caputo, has Shulie Agar tried to get you on his show?
No, I don't know who Shulie Agar is.
Nobody does. Whatever you do, don't go on Pat hated him. No. You know what it is? That's what I was telling you in the car earlier, Michael. I guess I had mentioned like a month ago, I'm going to have Pat Cooper's son on, and I'm very excited. And then Shulie, who did he did a stint on Howard Stern, but he didn't do anything besides weighing the excrement of two fat guys.
Jesus, John, way to put some context around it. He did a stint at Howard Stern. He was on the Stern Show longer than you were. Yeah. But all he did was just the
expression.
Excrement, you say.
And then Shulie, who did he did a stint on Howard Stern, but he didn't do anything besides weighing the excrement of two fat guys, whackpackers. But then he was trying to get you on the show to stick it to me, and
nobody. I don't even know who the guy. Nobody contacted me, John, except you. You're the only one that contacted me.
Oh, he was duped again.
Yeah, and we'll stick it to you right now.
John's such a fucking idiot that somebody reached out and said, "Oh, Shulie's going to get on that guest you said you're going to get on." He's what? Oh my God, Shulie's doing it again to me. It's just like, no, they duped you. You're an idiot. You don't know what the fuck is going on. Shulie wasn't trying to book Michael Caputo.
Michael Caputo's got some Norman Fell vibes going on.
I don't know why he would start reading super chats while he's talking to these people.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Penis Ringo, thanks for the $5. Hey, Michael, can John borrow $12.5 million? It's like, why would you do that to yourself?
Let me explain what I'm talking about here. Let me put some context around this.
So you build a pyramid around yourself.
All right, so John starts explaining the Dabbleverse as if it's a brag. there's an entire online community that continues to expand like the universe does that's just goofing on John. And he's talking about this like, can you believe how famous I am?
There are about 22 shows every single day. Every hour of every minute of every second, whatever.
Every hour of every minute of every second. That's incredible. He fucks a lot of things up, but that might be one of my favorites of all time.
Hour of every minute of every second, whatever, that are doing shows watching me and commenting about me. You would think I was De Niro. I mean, all they do is watch me. Nope. It's Michael, Emily, I know I'm fucking compelling, but I didn't know I was that compelling. I mean, how the fucking... I mean, I must be the... Fuck that other guy. I am the most interesting man in the world.
I made a big mistake saying that John was interesting. I made a big mistake. He's very excited about that. But how do you react to that? Like, these people used to know John. They know about show business. The one woman's dated comics and stuff. Married to Pat Cooper. And John's going, yeah, there's these shows that all they do is talk about me 24/7. Like, uh-huh. Okay.
You used the term hostages earlier. They're starting to look more and more like, better keep smiling.
Get me out of here.
Right. All right, so, and the funny thing is that Michael thought this was going to be this big reveal, and John was going to be like, holy shit, Emily? I had no idea you married Pat Cooper. Oh my God, this is amazing. And Michael's all excited because now he has a stepmother and he has family again. He didn't have family. He's bragging about how her mom's still alive. So he has a step grandmother and a step aunt. And he's talking about all this stuff. He's all excited about it. John doesn't get it at all because John explains, he doesn't remember Emily, but he remembers getting her tickets to the Tonight Show. And he explains why he doesn't remember her specifically.
See, I got to tell you, I got so many people tickets into the Tonight Show. So, I mean, I must have had like people on the guest list every fucking show. People would ask me, and of course I would go out of my way and do that for people,
I remember hanging out with you, like you and Doug Goodstein and the group way back in the early 2000s, up on the Upper West Side at Jean-Luc, remember that joint? And
whoops. So John was going, listen, we got a lot of people into the Tonight Show, so I apologize. I don't remember. He's like, no, we were friends. We hung out. Yeah. I hung out with all you guys. Remember this place? Remember that place? And she goes on to explain multiple events that they were at together. And John's just going, oh, really?
I drank all those memories.
Yeah. He's completely clueless about all this. Also, the way he fits in that brag about, I was hooking people up with tickets.
Yeah. But that was when he got demoted to the box office.
Well, very possible. But I'm pretty sure, Andy, correct me if I'm wrong, when you have a TV show, the tickets are free. You just want a live audience.
Yeah.
You're not charging people to go see the Tonight Show.
No.
And John's acting like, yeah, I got these people in. Got them on the guest list. Great job. You ever been to Vegas and they're like, hey, you want to come watch a TV show? Like, yeah, no. Definitely not. But thanks for asking, asshole. All right. So now more comments coming in, more super chats, and some gay bashing going on here. Now, I should mention Michael is gay. Michael Caputo is a massage therapist. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but he's also gay.
If anybody wants to find me, they can find me on YouTube channel. Just look under Michael Caputo author.
Now, I think this guy's accusing you, and you don't have to, don't be mad at me, but I think he's saying that you're gay, which I don't, I have two gay kids.
You have two gay kids. I don't care what they say about the gay thing. My father didn't have a problem with it. My mother didn't have a problem with it. My grandmother didn't have a problem with it. I don't care what any stranger have to say about it.
That was a really boring comment. Does anybody have a better one?
Yeah, John, you don't have to put that one up on the screen.
Yeah, no.
It's completely unnecessary. But John makes it about him. I have two gay kids. Do ya?
Yeah.
Cool. Cool stuff.
I wish Michael said they sound like losers.
Sound like a bunch of losers to me. All right, so apparently, a lot of John Travolta talk on this. It was coming from the commenters because I don't know if this is true or not, but the commenters are saying that Michael is responsible for outing John Travolta.
Oh.
And Michael tells a whole story after this, but this is how this starts.
Well, this is even worse, but I don't know if this... Did you know John Travolta at all?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, yes. I know scandal about him. I didn't know him personally. Yes, scandal. That's where they saw all that stuff on the internet. Yep.
So here is
on cover of the Daily News.
So here's Shulie's manager at Piggly Wiggly, 6 for the $5. Don't forget to ask Mr. Caputo about John Travolta trying to SA him. I don't know what that means. Also, how big is Travolta's crank?
I never worked on Travolta. I was a licensed massage therapist at the Peninsula Hotel. I never worked on John Travolta, but when John Travolta came to the Peninsula Hotel with his wife and kids 1 floor below, he would always request a male therapist, and he always tried his shenanigans. So
really?
All around the country on boats, on cruises. So he would try to come on to the guys and try to do inappropriate behavior at places like that in 5 stars.
Wow, I didn't know that.
So John Travolta is not straight. Okay, let's just get that clear. But I'm not outing him, and I never worked on him. So I don't know what his crank is.
It's really an exclusive.
I know a lot of other men out there do know.
But what does SA mean? Trying to SA him.
Such an idiot. So the commenters have better questions than John does because he's got zero research, doesn't know anything. He doesn't know what sexual assault is.
No. Yeah.
Such a fucking idiot. And he just leaves this. It comes back again later, and he has this whole explanation for what John Travolta was up to. But what John wants to talk about is Jackie Martling, of course. And John wants to talk about that Jackie Martling's a big meanie bajini. And he's so thin-skinned. He's such a hypocrite.
I didn't like what he
You know what's funny you say that, Emily, because that's the thing. Jackie has a problem with me now, and it's only because I was saying I called him a schnorrer because he would because a friend of mine had hired him, and then Jackie was asking for a spa day for his girlfriend, and first-class tickets, and then per diem, and the guy was already paying him $5,000 to essentially hang out at his party. So I called Jackie a schnorrer. Jackie got so mad at me, he don't talk to me anymore. Yet he could trash me all the time. I don't. It's weird. It's like he got cranky in his old age.
He got cranky in his old age. Good stuff, John. Very funny.
My God.
Do you guys remember why Jackie doesn't talk to John anymore? It's not about being called a schnorrer.
Yes.
It's because John blabbed about health information that Jackie didn't want out there. And he's like, I don't want to deal with this person ever again.
Wise.
And John has revised history yet again. All I did was say this thing about him, just, goofing on him. I called him a name, and he'll never talk to me ever again.
I still think it's so interesting that it's okay for John to just tell all kinds of secrets, but these tapes have really gotten
Oh, yeah, that's very illegal.
We did talk about that on back in the past.
Also,
John.
The schnorrer thing. Another example of him just saying what Howard has said.
Just ripping off Howard Stern.
And that was Howard calling John a schnorrer.
Correct.
He said, someone is paying for dinner, you order lobster just because you can.
Yep.
And that's John.
And this thing that he complains about with Jackie, where the guy hired Jackie to come out and do a gig, and Jackie was like, hey, can I get a spa day? Can I get this? That's normal negotiations. Yep. The guy could have said no. Or how about this and not that? That's how you negotiate. And John has latched onto this thing. And it continues on with the Jackie bashing.
This is Jackie's way. Jackie can't get out of his own way. And I talked about that in my book. It's a shame because I love Jackie. I'll always love Jackie,
obviously,
because he was a great guy. But this kind of shit, like he could trash me all the time, and then I trash him, and then he writes me off. I'm dead to him. It's such a hypocrisy, and I am Michael. The hypocrisy police.
Oh, I know about hypocrisy. Believe me.
The guy's trying to relate to this. This conversation is off the wall.
Their reactions are the best. It reminds me of that Twilight Zone where the people are at the kid that can do anything he wants party, and they're going from everything's great, John, to horrified by what he's doing and saying.
They're like, no, Jackie is the problem, not you.
Yeah, right.
Yep. Right.
It's fun watching things dawn on them.
Yeah. Oh, this person is psychotic. Yes, John, you're right.
We like it when you call out other people and say that they're the hypocrite. That's good. That's good when you do that. All right. Let's see if John can make other things about him.
Put it this way.
To me, you know what I mean?
I'll tell you what. When my daughter came out to me as trans, we had a wonderful hour-long conversation. And at the end of the conversation, he said, Dad, as liberal as you are, I couldn't imagine this going any better. And that really touched my heart.
He's incredible. Could you imagine you have an interview with someone and you're telling anecdotes about what an amazing father you are. Only John. And he doesn't realize that this is embarrassing and it's not what anyone else does. And it's tough for these people. They have to sit there and be like, oh yeah, I know you're great. That's for sure. And then John starts trying out his material on them.
Oh no.
Watch this reaction. You were talking about reactions before. Watch. He gets nothing for this one.
And then I'm like, wow, all of my kids are like their dad. They all like women. Because my youngest son is a boy.
I get it.
Who, by the way, is on his way to Harvard, free ride.
All right, let's get another brag in there. So I think the joke that he told to Kate Meanie was like, all my children are like their dad. They all like pussy. And that hits a little bit harder than they all like women because they're saying like, uh-huh.
Has anybody ever told you how funny you are?
The play of the tapes. All right. So you'll notice that when Michael was talking about his YouTube, he said that his YouTube page was like Michael Caputo, author, or something like that. And he brings up over and over again that he's written 3 books. John never is listening.
I think it's going to take transgender another 20 years for people to finally accept that. You agree?
I don't know. As long as you got these phony ass Christians around, the counterfeit Christians around, I just wrote a book about that. I don't know, because these Christians are the ones that really make the problems.
So you would think, John Beck, oh, you wrote a book about that? Tell me about your book. You're interviewing this person. Let them promote something. John goes right into an anecdote about a friend of his who said that if their kid was gay, they'd send him to conversion camp. And it's like, is that really a thing? Okay, if you say so, but this isn't about you, sweetie. Ask the guy about the book because he just brought that up. Let's get into more super chats coming in.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is what I do for a living now. I mean, there are a lot of shows now trying to stop people from super chatting me, which is so egregious. Like, I would never tell, people to not super chat others. But
hold on a second. John has said many times not to support this program. I don't know why anyone's even supporting that program. You guys should stop giving him Patreon. He sucks. This is what John does. And then he acts like I'm above all of that. I don't know why Kevin Brennan's telling people not to super chat me.
Egregious. Like, I would never tell, people to not super chat others. But if you ask me, the people that listen to these shows and take their word, oh, Kevin Brennan said don't super chat John, and then they don't, well, then you're fucking cowards. I don't want anything to do with you then anyway.
It's like, what are we talking about right now?
They don't know.
Yeah, no, we don't.
His life is so fragile. The fact that Kevin Brennan can go out and show and be like, I don't think you should super chat John. Let's stop super chatting John. And he's just like, you're destroying me. What are you doing? Like, Kevin Brennan has that much control over your fucking life, you idiots. How did it get to this, John? Is it because you have zero talent? I think no. All right, let's get back to Michael talking about his books.
And he plays them all over the internet because I did write 3 books. And a lot of people make just nasty comments.
Michael's trying to relate to having haters. John is not listening. You'll notice his eyes are off on the chat every time he brings up that he's written books because there's never a follow-up question. If I was interviewing someone, and I don't, thank God, I don't want to do that for a living. If I was interviewing someone and someone brought up that they wrote a book or they were in a movie or whatever project. Oh, I didn't know about that. Tell me about that thing.
Yeah.
Like, that's why you bring it up as an interviewee.
I'm surprised John hasn't brought up the fact that he wrote a book.
Well, right, because he's not listening.
Right.
But also,
yeah, he would have made it about him.
Oh, I did that too.
It's a common courtesy in any conversation. Just say, oh, really? Like a back and forth, not just,
correct.
You say this, and I'm going to tell you all about me now.
Nope. So John hears that because the guy goes, yeah, no, I have some haters online. I get it. And John goes, yeah, but my haters are worse.
You should see what they say about me. And they attack my kids. They attack my mother. I mean, it's nonstop. And, and then if I retaliate, like I have, Kevin Brennan, the comedian.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah. So he starts calling my mother.
What answer gets us out of here?
And starts calling my sister an ugly Danny DeVito dwarf. Right?
Why does he keep on perpetuating this?
So he's such an idiot. He acts like that's the worst thing you could do. And he's the one who says it over and over and over again.
What do? I just show a picture of his beautiful wife that she posted on Facebook. I didn't say anything bad about her. I said, wow, Kevin's lucky to be with this beautiful woman.
I saw this on Uncle Rico. Michael looks down at his watch right here. He's like, what are we doing?
I know. Those are the faces of two people that will never talk to him again.
They'll never talk to him again. But they are definitely being held hostage here.
Wife that she posted on Facebook. I didn't say anything bad about her. I said, wow, Kevin's lucky to be with this beautiful woman. He goes ballistic and now is on a freaking mission to try and take me down. You know, and this is, again, like Jackie. These people can dish it out, but once you give a little bit back, then it's like, I can't believe you did that to me.
Yeah.
Isn't it amazing, John? Everyone's terrible except for you. Isn't that crazy? How did that happen? How does that work out? It's unbelievable that only you would have to deal with.
God, he needs a friend so bad.
I guarantee as soon as this interview is over, she's going to say to Michael, do you think he'll remember the invite that we gave him?
Definitely not.
Well, he won't.
So obviously I couldn't pull all the clips. There's so much to pull on here. But after that, he goes on to ask Emily about Jackie's penis size. Oh. Because of course he does. He's obsessed with other guys' penises for whatever reason. Well, I know the reason. But then he talks about, so somebody gives him a super chat. Like, hey, tell gay Michael Caputo how you used an F slur when you were talking to Kate Meanie. You're going to get in trouble. So I sped this up because it's too long. But listen to John's excuses. Listen to him explain this. None of this needs to be explained. He could have just been like, oh, that's bullshit. Anyway, moving on. Like, that's what you do.
This is, okay, now check this out. No car Sal. Thanks, Father. Did you know recently Johnny called the guy the F slur for drinking an espresso martini? Now, keep in mind, just in my defense.
What's the F slur?
For gay people.
Faggot.
No, not the long way. Fag? Yeah. So what happened was, I'm talking to, you know Kevin Meanie, the comedian? Kevin Meanie was a famous comedian who left his wife a poor man, and he had a daughter. And the daughter was getting bullied by all these people in this dabbleverse, we call it. And I was white knighting for her. I was trying to defend her. So we used to talk on the phone, and I was 15 beers in, and and eating edibles. And she said her boyfriend liked espresso martinis. Now, at the same time, I'm watching Fast Times at Ridgemont High. I'm right in the middle of it. And it's right after Sean Penn's character goes, those guys are, and then the F word. So I just said, well, that guy's, and I said the F word. Now, that was just to be funny, and it was a private conversation. She taped me without my consent. California's a two-party consent state, and she gave it to the shows that hate me. And so now now I'm anti-gay. Oh, give me
now they're turning you into a homophobe. When you got two gay children, you just accept it.
This guy's always off frame, too. I know I'm getting nitpicky now. I want to address what was just said. But John insists on having that vertical style to his video. He could easily fix this once he brought on a second person to interview. So it seems like someone's straining to do some explaining. He had a lot of different excuses. He had 15 beers. Mm-hmm. He was trying to be funny.
He was eating edibles.
He had an edible. He had just watched Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
That is the worst excuse for anything ever.
So insane. Yeah, he's rewriting things that didn't happen. So it's not even history, but he was saying I must have been doing my Spicoli impression before.
Yep.
Now he's watching it while he's on the phone with her.
Right.
So it's horse shit.
Yeah, I'm just like going along with the dialogue.
Yeah, because you have to.
Closed caption on and I'm just reading along with it.
Gosh, I've watched that movie at least 50 times.
Yeah.
I don't use that word.
I was watching.
How's that possible?
Django Unchained over and over again.
Oh my God! Cut his mic! Cut his mic! This is about to get spicy. It's gonna get too spicy. He's so stupid. So there's no follow-up question from these two. They're not just like, oh, well, what are you gonna do about that? She recorded your call, but John decides he has to go into talking about the lawsuit and everything he's doing.
But it's just like how horrible, Emily, for someone to tape when you're trying to help them, tape you, and you know why she did it? Because the Shulie guy orchestrated, had her do it because she didn't like that the Shulie show were making fun of her looks, saying she had a big chin. So she made a deal with them. If you stop making fun of me, I'll take John when he doesn't know it. Who the fuck does that? And for these shows to play these calls, which by the way I'm suing them, but for them to play it, I mean, how are they trying to destroy my life? Because I'm also a school teacher. I don't know if you guys know that. Last year I taught full-time science and drama.
That's a lie.
Yep.
Drama? I've never heard that one before.
He has talked about that.
Has he?
Yeah.
God.
Last year, so that would be 2023. He taught full-time. Let me think. Maybe at the beginning of 2023 he had that long-term substitute job. But the way he says that, like he's a full-time teacher, he wasn't. He's a substitute.
I'm also a school teacher. I don't know if you guys know that.
Okay. Of what?
Last year I taught full-time science and drama.
Wow.
And I announced my homeroom students on stage at Compilation. But
I announced my homeroom students on stage. There isn't a credit that will get by this fucking guy. There isn't a single thing you could do. I used my signal when I turned right.
Yeah.
All right. Whatever.
You've brought this up several times, how exhausting it is being his friend.
Yes.
And these people aren't even his friend.
No.
And they never will be now.
Oh, no.
They had no
look
idea.
Exhausted already.
They had no idea what they were getting themselves into.
When she got on, she was like, "Hey, how's it going?" And now her face is like,
back.
And she actually asked a follow-up question, and I can hear Michael be like, "Don't ask him."
Yeah,
I know, stop. You're
This
prolonging
can
it.
get me in trouble. Probably not because, it's a private conversation, but maybe it can. And these guys are trying to ruin my life, but they don't give a shit because they're jealous of my success. End of story.
All right. So I had to speed that up because it's just he's going on and on and on about the Dabbleverse. And as I mentioned before, you think that John's playing a character. You think he has to be. No one could be this dumb, this repetitive. But John, this is what his life is now. Anyone who we can talk to, he's constantly calling Dabbling Dan and Dirty Deeds and whoever else are his friends, the legend, I don't know. He's constantly calling them and talking to them all day long about the shitwayer and Lady K. And can you believe Brennan said this today on MLC? It's like, John, you got to remove yourself from all of this, buddy. This is bad for you. What are you doing? And no one else wants to hear it from you anymore. It's too much. Everyone's living rent-free. This guy's fucking mind. It's crazy. But this is very good news.
So is he, though.
This is very good news because he's also living rent-free. Yeah, good point. Because he's moving, he's in Florida now. He's made the move. Although he said he's going back to LA in September.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't figure it out. Maybe it's to be in show business again. I don't know.
Oh, God, he got rid of his couch.
But, I know he's going to have to get a new couch to stay in. That's being shipped to our house as we speak.
Oh, God, I don't want that. I heard that, by the way.
Yeah,
I don't want that here.
I'm like the horse's head in Godfather. You wake up.
Oh, my God.
You wake up with that next to you.
Leave it in the garage.
Nope.
Ugh.
When you least expect it, expect it. All right, this is really good news for America because John is, he lives in Florida now.
Well, that's the other thing. I'm planning on, at some point, I'm going to run for Congress because I think I can beat the guy in my district.
This is why John's the greatest locale of all time. Because King Cobra and Chris Chan never thought that they would run for Congress and win. There's just too much footage of you being a doofus on the internet. And John still thinks, I could probably beat this guy. This black Republican that everyone loves.
I hard disagree.
He's so stupid, but I love it. I hope he does. I hope he runs for Congress. That'd be great.
I mean, I do hope he does. He won't win. But...
So Emily brings up Quentin Tarantino. Big mistake. I know. Everyone's exhausted with this. Don't worry. I think I sped this one up too.
So when I'm on the Tonight Show, I wrote a lot of cold opens, which is in SNL, they go, that sketch when they say live from New York and Saturday night. So with the Tonight Show, we have a 30-40 second cold open. If one got approved, I got the most in because I love to write and direct these actors. So I got to work with a lot of actors. So me, I think this was me and John Kenny, another writer. We wrote one for Jay and Quentin Tarantino. So I say action. Quentin goes his lines, and he just goes over script and goes for a minute and a half. And I go, cut. I go, Quentin. It's got to be 30, 40 seconds. You got to stick to the script. He's like, okay, John. Okay, man. And then as I'm walking out of the room, I'm going, I can't believe Stuttering John is directing Quentin Tarantino. What a charm life.
That's great.
That's some script he has. He told that story verbatim, how we've heard it many times before. They didn't ask.
Nope.
Have you met Quentin Tarantino? I'm glad you asked. No, none of that. Let the guy talk about his fucking books, John. It gets brought up again. Travolta gets brought up again, and his books get brought up again.
That's when they called me and wanted to do an exclusive interview with me if I knew anything about Travolta's inappropriate behavior. I said I would. I had just written my first book. I figured, wow, I could tell them my father's Pat Cooper. I just written my first book and blah, blah, blah. I never outed John. Everybody knows who John is.
Now, let me ask you, Tom Cruise is also rumored to be gay.
That's when I wrote my first book. Yeah, what about Tom Cruise? Which one is he swimming? Jesus, John, you're not picking up on any of these hints. This guy is trying to promote his books, and John never picks up on that because he's such an idiot. It goes back to more super chats.
Stuttering John is lying. Shulie is beating John with everything. No, he's not. Suck deep, Chokar, thanks for $5. Michael, did your mommy buy your house like John's did for him? She didn't buy me the house.
What John? Oh, Michael, Wait,
no. In other words, these guys think that my mom bought my house.
I don't think this is a guy. This looks like a female. The picture here is a female on there.
Oh yeah, but
it's already been on.
The name is Suck Deep Choker. And the guy's like, I think that's a woman right there, John. I don't think you're understanding what's going on with this super chatter. Don't enter this world. You will not like it, Michael.
Yeah, but
it's already been on here 5 times already.
Yeah. And he starts asking John, like, why are you reading these chats that are insulting to you? He's like, well, they'll give me $5. He literally says that. He's like, all right, well, if they'll give me $5, then who am I to say anything? Let's get into John's writing credits.
Oh, guess what?
Oh, boy.
I wrote for Howard Stern, Jay Leno, the comedian Jeffrey Ross. I wrote for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and all the people at his roast, including Bill Walton. I wrote for Stephanie Miller. I wrote for Bite Size TV. I mean, all those cold opens, I was writing jokes for all those people. So fuck you.
Well, that's pretty impressive, actually.
It really is.
Oh, now they're taking pity. Like, no, you did jump very high. I saw you jump in the pool. No, we were watching you jump in the pool. You jumped very high. That was great.
What a splash you made.
Yeah, wow.
Don't forget your floaties.
Really impressive. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Bite Size TV? Wow. Amazing. His credits just fall off the fucking cliff.
What about the arm wrestling of
that?
that?
I know, I forgot about the pro football arm wrestling. After Jay Leno, man, wow, that takes a plunge off the cliff.
Michael, are you like, what the fuck is this? Are you like, this is so weird. They pay you to insult you. What is this? It's like your jaw's dropping. Like, I can't believe people pay you to fuck.
John, when you're done with the interview, like, where you put this? Do you post this all over Facebook and everything? Do you post this on Facebook?
No,
on your channel.
I put it on my channel just for the members, and I put it on Patreon just for the members.
And we do the rest.
Because I'm giving it away free live. But after that, if you want to watch it, then you got to pay for it.
They're watching this guy have a mental breakdown, read insults. Like, what is this? What are we doing, John? I thought you invited me to be on your show.
And Michael asks, when you go into an interview, that went right over John's head.
Yeah,
he should have said, "Well, I could never get a job." So,
right?
What interview?
What interview? All right, let's bring up the books yet again. Let's see if John's paying attention.
I'm retired now. And I'm working on my father's legacy, and I'm just an author of 3 books.
And John's not listening, and it doesn't get brought up again. He keeps bringing that up, that he wrote books, and John just refuses to address it. It's crazy.
We'll do it for you. Michael Caputo has 3 books.
Yeah. He never says what the titles are.
Yeah, I don't know what they are. John will never find out.
This is the most embarrassing part of the interview.
Oh, really?
If that's possible.
No.
If that is possible, this is the most embarrassing part.
Ooh.
I don't think Pat ever talked about me, right? I mean, because I'm not, like a famous comedian, if you will.
He talked about the show a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, did Pat ever talk about me?
Of course not.
Just let that breathe a little bit.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say.
John, what are you doing?
If anybody should be embarrassed, it's him.
He's such a narcissist. He really thinks that, like, when he's not around, people are just going, where's John? Is Stuttering John going to be around later? I hope so.
Yeah.
I miss John.
Pat's reaction to John was John's reaction to Emily.
Yeah. Okay. And thank God for Emily for saving that.
Yeah.
She thought quick. She's like, oh, well, you love the Stern Show. He talked about being on the Stern Show.
She seems like a very nice woman.
Could you imagine?
A little too nice.
Pat Cooper, who's known for his temper and his temperament, and like you'd think he's sitting around going, "That's Stuttering John guy. What a
good
whiz. Yeah, what a great comic he is." One more clip from this interview.
But anyway, guys, thank you for coming on, and I hope to have you back soon. And if you ever want to come on to plug something, feel free to just, you have
like 3 books?
John, we greatly appreciate it. You gave us a lot of time today.
You gave us a lot of time today, which is translated to We're exhausted.
In between your brags, I was able to talk a little bit.
Yeah, this went on for over an hour and a half, this interview. It's brutal. If you ever want to come back and plug something, you can't now. Not right now.
Don't do it now.
But the next time, we could potentially...
I've been trying for 90 minutes.
Mary Beth is here. Let me play one more clip, and then I want to bring her on. I want to catch an alien. We have important things to do today still. I know we're going long. Alert the affiliates. I apologize. I didn't get to this yesterday on Point Dabble Point. After these two leave, John addresses the lawsuit. The $12.5 million lawsuit. Apologies to Lucy Tightbox, who studied this and wanted to talk about it. We never got a chance to talk about it on Point Dabble Point yesterday.
There are other things I want to talk about. First of all, now you all know about this lawsuit, this frivolous lawsuit that Vince the lawyer has done in retaliation to my ethics complaint.
Yeah. So that's a big thing right there. John filed an ethics complaint with the board to try to get Vince disbarred as being an attorney in New York State. Bad move.
Unwise.
John, you done fucked up, brah. You done fucked up.
What happened?
Yeah, what happened? You know what I'm going to fight Vince with? The law. Nope, bad idea. It'd be better off with a sword, honestly. Fucking a pogo stick, something.
Now, my ethics complaint is sound. He tried to gain unlawful entry to my house, accused me of drunk driving, played a video alleging that it was me.
I've seen that video where he's leaving the club. He's leaving the 10-year anniversary. The Mexican place.
Oh, the Keychain party.
The Keychain. It's like a key party. It's a Keychain party. No one has sex or any fun. So he's leaving there. And, he's seemed drunk when he was on stage with the band. It was only like an hour or so earlier than that. And so Vince was speculating that maybe he was swerving a little bit, went in the wrong lane or something. He was just putting some diagrams in and things. None of this is illegal. You can speculate away. You can watch the footage. You can say, oh, it looks like this, looks like that. But John thinks that this is all sound.
Driving over traffic lights and stop signs, and I had...
Driving over traffic lights? What do you have, KIT? Is your car Knight Rider?
I'm in a rocket.
Fucking idiot.
That footage, I downloaded it and I saved it through Clip Grab.
Who cares how you saved it?
And all of that will be played in my counter lawsuit against Mr. and Bessie. I talked to my lawyers today.
Yes.
Pro bono.
Yes.
Mr. and Bessie's tactics is to file a frivolous lawsuit against me.
So I'm going to file it back.
To drain me of money to pay for attorneys while he filed from his own law firm. What he doesn't know is I have very close friends, other than the guy that called Bob Levy, who I had some words with yesterday and last night.
Yeah, so the first attorney he got to sick on all of us turned out to be a dud. Because as Shulie and myself and Bob Levy all had conversation with him over the phone, we explained to him what a piece of shit John is. And so the attorney went, hey, John, I'm hearing you're a big piece of shit. And John went, fuck you! You're supposed to work for me! You're not, don't take their side. It's like, no, I'm just, I'm impartial.
Information.
Yeah, I'm just impartial here, and I'm just realizing that you're the problem in all of this. But what's great about John, and maybe this isn't a great connection, but it's similar to when Aaron Immelt would tell us that every show was a great show, and he's amazing, and April was the best co-host ever, and then April goes away, and he has to admit to doing drugs and not getting any sleep, and he's like, those were bad shows. John's doing the same thing with, like, I know I said I had an amazing lawyer. That wasn't an amazing lawyer. I had to get him out of there. But my new lawyers, those are the amazing lawyers. Oh, but you were lying to us then, but now... Okay, so now this is the truth. So going forward, this is the truth, and we should be scared of this attorney you have. Okay, good to know.
I have a lot of attorneys that can't wait to countersue.
That can't wait to cash your checks. I have a lot of attorneys. This is a guy, I think I brought this up the other day. I don't know if it's the OJ trial or what it is, where people think that like you have to have multiple attorneys to intimidate someone. All it takes is one attorney. If I get one person suing me and there's one attorney attached to it, like, oh, fuck. I got to deal with this shit. I don't care how many attorneys there are.
Is he just talking about this to try and convince Vince of something?
He's got nothing else.
Yeah, I mean,
he doesn't know what to do.
Why is he online saying it? But what Vince doesn't know?
Oh, okay. Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that, because before the guest showed up, he goes, I'm talking to my new attorneys. They're telling me not to talk about it. So I'm not talking about it. You know, whenever someone brings up 12.5 or the lawsuit, he's like, I'm not talking about it. I've been advised not to talk about it. And now he's out here right here fucking just talking about it. I have powerful attorneys and I'm going to counter sue. It's like, these are the things we told you not to talk about, John. Specifically. You're not intimidating anyone. You're not going to scare someone out of suing you. How do you not realize that at this point?
Yeah, but it's pro bono, so it doesn't really count.
Oh, I know. He's so proud of himself. You're not going to get the best attorneys. You're going to get
Oof. Because what the lawsuit is about is flawed. I'm not going to tell him how many flaws are in the paragraphs.
Who cares how many there are? Which ones is the thing? Whatever.
But it is flawed. And it's all in retaliation by the ethics committee. And I was advised, the ethics committee is not allowed to advise me, but let's just say they understand it's a retaliatory lawsuit.
That's all, folks.
That was more Porky Pig than anything he's ever done. That was impressive. So, retaliatory revenge.
Oh my gosh! Come fall, Nancy Grace is going to have her hands full with this on Court TV.
Oh, I can't wait! I can't wait for this lawsuit. I'm so excited about it. I can't wait for the countersuit. I'm going to have popcorn. I'm going to be front row.
I know. What channel is it going to be on?
We're there. We're traveling.
Oh.
I love it. I'm going to get my Zoom recorder. We'll be live broadcasting.
Where can we buy the tickets for this?
Tickets aren't on sale yet.
Oh.
But don't worry. I know a guy. So we should be fine. This is just incredible. John's not understanding that, yeah, he did fuck up by trying to do that thing to Vince. But he also posted that Vince got him fired from his job teaching, and therefore no one should work with his law firm, which was not true. He lied, and he tried to take money out of Vince's pocket. Oh, you don't like that, John? Unless you do it, then it's all well and good. But when you tell people they shouldn't be Vince's clients, I was allowed to do that. I was pissed. I had to retaliate.
I had 15 beers.
Yeah, I had 15 beers. I was on an edible. I watched a movie about court.
He's watching Matlock.
He's so stupid. Let me get Cardiff in here real quick, because I have a question for this potato right here.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Cardiff.
Yes.
Are you going to be part of the roast of the Dabbleverse on Friday night at DabbleCon?
Could you have a roast without a potato?
Okay, that's what I thought. That's a good point. All right, very good. What about OJ? We were asking if OJ was going to be part of it or not.
I think he's in. I think he's in. I think he's going to take a shot. He might be the memorable part of the roast. I'm hoping he will be.
Yeah, Tucker Dixon. When we did the creep off roast.
Yes.
We haven't seen him since.
Too soon, Carl. Too soon.
His performance was so bad that we haven't seen him since. He took himself out of the Dabbleverse.
He disappeared.
Yeah, so hopefully OJ doesn't suffer the same fate. I'm sure it'll be great.
Or hopefully he does.
No, I'm sure it'll be great. All right. Well, Carter, since you're here, I think it's time to get into this. I think it was in Dabblers Anonymous, somebody posted that Michael Caputo, who recently was interviewed by John, Pat Cooper's son, said he's willing to do WATP and the Uncle Rico show. Yeah. And he said, if anyone wants to get in touch with me, go on my website. My email's on there. So I did. And I emailed him. And I have not heard back from him. But I did include in my email the link to us goofing out his interview with Senator John. So it's possible he saw that and went, oh, there's no reason for me to go on this show. But
you were in marketing?
I was in marketing.
That's not good marketing.
Well, listen, Michael Caputo being on WATP doesn't make or break WATP. I just want to know I wanted him to know what he was coming into.
Fair.
But yeah, I haven't heard back from him. Maybe I will hear back from him. And then we can watch him, because I don't know if you know this about gay gentlemen, but they love to dance. And here is a dance hit.
Bloody ass. Can I get a little sympathy? Because I got a bloody ass. I'm bleeding generously. Because I got a bloody ass.
Okay. Let's get into this shit with Stuttering John. Now, I have a bombshell for us today. I'm going to tease it right now. I have John's high school transcripts. Thank you so much for the person who sent these to me, because fucking Mensa John, we're going to find out how smart he really was. Constantly bragging about NYU. Oh, Carl went to SUNY Brockport. Dude, you went to a community college, and there's still no evidence that you graduated from NYU. And when we look at what John did in high school, wow. And honestly, I don't care if you drop out of high school, like Shulie and Bob and I think Anthony.
Producer Chris.
All right, we're
Cardiff.
Cardiff. A lot of high school dropouts. But to brag about how smart you are and to be this fucking bad at school is incredible, especially teaching math and science. Oh, he claims to be a great guitarist. Wow. We got some interesting things to talk about, but we'll get there eventually, guys. This isn't going to be a marathon. I just have a few things that I wanted to share with you because he was on with Rob Saul yesterday.
Oh, Rob Saul?
The Rob Saul. Can you believe it? What are the chances? And so these guys are watching John interview Ted Williams, the baseball player from 35 years ago, which is insane. This is what John does. He still sits and watches his glory days, laughs himself. At the beginning of this clip, watch, he's even mouthing the words. He's watched this 100 times. He's lip syncing with himself as he's asking the question.
But the funny part is he only watches these because the legend or Ditka sends it to him. It's like, hey, John, remember when you did this?
Are you sure about that? Because I bet his YouTube algorithm is just nothing but Stuttering John clips from his glory days.
I don't know. I don't think he can find a lot of these things.
No.
Yeah, good point.
All right.
In the catcher's face. Who the hell are you? For God's sake, that guy.
That's the best. Who the hell are you?
And Rob Saul, whatever his role is now in this fucking dabbleverse, he's got to act like no one's ever seen this before. Can you believe it? Ted Williams responded like that? You know, it was really funny in 1991 on the Howard Stern show when everyone first heard this.
I don't think Howard played it this many times.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. But what we're seeing right here is one of John's famous technical problems. He is frozen. And now Rob Saul is stuck.
Shit. Oh, John, did we lose John?
Mm-hmm.
Usually it's me that's frozen. I think John's frozen. Yeah, because the live counters count for me. John, you're frozen.
All right, Rob. Well, you're a pro. Take it away, buddy.
Yeah, you're live.
Yeah, you got this.
Well, there we have it. There's Stuttering John interviewing. And we have his frozen face of the Duke.
Rob calls everyone out. He thinks he's better than everyone else. So here's your chance. Take it away, Rob.
Right above us. Coming up when John's unfrozen, we'll finish this video clip, I guess. And then we will talk about the Duke had a date last night. That's right.
Okay.
I don't know what do you think? Where do you think he met this gal? I know he said he just saw pictures at like Tinder or Bumble or who knows?
Good stuff. I like that. Speculating on which app he was using. You know, I would guess he probably was set up from like mutual friends, like normal people, right? There's like, you would love my friend John. Oh, you got to meet Susan. She would love you.
No, Carl. His friends know he's a piece of shit.
Oh, right. That's why he has to be on apps in order to meet people. Right. Yes. He also doesn't have any friends. He moved to a place in Florida where he has no fucking friends, like a weirdo.
On two coasts. Everyone hates him.
Now Rob Saul is on his own. And very funny guy, this Rob Saul.
John's gimpy Halloween hand. Very funny. Good on your feet. No, I'm not. I just, let's see. Wait, that loser, Gina Bobina. No wonder your wife and daughter left. Look at you. You're a fat, ugly chick that cruises for dick on fucking chat rooms. It's no wonder you haven't blown your brains out. Put some razor blades to your wrist, you fat fucking cow.
I think he's been hanging with Studjo a little too long. Holy shit.
I wouldn't go right to your closing material, but okay.
Yeah. You fat fucking cow. Gina Bobina. Oh, I'm Gina Bobina. I'm cruising for dick in the chat. Fuck me, please. Let me find the biggest group of losers, and I still can't find somebody to fuck me. I'm Gina Bobina. Gina Bobina. You're a meanie bajini. Gina Bobina. You fucking losers.
That's my favorite thing that Rob Saul does. He takes a bus to work because he'd never been able to drive a car in his life. He never got his driver's license. Yeah. So he takes a bus to his night job, and he calls everyone who's successful losers. It's fun. It's a funny bit that he does.
He's in good company.
Yeah. Why not? All right. So this is another failure that happens later on in the show.
No car, Saul.
You'll burn his balls. Thanks for the $2. Oh, shit.
What happened?
Oh, the internet went again.
Okay, so John's background is going dark. It's going dark brown. Yeah. And John goes, the internet went again. Meanwhile, HD video of him is still perfectly streaming through his computer, but John's such a moron. He thinks the internet is going. Let's see how long you can last without the internet on his YouTube show.
You're still on, though.
Yeah, let me see. Fucking hell. Jesus, come on, bruh. Come back. Come back.
The lights
Don't do this to me.
This is like when you don't train your dog and you just yell, get down, get down. Yes. It doesn't do anything. What you're doing right now doesn't do anything, Jeff.
Jesus. Come back. Come back. Let me try up on.
By the way, that's a quote of Kevin Brennan when his wife was living across the street.
Fucking hell. Come back. Doesn't even look like it's fucking. It doesn't look like it's fucking thunder and lightning out.
What does that have to do with your internet? Yeah. Does your internet go out when it's thunder and lightning out?
No. You don't understand, Carl. His lights went out.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
When his background goes dark like that, because I remember when he was in the Florida house getting drunk, I think it was with you, Cardiff. And he didn't have any lights in his house yet. Yes. He hadn't installed any lights. And the sun went down. And all of a sudden, like, his green screen just disappeared. It's just dark.
Yeah.
Like, this is what's happening to him right now. Like, his lights went out. But not his electricity, obviously. Because he's still online. The internet's still working.
Thunder and lightning. I can't get over that.
I know. What an idiot. It's not even thunder and lightning out. Yeah, I can't figure it out, John. Him on the phone with tech support would be an interesting show. That's a show I would listen to.
Well, that would take a phone.
Because literally, like, did you try turning it off and turning it back on again? I'd be like, nope. I didn't think about that. Good one. How about unplug it, plug it back in? He's like, oh, yeah. Good, all right, good point. Let me check that out. All right, so now they're going to watch me on Point Dabble Point from months ago for some reason. John, on this episode from yesterday, is watching these like really old clips that he found, or someone sent him to Cardiff's Point.
Someone sent them.
Yeah, you're right. Someone sent him these things, and he's watching it for the first time. It's all fucking old news.
Well, let's watch Carl. I swear Carl was right by going after KB, which I can't believe I'll ever say.
I don't know what's going on right now, but I recently said that John's interesting to me, and now John's saying that I'm right. Are we BFFs? Are we becoming best friends right now, John and me? I hate to say it. It just seems like it's inevitable at this point.
Is his senior citizen wife in it, too?
I don't know.
Good one, Rob. Did I take a nap? Do you have all the jokes? Or do I play a mandolin in it, Rob? You got all the jokes? All right. Good stuff.
Jenny Jingles? Hey, it's Carl and his old lady, Jenny Jingles.
By the way, Rob's wife left him. So
yeah,
good jokes.
They're jacking off dogs, apparently.
Good jokes, buddy.
And John who would normally pile on in a second, is so distracted he can't be bothered.
He can't figure this shit out. It's most embarrassing about Kevin Brennan. People are Kevin Brennan fans. The fact that he wants to control people, what shows they can do and who they can be friends with, is pathetic.
I agree.
Ray DeVito's doing WATP tomorrow, and Kevin will not let him hear the end of it. Kevin has said that he's going to cite my show. He wants to fuck with our show because Ray DeVito would dare be a guest on Who Are These Podcasts. You're not allowed to do Who Are These Podcasts. You're not allowed to do anything that Shulie does if you're friends with Kevin.
Now, I don't normally agree with Carl. I don't. But Carl is spot on here.
He is making a good point.
He is. And
how spineless is Rob Saul? He was just talking about my wife. And he's just like, oh, Carl, yeah, let's fucking get him. What an asshole. What a loser. And John's like, Carl's making some good points. Yeah, no, Carl's pretty good. He does make a lot of good points. Rob, do you even have a personality of your own? You just agree? He's just a fucking lap dog. He's got dogs on his lap, and he's the lap dog.
Why? Do you have a personality for me?
Yeah. Hey, well, tell me what to say next time, Carl. I will. No problem, Rob.
And I don't agree with Carl. I don't like Carl, but
I don't like you
he
either.
is making a great point right now.
I don't really have a problem with Carl. I mean, he doesn't irritate me even a iota.
But his wife pisses me off.
Yeah, what the fuck just happened? This is who Rob is, okay?
Gross.
He's another one of these guys just like, what are we talking about? That's my thing that I think too. We're all on board.
Fucking the fucking hacky shitware.
All right. I'm not as bad as the shitware. Thank God for that, Cardiff. That's amazing news.
Congratulations.
Yes, thank you. I got the Rob Saul nod. I'm okay, Rob Saul's book? Okay.
DabbleCon 2, you might be up for the Not As Bad as a Shitware award.
Fingers crossed. All right. Another fail that happens right after this is that John mutes himself because he's like fidgeting with shit. He finally figures out to turn the light back on, and he does, which is amazing. But he's muting himself because he's just like busy and doing all this shit. And then he forgets to unmute himself.
Bring it up.
I'm just impressed he brought the microphone back.
Yes, because
like he stopped using the laptop mic.
I think it was his mom who told him he was echoing too much. When he started doing it in Florida, his mom's like, "You have too much of the echo. I tried to play it for my friends at the bridge club." As he's like, "All right, mom, I'll put the microphone up there then." So yeah, so now he's got his green screen back up and running. And Rob, again, brilliant commentary here. But eventually we want to hear what John has to say.
Yeah, and I'm sure Shulie on that. Yeah, because Shulie always with that like hacky, like he's forced, like he's some professional broadcaster. You sound like an idiot.
John's just...
You're muted.
Talking and talking and talking. Talking and talking.
John, you're muted.
Oh, now he realizes
Can't
it.
hear you.
Shit, he's an idiot.
Can't hear you.
So now he's going to pretend like he did it on purpose.
You're muted.
Now
I
he's
can't
doing
hear
his
you.
Shtick.
It's brilliant.
Yeah, he's a great actor.
No. There's no sound coming. There's no sound. No sound.
Are you sure?
Oh, there you go. Ah, look at you. You're a fucking asshole.
Oh, the Duke. He gets us every time, doesn't he? So great. Now, big news happened this week. The keychains. We've been talking about the 10th anniversary Tonight Show reunion keychains since before the Tonight Show 10th anniversary reunion, which was back in early May. And John...
May the 7th, I believe.
May the 7th. John was going to have these keychains, and then they didn't come, and it was FedEx's fault, so we put a sign on the wall, write down your address, I'll mail you out the keychain, it's FedEx's fault, they fucked up. And how many months have passed since then? More than one, right?
Yes.
And he still doesn't have the keychains. Well, they finally came in. And I think this is my lost interest, put this together. This is amazing right here.
But seriously, I get the keychains, and then so I text the guy, and I say, "Dude, are you trolling me?" And I sent them a picture of the keychains. Now, I
Why
am
are there
not kidding.
salt stains on his microphone?
This is not a novelty. It is not this person's fault.
Where do you eat eggs in the morning? It's your problem.
Because he gets mad when I said, "Why would you say, am I trolling you?" I'm like, "No, I just thought it was some kind of joke. Is this a joke?" Here are the keychains. These are the keychains.
Producer Chris, can you describe what we're looking at right here? If people are listening to the show.
Barely, because it's tiny print, crappy keychain.
Yeah, it's a really crappy keychain.
I can't make out what it says.
It's mostly white space. And in the very tiny little middle, it says, "A Tonight Show with Jay Leno, May 7th, 2024. And so what happened here, no one would print this thinking that this was a good product. This guy's been fucking with them the entire time. The guy who's like, "John, I can get you keychains," has been fucking with John the entire time. And this is how you troll someone. The keychains are going to be there, then they weren't, and then the constant back and forth emails. "Oh, no, okay, let me check with the company. They said they're going to send it out. Oh, they haven't yet? Okay, let me check it." So he's been keeping John going on this for months. And then he finally does send them, and it's all been a goof this entire time. And John still doesn't fucking get it. He's just like, are you fucking with me? Yes! John, when you say, are you fucking with me? The answer is usually yes. Everyone's fucking with you all the time.
But you can tell John is conflicted because he has to show that he actually got them.
Right.
Even if they are pieces of shit.
As embarrassing as this is, he's like, I told you there were keychains.
Yeah.
It's not better.
He slipped a while back. And I don't know, I at the time I thought he was making a joke, but he let the guy's name slip who was getting the key. Did you ever hear this?
I remember this, yeah.
Keith Chain?
Yeah.
Keith Chain is getting me the keychain.
Keith Chain. And you know, Keith and I go way back, so I'm sure he's doing a great job. Oh, he's showing this thing in the camera. It's like, yeah, no, we get it. You've been had, boy.
You done fucked up.
Yeah, what happened?
So I get these, and I'm like, wait, is this a joke? Are you trolling me?
Yes, correct.
Because
you are.
this doesn't seem...
John, remember when I warned you about Vince the lawyer, $12.5 million? Remember when I warned you about that a year ago? And you went, no, Carl, actually, you're jealous because Vince likes me more than he likes you. Know? That's not the thing I'm trying to bring up here, John. He's trolling you. He's always trolling you. And John goes, he's not, though. He's a good guy. Hey, John, this guy is trolling you. Just FYI.
And it doesn't seem right. How could this be? Doesn't look at this thing. I can't send that out to anybody. And he's like, oh my God, John, I can't believe it.
I'm sure he's broken up about it.
Because in his defense, that's not what they showed him. When he proofread this, it was big. It was big on the keychain. It was like the whole thing. Big on the keychain. So now I got a big box of keychains.
Oh my God, I want one.
That I can't use.
He could sell those.
Oh, he already is.
Oh, good. I was going to say the Dabbleverse would buy those.
A $10 super chat will get you a keychain in the mail.
All right. I'm listening.
All right, I have a question. He says in his defense, they sent him this. I thought he was spearheading this whole project.
No, he had a guy that he was then reprimanding. Because it started with John was going to do all this stuff.
That's what I
was going to get the banners and the keychains. Yeah. And then as soon as things started falling apart, he's like, well, there's a guy told me he was going to do it. He didn't. He's fucking up. Well, first it was FedEx. Then it was the guy. Then it was this company.
That's not like John to blame people.
I know. None of it's been his fault at all. Fucking Mensa. All right. I want to give a shout out to my boy Christian Blatt from Who Are These Broadcasters. He did a bonus show today. An interview with Jackie Martling. It went over 90 minutes. And first 60 minutes or so, very fun conversation. Jackie, interesting guy, good jokes. Some good jokes. And then Christian goes, all right, well, I got to read these super chats that came in. You probably don't want to answer them, which was well done by Christian's part. He's like, I know you don't want to address the stuff that the listeners want to know about. It's like, Jackie's like, no, you can ask me anything. I'll answer. Whatever. It's like, all right, cool. So he got Jackie to respond to some questions about Stuttering John Melendez.
Yeah. All right. The child actor who beat Bob Levy. Who's funnier, Shulie Egar or Stuttering John Melendez?
That's not even a question.
I love that it's not even a question.
No.
That is the perfect answer.
So I want to say that this was already clipped and put up on one of the Reddits that John looks at. So John saw that clip with Clay Dabbler today and went, oh, thank you, Jackie. Thank you. Thinking that Jackie was saying that Shulie's not a comedian. Like, John already looked into it in his own way. Just like, of course. Jackie's got my back.
White Knight's a hero. Right. Yep.
That's not what he means at all. And Clay Dabbler's like, yeah, Jackie probably doesn't know who Shulie is. It's like, no, he does. They're very aware of each other.
Stickles, have you seen Stuttering John's YouTube show? If so, what do you think about it? And his comments about you that you're not at his level. But I assume your answer to the first part, why would you sit around watching John's YouTube show, Jackie?
No, I have never seen John's YouTube show. And no, I know I'm nowhere near his level. I don't think, with a shovel, I don't think I could get that low.
Beautiful. Perfect answer right there. It's the guy who worked with John for many, many years. Knows his comedic ability. He says you're at his level or he's at your level. Yeah, no, I couldn't dig a hole deep enough to be at that level. And then this question comes in. Was John a writer on the Howard Stern Show? Great question.
Penis Wrinkle 12. Jackie, was Stuttering John a writer on the Howard Stern Show or was he a call screener?
Penis Wrinkle. $1.99. Really? Really, Penis Wrinkle for the WATP channel? That's all you got? I see you give $5 to Stuttering John, Penis Wrinkle.
I didn't know. I guess he used to write some stuff that showed up on Howard's computer, just like when he submitted a call. But I didn't know that right away. But I'll just say yes, sure.
Well, yeah, and here's
this is very telling. This is what Casey Armstrong told us too, and Casey and Jackie I don't think overlapped at all. Right? Jackie was already off the show when Casey came on. So this is two different eras of the Stern Show. And Jackie's going, ooh, was he a writer? I guess he could like write notes to Howard during the show. So he wasn't in writers' meetings. He wasn't pitching ideas.
But he was aware of the alphabet.
But that's what I mean. Like when John says that he's a writer on the Howard Stern Show, like writers have a specific job. They have meetings. They come up with bits. All those questions he asks celebrities. He wasn't even a part of that. Jackie's going, I don't know. John claims he was writing stuff, but Christian's response is perfect there.
Here's what I'll say as somebody who's worked on shows, TV and radio. You get paid to do one thing, but you find out that you actually do a lot of other things. And I used to submit jokes on a show where I was just a production assistant, and no, I didn't get paid any extra. But what felt great was seeing my joke on TV that night, and
of course.
I never asked for an extra nickel. So
of course,
yeah,
right. Everyone wants to participate in the show. If you can come up with something and it gets right on the air, it doesn't make you a writer. That's not how that works at all. Everyone's chipping in, as they say. So Reverend Shitstain comes in at the end of this, and this is fantastic. Again, props to Jackie. He wouldn't come on WTP, but he came on my channel with Christian, so thank you for doing that.
I've got two more of these chats for you, Jackie. Again, you don't have to comment on the Reverend Shitstain Powerful Pooper, a great friend of the show. Is a direct quote from John, who said, Jackie stole bits from me all the time when the mics were off. I never brought it up to Howard because I didn't have the clout.
I'm not trying to start trouble.
Yep,
but that
I know you're not.
That couldn't be more of an out-and-out direct lie. That's John baiting me to call up or come on his show and fight with him.
See, this is where Jackie's a little bit out of it. Yeah. He doesn't realize that John's created a whole different reality in his head over the years of what happened on the Stern Show. He thinks that he was the second mic, or he thinks it was Howard, Robin, and then him. He said it many times. So Reverend Shitstain, who is a fantastic journalist, comes on here and pulls an actual quote saying that Jackie ripped off John's bits, but John couldn't go to Howard about it because Jackie was, the main writer on there. And Jackie's going, well, okay, he must have just said that to get me to react or something. No, he thinks this is true, or he's lying about it because he wants other people to think it's true. But it wasn't to try to get Jackie to come on his show. That's for sure.
And, I hate to deny that because how would I steal bits from him? We didn't write bits for Howard. That's just, I don't know. I don't know what his problem is with me. I'm not sure. Maybe I bought him too many lunches. That's why he tells people I'm cheap.
That's the problem.
I bought him lunch.
But too many lunches. Yeah, look, let's just say you're not in the minority. He has a problem with a lot of people. And the last one that I have in here for now, at least, Reverend Shitstain trying to wind everyone up. Favorite joke Stuttering John ever wrote for Howard. Love you, John. Love you, Jackie. Sorry. Yeah. But
I'm stumped.
Yeah. So, Reverend Shitstain Powerful Pooper, you literally just stumped the joke man. Look, on the way out, I want to share some messages for people.
Email me, jokeland@aol.com, and I will send you. And I stumped Jackie the Joke Man T-shirt.
Oh
And
my
you
gosh.
could tell them you stumped me.
Yeah.
When you asked me what's your favorite joke that John wrote for Howard, because I honestly, and I'm not to be stupid, but I'm not being a shit stain. I really do not know.
I love that. Perfect. So Reverend Shitstain Puffer Pooper will be getting a I Stumped the Joke Man shirt when he asked the question, what's the best joke that John wrote for Howard? Fan-fucking-tastic.
Nothing.
Very
By the
well
way,
done.
Casey and Jackie did cross paths.
They did overlap a little bit?
Yes.
Not much,
Well,
though.
3 years. 3 years.
Oh, more
From
than
Casey's internship.
More than I would have thought. Okay. But it's interesting that both Casey and Jackie, when asked, was John a writer? Like, well, no, he wasn't in the writers' meetings. I was. He wasn't. He wasn't invited to writers' meetings. He was a fucking phone screener.
He put things in Lotus Notes.
John didn't even do that.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He didn't even know how to
He
do
didn't learn the
Lotus.
software. He's like, no, we all use the software to write notes and to like write jokes and stuff. And John refused to learn it. And let's talk about how stupid John is and how bad he is at computers and many other things. Because I got a note from someone who says, seems Johnny Boy wasn't much of a student, certainly not Mensa level back in the day. He finished, I just got to pull it up. I just got to pull this up. You guys are going to fucking love this because I really enjoyed it. Yeah, this is Stuttering John's high school transcript. We blurred out personal information. June of 83.
Amazing.
John ranked, not approximately, exactly 221 in a graduating class of 336 students. That would put him in the lower third, Johnny. You were in the lower third of your stupid fucking class.
Or
you idiot.
Top 222.
He's in the top 230. Right. That's another way to look at it. Okay. So let's look at these grades because I'm looking for A's. I want to see how many A's did John get. Before I reveal this, Cardiff, how many A's are we going to see? We're looking at all of his high school years, 9th, 10th, and 11th grade, 12th grade. How many A's do you think we're going to find here?
2. What's an A? 85?
90 and above.
90?
Well, at least that's what it was when I was in school. What about you, Chris? 90 and above is an A?
Okay, 0.
Chris, what do you think?
I'm with Cardiff.
All right. Stone Man says 0. All right, let's see. What do we got here? So there's some incredible things to point out. First off, English. John got a 75 in freshman year, 73 sophomore, 65 junior, 69 was
69,
his
nice.
total grade for English.
That's impossible.
Maybe he's better in Spanish. We'll find out in just a moment here. Let's I don't want to share what's going on the other side. Let me zoom in a little bit more. Oof. All right. African Asian Studies, 72. European History, 75. American History 1, 69. This is a guy who talks about fucking politics all the time. Doesn't know anything about anything. Economics, 69.
That checks out.
Hey, Teach, what do you think of World War II?
Modern world problems. He did very well. 86. That's a B. You got a B in one thing there, buddy.
I wonder why.
Congratulations. Spanish 1, 76. Spanish 2, 73.
He did do better in Spanish than English.
Yeah, you're right. He actually...
It's amazing.
John, that's not good. His junior year, he was better in Spanish than in English, and we've heard his Spanish. And we've heard his English, for that matter. This is incredible. All right. Remember, I went to SUNY Brockport, everyone.
See,
SUNY Brockport.
At the top, they're showing the years. I thought those were grades, and I'm like, oh, that's not that bad. 80, 81, 82, 83.
Nope, those are the calendar years. Right. That's funny. All right. So let's see. We got, let's talk about math. Algebra, 76. Applied geometry, 74. Intro to computers.
Yeah.
F. Shocking. Just a fail on computers. What are the chances? He's so good at them now.
So a fail is 65 or less, right?
Yes.
Back in the day?
Yeah, I think 64.
So this number must have been so low that an F was a compliment.
Right. Yeah. Yes. So this is the math teacher right here. I just want to point out, and I never talk about this. It's not something I find interesting in any way, but John loves to talk about SUNY Brockport. I went into SUNY Brockport with 6 credits in calculus from high school. I took Calc 3 my first semester of my freshman year, got an A in it. So fuck off, John. You're an idiot.
Well, that's hearsay. Do you have your report card?
My mom definitely does. She keeps everything.
You do realize you're getting down to his level now.
I am. But Cardiff, you have to understand, though. This fucking guy brags about this nonstop, and he's an idiot. It's incredible.
Most of us just laugh at it, but okay.
I understand. But when you find this evidence, though, it's fun.
Yeah, no, this is amazing.
I don't know what kind of scores they do in Minnesota. It's probably a whole different system.
Just like
it's 1 potato, 2 potato.
General science 78, biology 72, earth science 72. All right, so it's all C's in science, even though he's a science teacher. Remember, he was going to get certified in science teaching? Oh, this is funny.
I'm sorry. That's why I was laughing. I saw the next class that he got an 82 in.
Typing.
Clunk, 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 clunk.
I thought, like, in 83, maybe they didn't teach typing or something. They did.
They only had 3 buttons.
He just sucked at it. Business management 75, sales 70. Okay. Let's go back up. Let's see what else we got over here. This is amazing. You're going to love what we're about to show in a second here. So music, what do you think this is? Music mod AM?
Modern music,
American?
Morning.
Modern American music, probably. Yeah. Okay. So 85. In shop class, he got a 72. Journalism was one of his best grades here. He got an 86 in journalism his sophomore year.
I know how to gossip.
Economics, home ec, not economics, home ec.
Oh.
In his junior year, he got an 80.
He could bake a potato. No offense, Cardiff.
Almost just better than a C+ there in home ec. This is my favorite. Music theory. F. F in music theory.
Which is ironically the chord he couldn't come up with.
Go figure. I love this more than anything. This fucking guy who claims to be this amazing musician, Atlantic Records. Music theory, they didn't have that in my school. I would have loved to have taken music theory in high school.
Yeah, me too.
Do you imagine? It can't be hard. It's like fucking scales and shit. It can't be anything that difficult.
Yeah, circle of fifths.
If that.
Yeah.
But look at the arrogance, though. He waited till senior year to take music theory. Like he just thought.
Oh, he's probably had a little bit of a case of senioritis at that point. Blowing these things off. No, he went to community college. Home Ec 4, he got a 65. He barely passed a D- in Home Ec. And look at him now. He can't play guitar or clean his house. Nothing has changed.
That's what they teach at Home Ec, how to clean.
Yes, how to dust. How to get over your OCD. Put the vacuum under the couch every now and again.
Yeah.
Isn't that amazing? So he's bad at computers, he's bad at home ec, and he's bad at music. Go figure. He passed health. Driver's ed, he got a 72. Whatever that means.
Oh, wait, no, that's phys ed. Hold on. Don't skip past phys ed.
Okay. Yeah, phys ed is just all passes.
Oh, it's just Pete. Okay.
Yeah, he showed up. So, Stuttering John, not a single A. You're not in Mensa, John. This is incredible right here. For a guy who brags, I wouldn't care about any of this.
No.
There's no way I would give a shit about someone getting a 72 or a 68. But it's only because of the way John carries himself as the smartest man in the Dabbleverse. Everyone else is a fucking loser. They're all high school dropouts. These are terrible scores. Let me just remind everyone that John ranks 221 in a graduating class of 336.
That's hard to do.
The guy who put this together for me actually drew some arrows to the important pieces on here. So unless anyone want to know what the important elements are. Anyway, you want to talk about calculus some more, Cardiff, or you think we're good with that?
Please. Tell me about Pythagorean's theorem.
All right, let's head over. A lot happened with my buddy John that we have to address.
Get to the point.
Now let's start with some of the big news in the Dabbleverse this week. Jackie Martling making an appearance on Who Are These Broadcasters with Christian Blatt. I played a couple of the questions that he addressed by super chatters on the previous episode of WATP. And then he was on the BS show with Shulie and Bob and the gang on Friday morning. He was on for a couple hours on the BS show. And so what Jackie is trying to avoid is having John Melendez in his life in any single way. I know this because Jackie was on Cardiff show years ago, before Cardiff was Cardiff. And as soon as Cardiff started bringing up Stuttering John, Jackie's like, I don't like where this is going, and bailed. I reached out to Jackie after Liam hung out with them, Christian Blatt hung out with them. He told those guys he'd come on my show. He's promoting his documentary. So I reached out to him. I said, Jackie, let's have you on. I think it was like episode 500 or something. I laid it out there, what I wanted to do. Nothing about Stuttering John at all. He responded, I'm going to pass, which he never does. So he's trying to avoid getting into Stuttering John's orbit. But Christian Blatt did a great job of saying, you don't have to answer these questions. He's like, I'll answer anything. A little reverse psychology. And then he got Jackie to just address John. He didn't say anything bad. He just addressed things that the super chatters were saying John said about him. So what do you fucking know? John's watching the clips, picks up his phone and starts texting Jackie. It's like, geez, that's the one thing he didn't want. This is why he avoids the Dabbleverse at all costs. He doesn't want John messaging him. He doesn't want to talk to him ever again. And now he's caused that.
Jackie was on the BS show?
John, it was John saw that he was on the BS show and...
well, when did John start texting Jackie? That's what I'm saying.
I don't know if it was Thursday or Friday. It must have been Thursday because I didn't see it in yesterday's show. So it must have been after Who Are These Broadcasters? I think it was... Oh, you know what it was? It was specifically when the Sheet Shitterson... or Reverend Shitstain. I'm sorry, Sheet Shitterson. That's very rude of me. Reverend Shitstain, Powerful Pooper, mentioned that John claimed Jackie stole his bit or his bits or something.
Right.
And then Jackie's just like, John doesn't have bits. I don't know what you're talking about. And so John gets on his show and sees that clip and he goes, I never said that. Did I ever say that? Did 89? Did I say that? Like he needs his friends to tell him what he said for some reason. And then he texts Jackie to be like, dude, I never said you stole my bits. Or it's just like, Jackie's like,
oh no,
I don't want anything to do with you, man.
I don't care about that. I don't care about you.
Yeah, right.
So do you think John scared Jackie away, or do you think Jackie saw the money that was being moved in the BS show that Jackie might, want to dip his toes into the Dabbleverse more?
I think Jackie saw all this money coming in and went, so what, you guys just sit here in front of your webcam? Because Jackie on the BS show was even like in a hotel or something. He goes, I didn't realize it was this easy. I can just pull up my phone and just do this. They're like, yeah, you sound fine. He's like, oh. And then money comes in. Yeah, right.
Yeah, and imagine all the stories that Jackie has. I mean, Jackie actually worked with John.
Well, I don't know that Jackie's going to get into John stuff. If he does, fantastic. I'm all in for that. If Jackie's show is a rebuttal to everything that John says about his days at Howard Stern, I'm watching every second. I'm super chatting. I'm supporting Patreon,
100%.
whatever. But that's not what Jackie's going to do. This is my prediction. Jackie's going to join Levyverse. It'll last about 6 weeks. And that'll be the end of that. But I don't know. Who knows? Oh, no. Who knows what's going to happen? I wish him all the best. It's been good to see Jackie back around talking to everybody again.
It's got to be 130. How much time does he have left? Spill the beans, Jackie.
Let's go, Jackie. Come on. Although Jackie is a storyteller. And he does say it like it is. He's not trying to bash anyone. He's not going after. He's not trying to start fights with anyone. But he'll just tell you the truth, which is what's so great about Jackie, because John is maliciously going after Jackie and saying what a piece of shit he is. Because Jackie even said, he goes, I don't know why John's doing this. Maybe I bought him too many lunches. Which is really funny because, John's always like, Jackie's so cheap. John's the cheapest motherfucker in the world. So, I mean, when he's pissed at Vince the Warrior for taking photos of him in the hotel room that Vince the Warrior paid for. Like, if you don't want a room with Vince, get your own room. It's that easy, John. Anyway, let's talk about the fact that John's at his Florida house and the water is turned off. And so John starts the show. It's different than usual. He's wearing a ball cap and he looks really sweaty and greasy and gross.
Hey, how are you? Got the hat on today.
No shit.
Why? Because they're fixing my water system and I don't know, they turned off the water. God damn it.
Water.
The water is turned off.
Water.
Let me see about this. Let me see about this.
So
he's got to do it right now.
Yeah, so I put it at 4x speed. This is him muting it, and now he's on the phone with the water guy talking to him about how the water's turned off. Like, he just started this show. That was the very beginning.
He forgot to turn the water back on. It's a story of my life. The story of my life. No water. I got no water, Mildred.
Wait a minute.
No water here.
What's that, Tookie?
I mean, what are we talking about? He just didn't turn it back on? John, you don't know how to turn the water on in your house?
Yeah, just turn the water on, stupid.
Retard?
Yeah. I know I brought this up on Point DabblePoint yesterday. He calls the guy, puts it on mute for some reason. God forbid we'd hear his conversation with the water guy. And then the guy goes, oh yeah, I forgot to turn the water back on. It's just like, Jesus, well, I guess I'm screwed. I'll never have water again. Like, what are you talking about? Just turn it on.
In my life.
Did the guy really come back?
Well, that's coming up in a second. You'll see.
Yeah. Water. I got no water, Mildred. No water here. I'm telling you, Adrian.
That really is the story of his life because he's been dehydrated
hospitalized all the time. Now, listen to this. He's going to shift his computer chair. So I'm assuming this is on rollers, 5 wheels. Listen to him run over all the empty cans on the floor behind him.
or cats.
Listen closely here.
I'm telling you, Adrian.
He's just living in filth. He's only been there a few days. He's already living in filth.
He walks in, it's all clean. He's like, well, we got to do something about this.
Yeah, right. He's literally pouring beers down the sink just so he can chuck them. All right, now I feel like,
who needs water?
So it's interesting that John's being so guarded now. That all of a sudden he's so worried about any conversation he's having with anyone leaking that he has to put his show on mute immediately. Which is, I guess, what he's doing now.
Does he know that doesn't fly with the IRL streaming? Like, we want to see everything.
We're going to get into that for sure. What's annoying to me is that John comes on. He's trying to figure out how to make it so you can't pause or rewind his live stream. There's a way, there's a checkbox you can hit on YouTube that makes it so people who are watching live have to watch that moment live. They can't go back. And for some reason, this is really important to John. I don't know why he thinks this is an important thing to do. Doesn't change the way we clip his show or anything like that. Doesn't matter. But he's all upset he can't do that. And so he says this.
I wish I was better at this the technical aspect of streaming because I'm not. Skull! But I should be. I have to be. And that's about it with that.
So I wish I was better. Well, don't wish. Learn it. Figure it out. Like, people have tried to help him so many fucking times. And anytime someone goes, hey, John, you know what you should do? His head goes right down. He starts getting distracted, looking at the chat, never listens to any advice people give him right to his face on the show. They'll tell him what to do, and he never listens. And then he goes, man, I wish I was better at this. That's not how learning works. You can't just wish that you had skills. You have to learn them.
If only there was a place where people literally shared videos on how to do things.
Yeah. Is there a place where like tutorials exist that you can look for by keywords?
He's sitting in front of the answer.
He's so fucking
Don't forget
stupid.
the super chat.
He's so stupid. All right. So then Adam Bush joins the show. And John is nervous about this guy. Now, Adam Bush played saxophone in The Losers, the Howard Stern band from back in the day that Howard put together to prove that anyone could have an amazing band. And he called them The Losers. And sometimes they would do songs where they needed different vocalists or horn sections. So this guy, Adam, was a very accomplished musician, was a huge Stern fan back in the day. He was down on Long Island. And so he was able to make a connection and get in The Losers. So he's got a connection to John. He's met John before. They've hung out together. He's been on the Howard Stern show. And John's very guarded about Adam coming on the show.
And I auditioned to play young Howard on both incarnations of the film. One that was...
Oh, wow, that's right. I think you told me that.
Maybe. I bet I did. That sounds like something I would say.
And so everybody knows, you reached out to me on Facebook.
Yeah.
And, and I had friends like, I don't know, John, because I get trolled by everybody, Adam. So... Like I'm sitting there with my finger on the button in case you decide to fucking porn bomb because everyone's trolls.
I'm not going to porn bomb.
And that's how gun shy I am. I got a lot of people doing a lot of fucking horrible things to me, and I don't know. It's obviously it's because I'm successful.
That's very difficult to deal with. How are you handling that?
It's gotten a little worse lately.
Yeah, it's got a little lawsuit.
Because you look great.
It's got a little bit lawsuity lately. It's got a little bit. It's got a little bit attorney retainer feesy lately. It's got
12.5 million-y.
Yeah. 221st-y. It's gotten a little weird lately.
Out of 330-60.
Yeah, I gotta be honest with you there, Adam. So what I love about this is that Adam knows everything there is to know. Now, Adam was on Buffy, the Vampire Slayer, the TV show. My wife's obsessed with that. She still goes back and watches it. Mm-hmm. And I was actually connected to Adam about a month ago and found out that he's a big fan of the Dabbleverse and watches all this shit. I'm so glad we didn't connect before he got to go on John's show first, because John never would have had him on his show if he came on my show. He will be on Wednesday. I know you guys were speculating heavy Dabbling live. This guy's going to make the rounds. He will be on WATP for the midweek show. Adam Bush is going to be on. Awesome. I'm very excited about that. So what Adam explains to John is why he's the phenom that he is. Like, Adam understands the Dabbleverse backwards and forwards and has his whole theory on what makes John so interesting. And I heard you guys debating this a little bit on Be Dabbling Live this morning, so I want to hear your take. But basically, he's saying that John's the new Eric the actor, a.k.a. Eric the Midget. Mm-hmm. Eric the Midget was a whackpacker on the Howard Stern show who was small, loved American Idol, and of course said this:
I'm club fucking footed, you asswipe.
He had a lot of health issues and things, but he was such an asshole to everyone. And he used to do an internet show. I don't think it was called podcast back then, but he used to do an internet show that it was about American Idol. He'd watch American Idol and then he'd go on and he'd take calls and he'd be so rude to all the callers, and he just acted like Stuttering John does. Like he's above it all and everyone's below him. And his calls into the Howard Stern show are legendary. It spans many years. There was a time when he said he was quitting the show. He's never going to call in again because of whatever antics they were up to at the Howard Stern show. But he was so addicted to calling in that he became Derek from Texas. This is Derek from Texas. Like, it's the funniest fucking thing. All this shit's so funny. And so Adam's talking about how, yeah, during the pandemic, people started going back and revisiting all of the Eric the actor, Eric the Midget stuff.
And if you saw, all the videos for Eric were higher than everything else. People became obsessed. They started listening to it to go to sleep. You can hear the whole story chronologically. And when he dies, it's tragic. And it just ends. And it breaks your heart. And there was a special kind of thing that happened when people ragged on Eric that was so unique. And it was right at that time where all of these videos were viral and people were looking for it, that WATP covered you and Opie. And suddenly, well, that gave that same feeling. That gave me that same kind of bit that happened with Eric the actor. I don't know why or how exactly. It's something unique to your character, unique to the situation, but it scratches that itch. And then your reaction to that, of course, just launched this whole thing. But you pick right up where Eric takes off. And if you notice, everyone's been trying to tell you this for a while. Clay has Eric behind him when he talks to you.
I never, because I think I left around. They claim that I'm the one who named him.
Oh, Jesus. John's not listening at all.
No.
He's just like, right, when you're done talking, I'm going to take credit for Eric.
How can I spin this?
How do I insert myself into this? Because I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about.
Yeah, there's so many parallels between John and Eric, even down to like acting credits.
Yeah.
Eric, because of his notoriety as a caller on the Stern show, started getting roles on TV shows because then Howard would talk about it. People would watch. He was the worst actor ever. His scenes were brutal. Howard would play them on the show. It's hysterical. He's so bad at it. But that was the whole point. And Eric, just like John, saw himself as a star. He's like, no, I'm great. That's why they asked me to be in these shows. That's why I'm amazing. I'm not a novelty act. What do you think? I'm a novelty act? Eric the Midget and John are the same guy. Is basically what Adam is proposing here.
He's saying, John, you have the same charm as a handicap midget who's untalented and
angry.
Dead.
All right. So, yeah, even like down to the way that Eric the Midget would react to people, John does the same thing.
And his reaction to things. His American Idol show is so similar to your show. And if I ever had the opportunity to appear on Eric the Actor's American Idol post wrap-up show and I didn't take it, I would kill myself. So that's why I'm here now.
Jesus Christ.
I love Adam. He's great. He's really passionate about this. He's really into it.
I can't wait to talk to him.
I know.
Calm down, man.
He was also on a Nickelodeon show when he was like an early teenager. He's had a whole big career.
The Mystery Files of Shelby. Woo!
He's had a whole career in acting and music. He's toured with a bunch of bands that you've heard of, and we'll get into some of that on Wednesday.
He might have more credits than anyone else in the Dabbleverse.
I think he does. He's a very accomplished guy. And I love that he's obsessed with this whole universe, and he got on John's show. Got a chance to talk to him. John's cautious the whole time. He didn't stay on the show very long, which I was surprised he let him loose so quickly. I actually messaged him that. I'm like, dude, he let you loose real quick. He's like, yeah, I don't know. What are you going to do? But he got on. That's the important thing. And then at a certain point, all of a sudden it just goes to black. And there's 5 minutes of just dead air, silence, black, nothingness. And then John comes back.
Adam! Sorry about that. I had a very important phone call pertaining to things that I don't want to talk about.
So again, John is now masking what's happening in his real life and hiding it from us. That's obviously a phone call with his attorney that's addressing the $12.5 million lawsuit against John by Vince and Bessie.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
He couldn't say I'm taking a call.
Nope.
And he also says,
I don't want to talk about it.
Right.
Yeah,
which is kind of talking about it.
Yeah.
It's like saying no comment.
Right. Yeah, we know what that means. He could have lied and said the fucking water medics keeps blowing up my phone.
Yeah. Or just ignored the entire thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, and so with and the thing that you don't know about the Chrissy call, which she edited in a way to make me look worse.
Yeah. So this is insane because before this, you can tell he's flustered after that conversation he just had with his attorney. What are we talking about?
It doesn't look like good news.
Yeah, right, exactly. So Chrissy Mayer. So they're talking about the Dabble incident, which has been beaten to death. I'm not going to go through it, but what's crazy is John has come up with so many examples. He forgot about the call with Chrissy and was 7 beers in. It was Thursday Night Football. We wanted to watch the game. His internet wasn't working very well. His computer was on the fritz and he couldn't get the video working. He was in a dark room. And then Chrissy edited the show to make him look bad. That is an example of something that John does where he repeats a lie so many times he convinces himself it must be true. Mm-hmm. Chrissy never edited that. And even the thing that he says that Chrissy edited out, go back and watch the video. It's there. It's just in a different part of the video. But I've talked to Chrissy about this on this show. She's like, I'm not editing to make John look bad. I just put out my show. She doesn't even think that way. John thinks that way.
Of course.
But she doesn't think that way. She's not trying to do that. She put out the interview the way that it happened. And so John is convinced that they're all out to get me. That wasn't the case at all. Chrissy Mayer was not like, oh, I'm going to fucking expose John for the asshole he is. She was just trying to have a nice, friendly conversation and get to know him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She was having a nobody on her show that day. She was just ready to slog through it.
And she's not familiar with the Howard Stern show. Right. She's younger than us. She didn't know a lot of the backstory and stuff. So she's asking pretty innocent questions. Yeah. And there was a lot of fucking Trump talk, and that really triggers John. Mm-hmm. He didn't like the Trump talk. Mm-hmm. So now we get to the part where Adam reveals he knows the solution to John's financial woes. And John perks right up. He's like, wait, you're going to help me with this?
As you know, if you wanted to, you could capitalize on it. You could make a lot more money.
Oh, yeah, how do you mean?
If you wanted to, by doing what you don't want to do.
Which
you threaten to do all the time, which is just strapping a GoPro to your forehead and letting us see everything, letting us see your day.
Well, if I knew how to do in real life, I would do it. I just don't know how to do it.
How many people have tried to show you?
Well, why don't you show me off the air?
Okay, I can do that.
He's never even met this
free.
guy. Yeah, he's never even met this guy before, and he immediately is giving him homework assignments. Yep. Mm-hmm. This is how John treats everyone around him. And I love the fact he's just like, well, no one's ever shown me how to do it. Yeah. No one shows me a lot of things that I do, John. I figure it out. Sometimes you got to do a thing called trial and error. Look at fucking Tukey today with his goddamn issues.
He figured it out.
He did figure it out.
John should be embarrassed into figuring it out by now.
Right.
And like Tukey said, there's tons of fucking videos. You get the answer faster than you can type the question.
What is there to figure out? The guy already has a YouTube channel and already hits the go live button and does a show.
He knows how to collect his money.
How fucking different do you think it is to do it from your phone and fucking travel around? Like, Jesus.
It's almost
insane.
like he's stupid and lazy.
It's yes, it's a bad combination of stupidity and laziness that's really thwarting his every endeavor.
This OCD is killing me.
Nobody tried. Elisa was the only one, and she came in with loud music, never showed me how to do it, and fucking wouldn't leave the bar, no matter how many times I asked her to leave, and that was it. Nobody's ever tried to show me, so what the fuck are you talking about?
She was showing you how to swim by throwing you in the pool. It is a method.
Good for you for not backing down, Adam. That was well done. John got really fired up. No one's ever tried to show me. Elisa drove hours to show you how to do IRL streaming.
She had live music.
But
loud music.
So John created this entire scenario that he's now complaining about. You didn't have to meet her at a bar.
Nope.
Could have met her at your house.
Yep.
And she would have said,
go ahead. Oh, sorry. It was like, this is all just getting too real. I got to stop doing this. Because then, he like called the cops on her and shit.
Right.
It got too real for him. She was showing you, John.
She would have shown you. She was trying to. You didn't let her. You wanted to hit on her. Yeah. That was your only goal. You didn't want to learn. John never wants to learn anything.
No, that scenario was interrupting his fantasy date.
Yes, correct. And I love that it's Adam's responsibility. And he did call Adam after this to find out all the information he could find out. So after that conversation, he lets Adam go and he starts fantasizing about making triple what he's currently making. And I just see the idea in his head, in the back of his head, is I could pay for my attorney. I could sue Kate Meanie. I could start suing shit lawyers. Yeah, let's do this. He's very excited. A super chatter comes in with an idea for him.
Please come on Drew Lane's show and expose the losers. Yeah, I would if you had invited me and paid me. Duke doesn't do anything for free.
I took that clip and sent it to my buddy Drew. So let's see what he does with it. That'd be amazing. I'd love Drew's so masterful with interviewing people. I would love to see what he does with John. It'd be fantastic. So we'll see if that happens.
He's not going to pay him.
He might.
Ugh.
Drew's got a budget. He can do it.
Why?
Dude, Drew fucking pays Ted Williams to come and do our live WATP show.
WATP.
That's money well spent.
That is money well spent. That's a good point. No, I think if Drew had John on his show, that would get a lot of eyeballs, honestly.
John, you got to stay the whole time.
Yeah, I don't even know how that would go down because Drew's not like a confrontational guy.
No.
But he does a good job of articulating what he needs to articulate. So I think that'd be interesting to see.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so now let's fast forward to the water medic calling him back again.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah, we're still doing it with the water issue.
Oh, this is the water medic. This is the water doctor. Hello. All right, I'm inside if you need me. Just ring the doorbell. No, it's cool. Is it all clean now?
Yeah, everything's all clean.
All right, I can't hear what he's saying. I probably should have boosted the audio to hear what he's saying. But I'm guessing the guy's like, no, you can go ahead and just turn on the water. Yeah. I just forgot to turn the water back on. That's all. Because John's going, yeah, come on over, ring the doorbell, I'll let you in. You can turn the water on. The guy's like, no, it's okay. It's good. You're ready to go.
Yeah, I don't need your help with anything.
There's nothing outside.
What's that?
Wouldn't the water be on the inside of your house, to turn it on and off?
Of course.
He's a retard.
Yeah.
I just got the shut, turn it on, and send it back to the house.
Hey.
Yeah, I think I can hear. I think he's literally saying, just put it back on the setting that was on before.
That's what I heard.
And it should be good to go. And let's see how John responds to this.
Is it cool if my cats drink that water?
Yes, sir. That is cool.
That's cool.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
It's rad. It's very cool.
All right, buddy. See you. All right. Got my water back up. That's the show, man. This show is all about real. It's not phony bullshit. I don't put packages together.
It wasn't real at all. You went on mute twice. Your other 2 phone calls we couldn't hear, you loser.
And you couldn't put a package together to save your life.
Yeah, I know. Don't brag about not prepping for your show. Yeah. That's so fucking stupid.
Nice try, buddy.
You're not getting that one past us. I love that he's applauding himself for being so real. We just heard half a conversation with the guy who has to turn his water on.
Yeah, with a guy who just figured out you're a retard.
Also, I just want to point out, because I never talk about this, but I do own a house near his house, so I'm familiar with the area. And we had to drop a lot of money into an RO system so that we could have potable water.
So that's reverse osmosis.
Correct. So the water that he's getting in with this treatment, because we have the same system that he's talking about, don't drink it and do not feed it to your cats.
No.
The cat should not drink that water. Just
what is this nightmarish place you two chose to live in?
I know. There's fresh water everywhere, and you can't fucking get a decent water coming out of your sink for some reason.
Yeah. Who knew we had third world cities in Florida?
It's so weird. And I remember talking to people afterwards. It was like, well, this is unacceptable. They're like, well, you can get an RO system put in. It's, $10,000 and $100 a month after that. You're like, wait. No one told us about this. Like, oh, yeah, they didn't advertise the water sucks when you're buying a house here. I'm like, yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Right.
I'm not surprised my realtor didn't bring that up.
Yeah. So here's what sucks about everything here.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but John, if you wouldn't shower in it, you should not give it to your cats. Not that I should bring up showering in this instance, but.
All right, so now John's going to address the fact that I revealed his high school transcripts. I love this because on Thursday, his whole thing was just like, yeah, I don't care about school. I don't give a shit about that. And he starts that act here too, but then it escalates.
And it also proves that I chose to partay in high school. And let me just tell you this.
Cool.
And I personally just coasted through my education because I was that smart.
Okay. This is some spin job he's doing. Mm-hmm. So he had a C minus average. I mean, I didn't do the math like Dabblers Anonymous did, but it was something like 0 A's, 4 B's, 30 C's, a couple D's, and a couple F's or something like that.
Yeah, I put it at C minus.
Yeah, it's crazy. And so now he's saying, that's how smart I am. I can just coast through school. You barely got through it, John. You barely passed and graduated.
I didn't study. I just fucking took tests based on memory. So even doing that, and I still had a Regents diploma, that even proves more that I'm a genius. Although...
How does that prove that you're a genius?
Also, all tests are based on memory.
Yeah. Man, I know a shit ton of geniuses that used to go out and smoke weed during school, and they just got through. They really just got...
That proves how smart you are, John.
Yeah.
No, if you had been studying for those tests, boy, then you had some explaining to do, but okay. You put no effort into it. Good job. Wait, John's dumb and lazy?
Lady K got that nefariously. And I will talk to the school because they're not allowed to release my records.
He's going to talk to the school. So, do you remember me?
Yeah.
Like, what year did you graduate? 83. No, I started here in 2015. I don't remember you, John.
But another great example of he doesn't care, but he does care.
Yes. I got those nefariously. Is that how the word nefarious works?
I don't know.
Yes.
You're the narcissist.
Got those nefariously. All right. We're going to get more on John's transcripts, what's going to happen to me for releasing them.
You got detention.
Another lawsuit. What an amazing thing to reveal. And honestly, as I said before, I don't care about anyone's grades in high school or college. I don't care if you guys got degrees. We're all older adults now. None of that fucking matters. What I went to college for does not matter in any way. It's John that brings this up over and over and over again.
Right.
And it's crazy that he's just like, guys, I didn't care about high school. I was partying. And he's like, but Shulie and Bob Levy dropped out. Like, yeah, they also didn't care about high school.
Yeah, they're not bringing it up.
Yeah, do you see the fucking parallels here, John?
He doesn't want
Seems like some similarities between you guys. Yeah, but I got a Regents. Okay, what is that doing for you?
Yeah.
Gives a shit. The other thing that John has is this new tattoo that he wants to reveal.
What?
But only for the right price will he reveal it.
By the way, the offer still stands. If you want to see the ink, if you want to see the full tattoo, $1,000 to my Venmo.
Fuck.
Or 5 $200 super chats.
Oh, he's good at math.
Then you get to see the new tattoo of the Duke.
What a retard.
I was only listening to this. I didn't see. That looks horrible.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, like he revealed more there than he ever has before. Is it done?
It looks like one of those tribal things.
It doesn't even. It looks like a kid scribbled.
It does. It looks like someone just took a Sharpie and just scribbled a bunch.
Right. Wow. Sorry. I was
Tukey, I was just make fun of him for thinking people wanted to see it, but it sounds like you want to get $1,000. Maybe we can get some other high rollers involved. And,
no, well, not so fast. I mean, come on. Let's wait a day or two.
It'll quickly he won't be able to help himself.
5. Yeah. It'll quickly go down to 5. Then he'll say 100. And then just because like someone gives him a 50 and then some other people give him a 10, he'll go, all right, there we go. We got 100. He'll eventually show us. He's dying to show us.
Yeah, he is. I know. Well, Troy Smith says this tattoo is fake. I think it is too.
That is horrible. Like it literally looks like someone was trying to draw like a possum
or
and that's hair. Yeah, what?
Yeah, no. When me and my brother were little, we'd like draw hair on our arms that we didn't.
Yeah, it looks like
hair. That's what it is.
It definitely looks like hair. I heard someone say that it might be a lion. Might say the Duke. I don't know what we're looking at. Possibly one of the world's worst tattoos.
So here's my theory on this. I think that he had that stain on his sleeve from his hair dye.
Okay.
He was very embarrassed by it. He didn't realize that was there when he started the stream. So then he thought up a line. He thought it up slow. And he decided, no, guys, that was actually my tattoo bleeding through, or the ink was bleeding through.
Which wouldn't happen.
Lucy did say on your show that if he used second skin, that's a possibility. And he did say they used that.
Okay. So then but this is my theory on this, is then he decided, like, okay, I'll say I had a tattoo, and that it's a cool reason to have this stain on my shirt. And then he decided, well, I'll reveal that there's a little bit on the bottom here. And then when people are like, oh, I want to see what that is, like, oh, maybe I can make some money from this.
Oh, you want something?
Because remember the one time he wanted money to show his apartment,
right? The
payoff was going to be garbage because he just got it cleaned. Mm-hmm. So I think, again, this is a grift where he's like, I got $1,000. Ha ha, it was Sharpie, you losers. I gotcha.
Okay. But why did he say it was oil, which was not a flex?
Yeah, he said he was changing the oil in his car.
Right, because getting a tattoo is a lot cooler than changing your oil on your supposed new car.
That's another great point, which also lends itself to my theory. That he thought up the lie after the fact and then started going with it, thinking he could make some money on it.
He took his time.
He really did.
Really does look like a Sharpie. God damn it, I wish that super chat wasn't there.
I know.
Because it does look different, but I can't see the complete bottom because it almost looks different than when he tried to show it the other day.
It does. You're right. Like he added more Sharpie lines or something.
Let's get our PI on it.
All right. People in the chat think it's clearly Sharpie.
Right?
Maybe it's a Tukey tattoo.
Yay! There is a Tukey tattoo out there.
I know. I've seen it. All right. So then John was very musical on this episode. He's singing a lot of songs. I found it so obnoxious. I'm not going to make you guys listen to that. But the very end of this Mr. Kill Everything song, like he's saying every verse and chorus of Mrs. Robinson, trying to come up with lyrics. He's so bad at it. He can't do it, but he keeps trying and he thinks he's good at it.
Yeah, now you're done, Mr. Kill Everything. Jesus says goodbye to you for now. Go suck a cow. You fat fuck.
Fucking good one. Fucking suck.
How the hell am I so fucking talented? There's 5.
He's a miracle. I've never seen someone so untalented. It's hard to be that bad. Troy Smith, member for 3 months, says, spoiler, it's a Lucy Tight Box temporary tattoo. It could be. It does look like her logo at the bottom, now that I think about it. Lucy does have temporary tattoos. Maybe someone sent him one of them. That'd be fun.
But even that's legible. And a quality design, I just want to say.
That's true. It is. Those are fantastic. Pick one up at DabbleCon too. WATPlive.com for tickets August 16th and 17th in Rochester, New York. Now, John is going back to the report card thing. And apparently, back when he went to high school, it wasn't cool to get good grades. It was a very different time back then.
Valedictorian of Plain Edge High School does not hold the same weight as being valedictorian of Calabasas High School.
Yeah, so why even try? He looked into the future and saw that his son was going to be valedictorian of a better school. So he's just like, well, then why would I try at this school? It doesn't even make sense.
John met his future self like in South Park.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that?
Be amazing.
I'm going to talk like that?
Honestly, if John met this version of John, he'd be like, I can't believe I'm so handsome.
Oh, right.
I kept my looks.
Yeah, that hasn't changed.
He's such an idiot.
And it was a different era in those days. In those days, we goofed off in high school.
Oh, in those days, it was a different era where we goofed off in high school. That's weird because I was in a different era, and there's a lot of people goofing off in high school. I guess that was also that era.
Me too.
Weird. Yeah. So all of our eras, people were goofing off in high school? Mm-hmm. Okay, good to know. So no one got A's?
No.
But you were ranked 221 out of 336. So it seems like there were 220 people who were actually taking it a little bit more seriously than you, John. I don't know. It's a lot of people.
They were squares.
They didn't get asked to the dance.
That's what high school was for. Goofing off.
Oh. And learning.
Zach Hoffman. You failing music in high school truly shines here, Skip. Not music. Be very serious. I dropped out of music theory. I didn't like it. I didn't like music theory. Know. I like to shred on guitar.
Shred. You serious?
John thinks he's too good for music theory. He's such a guitar shredder that he couldn't be bothered with learning scales and notes. And he's such an idiot. All right, let's talk about the other big news, guys. And that is, of course, the fact that John sold his house. I can't fucking believe this because Blind Mike was just making this up and he was off by 1 week. Not even. Less than a week.
Goddamn impressive.
Why did you sell your house to your mommy for $10? Why did I sell my house to my mommy? What do you mean?
Oh.
She's always owned this house. Peaches.
Whoa. What just happened? So two things
history
right there.
Just got rewritten.
Yeah, we were rewriting history over here. So two things just happened. First, John has to buy himself time. Why did I have to sell my house to my mommy? That's how you know he did whatever the person's accusing him of doing.
Absolutely.
When he repeats it. And then he goes, no, Osa's always owned this house. Well, that's not what you've been saying for the last year and a half. You've been saying just the opposite of that you own that house and that you just used your mom for a lower interest rate because your credit score sucks. And other nefarious reasons.
Thank God there isn't a place where videos are shared and we can see what you have said in the past.
That's what's so stupid about this. It's like you can't just make up a new reality. We all have all of the evidence. It's on all these shows. We've been playing it for months.
Yeah, he's pretty much urging us to bring it back up again.
Of course he is.
Yeah.
So now he's saying that, oh, no, my mom owned it all along. And here's another super chat. And John reveals something here.
Legal to sell your home to mom, tenant being sued? No comment. No comment.
No comment is a comment. So let's talk about what we're looking at here. This is public information that I bring up for you. And this is a quitclaim deed. And this quitclaim deed shows that one John Melendez, let me zoom in a little bit here. Can you read that, Producer Chris? Are you close enough to see that? The print's a little small for me.
Yeah.
John Melendez is a single person for in consideration of the sum of $10 and or other good and valuable consideration to the below grantees in hand, paid by the grantees, the receipt whereof is hereby acknowledged. I guess I can read it over here better. Osa Melendez is a single person residing at blah, 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 in Massapequa. Grantor does hereby remise, release, and quit claim unto grantee, the grantee's heirs, and assigns forever all the rights, title, interest, claim of the grantor in and to the following described land in the county of CA, state of Florida, to wit. And then it's got his old address in Canoga Park. It's Lee County, so that's wrong. But then down here it says the legal description is lots 27 and 28, block 2934 of Cape Coral, Unit 42. So
Why does
that
it say Canoga Park, Florida?
So that I think makes it official. Oh yeah, Canoga Park, Florida. Like John obviously filled this out.
What is happening?
He did it all wrong. He's an idiot. But I think what happened is because the legal description is correct, that this does grant ownership over to
I don't know what
Osa
we're looking at
for $10. I mean, this is notarized and everything. This is official. This
How can it be official? It's the wrong address.
I don't know, but the 23rd of July, 2024, Jacqueline put her stamp on it, the notary.
I recognize that, Jay.
But no, I think, honestly, the reason why Tukey, because it's weird that it has like this Canoga Park, Florida, and it says County of California. But this legal description right here, I think, is what makes it so they're like, oh, that's what they're talking about. Okay, got it. So, John, I mean, I don't know all the legal mumbo jumbo. Vince sent me some stuff. We talked about it yesterday on Point Dabble Point. Mm-hmm. But basically what we're seeing is that a quitclaim deed relinquishes ownership of the house over to his mom. And the theory is that John is afraid of this $12.5 million lawsuit and doesn't want Vince going after any property that John owns. And actually, Dabbletown USA posted this video today, which gives us some legal analysis I think we need.
Why did you sell your house to your mommy for $10? Why did I sell my house to my mommy? What do you mean? She's always owned this house. Peaches.
A fraudulent transfer or fraudulent conversion, together called a fraudulent conveyance, is when someone transfers or converts a non-exempt asset with the intent to delay or hinder collection by a creditor. A transfer is when you take a non-exempt asset and you give it to someone else, like your spouse, like your friend. If these actions, a transfer or conversion, are done with the intent to delay or hinder collection by a creditor under Florida law can come in and undo the transfer. In addition, the creditor might even go after the transferee, which is the person you gave the money to.
So this is incredible. John's such a shitty... Remember we had the poll up, is John a worst son or father? New evidence has just been entered into this. He now is implicating his mom and getting her involved in this fucking lawsuit. So from what I'm hearing, and I could be wrong about this, it sounds like Vince can either block this if he wants to, or if Osa owns the house and John transferred it over to her after the lawsuit, then he can go after now Osa and add her to the lawsuit. Wow.
Shit.
What an asshole. John's such an asshole.
She'll be dead soon anyway, so, she can take the hit.
All right. I said we're going to have Adam Bush on the show. I got to get Roy and Danny DeVito on the show, too. I want to talk to his siblings, see what they think about this shit.
Or the assets, too. And that way, the transferee could even become the defendant of a separate lawsuit.
And we interrupt our regularly scheduled program.
Wait a minute. We just got this in. Breaking news.
This is from Point Dabble Point, where they're showing this information. We're seeing it for the first time. Very exciting, very exciting. Okay, back to legal analysis here.
Shit she has to deal with.
The creditor might even go after the transferee, which is the person you gave the money to, or the assets to. And that way, the transferee could even become the defendant of a separate lawsuit.
This in from Vince Imbesi, attorney at law, says, just saw the quitclaim deed. By making a fraudulent conveyance, we can now add Mrs. Melendez to the lawsuit for real. So that was me reading the text from Vince on Point Dabble Point. So that's not good. And I think there's a payoff here at the end of this video.
Oh, my God. Well, you're welcome, Vince, you prick.
Legal to sell your home to mom, tenant being sued? No comment. No comment.
Wow. Shit. John is just the worst person ever.
Yeah, my mom should have looked into this better.
Yeah, right. And I love that the chat just loves to wind John up.
It is illegal to obtain someone's school records without the person's consent. Lady K needs to be stopped. Well, I am going to find out if he pretended to be me, which again is another violation. So here we go again.
So now he's turning into, I called the school and it's like, yeah, hi, my name's John Melendez. My name is John Melendez.
Okay, Mr. Burns, what's your first name?
I don't know. You might know me as Stuttering John from the Howard Stern Show. I also was on the Jay Leno Show. I wrote for the Cream. All right, we know it's you, John. It's fine. What do you need?
Hey, what's up, Skip?
Yeah. All right, so now John's claiming that I was pretending. Meanwhile, John has his PI getting dirt on everyone. Mm-hmm. He can't wait to talk about people's bankruptcies and mortgages. He's getting all this information. He's spilling it. And then I get his report card. Someone tells me the transcript and I show it. And John's like, well, he's going to go to jail for that. You're such a fucking idiot, John. You're a celebrity. This is important.
How many times are you going to jail, Carl?
A lot. Well, remember, and I have a clip on here. Let me play this now. This is so fucking insane because it was just a few short weeks ago. The FBI was going to be banging down my door. Remember, there was a civil lawsuit and criminal actions for playing the Kate Meanie AI tapes.
Rob, anyway, so Lady K.
It's been blown by Mrs. Brennan again under there. She can't have enough. But
So Lady K must have somehow nefariously got a hold of my high school transcripts and released them. These guys don't know what they're fucking with right now. They have no idea. They have no idea what's coming. Wait for it. Wait for it.
Not good. Yeah, I mean they're just they're loser. And are you back getting along with Vince the lawyer?
No, why?
Oh, I was just wondering. So I did.
No, they're saying that somehow I reached out to him. I didn't reach out to him. I don't know where all this shit's coming from.
Well, you should reach out to him. The guy's suing you for $12.5 million. It might be a good phone call to make. Hey, Vince, can we squash this? This is a bit, right? Can we? I don't really want to hire an attorney. Can we? What do you need from me, buddy? Want a picture of my asshole? What do you want? So I love that John goes, wait for it. He's still doing the same shit he's been doing since 2018. The most he's done to me in all of that time is a cease and desist that we laughed at. And
you guys fuck with me 30, 40 more times. I swear I'm going to do something.
Why does he think I would take any of this seriously where I'm just going to be like, oh, I fucked up this time. Now I'm going to get in trouble for real this time. Like, no, John, you can't do anything. No one thinks you're capable of anything. You can't even figure out IRL streaming when people show you how to do it.
Because his brain is like one of those eggs you see in one of those pickled jars at an old man bar. Carl.
I thought you were going to say in the drug commercial from the 80s.
Yes.
Let's just start frying it.
With that chick. What's that chick? Who's that chick?
I learned it by watching you.
Thank you, producer Chris.
Oh, wait, that wasn't it. Sorry.
Oh, that was a different one. Same era. We get it.
Yes.
All right.
My brain's fucked.
So Rob Saul joins the show. This is a clip from right before this part and immediately uses Kevin Brennan's wife's name. So I've edited that part out.
Rob Saul here with an apology. Rob.
Sorry, I'm out of breath. I was running over here. I just got finished fucking the shit out of Brennan. I got her tickets to Disney on Ice. You get it? Because Kevin Brennan's wife fucks other guys for theater tickets.
Well, I don't know that. That's a legend. That's a legend.
Pretty good stuff right there. Wow. Pretty good stuff. I'm sure that Rob knows exactly what he's doing here, and this is going to end well for him. I'm sure that's a really smart move on his part. Using Kevin Brennan's wife's name on the show and saying that he fucked her. Cool. Good stuff. Also hilarious.
Yeah, he's in the right camp.
These two definitely deserve each other. One more clip. And again, this is John talking about my high school report, or his high school report card. And this is performative John, the most annoying version of John possible. You don't scare anyone.
Jay Phoenix, thanks for the $2. Lady K violated your high school TSI. Yeah, you see that, Rob?
What's that?
His high school terms of service. Yeah, you see?
Fucking Snaggletooth.
That was my high school EULA.
Fucking Snaggletooth went and he must have said that he was me because the school's not going to give just anybody my grades and transcripts.
No, I didn't hear about this.
So he released
you should. It's funny.
My 12th grade high school transcripts. So you can't be doing that shit. These guys have taken this shit to a whole new fucking level of creepiness.
Here comes performative John. Now, who's been taking this to another level? Who's been posting photos of everyone in my family, making fun of cancer, making fun of my wife? Like all the shit that John has been doing all this time. He's the one. He can't wait to find a photo of me on a business trip and post it all over the internet. And then I'm like, oh yeah, John, your report card sucked. I'm suing you and you're going to go to prison. Like, no, you've been fighting fire with fire. This is how this works.
And you know what, man? Never personal, right, guys? Never personal. Observe and report. Lady K, now you're fucking going into my high school?
I observed your report card and I reported on it.
Yeah.
Observe and report card.
It's a report card.
That's my new saying.
He thinks you put one of those masks on, like Mission Impossible, and went into the high school like, yes, hello, I'm John Melendez. You might recognize me from the Tonight Show, the Howard Stern.
Does he think that his transcript is in a filing cabinet somewhere still from 1983, and I'm just going through it?
Yeah, everyone still works there. That was there then.
You have someone distracting the lady at the front. So, yes, you could sneak and go through the filing cabinet. M, L, M, N. Oh, and M comes before N.
Got it. Contacting them? And you think that's okay?
Yeah.
It's not.
Oh.
It's not.
You seem angry.
So, if John had an embarrassing report card from me, do you think he would keep it to himself? Because he'd be like, oh, well, that's not cool.
Take the high road.
Yeah, I'd probably take the high road on that. If someone sent him, like, let's say my mom, who's all, she watches these shows from time to time. Let's say she started taking John's side. And she's like, well, I'm going to send John your report card, Carl. I'm like, Mom, come on. Do you think
it's not funny, Carl?
John would be like, nah, I can't show this. I'm not like them.
It's not funny, Carl. Some of our parents have taken John's side, so I don't
That's right. I forgot.
I haven't talked to my parents since.
I forgot about that. Yeah, your mom's a problem.
Oh, she stinks.
Also, real quick, note came in from Penis Wrinkle on our Patreon. I wanted to address that. One thing a lot of the dabblers are wondering is what happened to the strike from Stuttering John's song 2 weeks back. Curious if it got overturned. If you could hint at, he talking to Jenny Jingles, asking her to tell me to respond to it. So I have mentioned this on a couple shows, maybe not the main show, but basically what happened is I did an emergency show where I played John's song, I Feel Small, the music video. I kept pausing it, commenting on it, transformed the content. John has a copyright on the song, not the music video, but the song. So he put in a copyright strike. So I countered it like I normally do, like I've had to do with Simon & Schuster and with SiriusXM and some other pretty big entities that have sent in copyright strikes. And typically what happens is I explain that this is transformative, it's fair use under the Copyright Act, and they come back and say, yeah, you're right. So if the copyright holder then has 10 days to file an actual lawsuit, and if that doesn't happen, then the strike gets taken off your channel. Well, for whatever reason, when I put in my counter, YouTube came back saying that, no, we think this is a copyright violation. Now, that's probably a bot that does that. I don't think a human looked at it and thought that. But the next step is if I really believe that it's not a copyright violation, then I can override that. But if I lose my channel. So it's so not worth it. It's just not even worth it. So what I decided I'm going to do is I'm going to start a Rumble page. I've been saying this for a couple of weeks. I'll get to it. We'll get there. I'm going to start a Rumble page. I'm going to put the video up on there because it's the Wild West and we don't have to worry about copyright strikes and copyright whatever over on Rumble. So we'll put it up there. But that's what happened with it. So John has been all proud of himself that he won this legal battle because he thinks I didn't counter it. I tried YouTube for whatever reason. YouTube does some weird shit. Ask any YouTube content creator, anyone has a channel.
Yeah, I have problems like that all the time.
Yeah, problems like that all the time because you're pulling clips from movies and stuff on Once Over with Kaylee.
Yes, I do.
Cayley.
Yep, that's it.
So you get weird things because it's some kind of algorithm and a bot trying to figure out what's going on. They don't have the manpower to police all this shit. Trust me. There's a billion channels doing all fucking sorts of shit. So anyway, that's where we're at with that. And I'll get it back up on Rumble. Guys, subscribe on Rumble and we can make fun of John even more over there. Actually, I'm going to turn into Aaron Imholt. Rumble Fridays. We're just going to play John's entire fucking album and goof on him. Yeah, let's do that. All right, well, since we're talking about John, we might as well get into it.
Carson's going to brag. Skull. Oh, I hope to see you at DabbleCon. Marahuasa. I'm gonna. Oh my God. Yeah. I'm coming. That's right. You see me at DabbleCon, you're gonna shit your fucking pants. Fact. Wait for it. I got to the gym at 12:30. You know what time I left? 1:45. Why? Because I'm getting ready for DabbleCon. That's why. Comedy at the Carlson in tropical Rochester, New York welcomes DabbleCon 2, August 16th and 17th. All of your favorite Dabbleverse streamers will be there, like Lady K, Shitwayer, Barbara Levy, Silent Mike, Log Cabin Larry, Transphobic Rocco, Fat Fuck Potato, Stupid Orange, Fatty Patty, and of course, the racist Anthony Cumia. Don't be a fag. Get your tickets now at carlsoncomedy.com.
That's right. And as we announced earlier in the program, dabblecon.live, you can now stream all of DabbleCon. If you can't be there, go to dabblecon.live to sign up. You can watch the roasts on Friday night, the live podcast on Saturday, and the Dabby Award ceremony Saturday night. And I am very thankful for our guest that's on here with us today, Adam Bush, making his debut on WATP. What's up, Adam?
Hello, Carl. Hello, producer Chris.
Hello.
Good to see you, Miss Tightbox.
Well, hello.
So, Adam, I'm really glad we didn't connect sooner because we could have. But then you got to go on John's show. And I think that we both know that if you would have shown up on my show first, that would not, because he was already very cautious about you going on his show.
He was very afraid of me from the beginning. He also thinks I'm 4 different people.
Oh,
because I hit him from
that.
4 different places. I hit him from Instagram, from Facebook, on Twitter, and he thinks those are all different people. He also thinks there's another person that he blocked during the Clay Dabbler bombing. Remember when that happened?
Of course.
He came back on the air and was so angry, he just started blocking everyone in the chat. And he said, "You're blocked, Filet-O Randy. You're blocked, Adam Bush." And then that night, he was like, "Hey, you want to come on the show?"
Oh, you had just gotten blocked before that? That's funny.
He doesn't know that these are all the same people. And he still doesn't know. He doesn't grasp a lot of what's happening. I think he takes it all on a very surface level.
Okay, so let's talk about this. Adam, I'm excited to have you on the show because in my household, you're beloved. You obviously were on Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the TV show, for many seasons. And I want to talk to you about Allison Hannigan because I'm still in love. But before we get into that, you actually have a background that's crazy when it comes to the Dabbleverse. You're a musician. You're a very accomplished musician. You played with a lot of bands. And one of the bands you played with was The Losers, the Howard Stern band. And apparently, did you reach out to them? Like, you got recruited by John to be in the band?
I got recruited by a gentleman by the name of Crispy Chicken and a trumpet player named Jordan. And they both were in Rainbow Trout, who is who John called. Okay. And they needed a sax player. They knew I was a big Stern fan and that it would just be a perfect fit. So they needed a full horn section. They needed a bari, they needed an alto, they wanted a trumpet and a trombone. So I was the alto.
Nice. And so you performed on air on the Howard Stern show?
Correct. John was the one who met us when we got there. He completely messed up where we were supposed to be, and he put us in a room to tune that was bleeding into the studio.
Oh, no.
So Gary had to come.
No, of course he did.
And it's, who put you in here? We said, John. He said, of course. This was a long time ago.
What instrument did John play in the band at that time?
He wasn't in on this session at all. He just said, I can get you a horn section, and then provided us.
So hold on a second. This is Atlantic recording artist, Stuttering John Melendez. He's not good enough to be in The Losers?
I think he was being humble.
The band that Scott the Engineer was in? He couldn't make the cut?
Yeah, the band that Baba Booey played trumpet in. John wasn't good enough.
Because The Losers, so Fred Norris is an accomplished guitarist, way better than John is. Jackie Martling is a guitarist. So I imagine those two probably got the nod over John. One of them maybe played bass.
I think, I know Fred sang, Howard played keyboards. That's kind of all I remember.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to understand, John's band at the time, all accomplished musicians. Bill Titus is an amazing musician.
Bill Titus is great. Yes, I've learned
all of those guys are real session guys.
Do you know Bill? Have you met him before?
Yeah, we used to jam together all the time back in the day.
I'm excited. I want to meet Bill. I want to get Bill on the show so bad. I want to hear about recording that album.
I thought it was very interesting that I mentioned Bill and John did not pick up on that at all and never asked. I mentioned it in my letter. I brought it up on the air and he did not pick up on that. So I'm guessing that's another bridge burned.
So you go way back with the Dabbleverse. You talked to John about how you got on to WATP and then Uncle Rico and Potato Soup and Tukey Soup and all that kind of stuff. So you know all of these things, and you probably know that I was for a little while having a debate with John about who's a better guitar player. I think I won that debate because I showed a lot of evidence that he sucks at guitar. And when I was going back and watching his old concert footage from 1994, I saw Bill Titus, who would take a lead every now and again, was so much better than John at playing leads. And I went, oh, this is weird. So then you listen to John's album, and you can tell that John played the leads on his album because they're not very good. And I really want to talk to Bill about what was that like? Was there ever a discussion? This is a major label. Would Bill like raise his hand and be like, hey, maybe I should play a guitar solo or two because I could do this way better than what you're doing. But it is grunge too, so maybe that wasn't. I mean, have you heard any of this music? Do you remember his band at all?
I do. I remember the band a little bit, and I've heard you play it, and I've watched the videos. All of those guys are really great session guys. They could hold up anyone and make it seem palatable. Good musicians can do that. You can sit in and they surround him. They knew what they were doing. They were attaching themselves to something that you got to understand, on Long Island at the time, how could you say no? They were just the gigs when you were with John or anything related to the Stern Show, the gigs are waiting to happen.
Monkey One says, can't trust Carl when it comes to guitar talk. He thinks he's still better than Corey Feldman. Yeah, good point. All right. You're right. I've been big time with a lot of people. Also, Hulkamania gifting 10 who are these podcast memberships. Thank you very much for that, Hulkamania. We do appreciate the support and generosity on these shows. Adam, you went on John's show, and your take on this, I think, was probably similar to like what Vince the Warrior would say, because Vince is obsessed with Eric the actor, as is my boy Casey Day. Hack Ride does a show about Eric the actor / Eric the midget. And so your thinking was John's kind of replaced that void after Eric the actor died. Do you want to elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, he did that for me personally. I'm one of those people during quarantine and COVID that went back and listened to Stern. And OJ in the Morning correctly stated that what I was talking about is not a new phenomenon. It wasn't a phenomenon just during COVID. It's something that's been going on for 10 years, but there was a resurgence during that time, and I was part of that. And if you were listening to Stern at that time, the algorithm said, well, then you're definitely going to like these people making fun of Opie. You're definitely going to like these people making fun of John. And they were right. So immediately I fell in love with you guys and started following the whole world. And you fall into Harrison Young, you fall into everybody. And John and Opie, for me, they just were really special. I just became very obsessed. And instead of falling asleep to Eric, now I can just fall asleep to this. And it replaced, and I get very obsessed. So I have to go back and listen to every episode of John's show, hear every episode of your show, hear all of the coverage that goes on. Tukey was talking the other day about how he walks around listening to Ron and Fez 24/7.
Yes.
And that's me. It's just I'm listening to him, not Ron and Fez.
Right. Yes.
So I have my own problems going on, clearly, but that's a separate thing.
Obviously. So I find that fascinating. Can you explain, for people who aren't familiar with the Howard Stern show, because there's a lot of people, believe it or not, John Milan does, that say, I didn't know who John was until I heard about him on WATP. So there's a lot of people who aren't familiar with the old Howard Stern show. You know, he was in certain markets before Sirius XM. He wasn't everywhere. And even in every market he wasn't necessarily the number one guy in the morning. So can you explain the parallels between Eric the actor and Stuttering John? Why did you draw that conclusion? You're like, oh, this scratches that same itch.
It just gave me that feeling. And it's interesting because I had no relationship with O&A growing up in New York. I do now through this show. I've become obsessed. I didn't realize Patrice was on there. I didn't know how funny Kumia was, but I didn't know who Opie was. But you making fun of Opie, love it. Can't get enough of it. I have all this history with John. I have none with Opie, but it gives me that same feeling. Eric used to have this American Idol wrap-up show, and it was the best when Howard and the gang would just rip on this show. And this show might as well be John's show. Between the blocking everyone, Eric feels the need. If you make a comment on the internet about Eric, he has to rebut it. He has to, because if it's on the internet, somebody reads it and it must be real. So if he has a rebuttal, someone will read that and that will be real. John's the same fucking guy. He's the same guy.
And you know what? Another parallel I didn't even think of is that Eric had Johnny Fratto. And Johnny Fratto's dad was in the mafia, and so, you know, he was considered to be all mafiaed up or mobbed up. And so Eric would go to Johnny Fratto with, like, bigger problems he had to deal with. He'd be like, Johnny, you know what to do. Take care of this guy. He was making fun of me. And John is very much the same way when he talks about John Gotti Jr. And he's just like, well, I've been hanging out with John Gotti Jr. lately, and I'll probably take care of you assholes. Or he says he has connections with biker gangs in Florida or all this kind of shit. Like, I didn't even think about that until just now. That is 100% where it's like you have this little man who can't do anything, but he thinks he's got these connections to scary people who will do their bidding for them.
And they both lie about meaningless shit and will not let it go. They will die before they'll admit the most meaningless lie, and I find that riveting.
Adam, between our mutual acquaintance, he's told me a lot of the things that you've been up to, and one of those things, I mean, as I mentioned, you're an accomplished musician. Have you worked with They Might Be Giants in the past?
Yes. Yeah, I toured with them for a while, and they
Did
played
you really?
on.
You were part of their horn section.
No, we opened for them in a folk band, and then the Band of Dans and Linnell were our backing band for a record. Yeah.
No shit.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think you're more accomplished in entertainment, Hollywood, or in music?
I think it's my knowledge of the dabbleverse that'll rocket me to stardom.
I agree with you on that. I'm just curious, like how
what we're doing right here.
How you would sum up your career. I'm just curious what you think you're more accomplished in.
I don't know. I've always been a character actor since I was a child, and I kind of enjoy that.
That's right. You were in what Nickelodeon show were you on?
Oh, it was called The Mystery Files of Shelby Woo.
Okay. So there's people here who will know you from that as well.
I doubt any of this audience is interested in that at all.
I know. I'm not going to get into that. I'm not here to interview you.
Tukey knew that show.
Yeah, no, that's right. Tukey
Look,
did
if you had the girl
show.
from Alex Mack on here, I'd be like, okay, get to the John stuff.
That's a good point. Yes, but
I would not.
Well, anyway, my wife is a huge fan, and she is obsessed with Buffy, and I'm obsessed with Allison Hannigan. And is she as hot as I think she is in real life?
Yeah.
You could lie to me.
Nope.
You can soften the blow if you want.
I heard she's into club feet.
What? Whoa. This is amazing.
What I heard.
What a coincidence.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I happen to know a guy. That's incredible. All right. Do you want to hang out with us and watch some clips from John's show yesterday?
I would love that.
I thought you might. Enjoy this because John starts up his show. Now he's back down in Florida, and he lives in a house with central air. Most houses in Florida have central air, especially new builds. I know. Go figure. But for whatever reason, John's so stupid, he doesn't know that he should probably have his air conditioning on when he starts his show up. So he is a sweaty mess. He looks so gross.
London calling, and I live by the river. We gotta turn on the AC, man. It's fucking hot in here.
All right, so
In the ghetto.
I turn up the volume here, but let me just back that up real quick. Look at his hair in the back. Look at how it is wet.
It's fucking hot in here. In the ghetto.
So what's it
Oh, yeah. Oh, no wonder why. Jeez, I was at 80.
He has his AC set to 80? Why would he do that?
Exactly how that works.
Does he not know how to... Huh.
Fucking hell. Fucking 80 degrees.
Yeah.
No wonder why I was fucking sweating my ass off.
Math teacher.
Again, he just started his show.
Right.
Like, if you're already sweaty, like, why not check that before you sit down in front of your camera?
Just start 5 minutes later.
Yeah. Or 5 minutes earlier, check to see what the temperature is.
Yeah.
How about live comfortably all the time when you're in Florida?
That's what I do. I know. It's crazy.
He can't afford that. Come on.
Duke's got a lady, too.
Oh.
Yeah, the Duke.
What a segue.
He's got a new lady. Well, we'll see. So far, so good, though. Spent the night last night. Skull!
So she woke up in this sweaty fucking factory, the sweat box.
Well, I spent all my money on dinner.
Dude, what kind of lady is he bringing home? This is the first he's mentioned of this. Yeah. Now, I know these on the apps, but I'm assuming this is some drunk at the bar that she was just like, yeah, all right. Well,
give the guy some credit, Carl.
Nope. Because, and it's weird that he's like, yeah, I got a new lady friend, and then he immediately catches himself like, well, maybe I haven't sealed the deal yet.
But there's no restraining order, so.
Later on, somebody tells John that he looks terrible. Because he does, and he disagrees.
Is the hooker a vampire? You look terrible.
Is the hooker a vampire? So this person's assuming that
a couple things.
Oh, I love that person.
I look terrible.
Yeah, he doesn't address
them. Pumping every fucking.
Yeah, I know. It's like Han Solo, who's scruffy looking. You're like, no, you're missing the point here.
I look terrible.
Hey, I may be ugly and hate-filled, but what was the third thing you said?
Dude, I've been pumping every fucking day, man. Look at these fucking things. You should see my chest. I was admiring my body in the gym. Oh my God, I'm fucking skinny now. I'm literally skinny. My pants are falling off me.
Classic John. Deliberately missing the point.
Well,
what we're looking at is your face.
Yeah.
You look terrible.
The sweat and the clamminess is what we are focusing on currently.
This is the thing. And Adam, you told him this. You're like, you know how you monetize this is IRL streaming. John admiring himself in the mirror at the gym, that's what I want to watch. That's amazing that he would say that out loud. Guys, you should see my body. No, I'm good.
No, yeah, I don't want to.
It's fine.
Then show us. Just show us, John. Stand up and show us, or shut the fuck up.
That's a good point. I mean, he could. I mean, don't, but he could. But don't. But he could. Guys, I look so fucking buff right now. I mean, I'm wearing a 2X t-shirt, but so you can't really see it. But trust me, I'm so defined. You can't even believe it.
Let's just believe it.
Yeah, let's just believe it. So, John is the worst at prepping for his show of anyone ever. Because he saw a video online with Chad Zumock where it says, Chad destroys Stuttering John, comma, and then lists a bunch of other people. And John sees that and he goes, oh, I got a show. I'm going to go on. I'm going to watch this video of Chad trashing me, and I'm going to give him what for. So this is John setting that up right here.
Oh, boy. I see that Chadley is all upset with me. I don't know why. Why is Chadley so angry with me? What did I do to you, Chadley? Tell me what I did to you, Chad. Did I do something to you? Did I do something to you, Chadley? You're very upset with me.
You already said that.
I don't know why, Chadley.
You said that.
I don't know what I did, but you're very mad at me.
What does he think he's doing with this?
Buying time for something.
It's so long.
But it's also this thing where he thinks he's entertaining. Like every time he's embarrassing himself, he's just like, yeah, I'm really putting it on a show right now. No, just embarrassing yourself. It's not great.
I love watching himself do this stuff.
Yes.
Right.
Because he believes deeply he is killing it.
Yeah.
He's like, look at how I went from fucking hell to, and I pivoted to holy shit. No one saw it coming. He thinks this is an act.
There's a misguided confidence that's very similar to Eric the actor that we really appreciated, because Eric the actor, there's no reason for him to think he's the king of fuck mountain. And yet all he does is call an Howard Stern show, tell Howard Stern to fuck off, and he just thinks he's a star. By the way, you were talking about his internet show, the wrap-up show for American Idol. I only heard it when Howard would play clips on the Howard Stern show. I never actually listened to it, and I'm kicking myself because I wasn't in this line of business back then. But I'm kicking myself for not going back. Does that exist anywhere online, his old shows?
Here's the problem with it. It does, but it's just like talking to John on the phone. It is so surprisingly boring. You're not prepared for just how mind-numbingly boring it is. You're like, I love this guy. This is going to be great. Unfiltered. Nope, it's the worst. It just puts you to sleep.
Well, you say, talking to John on the phone, what if the person he's talking to he's trying to fuck? That is kind of interesting when he's on the phone.
I think Kate Meanie deserves an award for just hanging in that long and listening.
And you can find that, you can find that award at the Dabby Awards next Saturday night. WATPlive.com for tickets, or DabbleCon.live. You can stream the whole show and watch it from the comfort of your home or while you're driving. All right. So now John's going to find the clip of Chad and react to it. He hasn't watched it. But he knows how funny he is. He knows he's going to come up with some witty things to say and come back with.
I say, stop it. I warn you. I say, stop it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
And what do? You do
You do
it anyway.
You do it anyway.
You get humiliated in front of everyone.
Yeah.
And then you disappear. You run away.
Is he talking about me? Have I ran away? I don't know. Chad, I'm right here. I just said a prayer for you.
A few moments later.
Well, yeah. What is he? Who ran away?
We're done with Chad. We're moving on, right, Steel Toe? You remember that?
Steel Toe. Okay. No, I don't care about him. I want me.
Oh.
So the part I clipped out of there is John going off on Chad. Oh, I ran away, motherfucker. You think I fucking ran away? Blah, blah, blah. He's going on and on and on. It's just like, he's talking about Aaron Imholt, you idiot. He's like, oh, okay. Probably should have watched the video first, huh, John?
Would have been smart.
Yeah, because he really ramped up for that one. Like, oh, watch out. I'm going to get him with this one. Fucking idiot. All right. So then more on John watching this video that's not about him.
Fucking some internet loser. Nick Rekieta's a loser. I'm sorry.
Who cares?
You'll always be my bitch. And for all of you motherfuckers from Melton to Carl to now Blind Mike, all of you motherfuckers covering Steel Toe, that was my beef. I started all of this, okay? Well,
oh, Chad.
He started.
Chad, are you crying plagiarism? I saw your act. You can't cry that. See, here's the problem. I don't dislike Chad.
That is a problem. Did you see John just laugh at his own joke there?
Oh, yeah.
Isn't that the thing that he makes fun of everyone else for doing? When people laugh at their own jokes?
I saw your act. You can't cry that.
Well, I really tickled him. Pretty good stuff right there. So, just to comment on what Chad was saying, that I watched Chad, but now John's watching Chad, so I'm watching Chad through John. When people ask me why I was cool with Shulie doing the Uncle Rico show, here's the alternative. Oh, I started making fun of him first, so you're not allowed to. No one else can goof on him. Fucking loser. Chad's such a loser. All right, so
I liked watching John realize he was left out of that list.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I know.
I'm a loser.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty funny.
You can see him being like, I'm up next. He's going to say my name.
Yeah.
He's going to...
Perfect segue, because Chad is clearly not talking about John, but John reacts as if he's talking about him here.
You know, verified, not monetized, just nobodies. You're fucking nobodies.
Really, Chad? I'm a nobody? I don't know. I think I've been covered by more news outlets than you ever been. I think I've headlined more clubs than you ever have.
I'll let it keep playing, but just... John, there's enough people goofing on you. You don't have to pretend that Chad's goofing on you. I love that he's finding someone who's making fun of someone else, Mr. Kill Everything. And John's going out there going, oh, yeah, I'm a nobody? No, he's talking about Mr. Kill Everything, idiot. It's not about you.
I really just want to start labeling videos now.
Yeah, just
really, like, oh, so-and-so goes off on John. I want to do that. That's my new hobby.
Lady Babylon goes off on John.
Yeah.
Well, that's...
But then just have it be a clip where the person is not saying the name, so John still thinks.
You know who did that was Vince the Lawyer. Vince edits these videos to make it look like people are saying shit about other people.
That's right.
Yeah, so he tried to get. So he had me goofing on John, but he would splice in the word named Shulie, and he played it for Shulie, and Shulie's like, I don't think Carol's talking about me right here. So Shulie caught on to it. But yeah, you could easily fool John with that type of video.
Yeah,
we should just flood YouTube with videos like that of people just talking about.
Okay.
we could have Trump talking about Kamala Harris. And John is like, what? I'm not Indian descent. What's he saying that? What the fuck?
Really? That seems a little rich, Chad. I don't know where you get off saying all this, but you're killing me, brother. Jesus, I can't believe I'm in the mud with the mud shark. Holy shit. Is that the Jaws theme? Am I hearing? Ba-dun, ba-dun, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Holy shit, Chad! Ba-dun. Thank you, John Williams. You're welcome.
Well, I got to clip that for Lucy.
Please don't.
Now he's doing thank you, John Williams, like he does with Crackhead Bob. Now he's doing that with John Williams.
Also, everything.
Also, he's stealing that from Tukey. That's the Tukey Shark theme. I'm pretty sure, right? Isn't that
all this? But you're killing me, brother. Jesus, I can't believe I'm in the mud with the mud shark. Holy shit. Is that the Jaws theme am I hearing? Ba-dun, ba-dun, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Tukey Shark! I think that's how that song goes. I don't know.
That's where it came from.
That's where it came from, I'm pretty sure. All right, so this next clip is a longer one, guys. But John comes up with an idea on the fly. Because, as we know, Chad does this hit show called Kumia's Cucks. He's been doing it for a while, where he makes fun of anyone that Anthony Cumia doesn't have a problem with. Pretty good stuff. So John comes up with a brilliant idea.
You are such a fucking Brennan Cuck. The Kevin Cuck. I got to do the Kevin Cucks.
Yeah.
That's going to be my new show.
Okay.
The Kevin Cucks.
Cool.
Starring. Hold on.
Okay.
All right, it's going to take me a while here.
Yeah, I think it is. Let's watch and put this together in real time. Now, if I had to guess, I would assume he's probably editing a video together.
Oh.
For like an intro to this new show, Kevin.
The Kevin Cucks.
Kevin Cucks. All right.
The Kevin Cucks.
Yep.
That's it?
All right. Well, he's still editing the video. Give him a second.
Spitballing here.
The Kevin Cucks.
What's that melody? Or did you lost the
It's like a call response kind of thing, like the Brady Bunch.
The Kevin Cucks.
Yep.
We're here with the Kevin Cucks.
What is that?
Who's we?
All right. He's still editing the video, guys. Give him a second. This is going to be great.
We're here with the Kevin Cucks.
He's old school. He's using Flash. It's going to take a little while. Give him a second. He's got this. Flash. All right, John, you got this. Any minute now. I didn't speed this one up. I thought it'd be more fun to watch this
It's great.
real time.
Thank you.
Yeah. See how he does his show. When you talked about, I'll pause it for a second here.
Oh, thank you.
When you talked about how like going back and watching Eric the Actor's show is boring, this is what you're talking about.
It's exactly what I'm talking about.
You're like oh, actually, if people don't clip the right parts, you just see shit like this. I'm just staring at his screen.
They both believe every breath, every noise out of them is entertaining.
Yes.
They think them singing off camera, them just drinking a Pepsi that's a show.
That's so weird.
Howard made it look too easy.
That's what it is, too. Yeah. It's like, no, he's actually charming and compelling. People want to know what he's up to.
We're here with the Kevin Cucks.
All right, we're still working out the theme song.
Kevin Cucks.
A little pitchy.
All right.
Kevin Cucks. This is going to be my new show, The Kevin Cucks.
Okay, cool.
Is that what it's called?
Starring Chad Zumach. The Kevin Cucks. Also starring...
photo.
That was so many clicks to get
Melissa
to that.
Gillespie, the Kevin Cucks.
Got two.
Also starring...
is there a third?
Mike Boschetti. Welcome to the Kevin Cucks.
Good intro.
You fucking wusses. Barry Howissa.
It took him 2 minutes to pull up 3 photos of people.
And 75 clicks.
Yes, there's a lot of typing, a lot of clicking going on. Adam, I hope you're ready for this. We have a celebrity here in the green room that's going to join us on the show. Have you ever met Cardiff Electric?
Well, hello, Adam Bush.
Oh, hello.
Welcome to the stream.
Thank you. We have had interactions on Dabblers Anonymous, but you didn't know because I was anonymous.
Oh,
coward!
Oh yeah, I'm not hiding behind a filter. You know.
Now we can dox you. What's your sock account? We're gonna dox you, Adam. All right. So John desperately wants Chad on his side, and Aaron went through this recently too. There's a weird thing going on where people are like, "You can't beat him, join him." I guess.
I don't like Mr. Kill Everything either. You and I could bond on this. Maybe you should come do my show and not be a Kevin Cuck. And come do the Duke's show. And you and I could commiserate about what a dickhead Mr. Kill Everything is. Come on, Chadley. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends?
John is pitching to a fellow comedian. So 2 comedians.
Yeah.
Quote unquote headliners are going to do a show bashing Mr. Kill everything.
Yes, right.
Okay.
That's the thing they have in common. They both don't like Mr. Kill Everything.
Got it.
And so, yes, John's got a brilliant idea because he just needs friends. It comes back to what Tukey said over a year ago. These are all just lonely guys who are just looking for friends. And so everything's happened between John and Chad. There's been a lot of things over the last year. John's just like, yeah, but we both don't like Mr. Kill Everything. You want to be buddies? You want to come over?
And that's always been kind of John's bottom line when it comes to friends is if I like this, then you have to like this. And if I don't like this, then you can't like this because we can't do that. That's not okay.
And in this case, everyone thinks I'm a piece of shit. Everyone thinks you're a piece of shit. Let's join forces.
Another thing in common.
Makes sense. So back to Adam's point that John thinks that everything he does is entertaining. We just heard him singing that Why Can't We Be Friends? And it sounds like that's a long enough of that song to sing. Oh, no. It continues on.
Why can't we be friends? Why can't we
I didn't start this over. He's still doing it.
Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Low rider, everything you want now. Low rider, everything you want now. All right.
No.
Are those the lyrics?
The Duke, everyone.
Never did
Are those songs connected in any way?
No, never did the what now? What was he singing there? He's so untalented and unfunny and uninteresting in every way, and he'll never understand that. That part will be clipped by 20 channels. We'll be like, there's proof. I'm amazing. No, we're all making fun of you, John. We all think you're a clown.
And there's many reasons why we shouldn't be friends. That's why we can't be friends.
Yeah, that's a good point.
He doesn't understand that there's more than one kind of laughter.
Right.
He doesn't understand that. He thinks if they're laughing, he's one. He doesn't understand we're laughing at him or near him. As long as he hears laughter, he thinks everything's going great.
He's the kid in the classroom where snot's coming out of his nose and the hot girl looks at him and he's like, see, Catherine looked at me?
Yeah.
You know, because there was snot running out of your nose. Yeah, she noticed me, though. So I got that going for me. Like,
did she notice you?
Yeah, right. Like, no, I didn't have snot running out of my nose.
But to Adam's point, like, that's a very Opie thing when laughter's happening. Oh, this has to be a short on the internet.
Oh, it's hilarious. Everyone's having fun. I hear laughter. Sure. All right. One more clip on here. We're now 37 minutes into John's show. His whole idea was he was going to go after Chad because Chad had this video clip out making fun of John.
I knew Kevin was going to have us both on. I was like, let him have his little platform. Let's see what happens. Because he was...
Yeah, you didn't really say too much about me. This whole thing is labeled Z-Man goes off on Stuttering John. Of course you put me first because I'm the only one that's relevant.
Swinging his dick. I bring in the super chats. No, you don't. I do.
Really? I don't see any here.
John thought that was a good brag right there. You bringing the super chats? I'm not getting any. Yeah, we know.
It's two homeless people fighting over a quarter on the street.
Outside Joey C's place.
I know, I was just going to say the same thing. So this guy, he thought he was going to come in here with this amazing video and slap back at Chad and have all these sick burns. Just watch the fucking video. I give this guy free advice on a weekly basis. John, watch the video. You might even come up with a joke ahead of time.
No.
Maybe write it down. I don't know. Just a thought. Just an idea.
I believe what we're seeing on stream is the best of John. And we understand how bad that is. But I think what goes on when he's not on camera, those 5 seconds before, I think he is just pulling himself together enough to press record. And that's why everything we're seeing after that is, you know, kind of getting it all in shape because he's literally just like crawling and oozing on the ground and lifting himself up and pressing record and then seeing himself for the first time that day and
You're
going,
right.
wow.
How many times have you been like, oh shit, I forgot to do my hair?
Yeah.
He has to like run off camera. You're right. He doesn't even see himself before he hits record.
He waged war against all of his haters how many years ago? And now his haters are his employers deciding how much money he makes, and he thinks he's won.
Well, I don't know that he thinks he's won. And actually, that leads me to my other question, Adam. Where is this going? We have DabbleCon next weekend. That's going to be a big event. And, last time we did DabbleCon, it was this big celebration of all things Stuttering John and the Dabbleverse, and we're going to do that again. It's going to be fantastic. But where do things go from there? John's in the middle of this lawsuit with Vince that he can't afford. He just sold his house for $10 to his mom. Actually, I want to get your take on some of that stuff, too. I know you've been looking into that.
I sure have.
Where do you think things are going, Adam? And I'll ask Cardiff the same thing, but first you.
It's a great question because I was wondering the same thing listening to the Meanie tapes when he's dreaming and fantasizing about, he goes, when this is all over and you and I are in Acapulco. So what does that mean to him when this is all over? Is that when all of us are in handcuffs being led into San Quentin? Is that when it's over?
I think you're right. I think that's it.
I hope not. Or maybe I hope so, because I think the reality is he was talking about going to the doctor a lot when he was in Canoga Park. And then that shit stopped. He decided to stop talking about that. And he has been pretty much on a downward slope in every sense ever since. And I feel like that Tonight Show party.
He's working out a lot, though, Adam. His muscles are getting very
his
big.
Arms look great. His arms look great. His face looks like a nightmare, but his arms look good. That Tonight Show party, I feel like it was like a living wake for him. I feel like the doctors told him something, and he decided, I have 2 courses. I'm going to go with the fuck it route and just
this is getting dark as hell. Holy shit.
That's what I see. It's why I was motivated to talk to him so quickly and so urgently, because I feel like the time is running out. And people don't remember how much they hated Eric, the actor, when he was alive. They hated him because he would not confess to his lies. He would not give it up. But then the day he died, people are like, I'm getting an Eric tattoo. I'm going to put some Pepsi on his grave. We love him. So I just wanted to jump in before what I think is a very imminent demise.
Interesting. Yeah, you're right. He was talking a lot about his doctor and doctor visits, perfect heart, all these different things that he was talking about. And of course, he was on Slim Fast and all this other stuff. And
so he took care of all of his problems.
I guess he's perfect now.
And, another reason to deed your house to somebody else, regardless of if a lawsuit is filed against you, is if you think you're going to die.
And
I had an
$10.
older alcoholic relative who could not eat. And when they could not eat, all the doctors could do was get him to drink Ensure. That's what you do when you're drinking so much that you can't hold down food, but you have to eat. And the doctor would tell him, you need to eat. If you don't eat, you're going to die. He chose alcohol. That's what Ensure is for. Is this a comedy show?
Adam, this is so crazy because I know you're right about that. And the way that John was spinning it, like that was a weight loss solution.
Right.
Like Ensure is like literally giving you calories when you can't absorb calories any other way. That's what it's for. My cancer-ridden father drinks Ensure. But by the way, I have a great update because John brought this to all of our attention. I will tell you that my father got his CT scan results today, and very positive. No detection. He doesn't have to go back for 3 months. So very happy news. Everyone who's
that's great.
All right.
Been cheering for him and sending a lot of, encouragement and positive vibes. I appreciate that. Very good news on that front. But that's my connection with like Ensure is like, you have a lot of health problems. You can't hold food down.
He was bragging today about, he's like, I had 1 salad to eat yesterday and that's all I had. Like it was a flex, not a warning sign.
Wow. That's a good point. Cardiff, where do you think this is going? Can you maybe lighten things up for us over here on this guy?
Before I lighten things up, Tukey wants to know if cancer jokes are on the table at DabbleCon.
Of course. All jokes are on the table.
Okay, good. There you go, Tukey.
But if you talk about my club foot, my dad will be in attendance. Just let him know that.
Oh, good. I'll bring the pie.
Mm-hmm.
But we were pondering last night again. I think it's like, is DabbleCon 2 the end of this? Like because it felt like DabbleCon 1, we were all going to have this big bash DabbleCon and John and have some fun and it would be over. That would be it. That was a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
It's bigger now than it was then.
Much bigger.
It continues to grow. Like we were debating, is there going to be a DabbleCon 3? And we're like, yeah, probably. Something else is going to happen. Like I'm pulling stuff now for Potato Soup live at DabbleCon, WATPlive.com for tickets or dabblecon.live to stream. I'm pulling clips now and I'm like, I found an old lost episode of John appearance on a podcast from almost 10 years ago that I don't think anyone in this universe has seen. So I'm pretty proud of this one. But I know I'm just parking it because something could happen on Tuesday
Right.
that changes everything.
It does make it hard to gear up for a live event. I usually prep all of the show the day of the show. We do a live event because you don't know what's going to happen the night before. Like we went to Detroit that one time and he had that 5-hour drunk stream.
Yep.
The night before our show, and I'm like, beautiful.
Changed the course of the show.
Andy,
for real.
here's your homework.
We all got to watch it. It was great.
Right. Oh, but yeah, it does make things weird. But here's my prediction: DabbleCon 3, Munich, Germany. We're heading to Europe with this thing, boys.
It's about time.
Let's go. Yes, it's about time we go overseas with DabbleCon. But Adam, to your point before about the IRL streaming, and I can't get off this. I really think that's the next step for John. Is performative John in front of the camera gets old. He doesn't have a lot to say. He's just reacting to the shit. And I do think that what we're seeing is the best version of him, which is horrible. Mm-hmm. So if he could strap on a GoPro. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to ask you. Let me just finish this thought. If we could see what it's like for him to struggle to go to CVS and pick up his prescription and then go to the bar and watch all the patrons like rolling their eyes and the bartender like, hey, John. All right. Yeah. I know. No politics, John. No politics, John. Oh, I'm just saying, no politics, John. Okay.
John, you said you were going to bathe.
Yeah, right.
You promised.
So did John follow up with you after that interview? Because he said he wanted to learn how to do all this YouTube shit from you afterwards.
He did. He did call me. And it was funny. He assumed I was like tech support at my computer with my headset on and all of his statistics up, ready to go.
It's so ridiculous. He knows you as a musician. You're an actor. You're successful. Like, why would you have all this tech knowledge?
Because you're supposed to help me.
Right. Exactly. And he was very disappointed when I wasn't set up and ready to go. He asked me what I thought of the show. I thought it was great. I said, thank you for having me on. He said, I had Gretchen Bonaducci on. I said, oh, is that Danny's wife? And he said, yeah. He was so hurt that I didn't know.
Away? I wouldn't know that either.
It was like he said The Rock, and I was like, who? And he just,
He
I was had Mrs. Rock on.
But he was hurt. He was personally hurt that that this wasn't a big win for him. So then after he moved on from that disappointment, he said, can you help me with YouTube? I said, look, John, I'm not a YouTube expert, but there's something I've been dying to talk to you about. Do you know what ChatGPT is? This will change your life. You can ask it everything you want, and it's free. It's not Google. Silence. He didn't respond. I said, do you know what AI is? He said, yeah. I said, okay, well, that's really all I'm going to do. I'm going to sit here, and I'm going to ask ChatGPT whatever you want to know. He goes, great, perfect. Ask ChatGPT how to stop the rewind in YouTube.
What an idiot. He should have been like, okay, I'll hang up with you now. I got this. Thank you.
That was not, he doesn't know how to do things for himself. He only knows how to go through people.
Adam, no one ever showed me how to do things for myself.
They didn't tell me that was
to be
enough.
nice.
Yeah.
That's
and then
hysterical.
he asked me how to stop the thumbs down button.
Oh,
right.
Yeah, thanks for that, by the way. I love that stat.
It hurt me more than anybody else, believe me. I told him, look, you can take the whole thing out, or you have to leave it. It's not really an option. I thought he meant the thumbs down Apple icons.
Yeah, that's what I thought he meant too. He meant
it
on
didn't
his
even
videos.
occur to me. He meant, I don't like it when they give me the thumbs down.
Yeah, it's
Can
not
you
good for
get
the
that out of my
algorithm.
sight. Okay.
Interesting.
Okay. So I helped him with that, and then he was off the phone really quickly, really fast. Never called back.
Wow.
Which is fascinating because he knows I'm enemy territory, but he still can't help himself from asking me how YouTube works because I'm his only connection to it in that moment. That's it. That's his whole world.
He also is going to get everything he can get out of every relationship he has.
Right.
Regardless.
I feel like some of those deliveries that we've heard, if they stuck around long enough, he'd be asking them for support, you know, like IT shit.
Yeah, right.
Do you know how this works?
Do you guys know about lighting a studio? Like, I'm delivering pizza. I don't know how to light a studio.
Well, so you could try turning your lights on.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Lights on. Okay. Sounds good. Speaking of things that don't make sense.
Bloody ass. Can Can I get a little sympathy? Because I got a bloody ass. I'm bleeding generously. Because I got a bloody ass.
Yesterday on Point Dabble Point, I was playing some clips of Stuttering John from his Thursday show. There's a couple that I didn't get to that I want to start off with because, as you guys know, John and Rob Saul have teamed up to become quite the comedy duo.
Snub. Uh-oh. Get ready for the Shulie. Hold on, Rob. Get ready for the Shulie left. Here it comes.
All right.
Snub, I read in your yearbook you were voted likely to have a disease.
Most likely to have a disease. Yeah, probably. I mean, just look at him.
Well, if they make each other happy.
Oh,
yes,
so
John, that does
lame.
sum up what just happened pretty well right there. Remember when John thought he was going to do a show with me? Could you imagine?
He asked to do the creep off with me.
That's right. Yeah, as if he would ever prep for the creep off. It's insane.
Like you ever prep for the creep off.
How dare you, sir? That's what I mean. It's hard. It's a lot of work. That's what I'm talking about.
I would love to see John pull clips and explain them.
Oh, I'd like to watch him. I'd rather than watch him on the creep off, I'd like to watch him prep for the creep off.
Yeah,
I want to see how he uses Google.
John IRL.
What types of things he types in there?
PEDOPHI.
All right. You got to love dead air on a show. It's always fun.
I'm going to be 42 on August 17th.
And now John gets distracted. And he's just either reading something or he's watching a movie. Yeah?
Sorry. Just getting to the... Let's see.
Good stuff, John.
Trying to get out of buying Rob a present.
Right. Wait, when'd you break down? Oh, shit, it's coming up. All right, well, let's never talk about it again.
The breakup just got sped up.
Let's never talk about it again. Okay, fast forward to yesterday. Yesterday, Stuttering John starts off his show. Now, I've keyed on this for the past few months. The way his show starts is always a train wreck. It's incredible how bad he is at being prepared for when he hits go live.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah, baby! Holy crap! What happened to me? Oh no! I'm wearing the wrong color shirt.
This is my favorite job.
He gets up to go change his shirt.
What happened?
Yeah, you can just see his entire background right through.
And he was starting with confidence.
Yep, he always does. I don't know how he's not looking at his screen and
Yeah, baby!
that.
Holy crap!
That's one of the funnier things that he does.
Did you pause
right
it, or is it still going? Did he just go change his shirt?
No, he yells.
He doesn't have another shirt.
He yells curse words. He does all his stupid thing he likes to do off.
He just puts on the other one of the wrong shirt because he's got two.
It'd be funny if he put it inside out and came
Right.
back like, shit, that doesn't work either. Now, there's concern. So Clay Dabbler joins the show.
Oh,
and they're
great.
concerned about Rob Saul maybe switching teams. This is the
he's coming out?
This is the big news going on.
I think it's sus as fuck. John, these people.
I think you and I have to interrogate him.
Well, is he coming on?
Yes.
Is he? Oh, here he is. Seaman Soul.
What's up?
Rob, a lot of people very angry with you. They thought
they
you
got
betrayed the Duke.
They got
He's another. He's another quad.
Yes, I betrayed the Duke by talking to Vince the lawyer and begging him to drop the lawsuit against Stuttering John. What a bad friend I am.
What about DMing Kumia and begging him to come on your show? What about that?
Missy brought up yesterday at Point Dabble Point that Anthony got a note from Rob Saul and he wanted Anthony to come on the show. Now, as you know, John doesn't like Anthony. John really doesn't like Vince the lawyer, suing him for $12.5 million. And here's Rob Saul booking those people to be on his show. He just had Vince the lawyer on his show the night before this. And so there's a lot of speculation that like, oh, is Rob Saul going to be the next Quad Fathers, turning his back ever so slowly, as Quad does, on Stuttering John Melendez. And here is a term that I didn't even know existed.
See, what I'm worried about, Rob, is that it's only going to take shit work and Kumia to come up with some little work. All right, so let's plan this now, because it probably will happen. But they'll be like, Kumia, message Rob, and then we control John, and then you'll do some shitty work on John. Because I don't see you as a real Melender, Rob. Like you, a couple of months ago, you were...
He's not a real Melender, bro. Clay Dabbler is a real wonder, bro. Not Rob.
A couple of months ago, you were slagging John off on the Twitter. Like every other one, you was on the bandwagon. But now, to further your YouTube channel,
Okay, I consider John a friend now. I wouldn't do that. And I was thinking about the Kumia stuff when he brought it up. And it's like, I always thought Kumia was a talented and funny guy. But now I kind of was thinking about it today. And I was watching him just like talk about how great. And I'm like, wow, Kumia has really fallen. Like, I don't even know why I would ask him. He's been on the show before.
This is hilarious. This is backtracking
John's
Rob.
face right now.
Yeah, I know. He's like, you got some splaining to do, boy. Rob is backtracking. He just asked 2 days before this for Anthony to come on his show. And now he's going, yeah, you know, I didn't even like Anthony. I used to think he was funny, but now I think he's a jerk, and I wouldn't even talk to him ever again.
Amazing what 48 hours will do to you.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's the same thing that Chad Zumach went through when he found out that he wasn't in good graces with Anthony. He was like, well, Anthony's not even good. His network sucks, and everyone hates him. Well,
both of these guys
being on a show before.
Both of these guys are just waiting to set him up.
Yeah,
but yeah, like fuck Kumia, like with his new creepy glasses on. He's like, oh, the Uncle Rico show's so great. It's the best show ever. And I'm like, wow, I can't look up to this guy as a talent anymore because he's fallen so far from grace.
Well, that happened quick. He fell that far from grace in what, the last 36 hours? Wow. How's that possible?
So yeah, you know what? I uninvite Anthony Kumia from the show. He hasn't responded from when I initially invited him on, but I don't want him on the show, to be honest.
I officially uninvited Anthony. Yeah. Meanwhile, Missy came on Point Del Boy yesterday and said, yeah, Anthony's not doing your show, Rob. So you didn't need to uninvite him. It's already a done deal. But okay, we'll make it official for you. Do you see how much he's squirming here? Oh, he's and it's interesting.
Backpedaling. It's
interesting that Clay is the one interrogating him. John's just sitting back and watching. And Vinny, to your point, what are the chances that both these guys turn on John?
100%.
Yeah, it is 100%.
Yeah, I think they're jockeying for position.
Right.
Yeah, like
you're doing it work. No, I'm doing it work.
Right.
No, I'm doing it work.
You're fucking this up.
Yeah.
I'll quote Star Wars: "The Sith can only have one apprentice."
Yes. Is that what they said in Star Wars?
Isn't it?
I don't know.
The Sith, they only have one apprentice? I don't know.
John is stupid. Is he falling for Rob's excuses here?
Well, let's find out, because Rob is going to admit that having Vince the lawyer on his show maybe wasn't the best idea.
You know he's trolling you, though, right? That's who Vince is, just a troll. Everything he says to you is a troll, dude.
Who? Vince. Oh, Vince. So, yeah, well, I mean, yeah, whatever. I mean, it was, again, I was out drinking. I came on drinking on the show. I wasn't making the best decisions last night, but even so, maybe bringing on Vince was not a great idea, especially without, talking to my friend, because,
I know you're trying to grow the channel and get monetized and shit. And as soon as that happens, is John out the door when you get monetized? You're going to come in with some porn bomb or some shit.
Blame it on the alcohol. That's ridiculous. I was making bad decisions. I was out drinking. And then next thing I know, I invite Vince on the show and he comes on.
You didn't fuck Trisha Paytas. You don't need to give us the I was drunk excuse.
Yeah, you just had Vince on, which Vince is an interesting guest to have on. He's actively suing Stuttering John for $12.5 million.
Watching John's head there is making me wonder what's going on between those ears.
He's going to weigh in a little bit, but first I want to jump to Rob's show from the night before with Vince the lawyer on.
I just want to say if there's one excuse that John could relate to, I think that's why Rob is...
Oh, smart.
Rob is laying that on thick.
Very smart, because that's John's excuse for the things he said to Kate Meanie. I'm 15 beers in.
Yeah, exactly.
What are you going to do? I had an edible. That's what Rob should have said. I had an edible, too.
Oh.
I mean, it's just, it is what it is. I'm not taking sides on here. I just wish you guys would patch things up. That's all.
Not taking sides. All right. Well, I don't know where that's going to get you with John.
Right. So you might be in favor of it.
Yeah. He doesn't want people to be neutral on him. I know that for sure.
Wow. I bet you John didn't see that.
I think eventually, Rob, we will. People think it's a big work, but...
Oh, John didn't see any of this, of course. John's never prepared. He wanted to have Rob on to interrogate him, but he never actually watched this shit.
Things up. That's all.
I think eventually, Rob, we will. People think it's a big work, but I didn't realize what he had posted about my biz. I don't want to keep publicizing what he did, but let's just say that we gave him an opportunity to resolve it before we found out what he did in terms of transferring the house to his mom. And now you'll see, I guess, tomorrow that there'll be someone else added to the lawsuit, unfortunately. And again, John.
So he's talking about adding John's mom, Osa, to the lawsuit, and Rob is reading his phone. This is an important element to the story if you're going to have Vince on to talk about this. Watch Rob not pay any attention.
John had an out. The attorneys called him when he asked for us to call him. They did, and his offer was basically, I want to see all your insurance documents, things like that, which was nonsensical. So when John ever thinks about what he did, he knows he had an opportunity. I didn't want to go this route. I gave him the opportunity to make a bona fide offer, and I give him the time to get the thing paid, but he never did, unfortunately.
Yeah. Wow. I mean,
so,
whoops.
I bet you when John
he just stopped talking. I guess it's my turn to talk now.
When John got on the phone with the lawyers, he made about as much sense as a sovereign citizen getting pulled over by a cop.
Yep.
I was traveling and I need to see your insurance officer.
According to the Constitution, you're not allowed to sue me when I'm in Florida.
I can transfer my home to whoever I please.
I do have to say, if someone was suing me for $12.5 million and you had them on your show, I'd be kind of bummed out about that. But really, Vinny? You're going to talk to this guy who's suing me for $12.5 million? That's kind of nuts.
Oh, yeah. I like the cut of his jib.
But you got to appreciate what Rob's saying here, because he wants to know, what's it going to take for Vince to drop the lawsuit?
Bullshit thing.
What will it take to get you to drop the lawsuit from John Melendez? Because I don't think you should be suing John.
I never wanted to. I mean, I can't explain like what he did behind. There's something else that is going on. I don't know if he told you or not, but so like he did something serious, which I had to retain I have my own attorneys for this bullshit. So it would take probably at a minimal, I just like, it's not related, but probably how much I would had to spend for them. But what he did, Rob, was very serious. I don't want to publicize it here, exactly what he did, but you just can't do that in New York when in terms of business. So
that's odd that Vince is saying we could probably settle if he'll pay my attorney fees for the attorney that I had to get. And what he did was very serious. So which is it? Because if what he did was really serious, you'd think you'd want to go through with this lawsuit or not just recoup your costs. Or is that punishment enough to John? He's trying to humiliate John, which it's working. We all see how poor he is.
Good job.
Yeah, I mean, point made for sure. But I thought that was interesting.
It is interesting, but it's hard to believe anything that he says.
Right.
And he knows that Rob is currently in John's court.
Right.
Does he, though? He wouldn't be on the show if he thought that. And,
he at least knows that he has to play that part.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Fair enough.
I could take any jokes. They talk about my kids, they talk about my wife, whatever it may be. I never say anything about it because I like John. In the end, I know who he is, and like
John's a good guy. I don't know what happened, but everybody's like saying, "Oh, you're turning on John now," talking to Vince the lawyer. But I'm saying, I just want to.
He'll be fine with it. John. The one thing about John is he's very understanding. Like, if you go and say, "Look, Vince, I like Vince." And him and I got our own thing, but John, I still like you. He'll be fine with that completely.
All right. That's Vince doing his shtick right there. Sure.
That's my favorite thing that guy does. Is to just say something complete bullshit with just a complete straight face. God bless you, Vince, for that.
Just tell John it's a misunderstanding. He'll be fine with it. He doesn't mind if you're friends with Anthony Cumia and Vince. Oh, no, actually, he wasn't fine with it at all, it turns out.
But he goes, at the end, and just give him a compliment. It'll all be fine.
And Vince is trying to get Rob to spill some information. So Vince is going, I'm sure you have like private phone calls with John. He probably told you like what's going on behind the scenes.
I noticed that.
And Rob's going, no, we don't really talk about that kind of stuff, which I'm not surprised John wouldn't give Rob too much information. I think he's still feeling him out a little bit.
Yeah, he'll give him other information though.
Right, but not the real stuff. But it was funny because after this, Vince goes, yeah, when I was friendly with John, the worst part was the private phone calls I'd get where he'd have to run through his daily grievances with me.
Everybody says
Everybody says that. It's the worst part of being friends with John is so difficult. It's too much work for everyone. That's why everyone bows out.
I'm just to go ahead and say I'm enjoying the show that Vince is putting on.
All right. Well, let's see. I guess John was trying to tell Vince's attorney some made up shit.
And I'll say this, that John is doing something separate from the lawsuit, which is weird, but he actually takes the character stuff and tried to tell attorneys that I was doing it. For example, when I said that my 9-year-old drove me down to Cape Coral, instead of going to Disney World because they had the option one day. And I showed a Photoshop picture of me holding a chorus can in front of John's house. John legitimately told people that I tried to break into his house. Okay. And I think he went to the cops and told them that too. So now I got to deal with that as well.
Oh, wow.
Rob is so checked out on all of this. You don't need to be an expert interviewer. Vince will just go. But if he was actually trying to interview someone who you do need to bring along with you on that journey, he is not there for it at all. Oh, wow.
And Vince is on his show.
Right. That's what I mean. This is supposed to be an interview.
And I mean, this is interesting. I didn't know about this Photoshop and the fact that John's actually calling the police.
Yeah. No, that was
insanity.
That was the whole thing, is that John, the reason why, the whole reason why all of this started is because John put in a formal complaint to the ethics board.
Right.
So he's trying to get Vince the lawyer disbarred in the state of New York from practicing law. Dick fucking move. Horrible move. And the evidence that he showed was that he claims Vince broke into his house. He said this like it's just fact. He's just like, yeah, he broke into my house. You know? And Vince photoshopped a photo in front of his house. Vince said he's never been to Cape Coral in his life. He has no interest in going to Cape Coral. I'm sure that's true based on the information he likes to put out there about Cape Coral. And so John's using that to try to get his livelihood taken away. And so Vince is going, John, that's fucked up. You can't do that. That's not how normal people behave. And Vince says something here that I don't think I've heard him say this before. He always says the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, yes. The answer is yes. And maybe someone like you can mediate between the two, but he's not getting away with just like a nothing thing. He's got to figure out what he's doing, what he did wrong in that situation. And that's the one thing with John and his personality disorder that most likely won't happen. What probably is going to happen is he's got to learn the hard way. And I never wanted to do any of this. He had an opportunity to stop it. He knows he did, and he knows what he did. So I don't want to get into that. I don't even want to bash John. I like John, and I like you. I don't want to get interfere in your relationship with him.
Well, I mean, It's just like, John is just like, I do a show. I consider him somewhat of a friend of mine, and
can you dumb it down for me?
I always enjoy going on there, and I'm not trying to meddle or whatever, but
Rob.
Honestly, that was the first time I believed Vince.
Yes.
That last
He's
statement.
very sincere there. And you know what, man? Sometimes the kid's got to get spanked.
Well, he literally said, because of John's personality disorder.
Coming on to me?
Not with your weird onion porn.
Because of John's personality disorder, that stopped him from doing what he should have done with the intelligent thing to do. And Vince, when on John's show for all of those months, he'd be like, now, John, if you were a narcissist, which you're not, but if you were a narcissist, you would do this, 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 pretty much saying you are a narcissist, but always saying the opposite. Here, he's just coming out and finally just saying it. Like, John has a personality disorder, and that's why he's so stupid. He can't get out of his own way.
Yeah.
He's really fucking himself in all of this. So John finally weighs in. Let's go back now to John's show with Rob Saul and Clay Dabbler.
Well, so what happened then, Clay? I said, look, I'm not going to trash you. But I do think, because he was defending me as a 411 man who punked out Shulie Agar. Thanks for the fiver. Says Rob Saul defending you from start to finish. He's a great friend to the Duke. Now, Clay, you saw Rob on the show.
I didn't see it. No, I haven't watched it.
Oh, because I did, and it was actually helpful to me considering some of the things that was said.
Oh, he was watching it for some legal reasons, apparently.
But I watched it, and Rob was very nice to me, and he was not at all.
Yeah, like I said, I weren't making any rash judgments or slagging Rob off or anything. I don't mind Rob on the show. I think it's all right. You know what I mean, it's always good to have someone new on the show.
What just happened here? Clay Dabbler comes out tattletaling, going, "Oh, I don't know about this Rob Saul guy. He's in with Anthony's and with Vince the Warrior. I think he's probably turning on you, John." And John goes, "No, I actually watched it. He was actually really complimentary to me." And Clay Dabbler goes, "Yeah, no, I'm sure he's fine." I didn't think anything either. Funny how that works. But John is suspicious right now of this guy, as he should be.
Don't get all defensive, but you have to understand that when you have a guy that's suing me on, and then
Yeah,
and then you want to have Pocky on. It does look like you've been at work.
Well, Pocky's been on a lot before, and we don't agree about everything, John. And
so it does seem like a work. And I think that John's going to be very cautious around Rob Saul.
And vice versa.
Right, yes, and for good reason. This is a fun little part that I had to clip because even Clay has to yell at Rob Saul for staring at his phone and getting distracted.
Along with everybody else. And then, of course, you know. And
Put
then,
your phone on airplane mode. Fucking hell, you're on the Duke show. Come on.
Even with the airplane mode, I don't know what happens. If someone calls you from an iPhone, it still goes through. But anyway.
Clay's just like, dude, stop getting distracted by your phone. What are you doing?
Yeah. Be distracted by me.
Right. Be distracted by what I'm saying. The nonsense that I'm spewing over here. One more clip. And this is John explaining how important it is to be his friend and why it's such a great thing and why you shouldn't cross the Duke.
Well, here's one thing that I'll tell you, and Clay, I think, will attest to this.
Yeah,
I am a loyal guy, Rob, and I will do your show. And I just as Quad learned, and he said it on the show so many times. I made his numbers so high. The 3 times I did a show, he said was the highest numbers he's ever had, and that's just a fact check.
It is, and and he's not.
So just know. I think what Clay's saying is know that I'm helping you.
John is a kingmaker, according to him.
Isn't that exactly what JoJo Siwa said earlier about
yes,
Peters?
You're very right about that. Yes, he gets the numbers. He's helping out all these people. Meanwhile, some people just hate watching. Like Rob's numbers are going up because they hate him on John's show. And what is this guy's show all about? So numbers aren't always a good thing, as we've seen with Corey Feldman and the number of views that he's getting on the internet. Not necessarily a positive thing. Guys, today there was a huge announcement. I don't know if you know about this, but we got to get into it.
Bloody ass. Can I get a little sympathy? Because I got a bloody ass. I'm bleeding generously. Because I got a bloody ass.
Stuttering John came on his show today. And he talked to Brian Karam for a little bit about nonsense. And he said, after this, I got a big announcement. And he said, this Friday is my last show. John said, after this Friday, I'm going to go away. And then he said, it might be one day. It might be 3 days. It might be a week. It might be a year. I don't know.
It'll be the first one.
And then, as he's going through the super chats and playing the victim, and everyone's been beating me up, and it's not fair, and what did I ever do to anyone, and Lady K drew first blood, and Shulie, and he's going on and on and on. He decided that today was his last show. Oh. You know what? He goes, Clay Deborah's like, we're still doing a show, right? He's like, no, I'm never doing a show again. Today was my last show. And he signed off, and we'll never see John on the internet again. Because this time he probably means it, right, guys?
Oh, yeah.
I would imagine. So that's what happened on the show
Till
today.
he needs beer money. When the Duke says something, he does it.
Yeah, I know, right? Till he needs beer money. So now. Right.
Yeah, he just went live.
Correct. He probably is live right now, just going, okay, now this is really my last show. So all you cheap fucks better pay up. All right. Yesterday's show was interesting to me because John starts off with a whopper of a story. He's such a fucking liar, and it's so obvious just based on the details that he puts into his story. Because John's using his old laptop on the show, the one that freezes up every now and again. And so he explains why that has happened.
Where do I begin? Yesterday, I go to a bar/restaurant with the Vietnamese girl.
Okay, so John's got a new girlfriend, the Vietnamese girl. And he went out to a bar/restaurant. Sounds like a nice place. For dinner with her. And then let's see what happens after that.
And then we go home, and then I decide I'm going to watch the Yankees play the White Sox.
Now, you're in a new relationship. You haven't gotten laid in years. And you're with your girl. The first thing you do is turn on baseball and watch the Yankees play the worst team to ever exist in the major leagues? That's your plan for that? Already seems a little off, but maybe she also likes baseball. I don't know. Let's see.
So I'm watching the game, and the Yankees are sucking fucking ass against the worst team in the goddamn league, the goddamn Chicago White Sox. Yankees are getting their fucking asses kicked.
Wait, did John and Carl
So,
disagree?
I decide, well, let's just go to bed. I'll bring the computer, we'll throw it down. So we fall asleep, we fool around a little bit, fall asleep.
All right. Are you following this? They're watching the Yankees. The Yankees get blown out. I can imagine that's like, fuck this shit. Fucking God. Turns it off. Let's go to the bed. He brings the computer with him into bed. And then they start fooling around. I'm guessing the Vietnamese girl's on the computer and he's fooling around with himself. If I had to extrapolate what's going on here, but all right. Then what happens, John?
Well, I am a crazy sleeper. And I kicked the computer off. Accidentally, the bed, which is very high up. Don't think anything of it. It's not like I haven't done that before. And woke up this morning, and I got myself a fear.
Close.
The computer screen was cracked and inoperable. My brand new MacBook Pro, most RAM they give.
It's not true. He's told us the specs on his MacBook. Mine's twice as fast. So, according to John's story here, gets into bed with his girl. He has the laptop on the bed, kicks it off, breaks the laptop. Notice that when he woke up, there was no stories about a girl being there. He never discusses the girl ever again, somehow.
She left as soon as he fell asleep.
You'd think there'd be a story about, like, oh, well, that's possible. Like, the money's on the nightstand. Well, that's the other thing, too.
What money?
Yeah, well, what nightstand? John just proved he doesn't own a nightstand. Because that's where you put your computer. Yeah. If you were laying in bed and watching shit on the computer. So he's got it in the bed with him because he's got no other furniture in the house. And you would put it, like, between you and her, if anything, so it wouldn't get kicked off the bed. So this is all bullshit.
When they're fooling around.
While they're fooling around, yeah.
She has to watch porn of a hotter guy while he's fucking her.
That I'd understand. Also, just the term fooling around.
Yeah. We built a fort.
Yeah. All right.
He started touching her and she got grossed out. That's what fooling around was.
There was no Vietnamese woman.
I know.
He's recently posted photos of him on his motorcycle he's all proud of. Yeah. And he's like, and there's my buddy in the background. No Vietnamese girl anywhere to be found. It's amazing. He can't even like bring one in to just like take a quick photo with. It's not actually a highly populated area for Vietnamese people anyway. I've been there a few times.
Why don't you lay off the Asians?
All right, you're right. Good point. It's too much. So John has to bring his laptop to the shop, and he's telling Rob Saul about this story. This is nuts.
I had to make an executive decision. Now, did I have that 740 available? No.
Why?
But that's what plastic is for.
Yeah.
What? What's he doing to that dog?
That's what plastic is for, Mr. Saul.
I know. Fake super chats don't pay the bills.
No. Although I don't have any fake super chats, thank God.
Couple things going on here. The last part is John can't even roll with the joke. He has to explain, but no, I do have to correct you on this. I don't get fake super chats. Yeah, I know, John. That was the joke. But the computer's going to cost $740 to fix. And John's not liquid enough to afford $740. He had to put it on a credit card. And it sounded like he was bragging that he owns a credit card.
It did.
I have a credit card. It's not even maxed out. Neat. Pretty cool right there. Wow. Things are way worse than I thought they were. And John thinks he's going to sue everyone. You can't afford $740 for your laptop repair. You're not suing anyone ever, John. He's acting like, this big thing that's happening this Saturday with the Kate Meanie audio being played, the thing that John refers to as the tapes.
What's happening on Saturday?
Although they are MP3s. DabbleCon 2, Annie. We'll all be there. That's going to be a big deal. John's freaking the fuck out. He is freaking the fuck out. If I could tell you guys the story of what happened with the comedy club today, John is freaking the fuck out. He's panicking. I think that's why he's leaving the internet. Mm-hmm. I think that's probably why. I don't know what I haven't heard this stuff yet. We're going to hear about it on Saturday.
He's going to Jamaica.
This is going to be incredible. Back to Jamaica again. So John can't afford $740 to fix his computer. He has to put that on a credit card that he can't pay off. Seems misguided, especially if you're done podcasting. What do you care? You can just use this computer for whatever you're going to do, but he still has to get that fixed, even though he's going to, I guess he decided that the next day he's going to leave podcasting forever. So let's talk about how useless John is. John needs people to help him with everything in his life. Every single thing.
Hey, Rob, how do I, when I go to Twitter, how do I get this black screen off? I like the white screen. Do you know how to do that?
No, I just go with on your phone or the computer you're talking about?
The computer screen. I like the white screen.
Could you imagine if someone sat down with John and go, hey, okay, so there's this thing called Google.
I was just
and these questions you ask all your fucking co-hosts?
Yeah, during a show.
Yeah, and the people that you call who are your super chatters, your chatters, and you ask them these questions, put it into Google and see what they say.
Unironically, I think it might change his life if he had one of those like Alexas or Google Assistants on the wall right next to him, so he could just shout at Google.
It would change his life
for real. I feel like it would change because he could just talk to it all day, and it would just tell him things that he instead, so he doesn't have to on the damn computer.
There's a new.
It's
symptomatic of boomers. They don't realize that AI is a thing, that Google is a thing, and that Alexa is a thing. All you have to do is start screaming, Alexa, I hate the blacks. I want everything white.
Where should I move if I don't like black people? Go to Cape Coral. Thanks, Alexa. You're right, though. It's crazy to me that when John was talking about IRL streaming with our buddy Adam Bush, and John's big complaint was, no one showed me how to do it. No one's ever showed me how to do it.
Yeah.
I can't imagine how many tutorials there are on YouTube about IRL streaming. There's probably thousands. I bet if you put that into YouTube or Google, there'd be a million results. I actually Googled, how do you switch off a dark mode on Twitter? And it was 3 videos listed that were tutorials on how to turn off dark mode on Twitter, which is what he's trying to do. And he's like, Rob, you got to help me out with this.
And they're even nice, and they list those before the text that you would have to read. You just click right on the video.
Yeah, they take you right to the 27-second mark so you can see how to do it. It's great. It's amazing. This thing, I don't know if you guys know about Google, guys.
You can ask it how to set up your green screen. You can ask it where you can get cat food. You can, all these things that you don't know, John.
Is that you?
No, not me.
Of course not.
It's not you.
No.
So who was it?
I don't know.
So we hear a phone ring, and John goes, is that you, Rob? And Rob goes, no, it's not me. For sure it's not. It was Rob. And so whoever's trolling Rob starts trolling him throughout this episode, just keeps calling his phone, and it keeps ringing. And I have a little compilation of this that I put together, and you're going to see John getting so annoyed. For a guy who's gone through this himself so many times, he has zero patience for anyone else dealing with this. Like, what the fuck? Figure it out.
Yeah.
It took you months to figure this out.
We've seen this before.
Yes.
Well, how dare you do it on my show? It's professional here.
Right. That's how John thinks. He's retarded.
Especially with work stuff. There's like...
Turn that goddamn thing off.
The phone is off, but now it's ringing through my computer.
Goddamn pledge pin.
He's going to watch me work. He wants me to serve him. And Jesus Christ, how do I get this fucking phone off my MacBook? Jesus.
Do not disturb.
Well, first of all, we don't sell that garbage.
Jesus, Rob.
I know. It's the same person. It's somebody about KC and stuff.
All you got to do is go to the conversation on the top and block the person.
Okay. I turned off my phone, but it goes through.
No. Go to your computer. And if you have like messages, iMessages.
He's doing it on Google Voice.
Yeah, well, you should be able to block, that.
Everyone.
So I can sign it.
All right, I just blocked the number, but it's calling now. All right, I was just figuring out. I think
these guys, because they don't have lives, so
that's what they do.
knows, Rob. You gotta just fucking do it.
Now they're just calling from other numbers.
Yeah, turn off the sound on your computer.
Now it's funny again.
I've just never had this problem before, John.
I did.
Quit calling on Skype now.
Also, I still do.
Yeah.
I think Rob's never said that before. I've never had this problem before. Maybe. So he's getting people trolling him, and John is not having it.
I learned this the hard way after the 72nd time that it happened to me. I finally figured it out.
If you let this happen for 2 more months, I'm no longer going to have you on my show.
You're an idiot for not knowing immediately.
So this is great because now it happens again, and John goes into tech support, John.
The best.
We've talked about a lot of versions of John that we don't like before. John.
This is a rare visit.
This is a rare visit from tech support John, who's going to walk our buddy Rob Saul through how to fix this.
You begging for grown men for stuff online. Jesus Christ.
How are there 2 different rings now?
I gotta figure out this.
Turn off Google.
Turn off Google.
Turn off your Google.
I'm doing it through Google Chrome. I mean, this is how I
Go
do
to your
this.
settings and turn off the volume to your to the.
How do I do that?
Go to your settings and turn off the volume.
All right, so John's all over the place. Turn off Google, and he's like, I'm using Google Chrome, totally different application, but whatever. And then, all right, we'll just turn off the volume in the settings. Okay.
I'm in
You
Google.
need Mac speaker. Turn your Mac speakers off.
Do you think it's the Mac speaker that's doing this? Do you think it's coming out of speaker?
I'll get up and walk out of the room, and then I won't be able to hear it.
What's that?
Leave the room, come back.
Because it comes out of John's speaker at his place. He doesn't have headphones.
Oh, you're
or whatever.
right. So he's assuming that it's a speaker. Like, no one else uses their speakers. You see these things in my ears, Chad? Everyone else uses headphones, like professionals. You're right.
Yeah, but what it is I have everything set up to my soundboard. So when I do that, I got to figure out how to just turn off this because otherwise.
Yeah, Rob's explaining to John, like, I don't have a setup like you do. I'm not using my MacBook microphone or my MacBook speakers to do a show like
and a Coleco.
Right.
It's set up through this soundboard that I use all the time.
Then I have no sound. If you turn off your speakers, I can't hear you. Everything is plugged into my computer.
But you're plugged in to your headphones, so you're not.
My headphones are plugged into my soundboard, which is everything my computer.
But you don't need the speakers to be turned on. The output
right.
speakers. So if you
Of
go
course
to
he
settings,
doesn't. Yeah, that's
I'll
true,
do it.
John.
See,
That
I
is
go
true.
to settings.
All right.
All right, let's
and then
see
you
this.
go
Apple.
down to sound. Then you hit sound. You'll hit output.
System settings. Hold on.
And then output volume. You turn it down.
There, tech support.
Sorry, I'm going to. I went to settings. Then what am I going to?
Then go to sound.
Sorry, your accent's a little
I
thick,
don't
sir.
see anything.
Yeah,
Sound.
sound. You see, it's right under notifications.
Oh no! Oh yeah, I see it.
So now click on sound,
Uh-huh.
and then you'll see output volume. You see that?
Yes.
So then you just turn that down.
This is
For my,
and this learned man's going to leave the internet?
Yes!
What are we going to do?
Right, John, we need you, buddy.
I have my fingers crossed that he's going to fuck up his own audio explaining it. Please.
For my MacBook speakers.
Yes! Okay, now can you still hear me?
Oh no.
All right.
We're gonna mute them. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, but then with the output volume, okay.
Okay. So he just followed all the instructions that John gave him, turned off the speakers, the MacBook speakers. So that's probably going to fix the problem, right?
Yep.
And
End of segment.
No, not working. Not working. It's not working.
Look how defeated he is.
Well, you gotta get rid of that Google fucking call.
All right, let me get rid of Google Voice and.
Can you dumb
get
it
rid
down,
of Google
John?
fucking voice, damn it!
So this is why John's so stupid. It's about your notifications. It has nothing to do with your speakers. You're getting that because you have your notification sounds turned on. You have to turn that off. John's never figured that out. He still hasn't fucking figured that out. It tormented him for months, and now it's tormenting Robin. Maybe that's a flashback thing that he's having.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe that was PTSD. He was just like, I've been through this before.
He can't just get up and go rampaging through his mother's house and plugging all Rob Saul's phones.
Right.
who could forget?
I want to smack an 87-year-old right now the way that I'm hearing all these sounds in my house. It's ridiculous. So, poor Rob. He's John's co-host now. And he's on the show all the time. And John doesn't pay him. He brags about not paying co-hosts. And so Rob's like, well, it'd be cool if you came on my show. Probably get more eyeballs over there if you did that. And there's two things that happen in this clip that are amazing to me.
Everybody's begging you for you on my show every night.
I'll be half in a bag.
I know. Well, what we're going to have to do is Saturday night is my birthday. I'm going to go out for drinks with my aunt, and then I'll probably come on and do a nice drunken show if you want to join for my birthday.
If you do a show earlier, yes. But 8 o'clock is too late for me.
What?
When is that? What? When does that stop them?
Who's out? They're out losering each other.
It's nuts. I can't go on your show. I'm always wasted at 8 p.m. Is that incredible right there? Like, well, John, maybe just don't be wasted that night at 8 and come on my show.
That's ridiculous.
That sounds like something that anyone can
talking
pull
crazy
off.
now, Carl.
Yeah, I know.
Also, is your aunt single?
Well, I'm surprised he didn't ask that. Maybe offline he did. Because this is what's so pathetic about Rob Saul, and he likes to call other people losers. He's celebrating his birthday with his aunt. I saw your reaction. You're like, what? And this is the thing with John and Chad Zumach and Rob Saul. They literally don't have friends. These people have no friends in their lives.
Also, they all announce their birthdays.
And they talk about Rob's going to bring up his birthday again in a little bit. Because he's like, hey, it's my birthday. Maybe you can throw some bucks my way. Maybe people can donate to my show. Rob's trying to get his channel monetized. So he's been streaming every night that he can, just trying to get those hours up so he can get it monetized. Mm-hmm. All these losers think that, guys, watch the Ray DeVito model. That's what's going to happen to you. You'll be broadcasting for 58 people, and you'll read 7 $2 super chats over an hour and a half. I don't know what you think's going to happen here. It's not going to be Misery Loves Company. You guys are not Kevin Brennan. I'm sorry to break the news to you. You're not just going to be able to turn on your computer and make $500 every time you turn on your computer. So good luck with that. Why can't John be sober enough at 8 p.m. any night? It wasn't like hey, how about a Tuesday? How about a Thursday? It was just like, I can never do your show at 8 p.m. It's ridiculous. How could I possibly be sober enough to do a show that no one watches on the internet at 8 p.m.? And John's the guy who goes, and they call me an alcoholic.
And
John,
they call him a good friend, too.
That's what alcoholism is right there, dummy. How do you not understand that? By the way, it's getting close to 8 p.m. We got to wrap this up. We got to start chugging some shots over here. So then Jay Phoenix comes out with a very funny super chat that John reacts to.
Look at Stuttering John supporting this dog love.
Jay Phoenix. Sorry I haven't chatted this week. Been busy with work and family. Sorry, work is where you go to earn money. And a family is a household that doesn't hate you.
So, brilliant super chat because it got John to read it. Sorry, I haven't given you super chats this week. Been busy. Like, okay, cool. This guy's on my side. Not on my side. So how's John going to respond to this? Well, there's two things being said. One that John doesn't work and one that John's family hates him. One of those cuts a little deeper than the other.
Thank you. I didn't know either one of those. I had no idea. Yeah. That's kind of weird, though, Rob, since I worked at a tire warehouse since I was 13 years old, then became a truck driver.
So he goes through his whole resume of working jobs rather than talk about the fact that he also has a loving family. That was the thing that was harder hitting.
Yeah, I know. I worked for the post office for a week and a half.
Right. Like, okay, no, we know you've worked in jobs, John.
I'm not surprised by how he responded to that. And he doesn't react to the family thing at all, of course, right?
He's such an idiot. No, he never responds to that at all, of course.
Since I was 13. So you're still there.
Yeah.
You fucking idiot.
I know.
He's so dumb.
Could you imagine having a paper route and still talking about it?
I think Patty Seacups might have one.
That's one of those guys who would do that. All right, let's talk about how bad Rob Saul is at this. He might be the worst. If John's going away like he said he is, welcome Rob Saul into the Dabbleverse. Yeah. Because Rob's going to try to rip on me. And this is bad.
I know I saw who was it? Lady K. Yeah. Rob Saul laughing at Stuttering John clips when he's playing them like it wasn't 20 years ago. It's still funny when I watch old stuff, and just like you watch an old movie and you still enjoy it, even though you've seen it before and it's 20, 30 years old.
Rob watches everything, by the way. One thing I know about Rob Saul is he's watching everything.
This right now,
and it affects him. He's bothered by it. I made a comment that he was watching the Ted Williams interview with John. You ever fart in the catcher's face? And Rob's fucking laughing it up when John's frozen and he's not there anymore. So I'm like, that's ridiculous. Everyone's seen this a million times. Why would you laugh at that? He's like, oh no, it's great. But now he's going to try to get a dig on me. Check this out. This is the opposite of how to do this.
If it's funny, Lady K. Just like your mom wife, probably 30 years from now when she's dead and you're still swinging, trying to get Kumias. So, okay. I think Brian Cloder is calling me. You can't hear it through the...
There you go. You fixed it, Rob.
We can hear it.
So he never comes back to that thought.
You're swinging?
He had no idea where he was going with that. Oh, yeah, are you making fun of me? Well, mom wife, and when she's dead, and then...
Saved by the Bell.
Yeah.
You kind of trailed off there, Rob.
Yeah, Rob, you forgot about napping and mandolins. Like, do I have to explain this to you? How to goof on me? What a fucking idiot.
I'm getting a call. It's from Guy Incognito. Yeah, Hi, save me from this bit.
I love that John was having a sneezing fit, so Rob didn't have someone to save him. He did get saved by the phone call that he pretended we couldn't hear, but we obviously could. Rob, this ain't for you, man. Holy shit, that was bad.
His voice and cadence reminds me of Tony Michaels.
Oh,
he's
right.
got that going on, and he's also just as sensitive as him.
Yeah.
Somehow Chad Zumach's impression of you is more funny than that.
Everyone's impression of me is more funny than Rob Saul.
That is true.
He's terrible. And then John admits that he's a liar.
2 months ago, you gloated you were never fired. Why? Because I didn't want to give you guys a satisfaction. Pretty fucking simple. Wouldn't you say, Rob? That's pretty easily explainable.
Yeah, of course. You don't want to know because then they just keep going.
Exactly.
So, John, what you just admitted is that you'll lie to us because you don't want us to know the truth, which means you have zero credibility at all times. We don't know if you were fired from your job or not. You claimed you were, then you claimed you weren't, then you claimed you were again. But none of it matters because you're a fucking liar and everything you say is a lie. So who gives a shit? But he loves to go on and say that he's the only truth in the dabbleverse. Everyone's got to listen to him. He's always got an excuse for why he lies, but other people can't lie. And then John is so pathetic and paranoid. Him and Rob Saul are BFFs right now. They're besties. They're going to go out and buy those necklaces.
100%.
Combined together. It's going to be really cute when they do that. But he's really concerned that Rob's going to turn on him. And he pleads with him not to.
But I'm just going to say this, Rob, and please don't turn on me like everybody else. I mean,
listen, that's not, I don't think that's funny. I don't think it's cute. I don't think it's beneficial.
It'd be nice to have one friend in this dabbleverse.
Well, listen, you got them, and all you got to do is give me the same loyalty I give you, and we won't have any problems. I guarantee you.
Hey, I was loyal to every single one of these assholes that turned on me. I wasn't a dickhead.
We got to archive this clip first off for them saying, yeah, I'll never turn on you. Yeah, no, we're going to be best friends to the end. We'll see what happens with that.
Get a supercut of all of his
There's
hosts
people
saying
that don't turn on him, though. They just quietly set him aside.
Yeah.
You know, Hal Sparks and Tony Michaels, and everybody's just like, the juice is
Minus
not
Touch Brothers.
worth the squeeze with this asshole.
Castler. Correct. John's such a sad, pathetic loser. He has to go there and be like, yeah, you know, I'm a great friend, and everyone stops being my friend, and I can't figure it out. Hopefully you won't do that, Rob. And Rob's also a pathetic loser. No, I want friends too. Like, we should be friends. Let's also be friends. I know, it's sad. It's getting sad.
You know what friends do, John? They do each other's shows. Maybe you want to come on my fucking show.
No shit.
The world's biggest dickhead.
What? Not be wasted by 8 p.m. That'd be a waste of a day. Could you imagine if I remembered the evening I had before so I could articulate it into the microphone the next day and not lie through my teeth about girls coming over?
Yeah. You could do my show, or you could not do it. I could just get called a dog fucker over and over again until I get sick of it and leave. I mean, what do you...
That's where this is going. That's where it's headed to. So John, at the end of this, and he goes on to talk about all the people who turned on him, and he never did anything to them. And, it's the usual list of Ryan Sharman and Benny Loco and Andrea Brower and all these people who he treated like shit. And John doesn't realize this. I talked to Ryan Sharman and Andrea Brower. Andrea's coming to DabbleCon too, which is amazing. And we hang out with these people. Andrea still works with Hal Sparks. And all these people still work with everyone. John, the common denominator here is you. You treat people like shit. You treat people like they're your servant and errand boy. Just like you were with Rob, telling him, show me how to do this thing in Twitter. Like, you just expect things from people. And that's why they get sick of you and annoyed with you and don't want to deal with you anymore. And that's the best way to end a relationship for John. Yeah. That's actually just being annoying and being like Hal Sparks, I just can't anymore. It's enough. It's the best kind of falling out he can have. It's usually much worse than that. John is so scared of these tapes. The Kate Meanie phone calls. He is so shitting a brick about this.
I can't wait.
John calls moms, 3 more days and your kids will hear the tapes. Well, yes. You mean, yeah, and I'm sure you're going to AI them up pretty damn good.
All right, so that's the first thing.
Yeah.
They're going to be AI'd up. So John didn't actually say any of the things that we're going to hear this weekend. Okay.
Do you know, Rob, they have like intros now with AI of me that sounds spot on.
I know. They do them with everybody, the AI. I'm sure.
And Kevin Brennan's is spot on.
Kevin's is spot on, yeah.
So God knows what they're going to fuck.
Dynamite drop in, Rob. Broadcast school really paid off. Rob talks about he used to have a career in radio, which is incredible to me. He seems to be the worst at this. He's got the board, though, in front of him, so he's got that going.
Isn't this interesting how now he's going to lean into the fact that it's AI, but when we're playing, it was AI, but when we were playing like some of these things, they were saying, oh, this is totally AI. And then he was going to sue you for trying to say that it was him, but now that it's actually coming out for real, it's just AI.
I gave him the out. Andy, can I tell you a secret?
Please.
It wasn't AI.
Yeah.
All those phone calls I played with you, John and Kate, were real.
You're kidding. I had no idea.
Those were all real phone calls.
Dang, well, I was fooled.
I know. Can you believe it? But yeah, I gave him the out. I gave him a chance to be just like, yeah, Carl's playing AI. It's bullshit. We would have been fine. But instead, he's like, no, those are real. And now that he knows that the worst stuff is going to get played, he's like, it's probably going to
totally
be
AI.
Yeah.
Super tips.
But then he also says this.
So God knows what they're going to fucking doctor up with, with my tapes. And God knows what's going to happen after they do it. I'm not showing my hand yet.
Yeah.
We've seen your hand.
Yeah, we've seen your hand. It's scabby. God knows what I'm going to do. You're going to do nothing. Yeah. You have no plan.
You're going to go hide for a few days.
He was going to get an injunction. That was his plan weeks ago. We're going to go to a judge. I got my lawyer, my hotshot lawyer. We're going to get an injunction. They won't be allowed to play the tapes. That didn't work. Here's the thing that John's not understanding. When he says that these tapes are illegal, and I don't know, I keep using the word tapes, that's what he says, but the MP3 files of the conversation between John and Kate Meanie. When he says that they're illegal, they've never been deemed illegal by any judge in the land. John claims they're illegal, but they're not. They were recorded in a one-party consent state, so Kate is perfectly legal to record them, and anyone can replay them. And unless a judge says otherwise, that's the fact, Jack. That's what's going on.
That goes back to Missy B's assertion that embarrassing John is the worst thing that you could do to John. So in John's head, it's illegal. It's a crime.
Right.
Yeah.
And he fantasizes about all of us going to jail and also all of us getting sued and him living in our houses. And these are real fantasies that he has. He thinks this is going to happen someday.
All of us being sued at the same time in the same courtroom.
Right.
That's what he pictures.
And then him getting up and being like, Your Honor, look at these losers.
Yes.
This one uses the N-word. That one over there says J.
I rest my case.
Gary L., did he call the club? He did not, but somebody else did.
Oh, Jesus.
Somebody else called the club today to try to get this thing shut down.
People are just reading the playbook.
Yeah. It's so obvious this is what's going to happen. And to call the club 2 days before the event, you had all this time. You were going to get an injunction. You were going to get us all sued. You're going to shut all this down. None of it happened. And it's not happening. It's going to happen. Does that make sense? DabbleCon 2. WATPlive.com for tickets. DabbleCon.live to stream it. We have hundreds of people who signed up for the stream already. I'm excited about that. It's going to be good. It's going to be really good. I've been working with Vinny to make sure that it's going to sound awesome. It's going to look awesome. I am very excited about that. One more clip with John promoting DabbleCon for us.
Just like this DabbleCon, it's all just a bully fest.
Yeah, let's gang
Can you
up.
imagine paying money to sit on my couch cushions?
I wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go there for free, and it's on my birthday, so I'm like,
it's on my birthday. It's on his birthday, guys. Come on. We should probably get a cake or something for Rob in case he shows up. It is his birthday. It's a very important day for him. Maybe him and his aunt will stop by DabbleCon.
We'll all sing happy birthday to Rob Saul.
I like that the way John twists this. People are paying money to sit on my couch cushions. First off, no. Do not touch those couch cushions.
Yeah.
We'll have them on display, but you are not allowed to sit on them. Secondly, we're putting on a ton of shows. There's going to be so much entertainment. I can't even tell you what I've already seen come through. I'm very excited about all of it. It's going to be fantastic. And for John to boil it down to, people are going to hang out and sit on his couch cushions? Not the case. We're going to be in a very large comedy room, all laughing at the fact that
I'm charging
suck at life.
people $2 to hold a black light and go over them. That's what we're going to do.
Oh, Vinny messaged me today. He goes, do the ice still have a black light? I'm like, no, we don't. Stage lights, not black lights, you know? She's like, I'll have to buy one.
Just go to Spencer's gift.
Right.
Dude, you're there all the time anyways.
Right, do it.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't go there for free, and it's on my birthday, so I'm like, I would never even imagine.
Rob, you're on the list.
Yeah.
All right. If you want to come for free, I got you, buddy. You can come in on your birthday. We'll celebrate it for you, buddy. I'll even buy you a shot.
I would never even imagine spending such a miserable birthday at a shitty event like that.
I know. Could you imagine being around like friends and like-minded people and having fun and laughing? You probably can't imagine that, Rob.
And who the hell wants to go to Rochester in the first place? It's the armpit of New York.
Turns out tons of fucking people do.
Yeah, it turns out hundreds of people are coming to Rochester for this event. And didn't John book his last comedy show in Rochester?
I believe he did.
Yeah, that he then backed out of. He was going to come to Rochester in March. That was his plan. And now he's too good for it. Armpit of New York. Have you been to Binghamton? Have you seen Utica? Get the fuck out of here.
Don't get me started on Syracuse.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm not sitting here saying that Rochester's the greatest place in the world by any means, but I've been to Utica. And I've been to Binghamton. And I've been to Syracuse. Yikes. That's all I have to say about that. All right. Let's get this shit started.
These hungover motherfuckers.
Hello, Newman.
We laughed our asses off.
Are you a boner guy?
Oh, I was a boner guy.
You know what? I miss penis.
What are you talking about? I'm the one who should apologize.
Is it going to be absolutely riveting? Is it going to change your life by any stretch? Probably not, but it's going to be at least entertaining, okay?
By the way, for those people that are in the back, remember to shut the fuck up.
That's the gayest thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
I've been dying to say that.
Cuz-a-roo. Cuz-a-roo. Slap-a-rooney.
PTSD.
WATP. Hello, Reverend Custaroos. Welcome to another episode of Horley's Podcast, the only show that porn bombed Kevin Brennan. I'm your host, Carl. With me today, all the way from the segregated South, from Censor.TV, it's Anthony Cubia.
Thank you.
Also with us today, all the way from the merch table, it's Jenny Jingles. And we got producer Chris.
Hello.
Hey, guys in the back, can we get some monitors? I can't really hear the videos we're playing or stuff that we're doing on the stage very well. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. Today, we'll be reviewing Stuttering John, Rob Saul, Opie Radio, and the biggest problem in the universe, sans Dick Masterson. Let's get right into it.
Love it.
We got to get going.
Can I get a little sympathy? Because I got a bloody ass. I'm bleeding generously. Because I got a bloody ass.
What do you guys think? Is that the right stinger for John, or should we go back to... And the mob has spoken. All right. I want to start off now. Obviously, John's quit the internet forever, but a couple of days ago, he did a show with Rob Saul, and I have some really bad news for everybody who's here watching this right now.
They have a 3-day weekend about me. It's all about me. It's amazing. It's a loser fest. It truly is a loser fest. I mean, you have to be a certifiable loser to be that infatuated with me.
Oh, no.
He insults himself.
He is a gem.
It's so depressing.
What kind of an idiot would enjoy me? That's literally what he just said. Loser.
So, yes, apparently everyone who's here is a loser. You're going to hear that term used quite a bit on this episode because apparently that's the only thing that Rob Saul knows to say because he just repeats everything that Stuttering John says, which is
his lapdog, no pun.
Anthony, what's your take on Rob Saul? What do you think about that guy?
What a useless fucking nothing this guy is. He professes, he professes to have a radio show and no radio. He can't fill time for 2 seconds while John is, he just sits there getting another fucking blowjob from his schnauzer.
Oh. Now, John might have the worst comeback of all time to the Super Chat here. And as you guys know, John loves reading insults from the Super Chat and responding to it.
Mike Damone, thanks for the $5. So because you got reinstated, you're okay with MJ. You know what Stockholm Syndrome is? Your argument is so flawed, especially with how you react to haters. Well, you know, it's, Jay Phoenix, you even went to ceremonies you weren't welcome to.
Let's pretend I didn't address that at all. Let's pretend we never read that one, guys. I want a mulligan on this one. Let's do a do-over on it.
I love that it's Mike Damone, too.
Yes.
That's a great...
Hey, John, where'd you get that shirt out of the hamper?
All right, now...
Thought you could use some help with your podcast on such a hot day.
It's widely known that John was not supposed to go to his son's graduation. And he got in a lot of trouble with the family for showing up there. And you think, like, why can't he go to his own son's high school graduation? Well, he's going to explain the reason here.
You even went to ceremonies you weren't welcomed at. He's referring to...
Is he?
When I'm not going to bother answering it, but it wasn't. It didn't have anything to do with me. It had everything to do with. Put it this way: this guy Cardiff they were all threatening they were going to live stream from my youngest son's high school graduation.
Huh? Jeez.
So there's a reason why, because he don't look. My kids don't want any part of this bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right.
It's all Cardiff's fault. I knew it.
Can someone explain to me if John shows up, Cardiff's going to live stream the event?
Yeah.
Cardiff lives in Minnesota. How the fuck's he going to live stream this event? I don't understand how that even works, but John's always got an excuse. They're like, listen, Dad, I'd love to have you at my graduation, but there's that pesky potato that follows you everywhere you go. I just can't have him there. My friends will laugh at me.
I just don't believe that they're following this as much as he is.
No, they don't know anything about it.
They know about the potato.
So the youngest son, is that the one with the vagina? I can't keep track.
That's not the one.
There's the son with the vagina.
Clear this up for us.
Potato.
Were you going to live stream from John's son's graduation?
Yes.
I may have threatened that, yes, Carl.
That's all it takes then. Very good. Thanks, guys. Calm down, buddy. Relax. Everyone's having fun.
You think with so many eyes he'd have seen that? Oh, get it? Potatoes got eyes or something.
Home run, Comey, a home run.
All right, so John was not a writer on the Howard Stern show. Is the FBI here? Can I say that? Is that allowed? He was not a writer on the Howard Stern show.
Wait, let me just, son, daughter, whatever. Stern said you're, to your face, you're not a writer or an intern. Yeah, on the air. Off the air, it was a different story, dumb fuck.
Ooh. Now, John recently said, and I'm sorry I don't have the clip. Play the clip. I don't have the clip. John recently said that Howard Stern on the air was the real Howard Stern. Howard Stern off the air was not him. It was him pretending to be a person in the world. But now he's using the opposite thing, that no, he said that I wasn't a writer, but that was just for the show. Makes sense. It wasn't a real thing that happened. And then he also says this.
Yeah, thanks for the $2. Howard Stern called you the least funny person we ever met. Yeah, on the air. Off the air, he said I was the best. And he did not want me to leave.
Wow, please. He really put up a fight for you to stay there, John. 2-week notice? Are you sure you don't want just a week? Maybe take a week off in between.
But by the way, whenever John shows up anywhere, people want him to leave. Right. It's just the way John.
Moments after that, though, listen to this.
Gilman. Now this is so unprovable. Right? I mean, so okay. Now I'm going to prove this guy wrong. Of Stern praise Shulie stand-up not goes. Really? After my boxing match, I had a stand-up show in Atlantic City at the Brigada. Well, no, at Trump Taj Mahal. Sorry. Oh. Well, Howard got to see my stand-up, and on that Monday morning, Howard went on the air and said to Robin, I saw Stuttering John stand up. He was great. John's act was very funny.
Not happen.
Fuck off, Gilman. Good day, sir.
So when Howard says what John wants to hear, that's when he's being truthful.
You're right.
I guess that's how it works, because that was also on the air, and he said that on the air he was doing it for a bit. Did Howard also get a good parking spot?
That the real Howard or the fake Howard?
I'm having a hard time following along with the logic on this. It's not making a lot of sense.
Normally, I don't like to interrupt the show, but just last night, I have that episode of Howard Stern. I'm going to be listening to it to find out what Howard actually said about John that day. So, Potato Soup Monday.
The teaser.
I can't even imagine a scenario where Howard's like, I wanted to make fun of John, but his stand-ups are really good.
No, that would never happen.
That would never happen.
Never.
It doesn't even make sense. All right, you ready for a commercial for keychains? By the way, I don't know if you guys realize this. We have so many keychains out there for sale. If anyone has just keys in their pocket, you can't keep track, you want to put them on a chain or something, we can make that happen. Or you can give John $20.
Melton Watch 24, thanks for the $5. Hey, deadbeat, now you live with your mommy. You are real suckers. Where are the keychains? Well, here we go. Hey, I'm selling them $20. Super chat me at 20 and I'll mail you a signed keychain.
Oh, look how he's holding them.
I'm good. Seat cushions for change.
Another brilliant company. feedback from the comic right there.
Just exasperated.
I don't know if Melton's back there. I don't know if he's here right now, but Melton claimed there was only one keychain, and he taped the text on there. He just showed 5 or 6 right there.
One keychain to rule them all.
For $20, he'll sign one of those keychains and mail to you. By the way, there's no fucking way he's going to do that. He doesn't follow through with anything.
No, he won't. He looks so exasperated with himself at that point. He's just like,
I can't believe this is my life. This is my life right now. I'm holding up keychains.
I'd like to see him sign it with his alcoholic DTs. Signature looks like a hacksaw blade.
All right, so again, he's reading incels from Super Chatter. Someone asks him, why did you go to NYU just to become a phone screener? Which is a great question. You really don't need a college education for that. But what I want to key in on is Rob Saul. He has such a way with words. Remember, this guy was on the radio. He knows how to broadcast.
NYU graduate just to be a phone screener. Well, I was a writer. I was a personality. I became world famous. I think for NYU graduate, I did pretty damn well for myself.
Take it away, Rob.
I mean, you're responding to these people that are obsessed with you. They watch shows about you, and when they're not watching shows about you, they're watching shows of you and here. So, I mean, you don't have to explain yourself.
He looks like he's afraid the microphone's going to punch him.
he's very punchable.
In Rob's defense, it is hard to broadcast while you're getting your balls licked by a schnauzer.
It is distracting.
Just being fair here.
Anyway, John, no teeth. These guys are obsessed with you.
Because it's just, they're watching you. They're enamored with you.
I know.
Rob always looks embarrassed to talk to him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well. He looks like he's ashamed of himself at all times.
He should be.
All right, this is a weird flex from John, and I've said that probably 3,000 times in my life, but this is a weird flex talking about working for Stephanie Miller.
This is great. This is
Got a
great.
PBR.
Sheet Chitterson, thanks for the $2. What did you do to Vanessa? Oh, I love Vanessa on Stephanie Miller Creed. Nothing. I asked her out on a date. And Vanessa and I, this is interesting. Thanks, Sheet, for reminding me of her name. She was this beautiful African-American woman, stunning.
Oh, boy, here we go.
And she had the same horrible experience that I did with Stephanie Miller, and she had to quit, just like I fucking couldn't stand. Look, I've worked for some horrible bosses, Howard Stern being one of them. But Stephanie Miller, by fucking far, was the craziest one I've ever worked for, ever.
Yeah?
I did make out with her, though.
Oh.
A couple times.
That's my least favorite John face. I hate that face.
Well, first off, just like when they were playing the clips on Potato Soup, we're bragging about going on a date with a girl and having a fun conversation. Why would you're 56 years old or 58, he's bragging about making out with a girl.
Our tongues touched. I got to second base.
Yeah. So I was necking with this chick. Don't be jealous. Don't be jelly. I was necking with a chick.
A hickey from Stuttering John is like AIDS.
All right. So now these guys are going to do an improv skit together.
Oh,
and if I know anything about Rob Saul and Stuttering John, it's that they are really good on their toes.
The 4'11" man who punked out Shulie Agar, thanks for the $5. Can you guys reenact what it would sound like if Benny and Michelin were having relations with each other? 30 seconds long, please. Sure, here we go. Hey, Michelin, come here. Come here.
Let me just put out my camel, hon, and I'll lick your box.
Yeah, let me just. Okay, hold on, Michelin. Let me just hold on. Let me clean up a little bit. Hold on. Let me get the shower head. Oh, okay. Oh.
What's that pussy little?
All right, now give Benny a kiss. Give Benny a kiss with your asshole. Come here, get that thing.
You know where Michelin's sweet spot is, hon?
Solid gold.
And scene.
You know, I've watched a little bit of lesbian porn in my day. I've never seen anything like that before. That's not usually how they interact.
Oh. Just when I thought I couldn't hate improv more.
Yeah, that's probably the worst there is. Guys, let's be honest. What are we all here for? WATP? No. Who cares about WATP? We're here for the tapes. We are here for the tapes. Tapes. Uncle Rico's coming up next, and they're going to be playing the tapes. And John is going to address that with his buddy Rob and explain to us what's really going on.
Yes. Worst part. Thanks for the $5. You found out there's nothing you can do legally. Untrue. Now you're back claiming it's AI. A lot of it probably is. Some of the stuff I've heard is AI. Amazing how Googleable you are. Lady K even admitted that it was AI.
Now he's back to, no, it is AI. I gave him the out. John, it's AI. I gave him the out. That's not AI. I want to sue you. I can't sue him. That's AI.
School. Some of it. Not all of it. But some of it is. And that's the problem, Rob, because they can mix in AI with real, and then, you know what I mean? And nobody will know the difference.
Has anyone here ever used AI? You know how hard it is to get it to say racial slurs? So we were doing AI for my other show, Who Are These Socials? And the guy requested that it was racist against Asian people. We couldn't get the AI to say people who are good at math. I swear to God, the AI is like, nope, that's offensive. So what John's going to claim after we hear these tapes is that when he's calling people trannies and stuff, that's the AI. It's not. I don't even know what's on the tapes.
He's petrified. He's scrambling for any straw to grab.
Yes.
He's petrified because he knows what's on this. A guy pushing 60 trying to pick up a 24-year-old young woman, and his name isn't Anthony Cumia, which is very, very bizarre.
You know, I think we're going to find out the most embarrassing part of these tapes is his game.
Yes, his horrible game.
That's the part where I'm going to be like, ugh. I don't care what the words he's using.
You know, my hemorrhoids aren't as bad as they say. Ooh, slick.
If you get down by my balls, just watch by the tape. Sometimes it's running down there. You got to give the girls a heads up, guys. Am I wrong? It's just common courtesy.
Such a gentleman.
Just spit it out. That's probably kitty litter. That was bad. I apologize.
There's people eating. Come on.
There's people eating. Yes, in fact, you could buy John's litter box. It's on the menu, everyone. I recommend it. Put a lot of ketchup on there.
Oh, Christ.
Oh, my God, no.
John.
Hey, eat up over there.
I don't know if you guys know this. John used to live in L.A. because he was a big celebrity. No. And when he was in L.A., there were other celebrities that he lived near. And this is some name drop right here.
I used to go to daddy-daughter dances. Guess what other famous celebrity was there? Well, none other but Sean Astin, who played Frodo's best friend in Lord of the Rings. He'd be dancing with his daughter while the Duke danced with his 2 kids.
That was Rudy, wasn't it? Rudy?
Yeah.
Yeah, the difference is that Sean's daughter is still his daughter.
That was Rudy, wasn't it? Rudy?
Yep. That's right. Very
and he was
good.
also in the Goonies, right? Is Sean Astin in the Goonies?
Good one.
I know Corey Feldman was.
Oh, God.
Also, wasn't the current Stuttering John in the Goonies, too? I'm pretty sure.
Rob with more invaluable information.
Yeah. Good stuff, guys.
Good stuff.
This is a fun clip right here because John's bragging about his movie, One Too Many. And as he's Googling, image searching what the cover of it looks like, all he sees is me and Lucy Tightbox and mint salad showing up in his Google image search.
Here is my movie. There is the very small there. There is the poster, as you can see there.
Yeah,
There's
kind of.
Too Many poster.
Scroll a little bit.
Yes.
You see that? There
I
is.
think I'm going to watch it. I think it's on like Tubi or one of these streaming sites.
I love it.
Oh, what's all this now? I got to get past that. I love mint salad reenacting the poster for this. Overacting on the poster.
That's what I used to say all the time.
She was so funny. The worst movie ever. and I want to show you who. Look at all the people that showed up to my premiere. Watch this, Rob.
I know that one of the things that John told Kate Meanie was when he was a substitute teacher, he would tell the kids to Google him because he's all proud of himself for being a celebrity. But then the kids would Google him and all they'd find is WATP and Uncle Rico for all the results because he takes his own videos off because he's a fucking idiot. So, I'm like you guys. I see Rob Saul on Stuttering John, and I think I need more Rob Saul in my life, right? We all get right on Rob Saul's channel, hit subscribe, hit notifications. We can't wait. So I went and checked out Rob Saul's episode after John quit the internet. So he quit on Wednesday. Rob came on Thursday night, and this is what Rob's talking about.
Once Ray starts coming out after you, you're just like, come on, Ray. He's like, Rob Saul, it's desperate. And I'm like, Ray DeVito is calling me desperate? What the hell is going on? You have to send a Venmo for me to answer that question, Rob Saul's favorite cousin.
Oh, God. Wow. So Rob Saul is adapting the model, the business model that John has, that he will read your insults for money. Yes. He thinks that's a good business plan right now. It literally says on the scroll that if you pay him Venmo, then he will read your insults. John's making $100 to $125 a day talking about how horrible his life is. And Rob's like, oh, that seems like a pretty good gig.
Good business model.
It's trending. I want in on that. That seems amazing.
It's a living.
All right, so let's ask the question, is John really gone? Because John and Rob are BFFs. You know, they're talking on the phone all night, on their beds with their feet up in the air. So he's going to know the answer.
Is John really gone? I need to know if I should cancel my membership with him. John.
That's a good point. You know, John loves leaving people hanging. He's got like 20 people on Patreon, another 32 are YouTube subscribers.
Oh, my God.
Like, what are we supposed to do with this? Will there be more content? Let's see what Rob says.
Is not, I mean, from what I talked to him, he says he's taking a little break. From what I have talked to him.
Oof. Calm down.
What is?
Oh, I thought it was paused.
He can do it whatever show he wants.
Yep, that's what Rob's show is. I guess there's speculation that John's going to go on MLC to snipe the DabbleCon. I think MLC learned their lesson on that one, but they could try it again if they'd like to. I'm sure it'd be fun for him. All right, so I guess he's just taking a little break. According to Rob Saul, the confidant of Stuttering John, he's just taking a break, guys. He's going to be back. Whew. Could you imagine?
Oh, thank God.
I know. Could you imagine if we didn't hear John repeat the same shit over and over again?
What we do
and the excitement in that announcement. Rob Saul is just, a treasure.
All right, this next clip is very boring, but I have it because I want to demonstrate that Rob's show is literally Stuttering John's show. We've all talked about it, but this demonstrates it perfectly, right down to the technical difficulties and the dead air.
Oh, no. Kumia country.
Doing it. We are doing it. I really can't get this mouse working. Come on.
Is the video frozen?
No, this is the show.
Okay. I was just checking. I didn't want any.
Mouse.
Somehow Chad's being more entertaining than Rob right now.
Yeah. One of these pesky dogs jumping on my lap knocked it over.
It's getting rough over there, apparently.
And by the way, we know Chad's a criminal. He doesn't have to dress like one.
Oh my God, it does look like he just burgled someone.
Yeah, he's dressed like a 1950s burglar.
We're gonna have to go over.
By that you mean white. I get it. I get it. Not like a 2000s burglar. I get it.
Here.
Love it.
All right. Well, listen. Let's see what else we have here on the
boring.
On the old. No.
on the old Dabbleverse. I'm no good without my mouse. Aside from a non-producer, this mouse is quite the producer on the show.
You've learned well, my young Padawan.
It really is just Stuttering John show.
He's the worst.
I thought it was over. It's still going.
TSN Hacks delivery on whether Rob Saul is a troll.
I didn't pause that. I was just like, it must be over, right? It's just motionless, doing nothing.
It's terrible.
All right, I have one more clip here from Rob Saul's show, and I thought this was interesting because, Shulie and Cardiff are pointing out that his show is as bad as Stuttering John's is when John's by himself. Rob plays that clip and then proves them right. Because what he was doing right there was just going through Shulie's Anonymous and finding clips to play on his show just like John does.
Yeah.
Loser again. Hey, Skull.
Right. He turned on everybody. Why would he not turn on John?
And the worst part is I've actually been checking out his show at night. The worst part is it's just the Stuttering John show over again without John.
Yeah, it's a guy surfing Shulie's Anonymous who has nothing to add to whatever he's watching.
Yeah, we don't get the full Shulie shitware network. The full talents that's over there. Yeah, I mean, this guy doesn't even put any packages together. The guy's in the back.
Yeah.
He reads every chat except mine.
Oh, shocking. Cardiff, are you in TSN?
Oh my God.
Oh.
Gosh, it's so sad.
The dog.
I mean, such losers. Sorry, take a drink again. I know I can't help saying losers, but I mean, it's just what you come across here.
Yeah, Rob, you got to look up some synonyms for loser. That's the only thing he does. He just goes, wow, this guy's a loser. I got to get on the bus and go to work. But this guy is such a loser. It's remarkable.
Rob's the only guy that needs a flea and tick collar around his cock.
It's pretty incredible that someone can prove the point they're trying to disprove in the exact moment they're trying to disprove it. These guys say I suck like John. Losers.
And he's using John's catchphrases and lines, which is just embarrassing as fuck.
Oh, like, and you know.
Yeah, you know, duh.
So,
that's my duh.
Rob claims he's not a troll. He's friends with John. I hope for Rob's sake that he's lying and this is all like a big, long troll, because otherwise, this is so embarrassing.
Imagine how quickly you can go from being a complete loser to a hero if he was like, I nailed that John so fucking bad. He'd be up here. We'd be like, oh my God, Saul's awesome.
Yeah, he'd be up here just like Quadfather is. Get up here, Quad. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
What happened?
What happened? All right. We have some exclusive footage that's never been seen anywhere before. I want to bring up my buddy Patrick Melton from Nobody Likes Onions. Let's hear it for him. And Rocco Burrow. All right, boys. This is exciting. I've not even watched this yet. Patrick sent this to me this morning. I don't know if it's real or not.
Look, I've been getting a lot of questions about when John supposedly showed up at my house. And you and the other Dabbleverse podcast have been harassing me.
Yep.
Was it your house? If it was your house, you should have security footage of John at your house. And I get sick and tired, and I don't want to out myself or dox myself. So I was inspired by your use of AI.
Yeah, the Kate Meanie stuff I played.
Yeah, so I played with it a little bit myself, and I generated some videos of what it might look like.
AI's gotten very sophisticated. It's pretty impressive.
Just to satiate you animals, what it would look like if John came to my house and did what he did. And I fed in all the other images. It did 360 analysis. And it generated 3 clips. I sent those to you.
Dude, this is like quantum computing. It's amazing
it's
what
really
we can do these days.
Getting indistinguishable from reality.
Wow.
Again,
You know, if you see a little person crossing the street, you should make a wish. I gotta ask a question. How does AI know what beer sales Vegas Jerry guy looks like?
I think it's just an average of all the fans in the Dabbleverse. Yeah, I think he was trying to cover his face.
I gotta watch that again. Let's watch it get warmed up.
John's impatient. He's waiting. He's like, "Are we ready?"
How much money do I have to pay you to fight Stuttering John? I want to see this happen so badly. Maybe AI could generate it.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Maybe. All right, so at this point, and AI is very impressive the way that it knows to do this kind of stuff.
It's crazy. I think in the next clip, it actually has multiple angles.
Oh, wow. That is impressive. But I just want to point out, and for people who don't know, that John was in Vegas for 2 days. Patrick was home most of the time he was in Vegas. He told John when he was going to leave his home, and that's when John showed up.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what he told AI to try to capture that essence.
Okay.
Look at the shadow. The shadow. Yeah. The shadow is 12 feet long.
I just have one question. If you were home, would you have fucked him?
He wasn't there long enough.
Come out and talk to me. Let's do it. I said we have a talk. Come on, man. I'm fucking here.
Okay, hold on.
Let's do it.
Okay. He started talking in a lower voice and was like, he's almost mumbling. He's like, "Come out and talk to me. Come out and talk to me." It's like, who's supposed to hear this?
I know.
Street.
I said this to John. If he ever comes to my house, ring the doorbell. Like, I'm not staring at my window all day.
Stand across the street and whisper, "You gonna come out?" That's what I thought.
I'm fucking here. Let's do it.
Oh, hold on a second, guys. I'm hearing that John is here. John is here. Who is he intimidating with this act? It's insane.
And yeah, then after this, I think he stands his ground for about 3 seconds, and he goes, "Well, just as supposed, just as expected."
As I suspect. Well, Vegas beer.
Well, Vegas beer.
He's a big coward that we thought he was. What's on?
I've never seen a grandma pick up something from the ground like that.
he shortens Vegas beer sales Jerry to Vegas beer.
Hey, Vegas beer.
He just wishes he was a beer.
Yeah, I could go for one right now.
I should have brought a beer instead of this guy.
Back in the fridge with you, Vegas beer.
Howard never thought he was.
By the way, I was at the roast last night. I think Bob Levy would kick this guy's ass. I'm pretty fucking sure. I think Helga Mann would kick this guy's ass. Helga Mann's hands are twice the size of mine. I shook her hand last night. I was like, Jesus Christ.
That's not all of hers. That's twice the size of yours.
Her penis is currently in her butt. I can't do that. I can't make that happen.
Have you ever tried?
It's almost like this was all a performance and not real at all. I'm starting to get the sense of he turns around, isn't even facing your house anymore, and yells at his buddy Barrel Whistle.
Yeah, and then he starts going, the things he did to April Imholt.
Oh, I know when he's walking down the street. I'm here because Keanu and her mom. Okay.
I got the whole street covered.
I noticed that.
Like the end of the Incredible Hulk.
Oh man, that is amazing AI. Show the clap.
That's AI.
Show the clap. I gotta say, Tukey won't shut the fuck up. I can't get Rocco to say three things.
The tapes speak for themselves.
Yes. Mike, can you hang out for Stuttering John segment with us?
Of course.
All right. You're the best, buddy. Let's get into it. Look who just showed up. Cardiff Electric is here.
Oh, hello, blind Mike Geary. How are you?
What? This is one of his wacky bits that he does.
That's pretty good stuff.
Yeah,
pretty funny stuff.
Get a load of this.
You're still doing that, huh?
Cardiff.
Yep.
You paid for it.
I did.
Cardiff,
You paid for it.
Did you hear Brian Johnson on Tell Him Steve Dave talking about meeting you?
I did, and talking about the potato farmer, all the adventures from DabbleCon. That was fantastic.
That was great.
I loved, he explained why people are into the Dabbleverse so perfectly to Brian and Walt.
He did, but they didn't get it. They're just like, but still, why is anyone doing that?
Like, why in 2024 is somebody give a shit about Stuttering John? But
it was
he
pretty
did it
funny.
well. He did a good job. He's a good ambassador, that guy.
So big news today. Stuttering John came back. You know, he's come back once since leaving, but that was for a political show. And he said, I'm done with the Dabbleverse. I'm over it. I'm too good for it. I'm too highly educated for it.
All right, let's hit some voicemails then.
I'm too Duke for it. And then today, lo and behold,
he was wrong.
He shows up.
Pencils erasers.
That's right. Sometimes he makes mistakes, apparently.
Damn.
He shows up on the show today. And it starts off with the gross eating thing he does. I know he thinks this is funny. I promise you, John, this is not funny.
Oh.
So he's eating a peach, and he's proud of himself. He's giggling at himself like he always
Gotta
does.
eat healthy, you know.
Yeah.
I really hate when guys do hacky things.
Well,
you know, you do have to eat healthy, just not during your podcast. Would be my my one complaint about that.
I guess this is the reason he's doing it. So you play it, and they're like, "Oh, John's
I suppose."
gross." But imagine catering your show to that.
Right? Yeah, he tries to do disgusting things, but you know what I think it is, Mike? I think it's John has had so many embarrassing moments. I showed the video where I think it was on Point Dabble Point, where I was panning the audience versus grossest moment of the Dabby Awards.
Yes.
And people are losing their minds like they're watching Saw 3 or something. They can't believe what's happening. John had so many moments with snot running down his face and gross things happening. So now he's leaning into it and be like, guys, I'm doing this on purpose. Like, no, you're not. Now you are.
Right.
But not normally. So you can't play that game.
He makes it too painfully obvious when it's put on.
Right. No, we're not falling for that. So let's find out why John had to come back on today and do a show.
He said world exclusive, Shulie's pedo producer.
He's talking about Muttering Jay put out a tweet.
Was working at the network months after the arrest.
Oh, man.
A few weeks ago, Shitware said his pedo producer was part of the Uncle Rico show. It now emerges an ex-employee who left confirms he was present after the arrest.
Okay. So that's the big news right there, is that Isso Doe, after being arrested for having CP, was still working for Shulie. This is the big cover-up that John and Kevin Brennan and Rob Saul are trying to say, that for some reason, and no one can make sense of this part, for some reason Shulie was just like, the guy's into CP, whatever, I'll just cover it up, and no one will ever find out. That's something a normal person would do.
Sure.
You've been doing it for years.
Yeah. Why not, right? And like, this whole argument makes zero sense to me. If you guys can enlighten me on why, I know that Shulie's a monster and everyone hates Shulie, he's the worst person ever exists. But even if that were true, why would he set himself up for failure like this? Why would anyone do this?
I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because they hope that Shulie is a pedophile.
Right.
Their greatest fantasy is that Shulie is also implicated in this child porn crime somehow.
So, go ahead, Cardiff.
Also, why John? Again, John, the master of making mistakes. Why wait 8 days to jump on top of this news story?
The reason why is because he didn't know what his angle was going to be until Muttering Jay told him. As usual, he had to listen to Kevin Brennan explain it, and then Muttering Jay be like, this is my angle on this, because John can't do anything for himself.
Or Lee County School Board doesn't need his services anymore.
Well, I don't think he was ever qualified to teach in Florida. I don't think that was ever an option.
He wasn't qualified to teach in California.
Well, no, I know, but California's a crazy fucking place, Mike. It's crazy out there. Yes. The Wild West, as they say.
Florida's pretty nuts, too, from what I hear.
That's true. Good point. So this is the point that John makes early and often on the show that I want to address. And when I was watching this today, I said, okay, I got to clip this because I want to respond.
Now, I just say this to all of you. Imagine if it were me. Imagine what Lady K, just do it, would be doing if any of this was on me. Oh my God, it would be emergency show after emergency show. It would be night and day Stuttering John employs a pedo. You guys would be fucking relentless. The Shit Network, Lady K, the goddamn Rocco, and Cardiff, the fucking potato, would be doing non-stop shows on this.
So this is what I want to say, and I want to hear your guys' take on this, because I fancy myself a fair man. Now, this hasn't happened to John. I don't know how I'd react. I'm sure the circumstances would...
Fairy.
Good point. I don't make things up. So if we were to find out that one of his mods or whatever was caught with CP, I wouldn't jump to these conclusions that John has and be like, well, John obviously knew about it, probably was sharing those files with them and then tried to cover it all up, because this is what John and Kevin do. I don't do that. I react to reality and talk about that. I honestly don't think for a second I would use that against John if he got caught up with a person who was into CP, because no one knows who's into CP. Kevin, people don't advertise they're into CP. How does Carl know that? Because it's a fucking fact. It's a fact in life that when you're into CP, you keep that on the DL.
And if you tuned into the creep off, you'd know that.
Yes, I studied this shit for some dumb reason. Fucking Vinny got me into it. But so John's claim is that we'd be having a field day with him if this were to happen. I honestly don't think that's true. What do you guys think?
I think we're relentless as it is, but not about that.
Right.
This is where John fucks himself in these descriptions, because it's just like when he says, you guys called comedy clubs and got my gigs canceled. You guys got me fired. You guys call my mother on Christmas morning. He paints because something happened once. He says everyone does that. Or we talked about this on my show on Sunday. And I said, some commenter said, like, hey, people would be pointing out if John's producer got popped for child porn. I go, yeah, that's kind of fair, I guess. And I think Craig was the one that pointed out, he's like, I don't think Carl would take like some victory lap over it. And I was like, I think that, and I don't think Cardiff would either. Like, we would make jokes about it, but I don't think we'd be like, John's a pedophile, the way like Kevin Brennan's. The one who would be doing that is probably Kevin Brennan.
Yeah. And I think that's the argument I've had, and I've been crucified for it in a couple Hackverse posts, but whatever, fuck them. We wouldn't be using the kiddie porn as the mud we're slinging.
Right.
We would talk about it. We'd make fun of it. We'd make jokes. We won't believe the situation happened, whatever, but it wouldn't be John must be guilty of this as well.
Right.
And like try and connect as many dots as we could. But yeah, of course we would talk about it. Of course we would, we would make. How great would it have been if Issa was still at the Shulie network and there was another like pedo hunter podcaster busted him at DabbleCon 2? Like there could have been a crossover event happening, but it didn't happen that way. He was caught long ago.
Well, the pedo hunter doesn't know who to attack. There's too many of you there.
He picks the 6 guys in the audience while he's there.
Anthony
He's like,
goes running out the door.
Yeah.
O says you did it with Tony Michaels. I'm actually going to address that in a little bit. Tony Michaels, well, it was discovered that he was a criminal and he spent time in prison. And the way that he tried to pretend that it was just a misunderstanding and he made a bad decision, that's what we made fun of with him.
How people handle things.
Yes.
It was
how he's just like, hey, everyone makes mistakes. I'm like, I've never sold synthetic marijuana to people because it was a mistake. I wasn't part of a drug ring.
Right. It's like John driving for Uber or teaching.
Yeah.
We're not going out of we're not finding actual substitute teachers and being like, you fucking loser. Right. It's because John lied about it forever.
Right. And he screams he's a millionaire.
Yeah.
The other thing.
Go ahead, Cardiff. Did you happen to pull the Subway clip?
No.
Oh, okay. Because there was a super chat later on in the show today where someone said, you still eat at Subway. Are you a hypocrite? And he went on this long diatribe.
I saw that, yeah.
Well, Subway wasn't a pedophile. Jared Fogle was a pedophile.
Right.
The whole company wasn't a pedophile.
Not the people who employ him.
Not the people who employ him. I'm like, okay, so he did not see the connection at all. It went right over his fucking head as he was explaining it.
I know. There's so many examples of this, and these people are just ridiculously and Aaron Himmel said it correctly. They don't like Shulie, so they're trying to connect Shulie to this thing they had nothing to do with. So that's what it comes down to. But I love John because this is like that old Chris Rock bit where John loves to not know stuff.
By the way, I never knew who Issa was. I never did. I didn't even know. I thought that Phildo was the only producer. But then when everyone, because when, forget who told me, I think it was Dustin. Somebody told me that Shulie's producer was arrested for child porn. And I said, oh, I knew that Phildo was a creep. And then they go, no, his other producer. I go, I didn't even know he had it. I thought it was Discount Don. No, another guy. I go, who? Issa. Who's that? I didn't know.
John loves not to know stuff. I'm keeping it real. I don't know shit.
Can I ask you something about Dustin?
Yeah.
Doesn't PI stand for private investigator? Why is this guy getting brought up so much?
That's a good point. I'm not sure the answer to that.
It's very strange.
Also, this idea that John had a PI trying to find out all this information and dirt on Shulie and the Shulie network and didn't know that his producer was arrested for CP. No one knew that. No one picked up on that until he was convicted.
Right.
How did that happen? I'm still wondering how that fucking happened. My guess is that Issa Doe was in his real name, and that was enough to throw everyone off the track.
It's not?
so stupid. Cardiff, you okay over there? Do you need a lozenge or something?
Why do I keep clearing my throat?
You do.
Yeah, you did.
I'm not hitting the talk. I'm not. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, really? This doesn't mute me?
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Oh, cocksucker.
I thought you were saying.
I thought you wanted to pause it or something. You kept making these noises. I'm like,
no, I thought I had a cough button on this fucking thing.
I thought you had an inquisitive thought coming.
Yeah, I know. I was wondering the same thing.
Oh. Yeah.
All right, so John now, and this is the thing that John's doing, and a lot of these guys are doing, is they have to go back and forth between being so concerned about the children and the crimes that were committed, but then also trying to come up with fun nicknames and fun jokes about it. It's like, well, which is it? Are you like devastated that there's child trafficking and sex crimes going on? Or do you think this is like such a hilarious W for you that you can't stop celebrating it? So this is John trying to come up with new names for Shulie's network. I don't know why he does this. He's so bad at this.
Change the nest. Shulie, here's some names for your new crime syndicate. Okay. How about the Shulie Crime Network? How about that?
Okay.
The Shulie Crime Network. That'd be a good name, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
Or how about the Hypocrite Hacks from the Hackverse? There you go. Perfect.
Triple H, though. It's not bad.
But what does that have to do with CP and pedophilia? Hypocrite hacks of the hackers.
You know how Shulie's always saying he doesn't like pedophiles, and yet he was working with one.
Oh, that's why he's a hypocrite.
He's a hypocrite.
Okay, that's
no,
why.
you don't get it, Carl. The worst crime you could commit to a child is being a hypocrite.
It's hypocrisy.
It's the worst thing you could do to a child.
It's like you could have came up with that name years ago, John. Now you think that's appropriate? Hold on a second. He's going to come up with something better. Hold on.
How about let's see. I can't even think of another one right now.
Oh, really?
I'm sure it'll come to me.
I bet it won't.
How much you want to bet everyone that comes in his head starts with Jew? And he's like, I can't use that.
The first one doesn't even count because he set it up as
the crime network.
Yeah.
Well, you can call it the crime network.
Right. What about the Shulie pedophile network?
So
that's pretty much what he just said.
See what he comes up with.
The pedo. Let's see. I'll figure some other names out. The pedocast.
The pedocast. And he's proud of himself with that one. Like,
okay.
Yeah,
So
YouTube might have an issue with that.
That's as good as John gets with that. But then our boy Charles Ramsey comes in with a super chat and gives John a better one.
Charles Ramsey, thanks for the $5. Welcome back, Duke. Take these hacks down. Hypocrisy Police over at the Sandusky Network. There's a good name. Call yourself the Shulie Sandusky Network.
Why did he butcher it?
The shit-weighing Sandusky brothers.
Why would there be brothers?
He's getting away from him a little.
Yeah, just keep it simple, stupid. The Sandusky Network. He's like, the shit-weighing brother guys who fuck children.
He doesn't remember what he's talking about.
I'm not saying it was great, but TSN, the Sandusky Network,
Right.
it fits.
It works.
Why
Don't
did he
get
ruin
down
it?
yet. Because there's a reason he came up with brothers.
Why
if you
is
look at
that?
Charles Ramsey's picture.
Oh, you think that's what's going on? Charles
I think
Ramsey
so.
is obviously the famous guy who I believe is responsible for one of the greatest songs to ever happen.
Oh.
And that would be...
Give away. My neighbor got big testicles because we see this dude every day.
We eat ribs with this dude. Yeah, that was Charles Ramsey was the guy.
I
who,
love that guy.
Yeah, the women who were being tortured in Cleveland ran out of the house and into his arms, which he was surprised by. So that's who John's looking at and going, the brothers. So then, after he's decided that the Sandusky Network is the right thing, now he's going to tell other people they have to use it, specifically Kevin Brennan.
Burt Lancaster's anus. Thanks for coming back. The Sandusky Network needs to be lambasted. Get him, John. I love that name. From now on, Pinky, it's the Sandusky Network.
The fact that he's telling Kevin Brennan what jokes to use shows you how out of it this fucking guy is.
It's all yours, kid.
Yeah. You think Kevin Brennan's going to be like, all right, I got to give John credit on this one. He came up with a pretty good name for this. This is what we're going with.
He came up with the most famous pedophile in the last 20 years.
Yeah. We get it. What about the Michael Jackson? Hey, no, we got it. We got it. Sandusky it is. This is insane right here. John reads his tweet, a joke that he put out, and decides he needs to read that on his show.
A deadbeat, a shitweigher, an arrested trailer park dweller, a silent faxer who lives at his ex-wife's house, a stomach stapler who delivers food, probably eats half the profit, and a pedophile walk into a bar. The bartender says, "Is this a shit network?"
Ooh. Carl, that's not the first time you read on this episode.
That's a little wordy, dog.
But he read it. He read it when he was reading Muttering Jay's tweet, and Muttering Jay like retweeted that. He read it then too, and now he's reading it again, like through his. Oh, welcome back, John.
An economy of words that John doesn't have a respect. I don't think that would have fit on one of Karnak's note cards. You know?
Tom Myers asked that joke. Yeah. It's like, holy shit, John, that's not a good joke. I don't know why you tweeted it. I don't know why you're reading it twice.
Yeah, and workshopping it.
On your show. It's not good. Every now and again, John says something that offends me. Doesn't happen very often. I'm not easily offended. But when he says shit like this.
Thanks to the tenor, our savior returns. I couldn't resist. This is just too big of a story for the dabbleverse that I created unintentionally.
Motherfucker, you created the dabbleverse? How dare you, Stuttering John Melendez? How dare you, sir?
He might give that one to you because you could tell he immediately realized, like, oh, fuck, I don't want to take ownership over this, but my ego is too big for me not to.
Right, yeah, that's a good point. I created this world. Oh, yeah, I just said I was too good for it. That's right. I mean, I didn't want to create this world. I'm not too big for this world. I love it. I'm here for it. So John starts saying some crazy shit. And this is where you lose people. You show your hand. Like, oh, you're just pissed at Shulie and you want to find any reason to say that Shulie's a villain in this.
If you still employed him as it is being alleged, then you're just as guilty as far as I am concerned. In my honest opinion.
Honest. Okay.
If you're enabling a pedophile, then you're just as guilty.
Just as guilty.
And you know what?
Just as guilty.
You like that?
Just as guilty.
In John's mind, this guy comes to him and he goes, listen, I know I'm producing your show. Things are going pretty well. I just want you to know that I had this sickness and I just can't stop file sharing these awful videos and photos that is really just the worst thing to happen in our society. And Shulie goes, yeah, I mean, do you want a raise? Why are we talking about this? How much money do you need? Is this file sharing stuff expensive, or how does that work? This is in John's mind. This is the conversation that fucking happened.
So you think we should do a CP segment?
Just as guilty, he says. What a fucking idiot.
Listen, I'm sure people don't think highly of how Joe Paterno handled the whole situation.
Right.
I don't think anyone thinks he's just as guilty as Jerry
That's very true. Good point.
I'd be worried about your own computer.
Oh, this is where John doesn't understand how computers work at all. So this is hilarious.
Because you don't know, if this guy was emailing you, you don't know what virus got into yours. You don't know. You don't know. I'm surprised they haven't searched your computer, honestly. I'm not alleging you did anything on your part.
So he thinks the FBI should search computers for viruses? Are they the malware police? What does he think is going on here? So Eso got a virus on his computer for downloading these files. Then he emailed Shulie, and then that virus went through the email and got Shulie's computer. And he's just like, I think the FBI should investigate what your computer has.
I'll tell you, the amount of stuff Apple could get back to doing if they didn't have to correct people's computers who've emailed with pedophiles.
Right. This is so fucking stupid. John, this is not in your realm of understanding. You shouldn't comment on stuff like this. You're very stupid.
But maybe this fucking pedo did. I'd go get your computer checked. If that was me, like let's say that Dustin turned out to be an arrested pedophile and we had emails together, I would go get my computer checked out, wouldn't you? That'd be the smart thing, but you're not smart.
No, John. That would be a very dumb thing to do. If you came into the computer shop and you went, hey, can you check my computer? A buddy of mine's really into CP. I just want to see if there's any of that on this computer right here. And they'd be like, a buddy. Oh, yeah, okay, sure. A buddy of yours, huh? You doing some research, were you? Is that why we're going to find some
I was emailing a pedophile. Could you make sure there are no crumbs on this computer?
He couldn't be more dumb. And he's just like, what, are you stupid? You're not even going to bring your computer into the shop? Like, no, John, you are stupid.
And this is performative John.
Yes,
and
correct.
performative John says the stupidest shit.
Yes.
And he's also claiming to have concern for Shulie for some reason.
I
in
know.
This rant.
But I love the fact that he's just like, this is a no-brainer. Like, obviously, you got to bring your computer into the shop now. You emailed with the guy.
You dumb fuck.
Anyone who's ever been on the Shulie Network, Uncle Rico show, have received emails from ESODO. That was the email account that sent out all the StreamYard links. So
I was trying to think, is it possible John has gotten an email from this guy?
Probably.
Yeah, you probably got a link at one point.
Right?
I'm like,
yes, for sure, actually, yes.
I think our names have all gone through at least the FBI database once based on that. But
I remember one of the first things I asked Shulie when this all went down, I'm like, so the emails aren't going to come from ESO anymore, right? Like, we changed that.
One question, sir.
But that's the guy who set up the system and set everything up, so his name was attached to it, obviously. But John's so fucking stupid. Emails, well, then your computer probably has CP all over it. No, that's not how that works at all. You're an idiot. But John's not an idiot who's lonely. He's got a date with a lady tonight.
For tonight's date with a grown woman over 18. Skull! Yes.
$50 from the legend for his date tonight. Let's find out what that's all about.
That is a fact. That is a fact. A beautiful African-American woman and I.
Woman?
Let's just call her a woman.
Is this an Eddie Murphy thing? Why does he feel the need to always point out the race and ethnicity of these people?
Because it means he's progressive.
It doesn't. It's the opposite of that. When you feel the need to say, like, by the way, this woman friend of mine is black, you're like, oh, that's important to you? Because that's weird.
Yeah. Are having dinner tonight, and it's going to be a wonderful time.
You don't know that. All right. So as I'm hearing this, I'm like, what happened to the Vietnamese girlfriend that he had? Did he forget about faking a Vietnamese girlfriend? Maybe that's
I was hungry 30 minutes later.
Vietnamese lover had to go back to Vietnam.
My Vietnamese lover had to go back to Vietnam. I think he just realized, like, oh shit, I just said I'm going on a date with a girl. I was pretending to have a girlfriend before. So let's find out this horseshit story.
She had a sickness in her family.
Uh-huh.
Oh, no.
So since I'm not going to be exclusive when she's spending 2 months in Vietnam. So
she has a sickness on her upper lip now.
Move up, move forward, stuttering stud.
Ugh. So John claims that his girlfriend from Vietnam that you don't know and you haven't met and you haven't seen her around has to go back to Vietnam for 2 months because there's a sickness in her family. Is that something where you're just like, well, I got to go for 2 months. There's a sickness in my family. Like, how would you know how long you need to be there? Doesn't make any fucking sense. I'm calling bullshit on this whole thing. I don't think there was a Vietnamese. I think there was a Vietnamese prostitute.
Yeah. I think that John is dating around the world, though. He's doing Asian and black.
Maybe he's going to Disney World in Orlando. That's where he's finding out. It's a Swedish girl, and Danish. It's amazing what you find. It's crazy. All right. So the other thing that these people who are trying to get a gotcha on Shulie with, they're saying that ESO is the one who came up with the name The Uncle Rico Show. Now,
oh my God.
Can you believe it? How could you possibly? The Uncle Rico Show, of course, is referring to a character from Napoleon Dynamite. He didn't invent that.
No.
The people who wrote Napoleon Dynamite did. John happens to fit that character very well. But apparently, the fact that ESO came up with that idea means that it's the most toxic thing possible. And there's no way you can continue to use that name for your show.
No.
I am still appalled that the guy hasn't changed the name of the show. He's such a fucking grifting loser. He won't even change the name that was created by his pedo producer, ESO.
So that's a weird thing that people have invented now, where it's like, well, now you have to change the name of your show and all your branding because we heard that ESO came up with that idea. Is Volkswagen still a company? Is that still a thing?
Well, I was going to say, does Miramax still, I'm actually asking, does Miramax still exist, or do they change the name because it was Harvey Weinstein's parents?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer to that.
I think it probably exists. I don't know.
Probably does. What was the other example you came up with earlier, Cardiff? Or maybe it was Mike.
Oh, Subway?
Yeah, Subway. It's like Subway employed a pedophile, and it was very famous, and he was the face of the company, and yet it's still Subway, where you get subs.
Right.
It's like, wow, that's so crazy. I can't believe that would happen. It's, well, maybe it's not actually affecting children, that it's still called the Uncle Rico Show.
You know, I know the Uncle Rico Show does well, or, you know, pays for a lot of views or whatever happens over there. But, like, is the Uncle Rico the name such a fabric in society where it's like, well, we can't have this? We all know ISO Doe came up with this name.
Right.
But I was talking about with OJ today. Miramax is still a viable company.
There you go.
It's still in operation under the name Miramax.
Yep.
But if it was Iso's idea to come up with the Uncle Rico Show, it wouldn't be a big deal to change it anyway. Like, it's not like there's, I mean, the Shulie Network, I think, is the brand. But if that was like if he's dying on that hill, like, I created this name of this show.
But the song that Mike Morris wrote, though, Cardiff, he's got to write another theme song for this show. You don't know the work that goes into this, Cardiff.
It's time for Sandusky Network Show.
All right. Yeah, you're right. Maybe it won't take that much work.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good stuff. It's just so stupid because the whole reason why I hate ISO Doe is because of the victims involved in this kind of thing. The fact that people share these types of imagery and videos makes it so there's a market for this where children are tortured, and it's horrific. And that's why everyone hates it. I'm not speaking out of school.
I hate him because it makes I want to make it about me. Is anyone on my side?
Right. So the idea that you're just like, and he still calls it the Uncle Rico Show. Is that harming children? Are they okay? Are there kids getting penetrated because it's called the Uncle Rico Show still? Or are you just making up something? You're just pretending to be offended by something because you just want the power of that. The
fake
power
outrage.
of being offended. Yes, fake outrage. Oh, I'm offended, therefore you owe me. Okay, I mean, that's a very 2019 way of thinking, but if you say so. This clip right here, because I remember this happening, where DabbleCon 2 is coming up. I remember Shulie saying, ISO might even be there. Now, ISO lives in this area. So I was like, oh, maybe ISO will show up. We even heard from ISO.
And you haven't moved?
I know, that crazy. My house is for sale, but unfortunately, the property value has plummeted. So I don't know. So this is John addressing that.
But was Shulie not saying that he was coming to DabbleCon? I recall he was.
Yeah, he was. Doesn't that kind of prove that Shulie didn't know?
Yeah, wouldn't that be point?
Wouldn't that be the proof right there that Shulie didn't know that this was going to happen? Because he was just weeks ago talking about the possibility that ISO might show up to DabbleCon.
You're being a little disingenuous, though. He was headed to DabbleCon for the pedophile pageant that Cardiff was hosting.
That was a VVIP ticket. But yeah, no, I think every mention of ISO in the last year by Shulie or anyone on the network kind of proves that they didn't know what the fuck was going on.
Right.
Because that name would have been wiped from their lips immediately if they knew.
No shit. There'd be no reason not to. That's why I can't understand. Like, I want to ask Kevin, Brennan, and John, and Rob Saul, like, so what was Shulie's endgame then? If he knew all of this and just kept it under wraps and was trying to cover up for him. What was the goal?
The only
there?
answer they have for that is, well, he's a pedophile also.
Right.
That's what they're coming up with.
That's the only thing you can say. And it's just like, well, that's wildly illogical.
Yeah.
So you're an idiot. Like, is stupid or a liar? Like Adam Crowley used to always play, are you stupid or are you a liar? They're lying. I mean, some of them are also stupid.
Yes. I could think of some examples.
All right, now, for whatever reason, John has decided that he's seen what OJ looks like and that OJ's an ugly guy, which is odd because, and I don't judge guys' appearances, but from what I heard, everyone who met OJ was like, wow, what an attractive looking guy he is. People were surprised by that. And so John has decided that no. Just the opposite. He's a very ugly guy. And so John pulls up this video and he starts ripping on people's appearances, which, I mean, look at John. Obviously, if there's a guy who's going to goof on people's appearances, it's this asshole right here. But he also then tries to come up with another one of guys walk into a bar joke here. Oh, he's just not good
who
at these.
did that? Didn't you do that joke on the roast?
No.
Who did a middle and an opener walk into a bar at the roast?
So, somebody did do that.
I thought it was you,
I
but somebody did
me.
do that. Like basically the exact same joke that he did.
Well, no, this is way worse. And when I heard this, it's funny you say that because I was thinking like, oh, if only John was on the roast, I would love to hear the jokes he came up with because this is what he thinks is funny.
All right, let's see what they have to say here. Obnoxious John, keep that filter on. Jesus, you're fucking ugly. What a fugly bastard. El Horrible, which is another guy that should keep the mask on. and Stuttering Joe Depot. 3 cowards walk into a bar.
Mm-hmm.
And the bartender says, "Who are you?"
Because get it? Because they're not famous.
Yes, that's funny.
pretty good stuff.
It just dawned on me.
I like that.
Pretty good stuff.
It's gotta be a little weird for John. Like, I don't think this is his fault. It's just very strange to me. All of the world's ugliest people got together to hate him. It's very weird.
Yeah, go figure.
Everyone that hates him is ugly.
Yeah. And
we
you
had
know
a
who
great
else
time.
is ugly is Gary Delabate and Fred Norris and Howard Stern. Like, we were just doing the Living in the Past with Stuttering John on our Patreon. Yeah. You want to subscribe to that? Listening back to an episode from 2018. And that's his insult for everyone. Pocky, Artie, like, everyone's ugly. John, you're also ugly.
It was his insult for Kate, Meanie, and Keanu when they didn't want to fuck him.
That's right. Very attractive women are also ugly if John doesn't like you. So it kind of is meaningless at that point. So here is the big moment. This is the video that Muttering Jay posted that proves that Shulie knew about ESO, and this is why John had to come back to the internet before he wanted to, or he was retired. He came out of retirement, according to him, to play this. This is the proof. This is the smoking gun that Shulie definitely knew about this.
Because, ladies and gentlemen, it is insane.
I should point out, this is an interview that Stuttering Depot did on the Dabbling show, and this was over a year ago.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Stuttering Depot, who used to be a producer of the Shulie network, left that network, was let go, whatever happened, and he came on.
This was shortly after Pottstown.
So this is actually not shortly after Pottstown. This is over 3 months after Pottstown. And this producer, Stuttering Depot, left the Shulie network not long after DabbleCon 1. There was a whole incident that happened with DabbleCon 1 and this guy, and then they went their separate ways. So this
How much child porn was this guy caught with?
Right. So this is like probably 5 or 6 months after he left the Shulie network. Okay. And then he decided, like, oh, you guys want to talk to me? I'll tell you what was going on over there. So we did these interviews, and I remember this very well. The guy was talking about how much money he made, and that made big news. But he also said, like, listen, I don't have any problem with those guys. You know, it was a fun gig, and we got to do the shows, and I don't know. He wasn't like so butthurt about it. He's just like, Shulie's the worst,
Right.
and I would never work with him again. It was nothing like that. It was what everybody wanted it to be. That hates Shulie, but
Because, ladies and gentlemen, it is insane, but we are 105 days out from the Pottstown massacre, and we're still talking about this thing.
Postergate J105.
yeah. So when was Pottstown? Was it April of last year or May?
May
of last year. So this is 3.5 months later that they're interviewing him. So that's what we're talking about time-wise.
As far as the producers go, ESO was at the top for a while, and then everyone else was kind of below him. So
below him
is ESO there? As far as I know, yes. I haven't heard anything to the contrary. I know there was one other person that left, and he doesn't want me talking about him, so I won't.
So there is what this guy is saying. 105 days after ESO arrest, he was still working for the Rico show, according to Stuttering Depot.
Wait, was he arrested at Pottstown?
Yeah,
105 days. That's not accurate at all. And the guy goes, hey, does ESO still work there? I don't know. As far as I know, I don't know.
Yeah.
He hasn't worked there in many months. He doesn't know. And honestly, when ESO stopped working there, it was because he was having his issues with his wife, as according to him, to Shulie. And so Shulie was just kind of like hopeful that he was going to come back, like resolve shit and come back. So he never like announced that ESO was gone. And like I said, the emails always came from ESO if you got invited on the show and shit. So this guy's like, yeah, from what I know, I don't know, he might still be there. And that's their smoking gun that like then Shulie definitely knew. There's proof.
Yeah.
Fucking idiots.
And if that Stuttering Depot guy was in that interview said, hey, you know what I heard is that ISO Doe got arrested for child porn, and Shulie told him to go fuck himself and doesn't want anything to do with him.
Right.
John just wouldn't play that clip.
Well, or if he would have said, yeah, actually, ESO, who I used to report into, was arrested under CP charges, and Shulie's trying to cover it up, that would be a smoking gun. That would be specifically the smoking gun that these people are looking for.
Course, yeah.
And it's not that at all. It's not even close to that. So this
but I do think Stuttering Depot was at Pottstown. I think he left shortly after Pottstown. I think I remember him. I remember him like freaking out at Pottstown too.
Okay. Maybe he came after Pottstown.
Equipment that he wanted.
Okay.
Like I remember him complaining about.
He talked about the budget he was given.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he sent ISO lists. I need this, and I need this, and then he showed up in Pottstown and nothing was there.
Right.
That
That's
he
right.
asked for.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you might be right about that. I knew that there was some shit that went down for DabbleCon that he wasn't happy about, but yeah, you could be right about that. So this is John's conclusion.
I agree with Brennan. You knew. In my opinion, you knew.
In my opinion.
That's my allegation.
Based on what?
You knew.
It's such a weird thing to say. It's like, in my opinion, you're guilty. Like, well, either they're guilty or not. It's not an opinion, but okay.
Well, he even talked about ISO at one point saying, allegedly guilty of... No, you don't have to say allegedly, John, when the guy's
ISO is guilty. ISO pled guilty.
Completely guilty.
That's not alleged at all. And we can have to speculate on that. So this is what John is...
He was the best goddamn producer in podcasting history, so Shulie had to keep him.
This is what John is resorting to again, just a nonsensical argument that Shulie was covering up for this for who fucking knows why. And then John goes on to prove that he filed an FBI report. This is hilarious.
All right. So there is...
And this took him 3.5 minutes. I could have done one of my speed up things again to show you how bad he is at computers, but you get the point. You know how it goes.
My FBI, Federal Bureau of Investigation. So I was not lying. There is one of the 3 reports that I filed with the FBI.
So that was to prove that he filed a report with the FBI. Now, the FBI has not contacted any of us. So I don't think they're taking it seriously. On there by any chance? So listen to this, Mike. You're not going to be happy with what you're about to hear right here. But this is John claiming he's filed with the FBI, which I guess is supposed to scare us. Like, no, it just means you're pathetic. You're going to the FBI because a 24-year-old girl you were hitting on recorded your phone calls and now we're laughing at you. That's sad, dude. The FBI's laughing at you, too.
Oh, absolutely.
It's ridiculous.
Against illegally recorded phone calls in the 2-party consent state of California. And the shitway knew they were illegal. Lady K knew they were illegal. And they still played it. Vinnie Paulino knew it was illegal. Comedy at the Carlson knew it was illegal. And they still played it. And they still played the phone calls.
What happened to Blind Mike? You've completely off the list now.
I knew it was illegal.
What the fuck? Give him some recognition. God damn it. Kirk Minahan really scared him away. It's crazy.
That's all I can think of. Why else am I not on this list anymore?
Doesn't make any sense to me. So all that proves that John's a Karen with the FBI. He went complaining to them. But guys...
And notice he used his California address.
Yes.
Well after leaving and abandoning his lease in California.
Yeah, he doesn't live there. So it's bullshit. But this is ominous right here.
Stuttering John will get his revenge.
Whoa. Oh, no. Everything John says comes true. So now I'm very nervous. He's going to get his revenge on all of us.
Yeah, I thought the tapes weren't going to get played. I remember that. The people that thought the tapes were going to get played, they were in for a rude awakening, as I recall.
Right. Yep. Turns out everything that he said was false. Everything went perfectly to plan, and he's a loser who just threatens people with lawsuits and
calls their moms.
Getting arrested, calls moms. One more clip.
I still believe in him. I think you guys are going to prison.
So this is maybe we'll see.
It's going to be a party.
One more clip. This is a super chatter talking about Tony Michaels.
A-par. Thanks for the $2. You know about Tony Michaels, dummy. What say you?
Okay, so John used to have Tony Michaels on his show. It became very apparent that Tony Michaels, that wasn't his real name, and he had been arrested for selling synthetic marijuana and spent prison time for it. But then he became reinvented as this political pundit who's, by the way, doing way better than John. He's got like 70,000 subscribers on YouTube. Tony Michaels is killing it compared to John. I think he's still part of the Midas Touch Brothers network, whatever. So now John has to answer for why he was doing business with Tony Michaels and complaining about Shulie and ISO. And you know he's lying when he comes up with 3 excuses. Not just one, but 3.
Tony Michaels did not engage in pedophilia.
Okay, there's number one. Okay. All right, so that's the bar now. You have to engage in that for you to disavow someone. All right.
And when I had him on, I never even knew about his crime.
That's a lie. Everyone made you very aware of that. Okay, let's see what else you got.
And have you seen Tony Michaels on my show in the past 2-3 years? I'm just asking for a friend.
Yeah, and why is that, John? You've explained it. Because he stopped returning your calls and emails. That's why. That wasn't your choice to stop having Tony Michaels on your show. That was his choice to stop.
Always thinks we can't.
Remembers it.
I know. He always remembers things incorrectly, which is quite a skill and talent. You hear that, John? I said you have a skill and a talent for reinventing and rewriting history at all times. Very impressive, sir. Guys, we talked about on Point Dabble Point yesterday. There's a new thing that Stuttering John is doing. So John's like back. He's all in. He pretended he wasn't back. We got to get into this. John said he's done with the Dabbleverse.
I think I set the over-under at 2 weeks.
Yeah, you were right.
Yeah.
You were right because he did his last show a couple weeks ago on a Wednesday and then was gone for a week and a half, comes back on a Sunday, does a political show, and declares, done with the Dabbleverse. I'm over it. I'm too smart for this. I don't need it. And then he comes back on Wednesday. And he saw a Muttering J tweet that he had to talk about. And he did a whole show, and we broke that down on the last WATP, where, Shulie's former producer caught with CP, and John saying that Shulie's just as guilty, and that Shulie must have stuff on his computer because there were emails sent. And John just jumping to all these conclusions and alleging all sorts of
viruses.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. A lot of allegations coming out of John, but he's taking his big victory lap. And this is another thing that's like really gross. Everyone who's celebrating the fact that this Iso Do character, this monster, was really into CP, and they're like, oh, this is a win for us. No, it's a terrible thing for all of society. Whatever. So then Chad Zumock does a show going, great job, John. You came back up. You said you weren't going to. And now you've given Uncle Rico and who are these podcasts more content, more things to talk about. And John was watching as Chad was saying this and sent him a super chat. And he goes, well, you also give him a lot of material because Chad goes, you only did it because you needed the money. That's why you came on. And he's like, well, you do those 5-hour live streams on Saturdays just for the money. You're a hypocrite. And so Chad was like, oh, motherfucker. He started going after John pretty hard, as Chad likes to do. And so now John comes back yesterday. He might be on right now. I don't know. But John comes back yesterday and does a whole show about Chad Zumock and this little segment that happened. And we covered a little bit of it on Point Dabble Point yesterday, but I want to break it down more on this show. We have someone to help us break this down, and that would be...
It looks like he's live now.
Is he live now? Okay. I'm sure he's talking about Mr. Zumock. We have a guy here who I think his name is wrong on this. It looks like it's OJ. Is that you, OJ?
Oh, yeah, I'm really high.
Oh, OJ, you're always so baked.
The name wrong.
Oh, yeah,
hello.
Okay. What's
Whoever
up?
you are.
What's up, OJ? It's good to see you on Point Dabble Point yesterday. Now you're on WATP. This is great, making the rounds.
Yeah, I'm a big star.
You are a big star. I think ever since DabbleCon, your star has really risen. There you go. Now you got the name right. Good job.
So high, man.
I get it, man. I get it. These things happen for sure.
Yeah, John is live. Chad's sniping John live.
Okay.
Like, they're all just battling each other for fucking... it's
I love it. I love John and Chad fighting because they're both so bad at it.
Yeah.
That it's actually a lot of fun to watch these two try to take each other apart. And it starts off, John explains a little backgrounder of why he was even watching Chad that day. Because John normally wouldn't be watching Can't Stomach the Zummock, but he explains why he was.
I happened to go on YouTube, and there I see Chad, nobody can stomach the Zummock. Now, it was either that or click on an old Stern clip that, of course, featured me doing the news with Robin. So I was like, all right, I'm not as vain as you people think I am, which is what Chad accused me of, being an egomaniac. But the reason why he said it is for something very silly. But we will dissect all of this idiot. And I almost was going to, after it happened, I was like, do I even want to address this fool? He's a nobody. He's a loser. Mm-hmm. He's never headlined. He's lying. He doesn't headline any clubs.
Yeah, it might be beneath you, John. I'm sure you're not going to spend the next, 18 hours of your podcasts talking about Chad Zumock. I like that he's like, I wasn't even going to address this, but instead, that's all I'm going to do.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to talk about.
I happen to have my resume right here.
Yeah. And I love that he says, I pop on YouTube. Now, the algorithm shows you stuff they think you're going to click on. So, of course, there's an old Howard Stern clip with him featured in it. Yeah. That's all he watches on YouTube, which is embarrassing. And I'm sure he's seen it before, probably multiple times.
Oh, he's watched it 100 times.
Yeah, I'm sure he knows it by heart. So the fact that he's like, and I decided to click on Chad rather than rewatch this Howard Stern segment.
You know in Pee-wee's Big Adventure where he goes, Daddy, I don't have to watch it. I lived it. And he walks away like a boss.
That's what
John can't do that. He's not even as cool as Pee-wee Herman.
Well, no one's as cool as Pee-wee Herman. Pee-wee's Big Adventure. John is a hypocrite here. I have to call him out for this because he's all concerned that his super chat to Chad did not merit the reaction that he received from Chad.
This is where the punishment doesn't match the crime. Watch his diatribe against me. Now, that's all I said. I didn't call him anything except a hypocrite. And watch his response. It's like as if I fucking goofed on his mother or something.
He went off on one, did he, old Chadley?
Yeah, way out of line. Nothing to do. I mean, just...
I thought he was okay with you.
Yeah, but no, the punishment does not fit the crime. But don't worry, when you cross the Duke, don't worry, Chad.
You fired a super soaker.
Expose you.
Okay, a couple of things here. First off, the idea that John would say the punishment doesn't fit the crime, that's John's entire strategy in life. Mm-hmm. Cardiff, if he was here, he would point it out. That's the drink bleach Artie. Yes. Like Artie says your movie wasn't very good or it got bad reviews. And his response is, why don't you try to kill yourself again? Whoa. What just happened here? We're just making jokes. And you went right to this really serious thing. And John's like, I can't believe Chad came back so hard at me. You can? Yeah. That's Chad's things too.
It's not like I made fun of his mother. I'll save that for next week.
Right.
He's the fucking mud shark.
Yeah, so this is so ridiculous that John would be offended by someone coming back hard at him. He's even said when people, I remember when he was on Anthony's show, and he's like, yeah, that's what I do. That's what you're supposed to do. Someone says something to you, you say the worst thing possible back to them. No, you're a comedian.
So, you don't understand.
You bust balls. Right. So he's
life.
Right, but then when it happens to him, he gets very upset and butthurt about it. So then he says at the end there, he's going to expose Chad. Now, John, first off, can't expose anyone. Remember when he was going to come back last summer? He was tweeting about how he's got all this dirt on me and Bob and Shulie, and he's going to come back and he's got all this stuff. And then he comes back and he's got nothing. Yeah. He had absolutely nothing. So then he got this PI, Dustin, who was going to help him get all this dirt and all this stuff. He found out, I think, what I paid for my house when I bought it. You know what he didn't find out, this PI? That Shulie's producer was arrested for CP on his computer. It's like, that's the thing you should be able to find out. I don't know how no one found that out, but you didn't. You could have exposed something, John. You had a chance, and you failed miserably. Now you're going to expose Chad? That ship has sailed. We did an entire breakdown of his entire criminal history, Chad. I downloaded all the documents. We went through it, and then Alex Stein had Chad on his show, and Alex was like, hey, man, you got that document? Like, yeah, send it all over to Alex. He talked to Chad about it. You're not going to expose Chad. And Chad's not embarrassed by his criminal past.
No.
That's the other thing, too. Chad's embraced it.
Yeah.
He's a scumbag, and he knows it.
John is constantly saying, don't worry. Don't worry. Yeah. And ironically, no one is ever worried about
Right. We're not. Nobody's worried about you. I just wonder, because I want to see how this plays out. If people start giving John information about, like, you know, Chad stole a blender from Kohl's, and Chad stole vodka on New Year's Day, and Chad stole credit cards, and Chad had stalking charges multiple times. Like, John's gonna be like, oh, he's not gonna like that I'm exposing this. Like, no, we all know.
Yeah.
We all know
Chad.
about all of this.
Chad recently tried to defend his messages to a woman telling her to go to Greenland.
Oh, right. What did he say?
Yes. He said, well, she was mentally ill.
She was mentally ill. So
Yeah,
why would he, so why did he tell her to off herself multiple times?
Because she was mentally ill. She was crazy.
Oh, that's a terrible
That's
reason.
what you do to crazy people. Tell them
That's a
to
terrible
go
reason.
to Greenland. Yeah.
Isn't that crazy that all the things I remember about Chad, I forget. And I've seen the emails he was sending this woman, and not just like in a manic, I'm going to send 3 or 4 messages in a row. It was over a couple of days, and it was morning, afternoon, evening,
In
the
cold
next
blood.
day, just nonstop. Like, you should off yourself. You've got nothing to live for. You're a loser. Your life sucks. Like, wow. This is
Cyberbullying.
Bad dude. This is an evil guy right here that we're dealing with. And John's going to expose him. Oh, no. I'm sure he's shaking in his stolen boots. Clay's got an interesting theory here. I think he might be onto something.
And Clay?
I was going to say, after your departure, like, Chad kind of took your time slot. So it was like a crack addict using nicotine to fucking, I don't know, like, stop their craving for some fucking Stuttering John. You know? That's all I had was Chad.
He's saying that Chad, the reason why he's mad at John for coming back is because Chad's numbers were going up while John wasn't doing his podcast in the afternoons, which I don't know if that's true or not. Very well could be. Clay is saying that that's what he was watching instead of John. So apparently you have to watch some asshole who annoys you.
Yeah, some liar.
During the afternoon. That's the time slot. You need that in your life. If Clay did it, maybe other people did too. That'd be kind of funny if that's the reason. Yeah, OJ?
John and Chad are interchangeable.
In a lot of ways, they are. Yes. Chad, you would think that Chad had the career that John did, the way he talks about himself being a radio guy and a radio veteran. I mean, at least Chad didn't answer the phones. He actually was the third mic on a radio show. John was never that. John was brought in to either be ridiculed or to tattletale on people. But other than that, he was to answer the phones and get off the fucking toilet and go answer the phones, John. Spending too much time in the bathroom. It's annoying. This is a little comp I put together. John's so proud of himself. Now, there's speculation because John came prepared for a show for the first time ever. He shows up to this show. He's playing the clip of Chad calling him out. And then he's ready with responses and tweets and different things to prove that Chad's a loser and that Kevin Brennan shouldn't like him. And for the first time he's prepared with this, he mentioned that the legend helped him out. The legend gave him some tweets or links and things like that. But there's also speculation that maybe a tiny little lawyer who was suing John for $12.5 million might be in control of some things now on John's channel and pulling some strings behind the scenes. And perhaps that's the person who's giving John, because remember, John used to say he would watch that guy's show and that was his prep. All he had to do was watch VTL and then he knew what he was going to present on his show. So there's a possibility of that. But John's so proud of himself that he knows what he's going to say for once, that he's like, Clay, I let you be on my show, but you cannot talk. And this is just a compilation of him telling Clay to shut the fuck up.
So now we shall begin. And
If you
Clay,
mess with a ball.
in this part of the segment, I just want you to just try and just let me
Mum's the word.
talk a lot because I have a lot to say.
You too could be on Kevin's show and getting money and promoting your YouTube show, but no, you're complicated and you're a dick.
What does he need to?
Hold on, Clay.
The whole fucking Dabbleverse promotes
Hey,
John's
hold
show.
on.
Why do they need to?
Clay, please, you gotta let me just do what I actually worked on this. I planned this. So you just
Go.
gotta go.
Zip.
Chadley. I don't like to brag about it because that's just because.
No, yes, you shouldn't brag about it. No,
But I
because people don't want.
Clay, remember, you gotta just let me talk.
I know, sweetheart. Come on. Carry on.
Okay. Now listen to me.
El Duco sounds like poo poo.
So you throw me off, Clay. But anyway, so yes, I don't need to be Kevin Brennan's lapdog. Now let me just say this.
Okay, yeah, let me just say this. Listen to me. Let me just say this. Even when John is prepared, he's not prepared. And anything will throw him off. Yeah. Just Clay trying to get a word in. He's like, oh, now I fucking lost everything I was going to say.
Now I got to start over.
God damn it. Clay Dabbler. Clay Dabbler is like one of the worst co-hosts ever. He cannot stop talking.
Yeah.
Once he starts, you're just like, okay, you're going to keep saying that over and over again? We got it. We heard you.
It's never a clean interjection either.
No. He's always trampling on him. Now, Cardiff Electric, my buddy the Potato, used to come on the show a lot of times for the John segments. I don't know if I can ever talk to that guy again because he has been removed from YouTube for violating the terms of service, which, I can't condone that type of behavior. And I will just say right now, I disavow. Cardiff is dead to me because that's fucked up.
Okay.
Right.
FCE.
Now, let's find out why Cardiff got his YouTube channel removed.
Chadley, just know one thing. When you cross the Duke.
What's with the fucking Chadley? We were talking about this last night at dinner, producer Chris. Why does he think that's a sick burn or an insult? Chadley? I don't like any of his names for people, but that one's the least creative.
Yeah, and innocent. It almost sounds cute.
It's low effort. Like Chad's gonna be like, you better not call me Chadley, or you gotta stop calling me Chadley.
I think he just got it from Clay.
It's better than can't stomach the Zummick, which is still the dumbest thing. Mispronounces his name, and I think he did get it from Clay. Yeah, I think Clay was calling him Chadley. All right,
Chadley, just know one thing. When you cross the Duke, shit happens. Just ask Cardiff Electric.
Oh dear, yeah, Cardiff. I would hate to say that's a dose of karma, really. Like that shit. I was kind of impartial to those guys, but that shit Cardiff did was so below the belt with Oscar. It's like, what the Cardiff? Like, you've probably got kids, right, Cardiff?
I'm gonna keep that running in just a moment, but let me start off by just saying John taking credit for Cardiff's channel going down. He had nothing to do with it. But he acts like, you crossed the Duke. I've already taken down Cardiff. Like, he's like ISIS.
Yeah.
He'll take credit for fucking anything. Yeah. Like, oh, someone got stabbed in Germany? We did that. Yeah. Like, no, you didn't, ISIS.
He's like Patrick Michael taking credit for an AI song.
Right. Yes, you didn't write a song. You didn't play guitar on it.
But it's already backfired on him.
Why's that?
So apparently someone started a Strike John's channel campaign in retaliation. And he's saying that we blamed him for striking Cardiff's channel, but
no, he's taking full credit.
Himself.
He's taking full credit for it immediately. Uh-oh. See, John, you play with fire. Okay, I shouldn't say this is why. There's a lot of reasons why I don't go around copyright striking or telling people to do that and report channels. It's all bullshit. Don't do that. Let everyone do their show. Everyone should have a voice and get a chance to do their thing. If you're good, people will listen to it and watch. If you're not good, you'll have Chad's numbers.
Yeah. It's right, Cardiff.
We'll review it.
Right, of course.
He'll be on
all apologies to John. Like, Oscar is a young 18-year-old kid's going to graduate once in his life.
Okay, so what they're describing now, and OJ, you were closer to Cardiff than I was, so maybe you know more about this. But apparently, Cardiff said a one-off thing about he was going to live stream Oscar's graduation on Be Dabbling Live or something?
Yes. Okay. He was going to fly to California, set up all his equipment to live stream Oscar's graduation.
And that was taken seriously by John because he's stupid or because he wanted to feel like he was a victim. I mean, let's be honest what's going on here. John wants to act like Cardiff did something horrible to his family. Right. And so now, and Clay's playing into this too, to a ridiculous amount. I hope this is all a troll on Clay's part. Because now they're saying that if Cardiff had done that, he didn't, but if he had, that would have ruined the entire graduation, would have ruined Oscar's entire high school career if someone went there and live streamed it.
Can you imagine if somebody was recording a graduation ceremony? That never happens.
I've seen the graduation ceremony. We all have.
Every fucking parent is recording it. Right. It's not disrupting anything.
It doesn't make any sense. What's going to happen? There's people on YouTube putting comments in that are
it'd be weird if you were the parent that wasn't recording.
Right. So this whole argument is bizarre. I don't even understand it. Do you understand it, OJ?
No. But Oscar was very scared of the potato showing up. Yeah.
Right. They explained that Oscar...
It's understandable.
Oscar was concerned. So John's son, who's now in Harvard, very smart kid, is watching Be Dabbling live on Saturday mornings.
What kid isn't?
A lot of them do, but I'm just saying I don't think Oscar probably is. I don't think he would have seen that. If Oscar knew this was a possibility, it's only because John told him that.
Yes.
Which, again, doesn't make any fucking sense. Why would you do that?
Wasn't he more afraid that his biological father would actually show up to
Yes, that's what's really happening. I feel like Frenchie Hanna. Yes, yes, that's correct.
Oh, you did that shit to John. Like, Oscar is a young...
And he says, you did that shit to John. Again, it's like when John says he'll do you a favor, it's like he did you a favor. Cardiff makes a joke about live streaming graduation. I can't believe you would do that to John. I can't believe you did that. He didn't do anything. He did absolutely nothing.
Got kids, right, Cardiff? Does your wife know you did?
He's only seems to be upset about it 2.5 months later.
Yes, now it's a huge deal and a huge issue all of a sudden.
That shit to John. Like, Oscar is a young 18-year-old kid's going to graduate once in his life. Once. It happens once in a lifetime. And for Dabbleverse likes, or for whatever bullshit reason you did that, as a joke, I don't see where the punchline is there. You decided to threaten to... Pardon? Yeah, he said he was going to live stream it. And fucking, why would you do that? Why would you ruin a kid's one day in his whole life?
And my kid got wind of it, and he was afraid.
It's fucking so grimy, that is, Cardiff. I thought you was a better man than that, to be honest.
What are they going on and on about? It's going to... First off, I don't know how you guys feel about high school graduation. I don't even remember that day. I don't give a fuck about it. I think we had a fun graduation party afterwards. I remember that. We got a kegger. It was cool. But it's not like my graduation day was so important. Ooh, wow, I graduated high school. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude. I'm just saying. It's really not that big a deal, especially for a kid who's going to fucking Harvard. He's going to have better days ahead. More important days. But also, none of this would ruin anything. It's all absurd what they're saying here. They're just making this up. And they go on with this shit. It's nuts.
God, not that he gives a shit about my respect.
But hold on. Clay, not only was he graduating, he was graduating valedictorian, and they were announcing that he's going to Harvard. So
yeah, okay. What does that have to do with anything? So that's a good thing. So people are trying to clown him and be like, oh, shit, he's going to Harvard and he's valedictorian? Oh. Sounds like he's a really smart kid. Like, what do you mean? Like, they're making this up to... I don't even understand what the rationale is for this.
They don't either, but
no, of course
it's
not.
Almost up there with Shulie's Just As Guilty.
Yes, it is. It's right up there. So Cardiff loses his YouTube channel, and they're like, well, he deserves that because he once made a comment that he might come to a graduation and live stream it. Like, oh, okay. I guess the punishment fits the crime on this one? Okay, if you say so.
It's the same...
Well, Carl.
Go ahead, OJ.
Cardiff was planning to start a loser chant when they announced Oscar's name. Like he was going to get the whole stadium chanting.
I'm sure the parents would go along with that.
Asshole.
Holy shit. And our valedictorian, Oscar Melendez.
Please. Trying to make a point. And this is a huge deal that's going down. Right before our very eyes here.
Oh, Harvard just called. You're no longer accepted. He didn't realize you're such an asshole. So it's not going to happen now.
This is fabricating a reason to be upset with Cardiff. The same thing with the MP3 on your Patreon.
Yep.
It never fucking happened, but it's forever held against you.
Yep.
Something that
it
never
justifies
fucking happened.
all of his awful behavior.
Yeah.
He can just say, he did this thing to me, and therefore I can do whatever I want all the time.
Yeah. Drink bleach.
All right. Yeah, drink bleach, John.
So this is going to be the most special moment in this kid's life, and Cardiff wants to ruin that?
Ruin that? How's he going to ruin that, John? How do you think he was going to ruin that?
He's going to ruin Harvard.
Yeah, it's for likes on X.
I can guarantee one thing, though.
Yeah.
Cardiff would have had a better seat.
Yes. Cardiff would have been allowed actually in the vicinity.
Fucking what? For what, Cardiff? For what? A couple of fucking likes or reposts? It's fucking... That is so low, Cardiff. You should be ashamed of yourself.
He really should.
You should be.
You know, and to even have that in my kid's mind, it's just...
It's horrible.
In your kid's mind? Where is he seeing this? Where does he know about it? Was Cardiff going to get this whole thing shut down? Or, sorry, guys, no diplomas today. Cardiff has ruined graduation. None of you actually graduate. What's he talking about? So then Clay goes on to explain that he used to like Cardiff, but he stopped watching him, and everyone else has too.
Humble. Cardiff used to be quite humble, but the Dabbleverse fame, even though he's dwindling and people don't really watch his shit anymore. I know I haven't watched it for, God knows, 8 months. I haven't tuned into his shit. But... yeah, it was dwindling, so that's what you're resorting to.
So how do you know that his numbers are going down if you stopped watching 8 months ago? That doesn't make any sense at all. Well, I stopped watching. Yeah. I mean, other people stopped watching? OJ, I believe Cardiff's numbers have been going up steadily for his entire time on YouTube. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, John would love to get the numbers that Cardiff's been getting Monday nights. But
No shit.
That's gone now.
Well, maybe Cardiff will get his channel back, but if not, he's over on Rumble.
Yes, Rumble.
So definitely
With all the other losers.
Subscribe to him on Rumble with Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones and Cardiff Electric.
Roseanne's going to be a guest soon.
Roseanne, that's your Rumble lineup over there. So that's just nonsensical. Clay's an idiot. And the one part that I enjoyed on this episode was when Clay was explaining to John that John was definitely trying to fuck Kate Meanie. And John just cannot admit that. For whatever reason, he'll just deny. We all know you were trying to fuck Kate Meanie, John. All of us do. We knew that before we heard the conversations. Yeah. Then we heard the conversations like, oh, yeah, he's trying to fuck Kate Meanie. It's very obvious right now. And so Clay, even though he's sucking up to John and wants to be his buddy, he's like, yeah, but you can't tell me we're trying to fuck Kate Meanie. And this is the dumbest argument ever.
You might not agree with my points, but as something I saw, you came across as an older guy attracted to a younger woman. I know you say you don't want to fuck her. My opinion, not yours. An older guy thinking he might get to fuck a little bit of 24-year-old clunge. So he's being nice to her, talking about, all the shit that men do, talk about trying to woo women. Yeah, he's younger, you might get some coke, we'll have a party, blah, blah, blah. And you're being naive about it, you know what I mean? And trusting.
The only reason I brought up coke is because she loves doing coke.
Yeah, of course, and because you wanted a banger. Fair enough. John, you're 50. Right, you're 58. Every 58-year, there's no 58-year-old man on. Listen to me. There's no 58-year-old man on the planet that wouldn't want to fuck a 24-year-old. I'm sure when I won't want the fucking old. I'd love to bang a 24-year-old.
Right. I have OCD. When an OCD person makes an edict, when I said I'll never bang a girl younger than my oldest kid, I can't break that.
He expects us to believe that. My OCD makes it so I can't even fuck a hot chick who's 25 years old. I made an edict with myself, so I can't do that. It's the dumbest thing ever. No one believes that. John.
Yeah, it's funny how OCD can do things that have never been documented before. It's like the Force.
Yeah.
And all these new Star Wars things. It's, I didn't know the Force could make Princess Leia come back to life and fly through outer space.
Yeah,
I didn't know OCD could prohibit me from fucking young women.
My OCD makes you say, you know. My OCD.
This is the part where I think his co-hosts are just so embarrassed by his argument that they just let it go. They're like,
oh, for sure. Because Clay's like, all right, man, whatever.
I'm not going to dignify that with a response.
It's so stupid to say that. So John then starts talking about, because now he's trying to get back at Chad for this video that Chad did. And John was at Chad's stand-up show in Atlantic City, the Super Bowl weekend that MLC and all those guys went down there. And Chad put on this stand-up show that was really haphazard. He didn't really have amplification or microphones. And nothing was prepared because that's how Chad rolls. And John was there, as we all know. And now John's going to talk about Chad's stand-up. This is what gets me so excited about these two going after each other. They both suck at comedy, and they're going to call each other out for sucking at comedy. It's great.
You sucked so badly, and I've been trying to be nice about it. But let me just tell you, when Dirty Deeds and I were watching you, Dirty Deeds came over my shoulder and said, Pearl Harbor. And I looked back at him after every joke. I said, Nagasaki.
Hiroshima.
And then he leaned at me after another bomb joke, Hiroshima. And then I looked back at him after another bomb joke of yours and said, USS Cole. And we went back and
9/11.
We went back and forth after every lemon of a joke you told. You suck.
Imagine closing your act with the squeegee bit. And then sitting there and heckling a guy, oh, Hiroshima, am I right? High five. This guy sucks at comedy. You both do.
Yeah.
You're both terrible at it.
This is a homeless fight.
Right.
Bum fights.
Yes. I got to witness one of those not too long ago in the city. And it's I'm there for it, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know who I'm rooting for. I just want everyone to have fun. when these two go after each other about who's the worst stand-up, I'm just getting the popcorn ready. All right, let's go. Who sucks worse at stand-up? Now your turn, Chad. I wonder what Chad's going to say to that. Because if he's ever broken down John's stand-up, that'd be the one time I'd want to watch Chad, actually.
Yeah, good point.
That'd be fun to check out. But now, John, when him and I, there was a week where he thought we were friends. And I remember I was sitting exactly right here, and I got a phone call from him. And Vinny was here. I think we were doing a Creep Off bonus show. And I go, John's calling me. So I pick it up, and John is very concerned. Carl, you won't believe it. Chad is saying he's coming over to my house to vandalize it. He just posted it on Twitter. I'm calling the police. I'm calling the FBI. Like, he was very concerned. And he thought that I'd be concerned because my house in Cape Coral's close to his, so that I'd be concerned too. And it's like, well, yeah, no, Chad says a lot of things. He's a liar. And but John at that time was very nervous. Now listen to John's tone and attitude.
So go ahead, headliner. Try to stick it to me again, motherfucker. John, you don't want this heat, bitch. You got to.
Oh, I'm so scared, Chadley. What are you going to do to me? Come to my house? Do it. Just do it. Come on over, Chad. I'm ready for you now. I'm here. Come on, Chad. Let's have a little talk.
The Duke's been training.
Enough dealing with the Shulie network. You got enough dealing with the potato and everybody else. You don't.
Oh, no, the potato's gone. And I made sure of that.
Okay. Again, taking full credit for Cardiff's channel going down. So apparently he thinks he did something. Come to my house now, he's saying. These are children that we're dealing with. Everyone wants to fight in the front yard or something.
Chad will show up, and then he's like, get off my property.
Yeah, right.
I just drove.
If Chad shows up with a beer wrap filming him as he's punching in front of John's house, that would actually be the funniest thing Chad could do. I would give him a lot of credit. Maybe I'll do that. Now that I think about it. I'll be down there soon. I might do that. It'd be fun. All right, so this is the thing. And OJ, the reason why you're getting invited on these shows now instead of Cardiff is for this specific reason right here.
I was gonna say, like the potato's banned now. Like he can't go on B Dabbler's show. He can't go on OJ.
Potato goes on another show. Guess who will be there to report him? Me.
I'm not saying I agree totally with that, but it's ban evasion, and you will get.
Fuck if you agree.
I know.
All right. Thank you, Clay Dabbler, for saying that. Like, yeah, well, don't report channels. It's, you're weaponizing the terms of service here of YouTube by doing that. It's a dick move to do that. Thank you, Clay, for understanding how life works. John does not. But this is John. He's going to justify why he can report channels if he sees Cardiff show up on them.
I'm not saying I agree totally with that, but it's ban evasion, and you will get.
Fuck if you agree.
I know. I get it. 100%.
You tried to just.
I get it. 100%.
Tried to disrupt my child's fucking graduation. I will report that motherfucker if he shows up anywhere, any fucking where.
Oh, Jesus Christ! So again, he tried to disrupt. Now he's going to disrupt it by what? Filming from his phone a graduation where everyone else also has their phones out.
Something that never was going to happen.
Never was going to happen. It was a one comment just kind of thrown out there, and now John's allowed to get everyone else's channel banned. Whoever has Cardiff on the show for that. It's like, this is why everyone hates you, John. This is, and he's not going to understand this, but the Dr. Steve incident, that was how this all happened. You went too hard at someone who didn't deserve it, and everyone went, fuck you. And he's doing it again. And unless you were thinking that I wasn't going to put him blowing mucus all over his lap in slow-mo, you are wrong, because here it is. Oh, God. If he's not dehydrated from drinking too much, he's dehydrated from talking. It's the only guy who get dehydrated from talking. It's fucking nuts. Oh, boy. Well, that's what John's up to. I'm very excited about that. John versus Chad. I couldn't think of a better storyline at this time in the Dabbleverse.
Never end.
It really reminds me of the Attitude Era of WWE. Just everything's going so well. Aaron's getting arrested. John and Chad are fighting. Kevin Brennan's like dying actively on his show. He's coughing, and people aren't watching anymore. Yeah, Cardiff's gone. They have fucking potatoes out of here.
Nobody's worried about
God
that.
is a dabbler.
That's
God
right.
is a dabbler.
God is definitely a dabbler. All right, I just have a few things we need to talk about with our buddy Snot Joe.
Drive in, drive out, drive.
Yeah. Very good, Adam. And joining us is Obnoxious John with a new filter. What's going on? Oh, wait a second. That's not Obnoxious John at all.
Hey guys, really high.
OJ, I called you OJ. Cardiff, have you been reinstated or something? What's going on?
No, I haven't.
Oh.
I thought you said kill the bit.
Oh.
So I killed a bit.
Okay, fair enough. Welcome to the show, Cardiff.
Thank you.
Now, I know you guys have talked about this. I can't wait to talk about this. We've finally seen, and listen, I was wrong. I'll admit when I'm wrong because I'm not a narcissist. We finally got to see the tattoo. I didn't think John had a new tattoo. I thought for sure that was a cover for having the grease stains on his sleeve, I guess I thought it was hair dye. But here it is, posted in Dabblers Anonymous.
He got a tattoo of his own face on his arm.
What is going on here? This guy called me white trash recently. This is the tattoo that he got.
He's been having trouble getting women, and he thinks this is going to fix that.
Oh, you're right. You're right. This is the thing to make him look like he's cool biker guy. Oh,
yeah.
This is his new persona now in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
He's cool biker guy with his cool biker friends. And so we had to get cool biker guy tattoo. And so Stone Crab in this Reddit post asked, which one of his kids is that? And that's inappropriate. Made me laugh. Which is why I brought it up just now. What is going on? It's like a Viking skeleton or something?
Mm-hmm. Well, he's Danish.
Right. Okay. Skull.
The Viking skull.
Surprised it doesn't say skull on it, actually.
I'm sure it does somewhere. I'm sure it's in codes somewhere. There's a skull.
I'm surprised it doesn't say that or just do it. But yeah, this is surprising.
Yeah, the image is a mirrored image. So if you do flip it, if you mirror it, it is on the right arm. Because initially when we saw it last night, it was like, hey, it's on the wrong arm. But no, it's taken in a mirror.
Yes. No, I picked up on that. Mm-hmm. And it does look like a lot of people are speculating that he went to the tattoo parlor and they gave him that book and he just picked out one, or he looked at the wall and he went, oh, yeah, that's pretty cool. It doesn't look like a lot of thought went into this. It doesn't look like anything that represents...
it's not custom.
Yes, it doesn't represent John Melendez in any way, but...
I will say I did a reverse image search. There's a lot of similar tattoos out there, yeah.
Okay. So I'm not crazy to say that, apparently. Oh, you know what else was really funny that I saw in Dabblers Anonymous?
Yeah.
Somebody tatted up Aaron's face for his mugshot. Someday we'll get there. All right.
Best mugshot.
John, yeah, he's so handsome. John came on his show yesterday and he starts off with his typical green screen fail and announcing he's back, baby.
Everybody knows that.
Holy shit.
How does he do this every time? How is he always not centered so you can see part of the wall on his show? It's hard to do every single time. Oh, there's that tattoo. Pretty cool shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this table's got to move.
How heavy is that table? Or should I say, how weak is John? Look at the amount of effort it takes to move this table that he's sitting at.
Move.
What's going on there, Johnny? Thought you're all big and buff.
Or again, the overacting kicks in.
Yeah.
Oh, you think that's what's going on here?
Yeah.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Without hamming it up.
That's true. Yeah, he's a performer.
Oh. How are you? How are you, everybody? Happy September 3rd. I hope everyone enjoyed my political show yesterday with the Army Major.
Nope.
But anyway, here we are in the Dabbleverse, as usual. Hair's growing in.
Is it?
And guns are looking great.
Okay, keep telling us that. So who could have predicted it? John said he's leaving the Dabbleverse. He's over it. He's done with it. And then he only came back because of the Iso Do thing. And now he's right back into it. And I think that we all predicted that. I think every single person said that's what was going to happen. And every single person was correct. Mm-hmm. Go figure. This is why John's not good at bluffing.
Right.
He's not good. Like, I never think
you mispronounced everything.
Yeah, correct. I never think he has pocket aces because he never does. I'm not falling for it.
He plays that clip from Escape from New York.
Yeah.
The Duke dies at the end.
Yes.
Have we pointed that out?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
But John just likes the name the Duke, and now he's El Duque. You might want to get that sign behind him updated for the El Duque thing. But let's remember, guys, I am a hypocrite. This is why the hypocrisy police started, because of me.
And Lady K is supposed to be observed.
Sorry, Carl. El Duque, the Duke. I don't know if you caught it when Hitman Dan was on yesterday.
Mm.
John stole that name from Hitman Dan.
Oh, is that true?
Because Hitman Dan was like, hey, the Duke. They used to call me that in high school.
Shut the fuck up.
Wow. He stole Hitman Dan's nickname.
No.
Nothing's original with this guy.
Nothing's original. I have some clips of Hitman Dan being on the show, but I didn't catch that, unfortunately.
Yeah,
and Lady K is supposed to be observe and report. Well, Lady K, you're a fucking hypocrite.
Why is that?
Because you don't observe and report on the pedophilia network, do you?
Never
you
mentioned
didn't really
it
say anything about it.
What was that, Adam?
No, he never mentioned it once. Never came up.
I've talked about Iso Do so many times.
You avoided it and avoided it. I've never once made a comment.
Brought it up so many times. We did an entire creep-off bonus show about the guy. We did a deep dive into it. I've talked to Shulie about it on Point Dabble Point. We talked about on Who Are These Podcasts. What else am I supposed to say?
You're supposed to express the opinions that John would express. Other than that, you did not cover it.
Okay, fair enough.
Carl, when I called you while I was downloading his audiobook from your Patreon, and I asked you to talk about it, you said, no, I will not talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Continue downloading.
I'm going to stop having you on, Cardiff, if you're going to reveal all of these private information between us.
Holding the curtain back. Sorry.
He's chugging his Pepsi.
Oh, but when it's me, holy shit, you go, you do hours on me, but you don't observe and report on the biggest story coming out of the Dabbleverse since, which I'm always bored with, April and Aaron Imholt. And I see Aaron got arrested. There's another one. Let's add another one of these guys to the long list of arrests made by those in the Dabbleverse.
Oh, hold on a second. Yeah. You can't lump Aaron Imholt in with any of us, sir. How dare you?
Yeah, but I'd like to hear that list of arrests.
Well, he talks about Iso Do.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Bob Levy from 20 years ago.
Oh, we're going back.
Yeah.
I've been arrested too.
Producer Joe. Yeah, I believe that's been brought up that I was arrested when I was a teenager. But apparently everyone in the Dabbleverse is bad, but him. He's amazing. And we were talking about this earlier during our Steel Toe segment, but John's not interested in Steel Toe because it's not about him. He's like, this is a big story. I know everyone's talking about Aaron and April. It's like, yeah, we are. I don't care about that. Right, because that has nothing to do with Stuttering John Melendez. It's the only thing he's interested in. Now, the big news John's talking about is the fact that Shulie got John's Bumble profile, his dating app profile. And they showed it on the Uncle Rico show. They showed the pictures that John uses. They read the profile. And so John's like, guys, I'm not worried about it. I'll read you the profile right now.
Let's see. My bio. I'm a divorced father of 3 wonderful kids. I have lived a charmed life filled with amazing obstacles overcome. I've written for many shows, including Tonight Show, and have published a best-selling book. Okay. A little flex.
It's not a best-selling book.
Yeah.
Just getting a book published does not make it a best-selling book. What are you talking about? It's not even a selling book.
No.
It's not being sold anywhere.
Barely a book, Carl. Let's be honest.
It's being regifted.
What is he talking about? A best-selling book? I hate that shit.
Can't blame me for it, can you? About me, 5'8", which I am, well, 5'7.5", but, you know, I'll round up to the half. Active, undergraduate, degree. Drink sometimes. Smoke, no.
So he just gave the wink to the camera
Mm-hmm.
when he wrote drinks sometimes. I like that he says he's active too. Okay, sure. So later on in the show,
he also read his own dating profile, the degree part that he wrote,
right,
and made that like evidence that I have a degree from NYU. Because
yeah, I know.
wrote it on
Well,
my
then it
profile.
must be true. If you put it on a dating app, you're obviously lying about a lot of things. Best-selling book, drink sometimes. So Penis
doesn't
Wrinkle
smoke.
Penis Wrinkle brings this up to him and says, "Why would you put you drink sometimes on the app?" And at first, John answers this truthfully, but then he backtracks and tries to spin it. This is weird.
Penis Wrinkle. You lie on your Bumble and say you drink sometimes. I do drink sometimes. Am I drinking now? No. Therefore, I drink sometimes. Will I drink later on? Yes. But I don't drink every minute. And when I do drink, I drink Michelob Ultra.
He goes, "I'm not drinking now. Is there a beer in reaching distance?" Yes, there is. It's right here. That's hilarious right there. But the fact that like it's light beer, so it doesn't really count, obviously, as drinking.
It's not high octane alcohol. Oh, shit.
This is weird.
I think I got bit by a fucking spider.
Look at
See that?
Whoa.
That's not a bug bite.
What do you think that is, Adam?
Alcoholism.
Really? How does that work?
I don't know, but it's not normal.
He tried to inject himself with alcohol.
Look at
Holy
that thing.
Fuck.
And he just noticed it
Look
now.
how big that is. Look how big that bump is.
God, you would think if he took a shower or something, he would have noticed that sooner.
Or notice it and not bring it up.
Like right on his arm like that?
Yeah.
He didn't notice until he saw it in the camera?
When he was reaching for the beer that he's not drinking.
I hope he's at a doctor today. That's why he didn't do a show today. He could have been a doctor with that.
You know what? You could be right. It might have swollen up even more since this.
Motherfucker. You get a lot of black widows over here. Yeah, I said I drink sometimes, and I also wink.
Whoa, John. We're not trying to get the property value decrease in Cape Coral. Let's not talk about how there's dangerous spiders, all right? Not on my property, by the way. No dangerous spiders where I live. Just want to point out, motherfucker.
Still drink toilet water.
My water system is amazing at Cardiff Electric.
And expensive.
It is expensive, but it's nice. It's like spring water.
You get a lot of black widows over here. Yeah, I said I drink sometimes, and I also winked. But no, Penis Wrinkle.
Okay.
Yeah, John, people that are reading your Bumble profile can't see that you winked now.
Right, yes. Did I lie on my profile? Yes, but I did it on purpose. Well, yeah, no, I know. We all thought that.
Everybody who lies does it on purpose.
Right.
I don't drink all the time.
Right.
I got up this morning at 9. Mm-hmm. Did I drink? No.
Okay.
Is something an alcoholic would say.
Yes,
Holy shit.
I didn't have a beer when I got up this morning. You're like, okay. It's a good start. Let's see where he's going with this.
It's now almost 4.
Whoa. It's almost 4. So what is he at? Like 7 beers probably, right? I mean, it's almost 4.
Have I had a beer? No.
Wow. I thought this guy was an alcoholic, but I was wrong. That's amazing.
Have I had any drinks? No. Therefore, I drink sometimes.
If you drink every day, that's not sometimes. I'm sorry.
I think that's the point Penis Wrinkle's trying to make.
Yeah.
And at first, John just like, wink, wink. I know, right? I do drink a lot. Then he's just like, well, hold on a second. I actually do only drink sometimes.
Yeah.
Like when the Yankees are playing or on podcasts.
When I sleep.
Yeah.
Technically only breathe sometimes.
Right.
Like constantly breathing.
Sorry. All right. So this clip right here is such perfect projection. Because if this was flipped and this was someone talking about John after the Kate Meanie tapes came out after we heard the way that John talked to Kate Meanie on the phone, you would think this would make sense.
It doesn't matter what. I mean, you would think after this, Shitway would have been so embarrassed he would have stopped podcasting, but he can't. Because he has no morals. And he certainly can't afford to lose the few shekels that he gets off of me.
Yeah. John, you just described yourself.
Absolutely.
To a T. You literally wanted to leave the Dabbleverse. And left,
so he says.
Yeah, went to Key West or whatever. But he's too toxic, and he's above that, and he's smarter than this. And he's right back into it. The first thing he does on the show, talk about the Dabbleverse today. Okay, so you need this, obviously.
And the morals thing.
I know. What does that have to do with anything? We're laughing at you for flirting with a girl less than half your age. I mean, I think my mom brought me up right. I think that seems appropriate.
Yeah, you turned it around.
I don't know what else I'm supposed to do with that.
Has anybody ever told you how funny you were?
And he came back to the internet after that. It's incredible. Take some balls, I guess. Hitman Dan joins the show. And listen to what John says to Hitman Dan.
Yeah. So, Danny, the Shitway, went into my, got someone to go and get into my phone and read my Bumble profile and had my pictures on his computer.
So John has turned this into, somebody found John's Bumble profile and they screen grabbed it.
No, they got it through his phone.
Now he's saying someone went into his phone and got that. And it makes me wonder, if John does see a therapist, it's a waste of money. Because anything he's reporting to the therapist, he doesn't understand reality. He doesn't even know what's going on. If he complains to the authorities or his therapist or anything about how he's being harassed and what's going on, wait, they got into your phone? Yeah, they got into my phone.
Yeah, if the therapist doesn't ask any follow-up questions, that they'll see, John, you're fine. There's nothing wrong with you. It is everyone else.
Yeah, you're right. But do you know what I mean? He doesn't even understand just the basics of what's happening. And he's going on and on in this episode about, because someone brings it up, the HRO that Steel Toe's ex-wife has, where he's not allowed to talk shit about her anymore. Someone brings it up, they're like, you could do that to Shulie. And then Shulie can't talk shit about you anymore. He's like, yeah, I know. I think I can. No, definitely not. You don't have a relationship with Shulie where you're co-parenting. You're a public figure. You go on the internet and we make fun of you.
Imagine that.
That would be a sitcom.
Yeah, this fall.
They used to goof on each other every day. And now they're co-parenting. The handoff
My two hacks.
My two hacks. The handoff on weekends has never been crazier.
Oh, wow.
All right. So now John's talking to Dan off mic. And Kurt, if you saw this, it's distracting. Like, they're talking about Aaron Rodgers and is he going to stay healthy? And there's this conversation going on from across the house that you don't know what's happening. And then this happens.
Chico's bail bonds, thanks for the $2. Who else's kids do you have on your phone? I don't have any kids on my phone. I don't have any. Dan, I'm trying to do a fucking show. Please. Jesus Christ.
All right, where was I?
Chico's bail bonds, thanks to the $2. Who else's kids do you have on your phone? I don't have any. I don't have any.
It's like he put the needle back on the record before he was interfered with and started over again.
Yeah. And like Dan just said, don't ask me to stick my head in. So John has to prove that he has a friend, and then when it doesn't go right, he's like, get the fuck out of here.
When the friend's bothering him.
Yeah. He's so easily distracted on this.
It's like an Etch a Sketch. Every time he turns his head, he just wipes clean. Start over.
Willy again. So anyway, Shulie's this guy who used to work for the Stern Show. No, we know. We got it, John. Yeah. Very good. All right. This is a fun clip. I bet my buddy Rocco is taking notice of this.
And none of them would do this shit to my face. Not one of them. Nope. Not one of these fucking cowards would do it to my face.
If you had
Has your son ever queefed in your face?
one opportunity.
The fact that John could still say, no one would even say shit to my face when it's happened. It's on video. Dabbler of the year right there.
Yes.
Sorry, Cardiff, not to rub this in your face, but
It's pretty big.
And the fact that I've seen that 100 times and it still fills me with glee.
Still funny every time. And John can sit there on his show and be like, oh, you wouldn't do that to my face, though. There's no fucking way you would. It's like,
Rocco couldn't have gotten any closer to you.
You see, Carl, this is that deceptive editing that you do. You're editing and cutting out the part immediately when it cuts where John threatened him to a fight, demanded he come outside with him, and Rocco backed down like a little boy.
No, that's right.
You're skipping all of that.
That's right. Yes, I forgot about all that stuff that did not happen.
You are missing something because what he's been doing lately, and even on this show, he mentioned it after that Cardiff would never say anything to my face. Cardiff would, like, he's not talking about Rocco as much anymore.
Right, you're right.
He's trying to erase Rocco from the Dabbleverse as far as he's concerned because he is the only one.
You know what?
Said it to his face.
That's a good point. John, for whatever reason, he's friends with Chad and Kevin again all of a sudden. So that was short-lived, the Chad and John feud. I wanted it too bad, obviously. I'm like Rob Saul wanting it too bad, apparently.
Chad took it away from you.
Blind Mike is never brought up anymore. Blind Mike was one of the people he was going to sue. Also, the IQ test going back a little ways.
Oh, yeah.
And you're right, Tukey's not brought up anymore. I think John realizes there's no way he can win. So, but it's always Shulie, the Shitwayer Network, me, and Cardiff.
Right. It's like Adam was saying about Howard not acknowledging John.
Right.
Because he would have to
that'd
acknowledge
be
other
embarrassing.
things. Yeah.
that would be embarrassing. So let's not do that.
He was talking about Cardiff the other day, and he was saying how, Cardiff doesn't have the balls to not hide behind a mask and a filter. And he was saying this to Clay Dabbling, who was wearing a mask with no sense of irony at all.
You're right. And Clay is such an idiot because we all know what his face looks like. We've already seen it. Right. And he still insists on wearing that thing that makes him look so foolish.
I think about him smoking cigarettes through that and the taste of that mask while he's doing that. It just sounds like a nightmare.
Yummy.
Everything about the flat that he lives in looks like a horror movie to me.
I enjoy when he puts Eric the actor up behind him, though. That I like.
Yeah, that's always fun. But yeah, no, it looks miserable. And there's always sirens in the background. Like he lives in a shitty neighborhood. All of it seems awful. All right. This is a fun clip.
It's no Rochester.
Oh, God. Rochester did not have a good showing for DabbleCon, but anyone who stayed at the Strath Alley or came to my house got to witness some of the nicer areas of the city.
Those are the two areas.
That's it. I mean, the baseball game would have been fine, but Joey C was there. There goes the neighborhood.
If he was right in front of my face. Not one of them. I guarantee it.
Well. It's just the way he drools. I've never seen another adult drool like this. It's baby-like, where the moisture is just piling up in front of his teeth, and then it has to drip out like a fountain. Would drip out. You know what I mean? It's not like it was spittle like coming out, which happens.
DabbleCon 3, there's going to be a Stutt Joe fountain.
The Gleek fountain.
John Sarasani's got nothing on this guy. We're talking about fountains. Let's see that again.
I guarantee it.
Ugh. It hangs there for a minute, and then gravity takes over, and it just drips. What a gross man. What a gross house that must be. All right, one more clip on here. Let's remember, John's very good at what he does.
It's like Swahili Barry White.
So John's watching clips from Shulie's Anonymous, and he goes in there, and he doesn't know what he's going to do. But now we're going to see how John makes fun of the Shulie show. He's going to give it back to them the way that they give it to him. Let's see how good he is at this.
Yeah, that's what Mike sounds like to me anyway.
Swahili Barry White! Jesus.
What happened?
It's no wonder why he didn't make it in comedy.
Only for Ricochet to make a mid-card debut. Subscribe in Swahili. Ricochet's dead ass. Subscribe in Swahili. Who's that? Title belt. 21 with no sign of resurgence. Subscribe or I'll sue you in Swahili. Just playing. AEW.
What?
Well, that was lame. Jesus.
He doesn't even know what he's watching. So John starts off by doing the thing that he's been doing ever since he started doing this format, repeating what the person said and then going, what a loser. You're not funny, which is not a good reaction show. It's not a good strategy for a reaction show at all. Over laughing. It's something that nobody thought was funny.
Right.
And then going, see, you're not funny. And then he's watching something. He has no idea what it is. It's just like, I don't know what that is.
And he was so prepared for everything last week.
What happened?
One show.
One show.
Even while he was scrolling through Reddit, I think it was in yesterday's episode, he's like, oh, this looks like a good title.
Yeah, and now he has to like go through and make sure it's not going to porn bomb him every single time. It's like, John, what are you doing all day? You can't sit down and watch 5 or 6 videos and then choose those to be the videos.
Not drinking.
Right. He's too busy getting bitten by spiders, apparently.
Yeah, I think so.
I think he wakes up right before the broadcast. I think as minutes before.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's definitely happened back when he would do his shows at noon. He would come on and be chugging orange juice and water and an energy drink. And for the first 15 minutes of the show, 7.5 of those minutes were him chugging a liquid because he's so dehydrated. He just got up. He's hungover. He's trying to feel better. It's like, John, just get up at 10:30 and chug all those liquids.
Yeah.
Or don't drink yourself stupid the night before. I don't know.
Well,
a couple different options.
I'm so glad you brought that up because remember that? Remember the simpler times when we used to laugh about time zones? Remember that was the big thing?
Yes.
And NG and oh my God. And now it's all just the darkest stuff you can think of. And we all saw it. He dragged us down there. I mean, Iso didn't help, but he dragged us down.
No. For sure. He's not having fun with this, which is the way. Let me say this for all the young dabblers out there. The way to enjoy the dabbleverse is with a smile on your face and not a care in the world. You know, we start striking channels and watching CP and trying to plant CP on people's phones. That's not the way to enjoy the dabbleverse, people.
He had a very revealing moment the other day. He maybe you remember, he went on some rant about, like, you don't bully a Melendez. It's a Melendez trait. If you bully us, we come for you. It is something, he's like, I will not stand for it. I will not tolerate it. You cannot do it. And it reminded us what this is all really about. Not his kids, not his job, not teaching. It's about him not being able to handle being made fun of in any way.
Yes.
And that's it. And it's really sad.
Yeah, it's his ego. And he sees himself as this big star and celebrity. And if you tell him he's a big star and celebrity, he's your best friend and he needs stuff from you. And if you tell him anything else, you're an asshole and a bully and a troll and your opinion doesn't exist and doesn't matter. And with that, I think that we should probably try to poke a dabbler.
Yeah.
Let's get Annie waiting backstage patiently for this. What's up, Annie?
Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
And going back
Good
to
to see everyone
making,
today.
going back to Adam saying wanting the funner times of Stuttering John, I'm trying to pull those clips exclusively for To Poke a Dabbler going forward.
Oh,
fantastic.
Okay, good.
Because it did hit me when I did John's show. He sent me a time, and I realized when he sent it, oh, he's traveling right now. This is when he was going from Canoga Park to somewhere. We assumed it was Florida, but we didn't quite know. And I realized, oh, I don't know what time zone he means.
Right.
So I asked him on every means of communication, what time zone are we in? And he never responded. I just had to see it on YouTube and then jump on. So after all of these years, he's learned nothing.
That's incredible.
And he never will.
Nope.
He'll never understand time zones. It's great. Well, everyone's where I am, of course.
Yeah.
Are you a boner guy?
Oh, I was a boner guy.
You know what? I miss penis.
What are you talking about?
I'm the one who should apologize.
Is it going to be
absolutely riveting? Is it going to change your life by any stretch? Probably not, but it's going to be at least entertaining, okay?
By the way, for those people that are in the back, remember to shut the fuck up.
Mental illness can literally drive you crazy.
I've been dying to say that.
Cuz-a-roo. Slap-a-rooney.
It's showtime.
WATP. Welcome to a special emergency episode of Who Are These Podcasts? And the reason why it's an emergency is because something very big happened in the Dabbleverse yesterday. I don't know if you're aware of this.
Nope.
I haven't looked at the subreddits. I'm sure it's all over it. John has proven that I'm gay.
Oh.
And because of that, I have decided to wear my shirt. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm gay, and I was having gay sex. So John has outed me. I might as well just take it the rest of the way and just say, look it, that's a W. It's a W for the stuttering one. You finally got something right. People are asking, how is that news? Well, there are some people, like my wife and the rest of my family, who didn't know about this.
Okay.
And so I thought it'd be interesting today to present what John has done to prove the fact that I'm definitely gay and I should be called every gay slur there is for that reason. Because that's what you do with gay people when you're a progressive like John.
Oh, yeah.
You make fun of them all the time for being gay.
Proves how woke you are.
Yeah, it's also hilarious. I know one thing about gay guys. They're like, oh my gosh, you call me the F slur again? You're killing me, man. This is great. We're going to hang out with these guys more often. This is good stuff. So I want to thank everybody who's tuning in live on a Tuesday afternoon. Thank you for the support. Thanks for watching. If you're a regular listener to our podcast, we'll have this out in the main feed tomorrow on Wednesday as a little minisode that we like to put out. I get made fun of for saying minisode.
That's pretty gay.
I know. I mean, hey, I am what I am, right? Like Popeye said that.
Yeah, I got to get used to this.
What are you going to do, right? If you want to support the show, we appreciate that. Super Tips, also Super Chat on YouTube. If you want to support us through Super Tips, there's the QR code in the corner. Also, the URL supertip.gg/WATP. I have it pinned in the comments section. And what you do is you go there and you click in. What do you want to do? Do you want to just give us a super chat that we'll read, or do you want to use an AI voice to read what you're writing as one of the hilarious characters in the WATP, WATS universe?
Sounds fun.
It is fun, and you can do that. In fact, you know what? I'll play this because my sister-in-law sent this to me 3 days ago for some reason. We weren't even live or doing anything. But just to show you what this looks like, apparently I had something to say, and I didn't even realize this. My sister-in-law is so awesome, I'm going to get her some more reptiles. In fact, a black throat monitor is always what she wanted. Grant will love that it grows to 5 feet long. I don't remember saying that. But
you're a busy guy.
Well, I'm a man of my word. So if she says I'm going to buy her that, then I guess I'll have to now. Who knew? Who knew that was the case? All right, let's get right into it. We have so much to talk about. So many clips to play. What a fun show this was yesterday with John exposing me, finally. He's been trying to do this for a while. It finally happened. We'll ease into it. Start off with John talking about the Uncle Rico show and how those guys make fun of John. And it's just not fair.
Speaking of snot on their nose, how many times has the shitware done it like an emergency show? If I have some snot coming out of my nose, or if I happen to spit or something like that, how many times?
I would say way too many. And that's on John. The fact that he's sitting there going, oh, because there's snot running down my face and I'm spitting all over the place, you guys are going to make fun of me for that? Yes, every time. It's ridiculous.
It doesn't happen to everyone.
No, it doesn't happen to most people who do shows on the internet or anything. Do shows anywhere. Live shows, street performers, beggars, homeless people. Like, most people don't have snot running down their face while they're indoors in air-conditioned rooms. It's weird. It's odd. And it's because you're a very gross person and possibly, get ready for this, possibly a cokehead. And the reason why I say that is because John's using some new logic in order to allege things about people.
According to a lot of the people online, they are alleging that.
So John is starting this off with, according to people online, they are alleging. You know what? It's crazy. I love that that's the new burden of proof, because there's a lot of people saying that John's a deadbeat dad. I've seen that all over the place online. I've heard he's a low IQ dolt.
Yeah.
The cokehead thing has been prominent recently with people online.
Well, I've been saying that for a while, but for...
Online?
Well, no.
You got to do it online.
Okay. But on the show, so it is online.
That's true. That is online. Yep.
But it sounds like something that someone who doesn't do it anymore would accuse someone of, you know.
Sure.
So you don't give me a whole lot of cred for it.
I'm sorry about that. I just love that John's new rule is like, well, I saw it on a subreddit, so it's probably true. If you want to go by that, John, Dabblers Anonymous has a lot of interesting theories.
Oh, yeah.
And allegations going around. But this is the big tease. This is what John is really gearing up for in this episode.
John, the Just Do It voice is really working. My kid is on medication now. How can I take it to the next level and ruin his confidence? Thanks, Duke. Well, I have a few clips to play of more Lady K mannerisms. So, just wait for it.
Okay. I don't remember saying that.
He's really running with this.
Well, it's one of those things where, like, Chad with the hype train. Like, at first he was doing that to goof on people, and then it just became his thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, no, you're the one dancing around like an idiot begging for money. You
Which
used to goof on people.
What
for
another
that.
cokehead would do.
Right. And so now John is saying things in a very effeminate mannerism every show, all show long, but acting like I should be embarrassed about it, even though I'm not the one doing it. But he's got new ones. He's got new evidence, new proof of my sexual preference based on how I speak. Based on how John speaks, he is retarded. When he talks about everyone who's seen his audiobook MP3 on our Patreon, and he says that my publisher saw it, my friend saw it. It's like, it's saw. There's no R's in the word saw. You sound like an idiot when you talk.
You talking about his best-selling book?
The best-selling book that he brags about on his Bumble account. And his, what's the old-timers site that we just discovered he's on, Our Time? John's also has an account on Our Time. We just learned about. That was on Point Dabble Point this week.
Oh, okay. I'm way behind.
Yeah, we saw in John's inbox. He gets emails. He's getting matches.
Yeah, I didn't know what that was.
For women on
Maybe I should get in there.
I mean, you're due. Well, it depends on what age women you want to meet. John's quick to make fun of my wife. And for some reason, he's on Our Time. So, I don't know. Hypocrite? I'm starting to think you might be a little bit hypocritical. Remember, oh God, Chad's emailing me every day now. Oh, Jesus. He's so obnoxious. I don't even know how to respond. He emailed me today and said I was bitter.
Okay.
How do I respond to that? What would I be bitter about? Do I seem bitter? Is there a reason I would be bitter? I won the lottery, Chad. I used to be in marketing, and now I'm a professional podcaster.
Yeah.
Pretty fucking amazing. The last thing I'd be is bitter about.
Yeah, you pretty much have fun for a living.
Yeah. My job title is laughing at jerks.
Yes.
It used to be CMO. Right. So this is way better. Yeah. Way better.
You wear what you want to work, obviously.
Right. Yes. There's no dress code on WATP.
Clearly.
That's for sure. But I'm bitter. The reason why we started talking about Chad is because John and Chad started up this feud a couple weeks ago. And I was like, oh, this will be fun. Watching those two go at it. And they had some harsh words back and forth. But apparently, none of that was real.
I help people that I like Chad. Nobody can stomach the zummick by having a fake fight with him. I was never serious, but I am a good actor. And I helped Chad big time. And he should thank me.
So this is a weird thing, and we're going to catch John in a few lies today, which I'm very excited to show everyone.
Yay.
Yeah, there's some doozies that even John is just like he's caught flat-footed. Doesn't even know how to respond. It's great. But now this new thing that he was never mad at Chad. He was yelling at Clay Dabbler to shut up so that he could present what he was going to say about Chad Zumach.
Which he should be doing all the time.
Everyone should be telling Clay Dabbler to shut the fuck up, for sure. That's the only thing you should be saying to that guy if you're having a conversation. But now, that was his acting. That's part of his real. Pretending that he's mad at Chad Zumach. I didn't realize that all of that was fake. And it's not a great thing to say if you dedicate episodes to hating on someone, and then weeks later, or a week later, just say, none of that was real. Why would I watch your show then?
Also, if you guys are really friends, why are you waiting for a thank you from him?
That's a good point, too. I like that John goes, well, I talked about Chad, so other people are talking about Chad. Yeah, but he's mad at you for coming back to the internet because he thought he was going to take your time slot over. So he's actually still mad at you, I think.
Yeah, I think Chad's bitter.
Yeah. Chad might be a little bitter. He might be one of these guys who projects his anger onto other people.
Not in a creative way.
No.
Just, I'm feeling this way. You feel this way.
Oh, dude. Speaking of creative, the lack of creativity on this show, because Rob Sal's going to come out in a little bit.
Oh.
It's incredible how bad these two are, this comedy dynamic duo of John and Rob. They have nothing. And I listen to the show at a sped up pace.
As you should.
As everyone should. And they get into a conversation about bands and Fleetwood Mac and Chicago, the band, and songs and who wrote them and why it was written that way. It couldn't be more boring. It's insane. You're like, you guys are boring assholes and boomers, and no one cares about this shit. But okay. Good on them that they're not just talking about shitware over and over again. At least they change up the conversation a little bit for a moment here. But I like that the chat is telling John, and these aren't the poors. These are people super chatting John. A lot of super chats yesterday. They're telling him, stop pretending you're not calling Carl what you are calling Carl.
Det Midler, thanks for the $2. Just call Carl. I'm not using that word. You know what to do. Just do it.
So it says right on there, just call Carl the F-slur. You know you want to. That's why you're saying just do it. Howard Stern was told by K-Rock he could no longer talk about Sirius satellite radio because there was so much promotion for Sirius that they're like, okay, we can't have this on our airwaves. So then it became whenever they're talking about Sirius, they just changed the word and be like, yeah, well, wait till we're on and then we'll be able to do this and this and this. And every listener knew what he was talking about.
Okay.
John has changed the F-slur into just do it. Because even when it's not about me, if he just sees something that he wants to call out as gay, he yells, just do it.
I think he enjoys talking in that voice. I think this is a very slow coming out for John.
If he could get his dick wet, I don't think he'd be that choosy. We're going to find out. It doesn't happen very often these days.
Yeah, he's the lonely gay type.
You might be right about
the last
that.
house on the block.
You might be right. All right, John has proven time and time again he doesn't know how to make jokes. I heard him on the show today. I was peeking in for a moment. He said his show's funny and no one else's show is funny. And there's just no evidence of that at all. It's crazy.
That is funny, though.
Yeah, I know. As Howard always said, John's only funny when he's not trying to be funny. When he's trying to be funny, he definitely is not. And this is John explaining that.
Thanks for the 5. Difference is when you had snot coming from your face, TSN made jokes for 30 minutes. All you said about Shulie is, there you go. Wow, boring.
Yeah,
learn from that.
Why do I need to make jokes when I am simply calling him out for his hypocrisy? I don't do the Shitwaya show, and whatever jokes they made were not funny.
Okay. If you say so, John goes, I don't have to make jokes. Well, you should. If it's a comedy show, you should try, at least. And John's big cop-out is, yeah, but their show's not funny. And John used to say that their show had fake viewers and fake super chats. It didn't make any money. And that went on for months. And then it's like, well, that can't be true because it's still going. So now it's not funny. And whenever you say that something's not funny, you have to just look at it and go, well, are people watching it and enjoying it? Okay. Well, then there's something there.
Yeah. It's a comedy show, and there's numbers.
Yes. You don't like it. You don't appreciate that they're clowning you.
Right.
But it is funny.
Yeah, there's one guy who doesn't appreciate the show.
Yeah, there's one guy who's like, it's obviously not funny. Well, it actually obviously is.
Yeah.
For sure. And this is the thing with both John and Chad, not to bring up Chad too much. He loves it when I do. He needs my attention. But they ultimately think they're going to win some feud or argument or something.
Right.
In their minds, they think that there's this victory just over the horizon.
Yeah.
And once they get there, all the haters will go away and everyone will love them. It's this crazy thing where John's like, I just have to point out that Shitwayer's a hypocrite. Well, I mean, it gets boring. It's as boring as the just do it thing. You'll just doing that over and over again is play it out. Maybe make some jokes, have some fun, do something entertaining.
Or talk about the band Chicago some more.
I could get into that if I knew that was the subject matter.
I mean, if it was your homework.
I like 25 or 6 to 4 as much as the nice guy.
Sure.
So this is kind of fun because there's these chatters, super chatters, who are giving John money and encouraging him. Okay. Now, I know for a fact that there are people, probably contrarians, who knows what their motivation is. There are people for a fact that are on John's side and trying to prop him up. Yes. I also know for a fact some of these people are fucking with John, and he does not know it.
Yeah.
And Yulebrenner's balls might be one of them, as he super chats John.
Yulebrenner's balls, thanks for the $5. Me, Bert's ass, and Omar's foreskin are thinking about starting a GoFundMe so you can afford a lawyer to better fight TSN, FTSN, FKB, hashtag Stuttering John Army. That would be awesome if you did that.
The joke is right over John's head, of course, because
there's a compliment in there, or at least support.
Yeah, right. He's blinded by that. He's like, oh, I can make money? Well, then I'm taking this seriously. The guy's referring to this other super chatter, Burt Lancaster's anus. I just love these guys' names. They're just like, hey, so I'm thinking me and Bert's ass and Omar's foreskin will start a GoFundMe. And the joke is lost on John. John doesn't realize like GoFundMes don't create money magically.
Right.
You have to have a bunch of supporters or fans who want to donate to a cause and help you raise money and support you. And if everyone thinks you're an asshole and no one likes you, your GoFundMe will not be successful. I think I explained that as best I can.
Yeah, that was very
for adult John. I was trying to really break it down.
Can you dumb it down for me?
Almost like Kamala explaining how Ukraine is a smaller country than Russia. I'm like, so GoFundMe is not where you create money. People give money to this thing, and they have to like you first and believe in the cause. So good luck with that. And I thought that Noga was a John fan. Noga's a big super chatter on there. But now I'm not even sure because this request right here, you know it's not going to go well.
Thanks for the 210. Play the Shulie Network Shuffle on Reddit as you wish.
Okay, now he's got to go find a video on Reddit. What's great about this is that Shulie's anonymous. Yeah, go ahead.
That's a new one.
Yeah, you want this clip for the board? I'll give this to you. Yeah, good stuff, John. Great show. This is the best show in the Dabbleverse for sure. Oh, God. Entertainment. More comedy coming in.
Just imagine back when he had a family.
Yeah.
Him driving the kids somewhere and doing this shit.
Don't you love it when Dad sings? Not since Clark Griswold has been a more annoying father.
Yeah, exactly.
Driving a car. So that's how long it took him to find this video. How is that possible? He's looking at Shulie's Anonymous all day, every day. He's hitting refresh. Is there a new post? Is there a new post? Is there a new post? And so Noga tells him to watch this video. And he pulls it up, watches this video. And I actually got to give John credit for his reaction to it. So this is a video that's a very funny video. It's been on the internet for a very long time. These sex offenders doing the sex offender shuffle. And they're like, hey, we're coming to your neighborhood, but we're going to be good. And blah, blah, blah. You know, it's a parody. It's a goof. But they've superimposed the head of a guy who was caught with 6,000 images and videos of CP on his computer, which makes it a little more real and a little less funny. And then the rest of the Shulie gang and me. So a lot of people are having a lot of fun with the fact that there's a guy Shulie used to work with who was caught with the most horrific thing you could have on your computer. And they're loving it and celebrating it. I got to give credit to John for his reaction to this after watching it.
We're not here to start no trouble. We're here to fight for the sex offender.
There you go. So I, as you requested, the Duke delivers.
Now, it's possible that John just didn't understand what he just watched and had no idea how to react to it. But I want to give him the benefit of the doubt to say, like, okay, that's not really that funny. There's real victims involved, and sex trafficking minors is horrific. And
so, yeah, he left out the fake laughter. Plus, he's seen it a billion times, probably.
Probably. That's a good point, too. So I got some great stuff coming up, including John proving that I'm gay, of course. But also John getting caught in some lies that I'm very much looking forward to. But real quick, I want to check in on the fine folks here watching us.
Yay, super chats.
Starting with my man, the Looney Tunes critic, $2 says, in fairness to John, Carl, you are gay a lot.
Comes up frequently.
Yeah, like there's a certain percentage of time that I am gay. Rocco Orby, 2002, $2 says, did SJ catch you getting your mailbox filled? Wow. This is a reference to Woke Dad on Who Are These Socials. Woke Dad gave this analogy about someone, I don't want to get into it. He basically broke down women's vagina as mailboxes, and they can't help it if people stuff letters into their, it was the craziest thing. Not a good analogy.
He ever fucked a woman?
I don't think so.
Or was he a mailman? Or
I don't know. It was a really weird discussion. I don't want to go any further into it. Flail Randy, $2 says, hi, Carl, you're gay. See you in Detroit. Flail Randy. Nemirovsky, $5 says, having the gimp you chain up in your basement as a co-host instead of your wife is a bold choice to prove John wrong. I see what you did there.
He's a fag.
Wow. Kinky Cataloco, $5 says, is the next revelation going to be Chris has great hair? I guess I'm the last one to this party, apparently. I had no idea. I thought this was a secret. Thought I was doing a good job. Dominic Sanchez, $10 says, Carl, Silk City sent me a second 3-pack of hot sauce that I didn't pay for. Skol! Wish they'd send me some more hot sauce.
I know. I don't have any.
We're out of it over here. I was told it's in the mail.
All
it's
right.
shipping out because we have a second batch.
Gross.
I want to save that batch for later. Fat Factor with £5 says that lip smacking Stut Joe does is 100% a cocaine thing. Huh. That's on the internet.
People I didn't know Andy was a cokehead.
People on the internet are saying the lip smack has to do with cocaine, which proves that John is a cokehead. And I'm just going by the same logic that John does.
Right.
Red 4732 $2. WTP emergency shows. It's greater than presidential debates.
Got that right.
Correct. Although I am kind of looking forward to it tonight. They'll be covering it on Who Are These Broadcasters tomorrow on this very channel.
Oh, that's the best way to watch it.
At 2 p.m., yes. Watch it through Christian and Eric's point of view on Who Are These Broadcasters. Ayo, 1012, $2. John and Aaron love the many people are saying.
Okay.
Many people are saying. Michael P, $5. Today, John's obsessed with finding proof in pudding. It is the word phrase of the day. Hit like, subscribe, notifications, and go Bills. Yes, please. Hit like, subscribe. Turn on your notifications because sometimes we do these emergency shows and you want to know about it. You'll find out about it if you hit the notification bell, and definitely subscribe to the channel. We do appreciate that. There's some other words that John overuses that we'll be talking about in just a little bit. Rabid Weasel, thank you for the $2. DJ Davies. So Mr. Progressive is a gay basher? Go figure.
Yeah.
What are the chances, huh? Jay Phoenix, $2. Teriyaki had blocked me. I suppose there is a line, Teriyaki.
That's good.
That's pretty good. I like it. Raper Butt, $2. Not to mention Carl had DabbleCon 2 meetup at a gay bar.
That's true.
That didn't help the cause. I didn't pick Lux. Remember that. I was not the person who picked Lux. OJ, someone mentioned it to OJ. He said, yeah, it sounds good. And they asked me, I said, yeah, it's great. It's got a huge outdoors. You can smoke pot back there, drink, whatever. And then by the time we left the place, it was a full-on rager. Wow.
Flaming.
Wow, it was something else. I actually got sucked off twice on my way out. It was crazy. Uncle Paul's lawyer, $5, says, Carl, I like you even more now that you came out of the closet. Very brave. If you ever need representation, I have experience in that area. Thank you, Uncle Paul's lawyer.
See, doors are opening.
I think I know a little something about that.
Who's that old guy over there? Uncle Paul, with the creepy old guy stare. Uncle Paul, now he's coming over here, slowly limping down the hall. It's too late now, 'cause here comes Uncle Paul.
Let me show you how to make a big boy love you.
I would not want to be Uncle Paul's lawyer. Jay Phoenix, $2. Well, Carl, stop being gay as fuck and get dent. Just do it. Am I reading that wrong? What is that supposed to say?
I don't know.
Stop being stop being a F slur.
Oh, I got you.
Den. That's John saying that. Okay, I get it. Thank you. Matthew Rowley, $10. Not trying to start anything. I just wanted to understand. I keep getting gifted memberships for TSN, Shulie, but I never watch. Is it possible to get gifted if you are not watching, if you are a sub? Yes, I've heard that. I've heard that gifted memberships will go to you even if you're not there physically in the chat room at the time. And so you say thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for the gifted membership. Tom Robinson, $10. First time watching live. Love your videos. Thank you, Tom Robinson. Thanks for tuning in live. We don't do this very often for WATP, but we enjoy it when we do.
Oh, I think that's a joke. That dude wrote a song. Tom Robinson wrote a song called Glad to Be Gay.
Oh, is that?
So I don't know if it's a real Tom Robinson or not, but who knows?
That's impressive, then.
Yeah.
That's a deep pull. Very well done.
Yeah, I used it in an intro a few weeks back.
Why, were you foreshadowing?
Yes.
I knew it. Everyone's on to this but me. Coof, $5. Thank you for not killing yourselves. Just do it. No, don't do it. Don't do it, Coof. Thank you for not offing yourself.
To not say that.
Hellraiser, $69, $10. Seeing how he's on Shulie's Anonymous every day, you'd think John would have bookmarked it by now. Yeah, no shit. Nobody can be this technically retarded, not even actual tards. I agree with you. And also, he's using Chrome. He's mentioned it before, his faulty Google Chrome. When you go to websites, it just autofills it. You start typing 2 letters and it knows where you want to go.
It's hard to fuck up.
It really is hard to not find these things, but it takes it forever. Jay Phoenix says mailbox equal man's ass.
Yeah, you're not that gay. You didn't know that.
I didn't connect the dots on that one.
See, I think you took the old joke, if you're wearing a condom, you're not really touching the dude, so you're not gay. I think you took that literally. This is why it's all dawning on you now. You're like,
wait, it is gay? You with a condom on? Ricky, 32, $25. Is John's proof Carl's hot sauce? Hot in the Rock is known to turn people gay. It says right on the label. It does? I gotta check the label again. It should be
There's a warning.
It should be a disclaimer. Michael Gavin Ali show. Hey, Carl, should Stuttering Fool do a show with Michael Gavin Ali? Of course. You should get John on the Michael Gavin Ali show. And I know I owe you a note. No, Tuki's not telling me not to do your show. I'm sorry. I'm very busy. How do you think you pronounce this one?
Mr. X.
Okay. Thank you for asking. Thoughts on Vito's mental breakdown or mental break. I'm obsessed with that. I've been listening all day to the Dick Show from this week. Vito Gesualdi has lost his fucking mind. And I got to contact Vito because we're friends. But I'm worried about him because he's displaying every characteristic of a lol cow. He's not. I was over at Vinny's studio. We recorded a Creep Off bonus show today. Oh, a Baywatch episode. Wow. Baywatch episode with all these WCW wrestlers. I've never seen a bigger shit show in my life. It was incredible, but that was a fun watch along we did on the Creep Off Patreon. But we were both talking about this Vito thing because we're both really obsessed with this thing where Vito is fighting against Riley and Mint Salad, and Riley's claiming he's going to come to Vito's house, and Vito's like, you can't come to my house, and he's like freaking out about it, and he's doing everything wrong, and Dick's trying to explain that to him. It's like, dude, if you want people coming to your house, this is how you do it. He's like, no, I don't want people coming to my house. So I'm telling you, that's where I draw the line. It's like, yeah, but do you not understand what you're doing right now?
Doing it on the internet.
It's incredible.
Oh, it sounds like he could use a nice, loving blowjob.
Well, yeah, he could. This is what I said to Meanie when we were talking about it. The internet's not for everyone. A lot of people, they should not be well known on the internet, especially in this world.
Yeah.
You got to have thick skin. You got to let things roll off your back. I let a lot of things roll off my back. Whoa. This is all starting to sound like I am coming out. What's going on right now? But no, I'm fascinated by it. And we'll talk more about it on WATP tomorrow with Pat Oates coming on the show tomorrow. I'm excited about that. Angel Reese has a podcast. She just debuted. A lot of spicy WNBA talk tomorrow on WATP.
I like how you put star in quotes. She's a WNBA star.
Your podcast stinks.
Dang Wizard coming in. We know you're gay. No reason for an emergency show of you coming out of the closet. Is that Blind Mike is greater than Lady K? I like that. I have my own symbol now. Blind Mike has always had the walking stick thing. What do you call that?
Walking stick.
No.
Cane,
whatever it is. The blind cane thing. And now I get the rainbow emoji. That's perfect.
It's very pretty.
Oh, look, it's Lady Gay. See what I did there? Skull.
Ape Shit Media getting a zinger in on me.
Yeah,
right
AI John is way funnier than John. It's amazing.
Go figure.
Final warning, Ishi Burger. You are being sued, producer man. You are being sued too. The potato is sued. The orange sued. Now I need to wipe my hard drives. I'm gay, like really gay.
Oh boy, I don't know if you want to admit all of that. Seems like a bad idea. Hey, it's our buddy Tony from Hack the Movies chiming in.
Hey.
Don't bother calling him, Carl. I've given Vito advice over and over, and he just ignores it. I know. Yeah, I just want to call him to pre-apologize for what I'm going to say about him. Just to let him know, like, hey, man, we're cool, right? Just want to let you know you're going about this all the wrong ways.
And we watched poor Tony give him advice live at DabbleCon.
Mm-hmm.
That was brutal.
Yes, it was.
You're a good egg, Tony.
You're a good guy, Tony. We love you, buddy. Look at this coming in. This deserves a stinger.
Yay, super chats.
Steve Clark with $100. The Dabbleverse is like a horrible drug addiction. I hide it from my wife and it's taken over all my free time. You're not wrong. For a lot of us, fortunately, my wife has the same addiction as I do. Yeah. So we get to do it together, so to speak. But yeah, for a lot of people, it is a weird thing. You're like, are you on the computer again? No, I'm not. Are you looking at the Dabbleverse? No, gay porn. I promise you.
So I arrived here for the show, and you asked me if I was caught up on John. I said no, and you're like, yeah, it's going to be a surprise. I'm like, yay. And then I just realized while we're doing it, I did watch some last night.
You did watch some.
So it is an addiction.
Yeah, you forgot that you did it.
Yeah.
You're like, where's my stash? You wake up in the morning, you're like, who did my stash? Like, oh, I probably did that.
Dude, I check in on everything every night, and I forget that I did it.
That's hilarious.
It's like you can't survive on yesterday's Dabbleverse, you know?
That's true. That's very true. All right, let's get back to the clips because I have some fun stuff coming up. This is very funny. Someone breaking down where John's at in his career. It's been done before, but I enjoyed this one.
K-Mac 33. All your talent and you're reduced to $2 insults. Well, that $2 adds up. And I don't mind being insulted.
You serious?
Yeah, John, you don't mind being insulted at all.
I thought for sure he was going to say, well, sometimes it's $5.
Well, I know. The $2 adds up is the first ridiculous thing he says. And then I don't mind being insulted. How many times have you run from the Dabbleverse? He talks out of both sides of his mouth. And that's the problem with these people who can't keep their story straight.
And also that's
real.
why he drools so much.
Correct. But this is the problem with guys like John is they say one thing one day. I don't need this shit. I'll just leave the Dabbleverse. I got to get away from the Dabbleverse. I needed some time away from the Dabbleverse. All you trolls and haters. They're just like, I love it. I love getting insulted every day.
If I was such a loser, why is everybody so mad that I'm leaving?
Here's the question. Does anyone not mind reading insults about themselves all day? Is there anyone in the history of the world that wouldn't mind that? Other people take it differently than others. Some people are okay with it, they can handle it.
Yeah, dude, it's very hard to offend you. I've tried.
Yeah, right.
And I've given up.
Right, yes.
So you might be the contender for that.
Well,
but
if you try to take my Patreon down, we'd be fighting right now.
Well, it is an act of violence.
Don't do that. That's where I draw the line right there. Boom. All right. So, John, this is his big get. And we're going to get into him being caught lying, but let's get into this first. John proving that I'm gay. And this is his big get, is he goes over to the Hackverse subreddit and he finds this video. Short little video clip of us reviewing the Aaron Imholt local Fox News report.
Oh, yeah.
And the title of this video on Hackverse is Carl Wahlberger judging the news for putting MLC on Fox. John's takeaway from this is very different from why the person posted this video in the first place, which I find interesting. But it is proof that I'm gay.
So, here we go. Welcome to the new Just Do It. Clay Dalby, you're going to like this.
In May. Today, other podcasters are using it as material for their shows.
Who the fuck said in Miserable's company? This should be NLL. This should be Patrick Melton. It's fucked up. They're showing Kevin Brennan and Stevie Lou with that segue.
With that segue. Hello, Carl. With that segue. And there's one more on this.
That's some bullshit right there.
That's some bullshit right there.
You don't 100% snitched on Aaron.
Imholt.
That's some bullshit right there. With that segue, just do it. With that segue. That's some bullshit right there. With that segue, just do it. With that segue.
Still going.
Look, man, I'm just impersonating the guy.
So he caught himself realizing that he's just calling me queer over and over again. But this is the level of comedy John has. He repeats what I said.
Right.
Nothing else. You just saw that. Everything that he did was just repeating what I said with this brilliant spot-on impersonation of me.
Yeah, it's there's some UK in there. There's some Southern drawl, and then it goes back to gay. He seems to be best at that.
He's very good at that.
Yeah.
Rolls right off the tongue.
And that's all he's got. I love watching this man suck at everything he does.
It's crazy. Listen, what we do is very
Sorry,
easy.
I meant John.
No. I was thinking two thoughts at once. What we do is very easy. We watch clips, we respond to clips, we make fun of what we saw in the clip. I like to bring some context to it, explain what's going on, why it's happening, why it sucks. It's an easy gig, what we do. And I love that about it. John's so bad at it. He can't find an angle. He doesn't even know why that video was posted on Reddit. He doesn't understand the context of it.
Right.
He doesn't get it. And instead, he just repeats things that I say, changes my inflection completely, and then calls me gay, which is crazy. But he caught himself at the end there. You saw that.
Right.
Where he's like, listen, guys, I'm just reporting on the news here.
Yeah.
I'm not gay bashing. Like, he caught himself realizing that he's gay bashing. And this is him explaining that he can't help that. It's not his fault.
I can't help it that that's how he sounds. I don't want to hear any of you motherfuckers say anything about it. That's how he talks.
Don't put it
and
out
I'm an impersonator. Just like I impersonated Sean Moore when I pranked Donald Trump.
Remember that amazing Sean Moore impression that he did?
Yes. How could I forget?
Pretty good stuff there. We all remember how funny your Trump prank was, John. So we're all praising you to this day. I love that he goes, listen, guys, I just do spot-on impersonations. I'm not trying to call him gay. He just talks gay, and so I'm doing that.
Yeah, he's implying that he can't help himself. He's
what
so
else is he
talented.
going to do? I mean, his hands are tied on this one. So then, about an hour after this, Rob Saul comes on the show. John was hoping that Rob would be on the show the whole time.
Oh.
We'll find out why Rob wasn't there. We're going to get into that in a moment. But Rob shows up, and John's like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad you're here. Wait until you see what I have for you about Lady K.
So here's the new Just Do It. So I'm going to give you two here, Rob.
Okay.
are using it as material for their shows.
Who the fuck said in Miserable's company? This should be NLO. This should be Patrick Mellon. It's fucked up. They're showing Kevin Brennan and Stevie Lou with that segue.
With that segue. With that segue, Rob. It's a segue.
It should have been showing Rap Saul.
It's a segue. Just do it. And there's one more. Here we go. He's not done. And how is it that in one? Imagine you watched the whole show. How many there would be?
That's some bullshit right there.
That's some bullshit right there.
Yeah.
That's some bullshit right there.
I'm gonna yell at my mom wife.
100% snitched on Aaron.
Imholt.
That's some bullshit right there.
Yeah.
With that segue, just do it.
Mom wife, bring me some pizza rolls. I'm upset that my friends didn't get on TV.
Good stuff. At least Rob is trying to turn it into a joke about me and goof on me. He's terrible at it.
Yes.
Might be the worst ever. I'm a pretty easy target. He's terrible at it. But at least he's like, yeah, let's just not repeat the word that he said over and over again. Let's try to get an angle on it, John. And John's like, shuts that down. Like, no. We're just going to repeat what he said. Yeah. And that's the new way that we call him the F-slur. And Rob's like, I guess. Okay, cool. Good stuff. Pretty funny. Did you see this part? You probably didn't make it this far into the show. John watched it once and then watched it again. He was like so excited about this gold that he has.
Let me bring in my friend Rob.
Yeah, wait till my friends come over and I'm going to show them this thing that I discovered, my new bit that I do. It's pretty good. Right after that, this is interesting. Because in John's mind, we're the bad guys. Us fun-loving people who just, get on the internet, try to make people laugh, have a great time. We're the bad guys.
I'm upset that my friends didn't get on TV.
And he has such, isn't it odd? They all love the bad guys. It's like, they all love the people who are involved in nefarious shit.
That's our secret word of the day.
Yeah, sorry, I'm stealing that from both Tukey and Melton. We're taking the secret word of the day whenever John says nefarious. You just can't stop using that word. So, John, remember that one man's terrorist, another man's freedom fighter. All right, John, you got to keep that in mind when you talk about who the good guys and the bad guys are in this. So a lot of people think that you're a bad guy for a lot of different reasons, including the lying. Oof. Johnny, so much lying going on. You're getting called out. All the super chatters know. Everyone who pays attention knows this.
Do you have clips to back up what you're saying, Carl?
I do, but that was a tease.
Oh.
That's coming up momentarily. First, let's back up before Rob came back on the show. And John is pretending that he has a legal case against Kate Meanie and her mom. And it's bizarre that he won't let this go. He's pretending it's still a thing.
Kate and Marianne Holford, are laughing at your empty legal threats. They're not empty. Wait for it.
So this is what John did. This is what John always does. This is John's playbook. He makes threats because he wants people to cower and shut down. So he threatened Kate. He threatened me. He threatened Shulie. He threatened the comedy club.
Yeah.
He had his buddy at the pub call the comedy club pretending to be his attorney.
He called Rocco's mom.
He called Rocco's mom. He called Kate's mom. He's trying to threaten people so they stop doing this. When's the last time that worked? I think the last time that worked was when the woman came out and said, yeah, he shit on my sheets in the tub.
Oh, yeah.
And was very aggressive with me sexually when he was drunk. And John was like, that's nefarious. Shut it down. And she was like, all right, never mind. And there's people like that. I guess former moderators have done that too. They get scared. The rest of us don't, because we know that John doesn't have a pot to piss in. And also, he's a moron, doesn't understand anything about the law or about legalities of these things.
Yeah, he's a scared little man who just cannot stand being made fun of.
Correct.
Why he would ever take a job at the Howard Stern show is beyond me.
So, thankfully, Penis Wrinkle pops in. This is a very long time after that happened, where they're like, why are you pretending this is a thing? And he's like, just wait for it. John does the just wait for it so much because he wants you to forget. And I'm mad at myself. We should have been archiving the every Just Wait For It that has happened this year.
Just wait for it.
I mean, honestly, John, we could probably play 30 Just Wait For It's that never came to fruition.
Oh, yeah.
Easily. And they're all like these legal threats and lawsuits, and I'm going to FBI, and I'm going to be in jail, and it's going to be
And we also know
my ass
that-
kicked.
That face there, that's him acting.
Of course. Yeah. So he knows.
Yeah.
He knows he's got nothing.
The lip smack is a tell, and that face is like, I've got nothing.
And so, yes. And so, thankfully, Penis Ringo calls him out on this later.
Another one of your wait for it leads to nothing.
Yep.
Just do it.
Wow.
Wow. Good comeback.
He literally has nothing.
Yeah.
He thinks the just do it thing is so funny. He uses it, am I exaggerating, 15 times an episode? I don't know.
No, I think you're right.
I don't think it's as funny as he thinks it is. I don't think people think it's as funny as he thinks it is.
I pulled a clip and then trashed it, but it was him, Clay, and Rob all doing it. I think it was.
Yeah.
Maybe it was last night's show. I don't even remember.
No, Clay wasn't on last night.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was recently.
And I'm like, yeah, that's garbage. Fuck it.
Well, they're insane. They think that this is cracking people up. Remember, this was a month or two ago. Somebody goes, John, when was the last time you made a joke on your show? You say you're this comedian, you're the funniest show. And John goes, just do it.
Yeah.
He thinks that's a joke that he came up with. Okay. If you say so, I don't know. I disagree with you.
I think, like Opie, he wants it to go viral or something.
Yes.
He thinks it's going to be a smash hit somehow.
Well, Just Do It did go viral. Nike made it their tagline. It's very popular. Clay Dabbler has a T-shirt with it written on it. But yeah, John wants to make shirts that say "Just
He
do
wants it to be hungry for apples.
What? Just because Got Milk did it, I can't do it?
That's correct.
So it's pointed out to John that all of these things he's trying to do with get the FBI involved and the Los Angeles Police Department involved.
Firefighters
are not working. He's telling EMS for some reason about this phone call that was recorded illegally.
Guess what, you dumb fuck? You can report something. It doesn't mean the cops give a shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Apparently the LAPD didn't care. And apparently the FBI fucking doesn't put that on their priority list.
I wonder why.
Yeah, right.
John, you were embarrassed hitting on a 24-year-old girl who wants nothing to do with you and was stringing you along for the content. Why would the FBI get involved in that? 2 parties. It doesn't fucking matter. This is not an important thing at all. Can I tell you how many times laws are broken in this country on a daily basis? I can't. It's billions. It's literally billions. And John thinks that this is a case.
I broke 2 on the way over here.
Yes.
I didn't even realize it.
And John thinks for some reason the FBI is going to get involved in him getting embarrassed by a girl that's out of his league on the internet. It's just not the case. All right, we're going to get into these lies. Yeah. But first. Really milking this. Guys, thank you so much for supporting us. Whoarethese.com. Of course, you can go to. That's where you get the links to everything that we have going on. Our Discord server, which is free to join, and always fun topics discussed in there. We have a subreddit. We have, of course, this YouTube channel, and you can listen to Who Are These Podcasts if you still enjoy audio podcasts like I do.
Yeah.
We put out 2 every single week. Every Thursday and Sunday they drop, and just subscribe wherever you get podcasts from. And you can listen to our full-length episodes of Who Are These Podcasts. And in the Discord, you can listen for free when we record them live. If you want to watch us do it live, that's behind the paywall, set up on YouTube, on our YouTube channel, or Patreon. Patreon's great because you get the entire archive of all the bonus shows we've done. You also get the links to the live shows when we do them. And so thank you all for supporting the show. And thank you to Sheldon Ferguson. $10 says, damn, I wish I knew that Jenny Jingles was your beard at DabbleCon too. Just kidding. It was so great meeting you guys. Producer Chris was the first one I met and Carl was the second. It was a great week on Skull Boys. Thank you very much.
Skull.
I appreciate that. That's one of the things that, I don't know if we've talked about it on the show, but the Kevin Brennans and the Chads and the Stuttering Johns especially and the Rob Sauls, they all wanted DabbleCon 2 to be a miserable failure. Yeah. They were all waiting for it to happen. They couldn't wait to talk about it. And then every single person who went loved it. All the footage that's come out looks amazing. Everyone was having a great time at the shows. The live stream worked great. And we've put out behind our paywall, if you want to watch the Dabby Awards, you want to watch the roast of the Dabbleverse.
Trust me, you do want to watch the Dabby Awards for sure.
Yes.
Roast was amazing.
And it's great to hear people who came to the show. And we'll do more live shows. We're going to be Detroit. That's sold out. That's October 25th. But we'll do more live shows. And I think a lot of people are apprehensive because it's like, I don't have any friends. Like, our buddy Steve Clark was saying, I have to hide this from my wife. I don't have friends who listen to this stuff. But a lot of people come solo and they meet up. There's plenty of opportunities to meet up with people and hang out.
It never ends.
And then they're going out to dinner and they go out to brunch the next morning or they go out to bars afterwards. And
there's watch parties at Airbnbs.
Yes. Yeah, it's really incredible how it all
It really
comes
is a great
together.
vibe. And I'm a guy who keeps to himself. You wouldn't know it.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I enjoy the shit out of it. And I can't wait for Detroit and DabbleCon 3.
Yes, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
Thanks for the super chat, Hulkamania. You might also agree we need more weekly curb-stomping threats from the Army Major.
Hulkamania gifting 5 for these podcast memberships. Thank you very much, Hulkamania. If you got a gifted membership, just go to the community tab. That's where you see the links to all the bonus shows, and it's where you get the links to our live shows on Wednesdays and Saturdays that are behind the paywall. Speaking of Richard Ojeda, I'm excited. Tomorrow on WATP, Tom Myers is back from break.
Yep.
He's been off for months during the most important time in politics.
That's Tom for you.
Crazy. But he's back with Richard Ojeda as a special guest.
Yes.
And there's even an extended version of their interview.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I sent that out to you and Pat Oates today. So that's exciting. Rocco Orbi, 2002, $5. Pretty ironic he calls others gay, but he's wearing a Harris 24 shirt. Yeah, I wouldn't wear that. Not after Labor Day. Jay Phoenix, $2. Carl, do you finish in the day or in the night? I see what you did there. I see what you did. Rumple Trenchcoat, a Columbo podcast, $5. SJ's sense of humor is combining calling Carl gay with absolutely nothing else.
Like Pat Oates would say, how about an example?
Yeah. All right. So you made the statement. Now come up with a joke.
Yeah.
What's the joke for it? A Raper Butt, $2. For producer Chris, is Carl's Studio Cherry plunger?
It's for me to know, and
fair enough. Cubics, 85. The rape smile he does makes me feel violent. I know.
Yeah.
He's such a creep. Speaking of that creep.
I downloaded the transcript to your show. Thanks for the new joke book, Lady K.
Okay, you're welcome. Carol Dillon coming in. Oh, this is Woke Dad. If you don't know about who are these socials. Actually, we talk about it a lot when I go on Drew Lane show as well. Is there's this TikToker we found whose one kid is trans, the other kid is gay, and that's all that matters in his world.
He's a hero.
He really is.
John is not welcome in my art studio due to his homophobic impersonations of Carl. John is nasty and a loser, whereas I am just a grifter who uses my kids for likes.
Good point, Woke Dad. I can see them not getting along.
I have to admit, his AI voice and Joey C's are my favorite.
Yeah.
Those two.
You think it's the actual people talking.
Yeah.
It is impressive. I like Cardiff's too. It just takes too long.
Blind Mike's is pretty spot on.
Yeah, it's pretty good too.
Congratulations, Carl. Now you matter. I hope to see you and Chris at the community art studio.
Yes. Yes. I matter now. I'm out.
Yay.
Yes. Finally.
We should get some coffee from that guy.
I know.
We're not far away.
It's not far away. It's a short drive. It's just Chris and I are just worried he's going to recognize us. We don't want any problems here, sir. We just wanted some delicious coffee and to talk to you about the LGBTQIA plus community. That's all.
I'll wear a hat.
That's all I want to know. Do you ever wear a hat? Oh, yeah. Sometimes you wear a hat. Every bad practice.
Don't make me bring up lids again.
I forgot. All right. Let's get into John lying. You ready?
Yes. After this, coming up.
This is fantastic. Now, it starts with John's youngest, Oscar, is at Harvard now. Mm-hmm. Harvard University. Big deal. Very smart kid. Doing big things in this world. He's going to be much more successful than his father, thank God. Good for him. And the question comes up, when are you going to visit him at Harvard? Good question.
You will never visit Harvard. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, all right.
All right, maybe I said that wrong. Hold on.
Cody.
Actually, what he wrote was, you will never visit Harvard and Oscar will never be in Cape Coral. He didn't read the rest of that, but let's see how he responds to this.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Cody, how do you know I haven't been there already?
There's that tell.
Yeah.
There's that tell
Said
smile.
the man who doesn't mind being insulted.
Yep. There's the tell smile that we all know about. That's when John is obviously lying. How do you know I haven't been there already? Have you? You claimed to go to Key West when he was off the internet. Now, there's no way he could have been at Harvard except for that time period when he stopped doing his streams. And he claims that he was in Key West at that time. Was he at Harvard? Why didn't he talk about that?
Right.
Why didn't he brag about the fact he loves bragging
first
about
fucking thing he would have done.
He loves bragging about spending time with his kid, especially Oscar. Oh, I got lunch with Oscar today. I'm going out with Oscar. Like, anytime he spends any time with any of his kids, he brags about it more than getting laid.
Right. I made beer can chicken for my vegetarian kid.
Yeah, I guess she didn't like it for some reason. So it's bizarre to me that now he's just like, why do you know I didn't go to Harvard? Because you haven't brought it up. Have you? Have you gone to Harvard, John? When did you go to Harvard? What happened? Tell us the story. What's going on there? And that's the thing. John will give another lie and be like, well, that's just because you guys are all going to fuck with my kid. No, we all are not planning on fucking with your kid at all. We hope that Oscar does amazing. It's not Oscar's fault you're his father. It's actually really good that you didn't raise him. Thank God Aaron did. Because Oscar's doing amazing, obviously. And then John says,
Cody, thanks for the $3. You ever find it hard to keep all your lies straight? I don't lie. I don't lie.
That's a great question. Do you ever find it hard to keep all of your lies straight? Because there's a dangerous combination, being dumb and a pathological liar.
And a drinker.
Well, that too. But I would opine that just being dumb and a liar makes it very hard to keep your story straight. And so this is where he first starts getting caught in lies, because someone asks him if he has, when's the last time he got laid? Which John's been talking about his Bumble dates a lot lately. He's got this new girl. They went to a movie, the Ronald Reagan movie, and they went to the gym together. She's a hottie with a body, all this stuff. So we're curious what's going on with his love life.
You get any at the movie? How long since you got some? I did not. And I think we're approaching 6 months.
So John has not gotten laid in approaching 6 months. Okay. Which you would think you'd be able to go back, check the tape, go back, check the game footage, check the film, and see when John was bragging about getting laid. Well, curiously, he was bragging about getting laid just a few weeks ago.
That's right.
The Vietnamese woman.
Yeah, the laptop.
And then there was a second Vietnamese woman, too. There were 2 Vietnamese women. But if you remember, he had the Vietnamese woman over to his house, and he's like, oh, yeah, I'm getting some with her. She's hot. And then he told this story about, so he said that she slept over, and then in the same episode, he goes, yeah, I went to bed with my laptop last night watching videos, fell asleep, kicked it onto the floor, broke the screen, got up this morning at 9, saw the screen was broken, took it to the shop. It's like, whoa. You said earlier that a chick slept over your house, and now you've forgotten about all of that.
Right.
Which all seemed like a lie. And now he's saying he hasn't gotten laid in 6 months, so people are just like, wait. What about this Vietnamese girl? Because when he was going out with this other girl, he goes, well, the Vietnamese girl had to go back to Vietnam for 2 months.
Because her dad's sick or something.
Yeah, a family member is sick, which doesn't make any sense. Like, in 2 months? Okay. So that already seemed like a lie, obviously. And now he's being caught in a lie because he just said he hasn't gotten laid in 6 months. And so someone brings that up, and watch him get caught flat-footed here.
Johnny Knoxville, why'd you lie about banging 2 Vietnamese women? Who lied? What are you talking about?
Vietnamese.
John's gimpy Halloween hands.
Good one, Rob.
Oof. I mean, it's not even Rod's fault. He's a brain-dead retard.
Yes.
But it's not even his fault on this one.
Yeah.
Who are you supposed to do with that? He's like, who lied? Like, you did, John. You lied about it.
He's pushed back to John a little bit in the past. You'd think that would be the time to be like, well, what do you have to say?
Yeah, seriously. I thought you had the Vietnamese girlfriend. Spent the night at your house. You were all excited about it. What happened there?
Right.
And then one more proof that John is lying. And this is a great point that I wouldn't have made, but maybe I'm just too too far gone with John to even think about something like this.
Worst Viking ever. You lied about Vietnamese broads. Lie about the movie chick, too. Nah, the movie chick's real.
Oh, whoops. Did you mean to say that like that, John? No. This one actually is real. Uh-oh. Someone got caught lying again. And that's the bad way, too. This time I'm not lying. Oh, really? This time you're not? Why would we think that? I like some of these super chatters who are on to what John's doing with calling out my inflection and how obviously homosexual it is in nature. Because people are saying, John, stop beating around the bush. Just say what you want to say.
Thanks for the $3. Just be a man and call Lady K. Okay.
What, you can't say F slur on YouTube
the
now?
guy wrote F slur, and he's like, I'm not reading that. Yeah, be a man and call me.
And it also
what you
said
want to call me, John?
Deadbeat at the end.
Stop saying just do it and just call me what you want to call me. Yeah. And I love this comment too because
fuck him or fight him.
Right, because John has 2 kids at least in the LGBTQIA plus community, and so the fact that he's calling me out for being gay is hypocritical at best. Or he's lying to his family. He's homophobic at worst. And so this is called out.
I'm not mocking anybody except Lady K.
All right, let me read that because he pulled that up and took it off real quick. So Babyface Thompson, $2 says, your kids loving the stream in mockery of gays? Yeah, aren't they? And John says, oh, well, I mean, I'm just making fun of one guy because he's gay. That's what that means.
I'm not mocking anybody except Lady K. That's how he talks. You heard him.
I mean, he did do a spot-on impression of me. No one can deny that. What a weird thing. Like, he's trying to gaslight people. Yeah, Carl definitely talks like that. Okay, cool. Pretty good stuff. Oh, this is funny. People are calling him out for calling the FBI. He's like, I filed all these different complaints with the FBI.
I think it's fucking ridiculous. I made 3 FBI complaints. 3.
Oh, no.
And talked to the FBI extensively.
Okay.
And they suggested I handle it civilly in civil court. They suggested I sue because they don't know if they're going to do anything about it. That's not on me. That's on them. And therein lies the problem with our justice system as a whole.
Oh, it's always funny when he's not trying to be. There's just so many injustices in this world. This is what is crazy when Dick was making fun of Vito, and I'm sorry, I'm going to go off on a little side thing here, but you'll understand what I'm talking about. When Vito was talking about getting a restraining order for Riley for threatening to come to his house, and Dick goes, how are you going to get a restraining order? You got to bring that to a judge. What's the process for that? And Dick was describing to Vito that he's been engaging with Riley all weekend, back and forth, DMs, phone calls, conversations, threats back and forth. He's like, do you know what judges actually hear about when they talk about restraining orders? Like seriously bad dudes and stalkers and exes who are threatening people's lives, and they got to act quickly on this. This is an internet feud.
Yeah.
This guy said this thing, he might have been joking. I don't know if he was. I feel like he isn't. And I want to get a restraining order. And the judge looks at the transcript and they go, yeah, but then you said this to him, and then he said that to you, and then you called him back the next day, and then you were DMing in Discord about it. It's like, John, you don't understand. You're not living in reality. This is not how this works at all. It's just like, this is the problem with our justice system. No, this is what's right about it, is that the FBI goes, yeah, this is not worth our fucking time, retard.
Yeah, they were being polite.
That was, by the way, the brush off. Like, listen, I get it, man. Seems like a dick move. If you want to sue her, go for that. Just like, stop calling. It's literally the stop calling us.
Yeah.
Please, go sue them. Get an attorney, talk to an attorney, and go sue them. John, you won't. You can't. You shouldn't. None of this is going to happen. The list of, and I don't like to talk about wins and losses. I feel very steel toe when I do that. The list of losses this year. Can somebody do a rundown of the number of losses Stuttering John has taken this year? It's nuts.
There was the in memoriam.
That was helpful.
The Dabby Awards.
That was helpful.
That really
for
summed
sure.
things up. But
Yep. Oh, my God. It's so embarrassing, this fucking guy. He doesn't realize what a loser he sounds like. I've called the FBI 3 times to talk to them, and they won't do anything. Yeah, That's embarrassing. You should pretend you never called the FBI and you were bluffing. That would have been the right way to go. Be like, nah, I never called the FBI. All right, good, because you shouldn't.
Yeah, how about just call them and let them take care of it, if that was the matter?
Yeah, give them the evidence and then see what happens.
Right.
But he keeps calling back and calling back. What are we doing about this?
And
I'm sorry, what's your name again, sir?
Again, the whole reason he's saying just do it is because you said, stop saying you're going to do it.
Yep.
And
just do it. Say the line, Barnes. You motherfucker. You set me up for that one. All right. So Rob Saul joins the show. We're over an hour in, and John had sent him the link. And John was actually messaging Rob on Rob's show the night before, the show that John never goes on. But he was in the chat saying, come on my show tomorrow. So Rob was given a heads up that he should have been there, and he got the link, and he didn't show up. But when he does show up, he is shot out of a cannon.
That was about Rob Saul. What's up, my man?
Hi.
I was in your chat last night.
I thought that may have been you. Yeah, I saw it was Stuttering John, but you can never be too certain.
No, that was me.
Yeah.
Because I asked you to come on today.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I actually didn't have to work, but I was nodding off. I just woke up and I saw that you sent the link. So.
Yeah, I sent it a while ago, but it's okay. I mean.
Wait, Rob Saul was taking a nap during the day. I thought that was the most mockable thing of all time. I mean, if you have a musical ability on top of that, that's crazy. But I thought the nap was the craziest thing you could do. I guess not. And I'm going to say, because Rob was up late, he's always up late. He's always up drinking. Why would he need a nap in the afternoon? I'm going to allege something, because you're allowed to do that on the internet, I guess. Is he abusing painkillers? What's it about nodding off in the afternoon? That's something that people don't necessarily do all that often unless they're on opiates or something.
Yeah, I abuse them and I get up at 7 in the morning.
Yeah, right. We all stay awake all day and
work
and have a productive day.
And not nap.
It
gets even worse when he describes what happened to him.
I came in from napping on a recliner like an old person. I was like drooling, napping on the recliner. Stuttering John said a link, and I come,
That's not normal. That's weird.
Not for someone his age.
Yeah, that's weird that he sat down in his lazy boy and passed out and drooled all for himself at 2 p.m.
John's like, I could relate.
What is going on?
If I had a recliner.
Yeah, right. If I had furniture, I'd pass out on it too. That sounds amazing. Pretty comfortable. I get to put your feet up. It's got that little stick on the side you pull back. Modern technology. Yeah, so I just thought that all of that is weird, a little bit hypocritical. Because I was being made fun of for napping for so long, which, by the way, I didn't do. Listen, I might be gay, but I do not take naps. That's where I draw the line. There's no truth to that whatsoever. I was asked if I did take a nap, and I said no, that I had not. JFK Head Chunk, what's the show covering the debate tomorrow? Oh, that is Who Are These Broadcasters? It's on at 2 p.m. Eastern Time on this channel. And they'll be covering the debate tonight. JFK Head Chunk says, sorry I missed it. Debate show tomorrow? Yes. Who Are These Broadcasters? With Christian and Eric on this channel.
That's a killer name.
JFK Head Chunk, $2. WATP have Eric Zane and Christian Blatt. Is JFK Head Chunk Eric Zane or Christian Blatt? Because now I'm starting to think. Another $2. Sorry, what time is WATP live tomorrow?
Okay,
it's 2 p.m.
definitely
Eastern.
Eric Zane then.
Yes. Thank you for reminding everybody. They can find that there. Jay Phoenix, $2. Would you rather eat a lily or touch an Oscar? I was almost going to answer that. Kyle X, $2. Ever consider Chicago for a con down the pike? Not only would I consider it, but the poster right behind my head here that you can't really see was our first live show ever in Chicago. The great Dick Masterson was there. Crippled Jesus was there.
Oh, yeah.
Eric Zane, he wasn't on the show yet. Dr. C was there. He wasn't on the show yet. Brandon was there. He wasn't on the show yet. We had a blast there. Yeah. I really enjoyed it.
That was our first one.
I really enjoyed Chicago. That was our first live show. That was a fun event, and I would definitely consider Chicago feel like that's a place that people want to go to anyway. Easy to get to. Centrally located.
Show off.
Colonel Clink, member for 7 months, says, if I'm ever having a bad day, I remind myself I'm not John, and I perk right up. Isn't that amazing? How easy that is? Just be like, well, I haven't destroyed my life. That's pretty great. Jay Loiter, $2 says, just to do it. Love you guys. Love you, Jay Loiter. Thanks for participating and hopping in here. Ryan K, or Anka, sends us a $5 super sticker. Thank you very much. And Mango, $5. How many times did John get laid in Jamaica?
Yeah.
That's a great question. So many fucking lies. It's nonstop with this asshole.
I need donations to my rape dungeon. Art studio. Today I went to the farmer's market and met the help in the fields. I took 5 dicks in my mouth. I got a basket of cucumbers and AIDS. I'm not gay.
I believe you, woke dad. I believe you. I got a few more clips out here. What do you think, producer Chris?
Go, man, go.
You got some more? You ready for some more clips?
Oh, hell yeah.
To check out. So, obviously, Rob Saul is on here now. And John is so stupid. How stupid is he? He's so stupid. He does not get jokes. And Rob Saul has to explain them to him. I mean, that's pretty fucking dumb.
That's sad.
Did you know Missy B stands for Braun? Oh, really?
Like Ava Braun. There.
Yeah. Oh, is that what? Yeah, I kind of thought that, but
no, you didn't.
Isn't that great? He goes, "No, I knew that." Ava Braun, Hitler's girlfriend. Oh yeah. No, I got the joke. I was just checking to see if maybe there's a coincidence. No, let's watch that again.
I want to make sure you got it, Rob.
Yeah. Let's watch that again. He had to explain it to him. What an idiot! Fucking Mensa.
Did you know Missy B stands for Braun? Oh, really?
Like Ava Braun. There.
Yeah. Oh, is that what? I kind of thought that, but
more lies.
I kind of thought that.
Yeah.
No, you just look stupid and you feel stupid is what happened. And it doesn't stop there. Right after that, he doesn't get this one either.
Is your favorite painter an Austrian gentleman? I know what that means.
You don't? You don't know that Hitler's Austrian and was a painter? Fucking whoo! Right over his head again. Oh, boy. All right. What else do I have on here?
Why did Rob leave for that?
Rob gets up and John's all upset with him. He's like, where'd you go? He's like, my dogs are barking. I thought someone was here, but I don't know what's going on.
You got a delivery while you were broadcasting?
Yeah, right. That's very unprofessional. So here's something that gets brought up. Fatty Patty, one of the highlights of DabbleCon, in my opinion, was when Patrick Melton came up and played the AI version of what could have been the security footage outside of his house when John showed up with Vegas beer sales Bill, or whatever the fuck the guy's name is. And it was one of the funniest things we've ever seen. John in the street trying to tough or dance or something. I don't know what he was doing. Yeah. But they addressed this.
By the way, what I learned, I think it was you that told me. Somebody told me that.
What?
That Fatty Patty.
Whoa! Stuttering John just stuttered for the first time in 28 years. This is incredible. This is why he was given an internship on the Howard Stern Show, and the rest is history. Have you seen this, producer Chris?
No.
In the time that we've been following John, we're going back. If you're on our Patreon, Living in the Past with Stuttering John is this new series we're doing. It's fantastic. All the old podcast episodes from 2018 before the Dabbleverse existed, and just the differences, but also the similarities. He's not been a stutterer since he left the Howard Stern Show.
No, he's fully recovered.
Yes.
He cured himself.
Yeah, he can't cure his OCD for some reason, but the stutter he's able to figure out. And this one came back right here. This is a malfunction in his brain.
By the way, what I learned, I think it was you that told me. Somebody told me that.
What?
That Fatty Patty.
And this is what's so funny when Kevin Brennan were goofing on us before he started watching all these clips and doing the exact same thing we do, but worse.
Right.
He'd be like, oh, what do? You make fun of a guy because he stutters? No, he doesn't stutter. But now I will, because holy shit. Yeah. That was some fucking stutter. KB, you're telling me you're not laughing at this? Look at this.
Me that.
What?
That Fatty Patty.
Listen, if it's good enough for Howard Stern, it's good enough for me. Are you crazy right now? That's not funny.
We're talking about old Howard Stern.
Right. The original.
Not the new old.
Admitted that I did come to his actual house finally at DabbleCon.
Oh, I didn't tell you that. No, I was telling you about the rumors I heard about Fatty Patty. I didn't hear that he admitted it.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Well, he showed the. I actually, you know what? Now that I do remember, I blocked a lot of that DabbleCon stuff out of my house. But I guess at DabbleCon he showed like surveillance. Video of his house of you out there.
But still, he didn't come outside, did he?
Nah.
Rob, that's where you say, I don't think he was home.
Right, Rob, this is where you push back and go, yeah, he wasn't home. Does John think he was holding the camera? Does John think that Patrick Melton, like, pulled his phone out and was filming him? It was his security cameras. He told you he wasn't going to be home, and he wasn't.
Not to mention, but they were practically face-to-face in Atlantic City.
Yes.
Patrick is a giant of a man.
He's twice as tall as John.
Yeah.
For sure.
What do you hope to achieve?
I don't get it at all. And look at John being all smug. He didn't come outside. Yeah. He wasn't home, and you knew that, and you know that.
Yeah, there's more horse shit.
He's a liar. John, you're a pathological liar. We've proven it at least a half dozen times on the show today.
And I can add to it because he claims that his OCD won't allow him to lie.
Yes.
I don't think he has OCD, so I think it's another lie.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree. When he was saying he couldn't sleep with Kate Meanie because of his OCD, and even Clay Dabbler, who's the dumbest person on the planet.
Yeah, I think he means ED.
Yeah. Yes. He can't sleep because of his ED. That makes way more sense. Because Clay Dabbler, the dumbest guy on the planet, goes, John, no one's buying that.
Nobody.
What are you doing? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
She's 24. You're 58. Of course you're going to fuck her if you can. He's going, no. I made a rule with myself and I have OCD. No.
Well, then it doesn't matter if you made a rule because you have OCD. So which is it?
None of it makes any sense.
He doesn't fucking know.
He's such a liar. It's another thing that he does that was a Howard Stern thing, and now he claims that he has that. You know, I Feel Small songs, all about having a small penis. That was Howard Stern's bit forever. This OCD thing is a Howard Stern thing, so he's latched onto that. He's so unoriginal. It's
I'm
incredible.
rich. That was a Howard Stern thing,
that's
too.
a Howard Stern thing, yep. I got a lot of money and houses. You don't. You definitely don't. I have one more clip on here.
All right.
Thank you all, 1,400 watching live right now. I appreciate it. I'll put this out on our main feed. Listen to Who Are These Podcasts? Wherever you listen to podcasts, just hit subscribe. It's free. We got to put out new episodes every Thursday and Sunday, full-length episodes. And the last clip I have on here is that Rob's like, Jen, why won't you just like do my show? He's been asking him this for months now. Rob does a show at nighttime, but not super late. Sometimes he goes on at 9 p.m. And John explains that there's no way.
But sometimes you don't go on till 9.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Not you act like not. What I mean, John. I mean, what are you? You're 50. I mean, come on. You're not like 85. You're like 9 o'clock isn't like ungodly hours.
No, but I'm half in the bag. I'll embarrass myself. No, I'm still up.
I embarrass myself every night on that show.
I'm not only up, I'm fucked up.
Yeah. Were you fucked up last night when you were in the chat room?
Yes. Of course.
John, pace yourself one night.
Yeah.
Go without drinking one night. Go on your buddy Rob's show.
Yeah, pay
Keeps
it
coming on
back.
your show. You were mad at him because he didn't come on right away because he was zonked out.
Seems kind of hypocritical.
It really is. The fact that John's like, there's no way I can be sober enough at the ungodly hour of 8:30 p.m. to be on your show should be such a wake-up call for him. I'm shocked that that's not the point right there where he looks at himself and goes, what am I doing? I can't even go on a podcast at 8:30, 9 o'clock at night because I'm always too wasted to do it. I'd feel really weird about myself if I was able to say that out loud. Like, oh yeah, there's no way I can do that. I'm going to be too drunk. And this is the guy who always says he doesn't have a drinking problem, and he only drinks sometimes, and he only drinks light beer, and you can't get real drunk off of light beer. It's hydrating. He has all of these, and I guess all addicts do this. They go through the justifications,
Sure, the rationale.
Their mental gymnastics and the rationale. But then it's like, okay, so you don't actually believe any of that. The truth just came out right then and there. Good stuff, John. So there you go. Big news being broke today. I'm gay, John's a liar, and Rob Sell sucks. Who knew? We're constantly learning new things in the Dabbleverse. Mongo, $5 says, how many times? Oh, yeah, we read that one. How many times did John get laid in Jamaica? Naturally, negative $5. Should I build a shrine towards John's youngest in order to properly pray that his efforts will win their love?
Short answer, yes.
Why not? Sheldon Ferguson became a new member. Thank you very much for signing up on our YouTube. Again, go to the community tab. That's where all the links to the bonus shows are, all the past bonus shows we've done. And also, I put those links in there whenever we're doing the Who Are These Podcasts Behind the Paywall every Wednesday and Saturday. Wednesdays at 5 p.m., Saturdays at 2 p.m. You have some great guests coming up. Pat Oates tomorrow. Yeah. And on Saturday, the great David Collins is coming back.
Yes.
And we might have some special guests on Saturday as well. Some newcomers to the show. Ooh. With an interesting new lolcow. Someone of a variety we've never explored before.
Really?
Yes. I'm actually interested in this because we might be bringing in some experts who know something about a certain YouTuber that does something that none of these other lolcows do.
Now that's a fucking teaser.
I just came up with it. Like fucking I'm natural or some shit. Flashy Vic, 2 pounds. Now that SJ works for Pepsi, will he stop doing coke? Steve Plum, member for 5 months, says, great show again, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Steve Plum. I don't know what's on the rest of the day. This was a tough one today. I actually messaged my buddy Melton. I said, hey, I'm planning on doing a little emergency bonus show at 5 p.m. And he goes, I'll probably wrap up by then. He wasn't. He was still live. And then Blind Mike was supposed to do a show yesterday afternoon. He did a show this afternoon. So we're up against my buddy Blind Mike, my buddy Patrick Melton.
And Stuttering John himself.
Stuttering John was on. I don't know what Uncle Rico show is up to. OJ was on. OJ on his channel. So we had a lot of fierce competition this afternoon. I'm outside of my time slot, so I can't complain. But we've had a phenomenal viewing audience today. I appreciate everybody for coming in, supporting the show, and checking us out.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. You see that we're updating the decor in here. Catch a little bit of Lockie's amazing work next to the Hackamania poster. Producer Chris making things look tight.
Getting there.
Around here, which I appreciate. And thank you all for being on the show. Please join us again next time. It might be the episode where we find out once and for all, who are these podcasts? Sleep well, everybody.
Farting in the mosh pits of morning radio.
Okay. Great show. Good job, everybody. Great job, everyone.
Boom! Hot tape!
Fucking hell!
A man named Carl.
You fucking dickhead! Of course I'm gonna brag. WATP! WATP! And for the first time I'm gonna say, yeah, FKB. You gotta love Vinnie Carlino.
Oh, wow.
Who are these
Podcasts.
I don't know.
I don't get it.
Makes no sense.
Pat, we're going long today. I don't want to keep you if you have to go, if you have anything going on.
Is it more Tom Myers stuff? Because then I have to go.
Well, I'll tell you, I was watching a little bit of Stuttering John today.
I'm in. Right.
Okay. And what happened was, and I'm hoping this link still works because he likes to take his shows down after the fact. But if this link still works, I'm going to try it. It's very unprofessional because it just happened today. I didn't have a chance to actually. Oh, yeah, it's still there. After Brian Karam leaves the show.
Perfect.
Okay, yes. After Brian Karam's gone, let's get into it. That's funny, Ryan Cases. I'm sure Carl does do prep. I did have a big coming out yesterday, a big coming out party on the show. So yeah, I was just watching this afternoon. I finished up my prep and I just went, oh, John's live. Let's see what he's talking about.
Then the personal attacks began, and the personal attacks were started with Pocky. And Pocky started the personal attacks, and made it attacking my family. And then, then Lady K felt it was okay because all these losers worship Pocky, which is kind of strange since he's a staunch racist and anti-Semite.
That's what we love about him.
And they all started worshiping me, and they all started following in his footsteps and doing the same thing. Lady K, on numerous occasions, decided to attack my family and the shitware. And we have the clips of Trailer Trash Joe making the comments and goofing on my children, and, of course, the shitware cackling like he always does. Okay. And the attacks on my family kept coming, and then I attacked their families in retaliation. And I did that because it was like, all right, if you guys, I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Then I realized that it's stupid. Leave Lady K's brother Grant out of it, and just, it ain't worth it.
Did he realize that, or his attorney told him to stop doing that? Is what actually happened. That's the real reason why he stopped posting photos and goofing on our family members, but okay.
And then still mentions them.
Yes. It's by name.
Like right now.
Of course, yeah. You know, that guy with the stupid Mountain Dew room.
So, as you can tell, and as you know, if you watch this show on a regular basis, you know that I don't post any pictures of anybody anymore. Anybody's children, well, I never post any pictures of people's children.
That's not true. You definitely posted pictures of my brother's children.
Yeah.
I remember seeing them.
Grant has parents.
Yeah, right. Well,
I think he
somebody's
had shit
children.
with Levy's kid. Yeah, Levy's daughter he had pictures of for a while.
For
Yeah.
sure, yes.
Yeah.
But I don't post their brothers and their wives or anything. I did it in retaliation, but I'm not going to do it anymore. But, I stopped.
Imagine wearing the dark Brandon shirt still in September of 2024. So stupid.
It's laundry day.
You can throw it out, honey. It's over.
But unfortunately, there are certain people that haven't had enough of the personal attacks. And for me, I don't call other people's jobs.
No, you call the FBI. You call the LAPD. He literally tries to get us arrested.
Yeah, he calls a comedy club.
I have never called a comedy club.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Now he's saying you never called a comedy club. No, your buddy at the bar called a comedy club because you told him to.
Right.
Does that make it okay?
And told
In his
them
mind,
to
yes.
Right. It's a technicality.
Yeah.
It's like, I didn't call. That wasn't me on the phone.
No.
Right. Sure.
cancel a show or threaten violence towards women or any such thing. I've never done that. And it's not who I am. It's not in my nature. You know, if you want to do a gig, even at this DabbleCon #2, I never called. Never did.
What?
I had an attorney call to tell him don't play the tapes.
So isn't that the exact same thing you're claiming you don't do? Let's pretend that was his attorney. It wasn't.
Yeah, it would be more noble if you did call and not someone else.
Yeah, if you called and went, Mark, can you just do me a favor, man? This is really embarrassing. Can you just have Shulie not play those tapes at the show? By the way, if he would have done that, Mark might have been like, guys, let's not do it. Yeah. Because I know Mark's
and how
nature.
did the attorney?
Yes.
How did the attorney find out about it?
Find out about
John told him.
Yeah, right. It's not like the attorney came to him and went, hey, do you need me to call any comedy clubs today? Like, actually, I'm glad you called me today. Thank you.
He literally went to him and said, do this, so he can say, I didn't do it, but I told a guy to do it. I paid a guy to do it.
He's setting up a whole thing right now. And imagine starting this with, I don't do this thing that I just did. And admitting that you just did it while you're explaining that you don't do this thing.
Well, once in a while, he says anymore. If you notice that, he'll throw in quietly under his breath, anymore.
Yeah.
But they didn't listen. And that's going to have to, and now I'm going to have to do what I plan on doing, which is something I'm not looking forward to.
And that's his new wait for it, I guess. Now I'm going to have to do something that I plan on doing that I'm not looking forward to.
So it takes effort.
Right, yes. It's going to cost money and take effort. I can see why you wouldn't be looking forward to that, John. You're a lazy asshole.
I'm going to have to drive to your house when you're not there and stand there and yell.
Yep. And get a beer sales rep to stand behind me and film it so I can post it.
Hey, Rob.
Hey, how are you?
Good. I was just going through how the whole impetus of this. I've done it before, but I'm just saying how it turned into attacking family, and then in retaliation, I would show pics of Shitway's wife in retaliation.
Well, you wouldn't just show pics. You'd also call her a fat bitch, talk about how gross she was.
Yeah.
I like that John's turned this into, and look, I found a photo on Facebook and posted it.
Folks, observe.
Yeah, right. It was not that at all. He was calling out my wife. He was calling out Shulie's wife. He's calling out everyone.
Is this stupid shirt day?
You didn't get the memo? And so John's trying to now pretend that he wasn't calling out Gina Levy, a girl he was trying to fuck, when he thought that him and Bob were broken up, and now he's calling ugly. And now he's just pretending like, all I did was just post some photos. But look at where this goes. This is actually incredible how this escalates.
Because of what they said about my children.
Yes.
But now I have since stopped showing pictures of any wives or anything else.
Yes.
Because I realize, it's stupid.
Yeah, it was always stupid. He goes, I don't like them talking about my family, so I started talking about their family. That's like a gang going, I don't like these drive-bys these rival gangs are doing. We should do drive-bys on them, and then they'll learn their lesson and stop doing drive-bys. That's not how that works at all.
He didn't realize he got his channel struck. He got talked to by lawyers and shit.
Yeah.
He didn't realize he was gonna get arrested. Basically, that's like a murderer going, I realize not to kill. Yeah, because you're in jail now.
Yeah.
You can't kill people now.
Now I realize I really probably shouldn't have murdered all those people when I was on the other side.
Yeah, you don't
dumb.
realize shit. He never realizes anything.
And
He's told it enough times where it stays.
Yes. No, and yeah, even when he's told over and over again and explained to him, he still doesn't get it until finally he's forced to change his ways for whatever reason.
But even then he goes, I guess apparently I can't do this anymore.
Yep.
According to some people, like the law.
It isn't worth it. Just attack the person that's attacking you.
Yes.
The reason why I'm saying all this, Rob, for this big build-up here, it's because the shitwayer is now involved with calling the places that I frequent, calling the people I do business with.
Okay, I gotta stop right there. What business is John in? Pepsi? What's he talking about? What's he mean by that? Calling people he does business with.
And calling a lot of people, and I know...
Is he calling his Coke dealer? Is Shulie calling his Coke dealer? Because that's crossing the line, in my opinion. Let the guy get his Coke.
Yeah.
He called YouTube.
Right. Is he calling YouTube?
That's my business.
And John used to claim that he was on the phone with YouTube and Patreon back when he was trying to take my channels down.
I know who he's calling, and I know who he's contacting. And I've had to talk to these people because they're getting harassed. And that is because the shitwayer feels it's okay to harass my friends, my family, the people I do business with, the places that I go to drink, to eat. The shitwayer feels it's okay to fucking do that.
So he's claiming that Shulie Agar is calling John's friends, his family, his business associates or clients, and also
Stevie Tomatoes,
all the places he goes to eat and drink. That's what he just said is what Shulie is up to. I know Shulie pretty well, not great. I would assume he's not doing that.
Me too.
But why does he have to wait for Rob Saul to be here to be disinterested in all this?
Right. Wait till you see how John is putting on a performance now for Rob, and then he does not like the way Rob reacts to it. This is great.
Well, shitwayer, keep it fucking up.
Well, shouldn't you tell him to stop? Sounds like you're upset about it. I feel like that's the wrong message to send right
Keep
there.
it coming.
Yeah, right.
Because I'm telling you right now, I don't have a very fucking easy temper. Okay? So you want to keep fucking with the people? You want to keep calling people I do business with? You want to keep contacting the places that I frequent? Then guess what? We're going to have a problem. We already have one, but it has been escalated.
How is the problem between John and Shulie escalated? How can it get any more escalated?
You know that thing we have? We still have it.
Yeah, right. If you thought that thing was a thing before, it sure is a thing now.
I like you even less.
The worst wrestling promo I've ever seen right now.
Right.
You know how I tell everyone everywhere I frequent? Stop calling the places I tell you about on my show.
Yes.
And it's been escalated thanks to the conversations I've had with various people and various places. And you don't want the outcome. Trust me.
I don't talk to different people in one place. I go to different places and talk to different people. We don't all gather in one spot. It's different locations.
There are people. Those people are in places, and those places are things where the people are.
This threat, written by Tom Myers.
What's he talking about? None of this makes any fucking sense. But he's building up, like you can tell it's all emotion.
Yeah.
It's all acting.
And Rob's falling asleep over there.
Oh, God, yeah.
Why did I come on the show today?
Had with various people and various places. And you don't want the outcome. Trust me.
And various rhymes with nefarious.
You missed an opportunity there. And you don't want the outcome. Trust me. What's the outcome? More content for the Uncle Rico show? Yeah. I think that's what Shulie wants. I think he's fine with that.
Maybe we're going to have a little talk, shitwayer. Maybe I'm going to have to take a little drive to Alabama. Or maybe I'll fly. And you and I will have...
Maybe I'll take a boat.
I won't even hitchhike. I don't know.
A rickshaw. There are various ways I could travel to your location.
I'm a pretty good roller skater. It's very flat.
Amtrak has a certain deal right now that stops in Florida and then continues to Alabama. I may be there in 4 to 5 business days.
Remember when Marty McFly would hold on to the back of cars on a skateboard? I might do that. I can afford a skateboard. This guy's retarded.
But I digress.
This is the worst smack talking I've ever heard.
It might take 5 days or 3, depending on how much money my mother will give me. I may be there either way.
When I fly there, I might fly through Atlanta. I might fly through Chicago. I'm not sure yet. It depends on what kind of deals I can get.
There will be several delays, but I will take the red eye. I will be there early.
I might take a voucher if they can put me up in a hotel for one night and I get points.
Tell Silent Mike to bring the car and pick me up at the Alabama airport around 4:30 a.m.
Now it sounds like Joey C.
What an idiot.
Maybe we're going to have a little talk, shitwayer. Maybe I'm going to have to take a little drive to Alabama. Or maybe I'll fly. And you and I will have a little talk. Don't worry,
it might be a long talk.
Actually, I think the Gulf of Mexico is there. I could probably swim some of it if I wanted to.
Service, I'm not threatening any violence. I'm talking about a little
traveling. I'm not threatening violence. I'm talking about transportation. It's what I'm threatening right now.
You better be concerned that I'm going to travel a far way to have a civil conversation with you and then say, good day, sir. I said good day. And then leave.
Maybe we'll meet.
I'll probably...
Maybe we'll meet at a Starbucks and we'll keep our voices down because there's other customers there.
I'm assuming if I leave, I go there on plane, I can't afford a plane back, so I will drive back, and then I will talk about it on my show. But if I drive there, then I'll possibly leave sooner. So our conversation could lead longer or shorter depending on where you meet me near the airport.
My point is, what's your Wednesday look like?
Yeah, we'll do it.
When are you free?
Two Wednesdays from now. Not right now. 2 Wednesdays from now. How you feeling? You doing? Is this a savage shit way up?
No, I'm not threatening any violence. I'm talking about a little face-to-face talk. To stay the fuck away from my family, my friends, the places I frequent.
And let me just point out, because this doesn't get talked about enough on this show anyway, is that John has blocked Shulie on everything online. He's blocked in his StreamYard. Shulie can't go on John's show. Oh. He can't message him on any social media. And John's going, but I will fly to your house to have a conversation with you. This can be, it's 2024. This can be done online in numerous ways if you really need to have a conversation.
He can't talk to the people he knows or the people he talks to, which are 2 different people, apparently. And then He also can't go to the places that he frequents. And a lot of times I'm at Walmart and you can't go there. I don't care. You're now banned from the places I shop. Have you ever been to Dunkin' Donuts? Well, no more.
The places I do business with, the jobs I do, stay the fuck away, shitwear. I'm not fucking kidding.
We're not funny, so
yeah, we just got a lot of laughs out of it.
Yeah, that was my first clue. Okay,
Rob Saul gives zero fucks about any of this.
This is where Rob comes in. He's John's ride or die. He's gonna help him out with this one right now.
Ride or die.
I'm not fucking kidding.
Let me tell you something, brother. Shitware. Maybe the Johnites aren't coming around.
This is not a WWE bit.
John immediately just like, is that the best reaction ever? When I was watching this before the show, I'm like, I hope this is still up when we can play this on WATP today.
God.
Is that the greatest reaction? Rob's like, yeah, I can get on this. Yeah, and I will fly to your house and I'll see you in the backyard. And then we can get tea later that night. And John's like, whoa, Rob, I'm not trying to be funny right now. Like, oh, you're not?
I think Rob just hurt his feelings.
This wasn't a goof? No, for sure. Let's watch that again. That was fantastic.
So good. It was so good.
Let me tell you something, brother. Shitware. Maybe the Johnites aren't coming around.
This is not a WWE bit. I'm fucking serious. I'm really serious.
Well, I mean,
Poor Rob. I hate the job. Makes me feel bad for Rob Saul. I'm just like, what's he supposed to do with this, John?
Yeah.
I don't know what you want him to do. He's supposed to be all fired up and fight your battles with you.
If you don't want anyone to like kill your quote unquote momentum, don't have him on the show now.
Right.
Bring him in when you're done. He always does this. He brings people in and then he doesn't talk to them. He just yells his shit at them and he tells them to be quiet the whole time.
Mm-hmm. He brings like Clay Dabbler.
And then when they do speak, he's like, what are you doing? It's like, I don't know. I thought I was on a podcast with you.
I'm literally the guest on your show. I assume that when you stop talking, I would start talking. It's usually how this goes, but I guess
because when we brought him in, I didn't know about this, so I thought maybe Rob dealt with something like with this with Shulie, like it's the same thing. Right. So he's like, oh, therefore I'm going to have you on because you get this. And then Rob hilariously goes into Hulk Hogan. That was one of the funniest things on a John podcast ever.
Yes.
And his timing was great. He tied in shit. I would have let him roll and then maybe corrected him. But John just can't get out of his own. But now Shulie can't talk to Rob because now he's frequenting and talking to him. So now he can't even ask him about that, which would be funny because he's not allowed to, per John's threat, talk to people he talks to or frequents with.
That's a perfect analysis where Rob has never been interesting on any show, especially John's show. Never been interesting or funny or captivating. Finally goes, okay, I know wrestling. I can roll with this. I got something for this. I can roll with this. And John immediately shuts it down. Yeah. Stop being entertaining.
Rob, didn't I tell you?
Yeah. We're not here for jokes on this comedy show, asshole. We're threatening people with transportation.
He's been waiting his whole... Rob's never been allowed to, on any show, be that guy who could just yell something out. Usually it's like, do this one role, do this thing, and he doesn't do it that well. He's a nice enough guy, whatever. But like this one time, he's finally like, I can match this energy. I can do it and be on John's side. John can't have people on his side. That's the biggest thing with John. John, if you agree, John wants the world to listen to his story, but if you agree with John, then John can't trust you. It's like that guy, a guy who's like, a guy who would chase a girl, but the second she goes, I love you too, he's like, fuck off, bitch, because I can't handle the love. Like, that's what John is. John can't handle anyone on his side.
It's that old joke.
The second this guy's like, I got you.
It's that old joke. I wouldn't be in a club that would have me. Mm-hmm. You know, you're just like, you think that I'm actually entertaining and interesting? You're a troll. I can't believe this is true.
Yeah, John's like if Rodney Dangerfield wasn't telling jokes. Like,
right, yes.
No, I really don't get respect.
Yeah, my wife really hates me and sleeps with the milkman.
And that goes back to what we talk about. Anthony Cumia brilliantly brought it up, that John's a character you can't write. Yeah. If anyone created a sitcom or a movie with this character, you'd be like, well, this is too ridiculous.
I think about it every fucking day.
Which is why the Dabbleverse is more interesting to a lot of people than other forms of entertainment.
Yes.
Have you guys tried to do AI, John? Because I think AI would kill itself.
That's the end of AI. That was an experiment gone wrong.
Got voicemails?
We actually have another guy that we talk about on the show from time to time. Yesterday on Point Dabble Point, we had a great episode talking about Stuttering John. And the big thing that we learned, the big takeaway from that show is that John has somehow proven that Shulie knew that Iso Do had CP and was caught with CP and was trying to cover up for it. And the way he knows that is because Shulie said, I bet you have an email from Iso Do in your inbox. John checked and saw there was an email from Iso Do. And so that proves, I know, I'm also confused. Elementary. It's the craziest thing. He went through it 2 days in a row. He went through it on a show on Thursday, and then he had Clay Dabbler on Friday, went through all of this again. And they were like, wow, that's a gotcha. How's Shulie going to get out of this one? They don't realize that Iso Do set up the email, and then that was used by the producers of the show after Iso left, especially Joe, commonly referred to as Frog on the show because of his voice. So producer Joe was the one sending the emails from Iso Do's email account. And according to Stuttering John, that's the smoking gun they need to prove what a scumbag Shulie Agar is. That's where we've gotten to in the world of Stuttering John. So that's the recap on the big news. If you want to see all of that broken down, that is on Point Dabble Point. But John's celebrating the fact he loves it that Shulie was working with someone who was into CP. It's the greatest thing that's ever happened to John. He's not concerned about any of the realities of that. He just likes it when bad things happen to people he doesn't like. And so he has a scroller on the bottom of his screen during his show talking about how he doesn't hire pedos.
Yeah, I saw that.
You saw that? Like, wow, good stuff. And someone gives John a grammar lesson, which I would say is long overdue since he's always doing that to the chatters.
Mr. Grammar, that apostrophe in pedos is wrong. Saw we.
Isn't that interesting? When someone writes the wrong your or spells something incorrectly or puts an A in front of a word that starts with a vowel sound.
Turns into a 5-minute lecture.
He has to explain to you how stupid you are and you must not have gone to school. And then when John makes a mistake, he goes, yeah, what are you going to do? Sorry.
That is the proper reaction, to be fair.
I mean, it kind of is. But that's the only reason why someone's calling him out is because he does that. So he has spelled it PEDO''S, referring to multiple pedophiles, which is
This must have been 9/11. He's wearing a fireman's shirt.
Oh, of course. Yeah, he's a hero, too.
Mr. Grammar, that apostrophe in pedos is wrong. Saw we. Very sorry. Although I'm not sure.
Oh.
Let's check.
Yeah, let's check, John. Maybe you're the one who's right. So now he's going to go to Google. What I want to know is, what is he Googling? Is he Googling pedos? Pedos
yeah,
versus
right.
pedos?
Yeah. You're under arrest.
Stay in your home. We'll be there shortly. What is he Googling? How's he looking this up?
Why doesn't he know?
Why doesn't he know? Is another good question. He's like, at first he's like, sorry. He's like, wait a second. I think I'm right.
Can't really find it.
Oh, boy.
But I'm going to take your word for it.
Good idea.
I will take your word for it. I was going to take it down anyway.
Oh.
Because
it's stupid.
It's worn out its welcome.
Yeah, I would say. So it says he doesn't hire pedos, high school dropouts, or deadbeats. It's like, why wouldn't you hire a high school dropout? A lot of them could probably produce your show a lot better than you can. You might want to hire one of those people.
Right. Maybe they dropped out so they could get to work.
Yeah. I worked with, when I worked at E-Bombs World, a lot of tech people there. A lot of them didn't do well in school and dropped out because you don't learn the shit that you need when you're in school if you're a computer programmer or something like that. So
who's he hiring?
He's not hiring anyone. He's not. That's the thing. It's like, of course you're not hiring pedos. You don't hire anyone. You don't pay anyone anything.
Yeah, he doesn't have hiring money.
Right.
What do you got against deadbeats?
Seriously, what's wrong with us?
It's a little hypocritical.
All right. So this is interesting because another super chatter says, Cardiff Electric was never going to come to your son's graduation. And this is the big thing that John explains. He's like, Cardiff Electric's the worst person ever because he said he was going to come and live stream my son's graduation.
Which is why John single-handedly took his channel down.
Right. Yes. Which now he claims he didn't because he got backlash for it. But look at this.
Cardiff Electric was never coming to the lame graduation, dipshit. Well, he said he was. So I don't really give a shit. Oh. I don't give a fuck if he was coming or not. He said he was going to come. That's all that matters, dipshit.
That's interesting. In John's mind, words speak louder than actions in John's mind.
Right.
All that matters is that he said he was going to, even though it was completely unrealistic and stupid, and of course he wasn't. But this is the same as John saying he would watch my cats in Florida. That's just as good as watching my cats in Florida that don't exist.
And I might be wrong here, but I don't remember John being upset about it until Clay reminded him of it.
Right.
He's like, oh, yeah, that thing.
I just love that mentality. He said he was going to. It's just as bad as actually doing it. Well, no, jokes actually don't hurt anyone. Can't hurt your son. Your son doesn't even know that there's a dancing potato on the internet. At least he shouldn't. There's a dancing potato that's fucking with you, John. If he does know about that, that's on you.
John's looking very handsome these days. I think he's lost weight.
He has actually lost weight. He's very proud of himself. Been working out. I think he's taking some roids. He's all pumped up. And because of that...
He's got roids all right.
And because of that, he wants to fight Shulie in the worst way possible. And he's even offering money now to fight Shulie Agar.
Went a little too far with some...
Come on. Tell you what, I'll pay you $500.
Wait a minute. He offered to pay me to fight?
To come in the ring with me.
Yeah, let's see. Wait a minute. He offered to pay me?
It's a great impression.
Let's see, shit.
Nailed it.
Oh, how great would that be? Oh, my God. Oh, God, please tell me that he says that he'll fight me in the ring. Please.
I'll throw in 500.
I don't care about the 500.
Yeah, you do.
Oh,
yeah, of course you do.
That would be awesome.
Okay. So John now is, oh my gosh, finally, he's been talking about fighting Shulie. The funniest part about this, we didn't get to this yesterday on Double Point, is that when he found the email from Isodo that was actually from Joe, the producer, it was a challenge to fight him, that they were going to pay John $10,000, and John blocked him from that email. And now he's saying, oh, I can't wait to fight Shulie. This is going to be so amazing. God, please let this happen. This is so great. And so not long after that, we get back into John's childish fantasies. Mm-hmm. This is what narcissists do. It's what children do. They fantasize about getting over on their enemies. This is crazy right here.
And the fucking right crosses are going to be fast and furious. Uppercuts, the jabs. Oh, motherfucker. The left cross is going to fucking hit that right side of your face so hard in the ring.
So he's got it all down. He knows how he's going to punch him, what combinations he's coming in there with.
I can't believe he didn't say haymaker.
Yeah, probably coming up later once he realizes what a haymaker is.
Can't give away the whole
playbook. Right, yeah. You don't want to give away the whole strategy, obviously. So, again, this is what makes John happy. This is what puts John in his happy place, is fantasizing about beating up the guy who goofs on him on the internet. He can't make fun of Shulie back very well.
No.
So he wants to now punch him in the face a bunch of times. And that will somehow, let's say this fight happens, and God willing it will, and it'll be pay-per-view, and I'll fly to Alabama, wherever I got to go. I'll be a part of it for sure. What would it accomplish? Let's say that John beat up Shulie. Would Shulie then be like, well, I guess I can't make fun of the guy for sucking at life anymore because John beat me up?
Maybe.
Maybe Shulie would just be like, yeah, that's the end of that. So right after he's fantasizing about how he's going to beat him up, now I don't know how serious he is, because now all of a sudden he starts negotiating.
I am the bigger draw. So it's not going to be an even purse.
Okay.
Because I'm the celebrity here. So however you work out the parameters, it has got to be okayed by me.
Jesus.
Who's he talking to?
I don't know.
You know, but yes, I mean, I know he says that he'll do it now. But when he sees me in the ring,
or when he sees my terms, when he sees that I need to make 90% of the money that comes in,
and he sees what my body looks like right now,
ugh.
Yeah, please.
He's going to be scared.
Yeah.
That's all he wants is someone to be scared of him.
Correct. That's all he wants. Because immediately after saying, I came here for this fight to happen, $500, I don't even care about that. I just want to fight this guy. And then immediately he's just like, now, if there's money to be made, though, I should be making more. I'm the bigger draw. Stuttering John's more popular than
He knows that Jew isn't going to take 10%. So
Right.
Right.
This is his way to give himself an excuse to not go through with this because VTL was working diligently to find a venue and to get all of this set up so this fight can happen. It's not going to happen. Hey, here's a little clue to Vince, who's putting a lot of effort into this, trying to make it a thing, and John is trying to make it a thing. It's not a thing. It's not going to happen. Nobody believes that you guys are going to have a boxing match. It's stupid. It's childish.
He's not even willing to set it up, it sounds like. He's saying, I'm throwing it out there. Would somebody please organize this?
He'll put no time into it. And Blind Mike was on with me yesterday on Point Double Point, said the same thing. John issues these challenges, and then people go, yeah, accepted. Let's go. And then John abandons it.
Yeah, like the IQ test.
The IQ test with Blind Mike. It's like, all right, let's do an IQ test. And then John's like, well, you got to set it all up. I'm like, okay, we'll set it all up. And then it's just like, never mind. Forget about it. He's got a new nickname for me. You know, he calls me JDI now. Just do it.
Oh.
Yeah, that's my new name. So I'm
Do you wear a lot of Nike?
Well, one time he was talking about all the shit he was going to do. And I said, don't talk about it, just do it. And my point was threatening lawsuits, threatening to beat people up. It's all so lame. Just do the thing you're saying you're going to do, or else we don't believe you. And John heard me say that and decided that I sounded gay when I said that. So now he always says, just do it, as if that's the way I talk. And so he's now calls me JDI and explains that I started all of this.
And getting back to fucking just do it, JDI, fucking that motherfucker. Oh, somehow I'm the bad guy? You started with me, Lady K. I didn't start with you. So stop pretending that you're a fucking victim. You're not. You started it with me. You know you did. You lie all the fucking time.
According to his logic and reasoning, I've started it with over 600 podcasters.
Mm-hmm.
And yet, this is the only podcaster who's taking this much offense to it that we're still going back and forth on a weekly basis. But John's so childish, he doesn't realize, yeah, but Carl made fun of me first. Yeah, it's my job. I don't know what to tell you, John. I'm sorry. That's what I do for a living. I laugh at jerks.
Yeah, we can't make a verse out of everyone. There's only room for one.
Correct.
Dabbleverse.
And you're welcome. I don't get enough thank yous from John. I really should get a thank you card in the mail or something. What would he be doing right now if not for the Dabbleverse?
Probably the same show, right?
He was doing the political show before he entered into the Dabbleverse, and no one was paying attention. He was making $23 in super chats for 2 hours of content with Hal Sparks, and he ran all of his co-hosts away from him. All of them got away.
Those lucky bastards.
Yes. All the Tony Michaels and Hal Sparks and Noel Casslers of the world who went, this guy's an idiot. What am I wasting my time with this guy? Because he used to be on the Howard Stern show. So now he actually has a career. He does something. People know who he is. There's a subreddit dedicated to him. I never going to thank you. He goes on road trips. He gets tough in front of people's houses and buildings. I never going to thank you. The other big news that broke this week is that John finally showed his tattoo on screen. And I went ahead and grabbed side to side both tattoos, the one that the tattoo artist posted on his social media, and then the one that John showed on his screen. Because we're trying to figure out, is this a different tattoo? Did the tattoo get fucked up because he didn't care for it correctly? And there was a takeaway at the very end of Point Double Point that I want to point out to everyone. Because if you look at the detail in the skull, like in the chin and the cheekbones and the eyes, and you look over here at John's, it's missing all of that detail.
Well, he has a terrible webcam, I'd imagine.
That could be part of it. Now, there's also I think it's in our voicemail coming up, there's a tattoo artist who says that if you're bad at tattoo art, you can fuck it up and not put enough pressure on, and you'll lose those lines and the ink will just leave. But someone brought up a brilliant point that I had not considered. In StreamYard, you can do a filter that takes the wrinkles out of your face and makes you look a little bit more youthful. And I wonder if John is using that filter, and that's why the filter is filtering out all of those
Interesting.
crevices on the tattoo, and that's what he's embarrassed about. That's why he didn't want to show it.
Yeah, you can't have it both ways.
It's interesting, right? I think that might be the case. Hey, look who's here. It's Cardiff Electric. What's up?
Oh, hello. Yes, I was
hey there.
screaming. Oh, hello, David Collins, half-hour, 30-minute show.
Right. Well, David Collins, 30-minute, half-hour show, but you can just
Whatever.
call me David.
What were you screaming, Cardiff?
I have been screaming. I think it's the StreamYard filters. I think it's the touch-up. It's the touch-up thing that's changed it.
Okay.
Because what's bothered me about this picture, though, I was watching this yesterday when you did the side-by-side.
Oh, yeah, you were texting me about it, yeah.
Is that middle medallion, that middle jewel in the center of the mask, on his arm does seem to be a very different shape.
You're talking about this
that
one?
one there, yes.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Like you see, it does seem to be a different shape, but I think it is just a shitty webcam. He's got the resolution cranked all the way down, and he's got some kind of the filters on StreamYard to touch up your appearance, and it's catching that as a face.
So he has a pretty decent MacBook Pro, which has a decent camera, but you're right. He goes down to the lowest resolution possible in StreamYard. He always has, because he doesn't want people to see what's doing.
Well, not always. For about a week or week and a half until he figured out how to turn it off.
Yes, when he first got his new computer, we could see him in HD, and it was very scary. It's terrifying, actually.
So he has a quality tattoo and a shitty face.
I think that's what we're seeing.
Is that what okay.
Hold on. I think I can do an experiment here, actually.
Okay. While you're doing that, David Collins, I know you have a heart out.
Right. I have a big day here and a big weekend. I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, I appreciate you making time for us. I appreciate you talking to Lewis on our behalf, learning the name of our show. That was great.
Right. Who are these? Well, we'll get better at that, as time goes on. I can't even remember that Seth guy's name, so, we're working on things. But thanks so much for having me on. Chris, I hope you have a great day. It's so great to run into you again. Cardiff, what a pleasure. Carl, thank you. I am right at my heart out here, so you've really nailed it. Boy, what a broadcaster, this Carl here.
So where can people find you? Where should people go to watch your show?
He's a professional broadcaster.
There's no such thing.
I'd like people to check out these Louis J. Gomez clips and some other things we're going to be putting out from that last week's show there. And we have that on the Instagram, DC 30-minute half-hour show on Instagram. We're also working to get out the next episode of the reality show. And it's we're trying to get that out. It's driving me nuts, really. Okay. But we're getting that out there, and then we're going to return with the show. David Collins, 30-minute half-hour show in October, season 3, and we're really looking forward to some of the guests there. So that's what's going on.
You're the man, David. Thank you. Thanks for the help with the roast. I appreciate it. Thanks for being on the show today.
Oh, of course. We didn't even talk about that, but that was such a pleasure. Thank you. Well, I hope you all have a great day. Be well. All right. Bye-bye now.
You too. See you, buddy.
All right. Are you ready, Carl?
I'm ready. I'm going to take you in a solo layout. You ready?
I'm going to hit touch up my appearance and see what happens.
Okay. Yeah. Let's experiment with this. All right. Here we go. So this is the tattoo, the way that it looks from the tattoo artist's social media. And
I can't touch up my appearance.
Are you doing it right now?
Yes. Does it do anything?
Would that work, though, on a photo you're showing? I don't think so, because you're doing an overlay.
Yeah, but if it's...
No, I don't think StreamYard would do anything with the images you're showing.
Well, I put it on as my image, like my virtual camera. I've cranked it.
Okay.
It didn't do anything.
It didn't do anything. Yeah, I don't think that's how that works, probably. Good thought, though. I like that experiment. I like that idea as far as an experiment.
It's been a day of experiments.
It sure has, Chris. It sure has. Real quick, couple clips from yesterday's show. John had Rob Saul on his show. And, he starts off talking about how, no one messes with the Duke. Everybody knows that. Mm-hmm. And John says, well, not everybody knows that. Obviously, everyone fucks with him all the time.
Some of them need to learn a fucking lesson, but the Duke will deliver that lesson.
Okay.
Cold. Ice cold.
Do you deliver lessons ice cold? He's thinking of revenge as a dish best served cold. Mm-hmm. And he's talking about revenge. I'm going to serve revenge cold.
All right, class, stupid. Time for your revenge.
He's so stupid.
That's right. The Duke will deliver. Here we go. Look at those fucking things. You got to be fucking with me. You got to be fucking with me. You think you're going to you think the shitwayer is going to take this on in a fucking boxing ring? You got to be fucking kidding me. This thing's starts showing off my tat.
See, he does not want to show that tattoo. He's wearing shorter sleeves. He's bothered by it.
Speaking of tats, let's say hi to my
I
next
think he's
guest,
hiding
the
it from his
person that
mom.
did
You don't think his mom's? You think his mom's
I
upset
think he
about
wants his
it?
mom to see.
Maybe.
not reveal my tattoo. Clay Dabbler.
Fuck.
Brilliant.
I needed more time. I'm trying to sort my mic out, bro.
Oh,
Wait.
do you want me to kick you out?
No. Why is it not connected? And why is it coming through my phone?
I hear you fine.
Fucking gay. Not gay in a derogatory term. Gay as in lame.
Don't worry about it.
Wait a sec.
Well,
yeah, I do it all the time.
Yeah, John right now is going to say something. He's going back on, he's been lecturing us for using the R word. Obama banned that. Mm-hmm. He is always lecturing us for the terms that we use. It's 2024. What are we doing? Now listen to this.
We've all gone nuts with this PC horse shit, and I'm getting sick of it because they try and hold me to a higher standard than they hold themselves, which is so fucking ridiculous.
Well, no, John, you're the one who lectures all of us for the language we use and the words we use. And now that I've outed you as a gay basher and proven that you just want to goof on me for being gay over and over again, now you're going, hey, guys, this PC stuff is not for me either. Let's all just have fun here. Like, okay.
Fucking goalpost.
Now you want to change the rules to all of this. I see.
And he had two choices in response. He could have stopped gay bashing.
Yep.
Or he could have, stood his,
stand your ground. Just come out and say I'm gay, John. What are you waiting for?
But no.
We all know what you're doing. So John's going through this presentation that he wants to go through to prove that Shulie is covering up for child pornography.
Mm-hmm.
And Clay proves he is the most annoying co-host of all time. There's people who have theories that Clay is clowning John and he's the next one to turn on him. And when shit like this happens, you have to wonder.
And this is where, I was getting to it, Clay. You got to just know that there's a method to my madness.
Your madness, yes.
I'm well in head of anybody.
You're well in head or a head.
So here we go now. What are you doing, Clay?
I'm getting some ice, brother. I'm here. I'm with you. I'm listening. I'm right here. Look.
Are you pulling out a bag of porn to throw on my screen?
Right. Hello.
Just do it.
Just do it. What is it? Is it a bit just do it? 12 eyes.
And now Lady K's trying to say that I'm making fun of gay people. No, I'm not. I'm making fun of...
No, you're not making fun of gay people. You're calling me gay and thinking that that's a funny thing.
Yeah, which is an insult
the
to
way
gay
you
people.
talk.
Right.
And you have a weird affect.
And he probably is. And he probably is a homosexual. If
maybe he is. I mean, but
yeah, maybe.
He's got his beard. Cowgirl's outfit, so I don't know.
Oh, that's right. I did dress up in a cow bikini, which is what gay guys do. Is that what gay guys do, John? They dress up in cow bikinis? Are you thinking of cross-dressers? What are you thinking of here? Because I've mentioned this before. My wife's a hairstylist. We have a lot of gay friends. None of them wear bikinis. Never once. If I see one of my gay friends wearing a bikini.
I don't know.
You think it's proof, Cardiff?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Fuck. And Missy.
Also, it's been pointed out many times, John dresses a girl in the Miss America book, Howard Stern's second book. He dressed like a girl, Wendy, of Wendy's on The Tonight Show. He wore the mankini on The Tonight Show. Well, those were bits. Yeah, so was the cow bikini, dummy. There's a consequence for the creep off.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, Cardiff, if you're going to disagree with me, I'm just going to have to kick you right off the stream. This is the Agree with Carl show. Everyone knows that.
I forgot. I'll go back to my terms and conditions.
Girl's outfit, so I don't know.
Fuck. And Missy, what's her name? The singing lady, mum wife?
Jenny Jingles.
Oh, yeah, Jenny Jingles. It was his beard.
Could be.
Jenny Jingles, the beard.
I'm not even sure she's a woman.
Jesus. What the fuck was that? John's now calling Jen a man? Very transphobic.
No, he's not sure. He's not sure. If John was at Target and he saw her coming out of the bathroom, he might be confused depending on which bathroom she came out of. That's what he's saying.
That's what he's saying. Okay.
That's what he's saying.
Look at that smile, too. He's all proud of himself. I'm not even sure if Jen's a woman.
Yeah.
You're not? Okay.
Not sure if
Yeah,
your
she
daughter
got a
is
lovely
either.
singing voice. I give her that. Quite enjoyed her song at DabbleCon.
Oh, thank you.
What the fuck? Are you using an ice pick and chipping away a block? Is this?
Yeah, I'm using my big Baba Booey teeth to gnaw at it.
Is this the honeymooners fridge? What the fuck?
Wow. What kind of reference is that?
Yeah.
Good stuff, John. Yeah, we're all watching TV in the 50s. Good stuff.
John's so annoyed he didn't even pile on the Gary, the fucking shrimp teeth.
Right. What the fuck is Clay doing? He just gets up as John's trying to do this presentation, just starts making as much noise as possible.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he did anything.
Yeah, he didn't really accomplish much either after all of that. So the other big thing that they're trying to say, John's railing on the fact that ESO came up with the name The Uncle Rico Show, and therefore it's crazy they wouldn't change the name of The Uncle Rico Show. One of the dumbest angles you could possibly take in all of this. But John's all for it, and of course Clay's going to agree. He's got some points too.
And he'll still keep that fucking name that was fucking named by a fucking arrested pedophile.
Homage
That's what
to the
a fucking
PDF.
low life does. And
It's like having a statue to fucking Jimmy Savile or to Gary Glitter or something.
Yeah, it's just like having a statue for Gary Glitter. Just like that. You're right.
And Jimmy Savile.
Yep. We're definitely celebrating a pedophile by not changing the name of the show that everybody knows and is named after a thing from a movie that's not even that creative.
And Clay, don't forget, Shitway's got kids. He's got young kids.
What does your wife think about?
Look at John. This is performative John. And he's got kids. And he does a show called The Uncle Rico Show. Yeah, and it makes a lot of money, and the kids are doing well because of it. So what are you talking about? What do you mean? This is the dumbest point, the dumbest argument yet.
Shitway's got kids. He's got young kids.
What does your wife think about all that shit? Wow. She must be fucking sick to her stomach knowing that you are frequenting with a PDF, you're playing Roblox with a PDF, like playing Roblox that only little kids play. Like, what's that all about? Weirdo.
Gilman, thanks for the $2. Why are you trashing Carl's wife, hypocrite? Because she trashes me on their show, dickhead. She chimes in whenever they talk about me. So fuck you.
Did you see when she was singing?
I don't think that was performative.
Clay actually made a pretty good reference there, playing Roblox, like it's a kid's video game. Like it was probably a good, he was going down a good road if you want to really attack somebody for this. Yeah. And John just whoosh. Again, if it's beyond, I think Blind Mike made the point on Point Dabble Point. If it's after 1979, he has no concept of the reference.
Right. It actually is an interesting way to go because ESO and Shulie met each other playing Call of Duty late night. That's how they got to know each other, playing video games online. And so to say, we heard about this in the show with Bill Maher earlier today, where the little girl is playing Roadblocks. So yeah, it's a funny reference. Like, what are they playing, Roadblocks together or something? It's like, oh, that's funny.
It's Roblox, boomer.
It's what?
Roblox.
Boomer. I don't play Roblox. So I don't know about this.
Old man.
It could have been something you would have talked about, but instead, John just has his own agenda that he's got to go through. And this is a weird thing that Clay says when my wife gets brought up.
Me. So fuck you.
Did you see when she was singing, "In the Arms of an Angel"?
I love that Clay really enjoyed the Dabby Awards.
Yeah. Oh, he loved it.
That's interesting that he watched all these. Like, John, have you seen the Dabby Awards, though? I don't think John has. It's $30.
I quite like it.
I want to say, too. Sorry. I know I never interrupt.
What's that, Cardiff?
But the dog muzzle hanging off of Clay's TV, is he taking a shot at Rob Saul with that? Because that's new.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's new to the background. I still think Clay is up to something here, and he's taking a subtle,
to something here. Yes,
I'm hiding up on the top of the TV there. I'm poking out the dog muzzle. Something's up.
Well, he does point out that he does like you, Potato. He likes Bob Levy. Mm-hmm. So he is a fan of the Dabbleverse. Clay Dabbler, before he was a co-host on Stuttering John's show, was just making clay figurines of all the different people in the Dabbleverse. So he's into it. But he said something odd here.
Of an angel. I quite liked it. I bet she sings Lady K to sleep with, like, he's got a bottle in his mouth. He's wearing an adult diaper. They probably do, like, baby play, you know, where Cole pretends he's like a little baby and wears a nappy. And that's his mummy. Strokes his head and sings him lullabies.
That is a weird fantasy to have about me and my wife, Clay. That's a little bizarre. He's like, she's got a good singing voice. I bet Carl wears a diaper. Okay, cool. Good stuff, Clay.
Yeah, and I watched John check out as soon as Clay complimented Jen.
Yep.
And
he changes the subject.
He didn't come back when Clay started insulting you again. So
that's why Clay had to do that.
Right.
And then John just immediately goes to his prescription medication and starts trying to open that with his stroke claws. Tries to get that open for us.
Cooking with John.
To check out. And this is exciting, guys. We have an acoustic version of Bloody Ass for all of us to check out.
Bloody ass. Can I get a little sympathy? 'Cause I got a bloody ass. I'm bleeding generously. 'Cause I got a bloody ass. Bloody ass. Whoa.
Nice. Swats it again. Oh, that's fucking fantastic. Very well done, sir.
I'll fight anybody who says that that's not better than the acoustic version of Layla that Eric Clapton did.
Fuck yeah, I totally agree with you.
I will fight anybody with that song playing.
Yeah, I get me pumped up right there. It's well done.
Bloody up some asses.
Very well done. All right, so since we're talking about bloody asses, let's check in on Stuttering John Melendez. His show on Thursday. He's got a big special guest he's all excited about. He's dressed up nice for it. He's ready to start his show, but his green screen is not ready to start his show.
Don't cross the Duke. Everybody knows that.
Yes, everybody should know that. Damn it, my goddamn green screen again. This fucking thing. Holy shit. Got all dressed up for my guest. I even shaved. That's right. If I'm going to have a pretty woman on, I got to make sure I look in tip-top shape. Check, check, check. You know, because the Duke has got to deliver, even for the ladies.
For Pepsi.
What does that mean, even for the ladies? I got to deliver even for the ladies?
Yeah, usually it's the men, but, you know.
Right, yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. This is like a date for him. He got dressed up to have a guest on his show.
That's the collared shirt that he has. He only has one short sleeve collared shirt, and he's wearing it now. I believe he borrowed it from his brother.
Has anyone wore a golf shirt worse than John?
No.
The collar is all, it's like two different collars.
He somehow makes everything look like a moo-moo.
It's amazing. So disheveled right here. Looks terrible. He needs starch or something. I don't know. He needs something. It's like gravity is fighting everything. His clothes, his face, his chin. It's a constant battle with gravity over there. I guess it's near the equator. Probably.
Oh. And that makes you drool.
All right, so he brings on his guest, and this is Ivy Supersonic. If you're a Stern fan, you might have heard of Ivy Supersonic before. She's got an interesting life, and she's got a big story to tell us.
Spoke a little bit about movies, and now we're going to speak more about movies, this time on the animated side. And this time, which really kind of deals with Pixar, I believe. No, maybe not. Well, she'll be here to tell us what it is. Please welcome my guest, Ivy Supersonic. Hello, Ivy.
Hi. So good to see you after all these years.
Yes, how are you?
I'm well. Thank you for having me on. This is a very exciting topic. I love talking about it. It's a cartoon that I created called a Scrat. You may know it. 20th Century Fox grossed $10 billion.
Okay. So what she's describing here, and we'll get all into this, is that she invented the character at the beginning of the Ice Age movies that tries to get the acorn.
Yeah.
And keep getting thwarted. And so she came up with this idea that it's a squirrel and a rat combined. Well, she didn't come up with it. She saw it in Central Park or something. And then told her boyfriend about it and then got someone to illustrate it and put this thing together.
I was wondering where a man got involved in this story and actually got something created.
Correct.
By the way, she it seems like she's in the back of the truck that the guy who tasted your hot sauce was in.
Yeah, where's the $10 billion when you need it?
I know. I love that she describes, and this is an ongoing theme that we'll talk about, but the Ice Age movies, were those super popular because of the beginning skits, or had it more to do with like the character development afterwards with Ray Romano and all the people, Dennis Leary, all the characters that people actually enjoyed watching and following around, and then they made sequels. It wasn't because of the squirrel. I just want to watch the squirrel thing, then we got to go, kids.
Right.
Yeah. But she's explained that that's the $10 billion part of the movie. Now, Christian, this is going to be like a Christian Black clip. This is a longer clip.
Is it 4 minutes?
I don't know. I don't know how long it is because it's pure bliss. This is all I want John's show to be. This should be the new format for Stuttering John's show. John, I'm telling you right now, have guests on who are not tech savvy and talk them through it because this is all I want to see.
Oh, is the little squirrel? Is it all right?
Well, he's a hybrid rodent. He's part squirrel and he's part rat. So there's a conjunction, very simple, like for children. SQ for squirrel, RAT for rat, scrat.
There you go. And he's always trying to get that acorn.
He's trying to get his nut.
Yes. Okay, now I'm coming back. I'm feeding back. So let's see how we can fix this.
Yeah.
You have your computer mic.
I have my, I don't know if there's a mic, but it's in the computer system.
Yeah, it shouldn't. Do you hear that? Turn your speaker down a little bit.
Oh, I don't know if I know where to find it even.
Okay, we're off to a bad start. How do you do that?
Okay, I'm a real girl with this kind of stuff. I see the word mute.
That's offensive.
And then settings.
I see the word mute.
Okay.
It's also the only time she's a real girl.
And then go
Audio.
to sound.
That must be audio. I'll go there.
Sound, yeah, audio.
Okay.
Output. See your speakers. Just turn down the volume on the output a little bit. See that slide thing on the bottom?
See it? No, but I see this word echo cancellation. It has a check.
All right, but on the bottom.
Yeah, so she's in StreamYard, and she's using Windows. John uses a Mac. So this gets funnier and funnier as he tries to explain to her how to do this.
It has an output volume. Do you see that?
Now that I did that mic volume, is it any better now? Wait,
No. You're lowering your mic.
I'm messing it all up? Oh, okay, hold on. Okay.
So go back and turn your mic back up.
Can I do reduce mic background noise?
You can.
Try that.
Try that.
Okay. Echo cancellation. Should I put that on?
Hold on.
Let me consult.
Hello.
Hi.
All right, now do me a favor. Turn your. All right. Do you see on the sound on the bottom output volume?
Yeah, I see the word audio, so it's letting me do this word audio, and then my choices are cancellation, reduce the mic background.
No. Go to sound. Go to the tab that says sound.
It says audio, Josh. She keeps telling you it's audio.
Different kind of computer than you.
There should be an output and there should be an input.
She really thinks the echo cancellation is going to fix it. Because she's like, yeah, but it says echo cancellation.
I can keep clicking this one button here. Will that do it, maybe?
Yeah, we're never going to figure this out. But I got speaker.
Try taking your top off.
Communication speaker.
We're going to get there. Don't worry.
Speaker headphone jack. Yeah. I don't know. I want to say I suck. That's a really bad word to say, but I'm not going to figure it out.
Do you have headphones?
Okay. That's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, Jenny.
Wow. You did learn something in the last 6 years.
Will that help it? It'll come through.
It might.
We'll try it. You're gonna be loud. I have this speaker. Let's just try it.
All right.
Anything better?
Let me hear you.
Can you hear me? No. Yeah.
All right. So we'll have to deal with it.
Okay.
But I'm feeding back. It just stinks. I mean, I just wish that we can, just figure out how to turn your output speaker down.
Having issues. No, bill pay.
What kind of computer do you have?
It looks like an Envy, a Sony
Try
Envy.
paying my bill.
All right. And is your settings bar? Is it? It should have say audio. There should be a tab for audio.
Just on the bottom, it says the word mute, stop cam, settings. I went to the settings before. The preset, the leave. Do you want to call me back?
Damn it. I wanted to do this. I'm trying to figure out. Do you have any headphones anywhere?
Jen, remember, leave the room and come back in. Did he forget his own great advice right here? All right, let's see. Does this woman who invented a beloved cartoon character, does she own headphones?
I do. I have, I don't know.
Go see if you can find some headphones. I'll stall and then come back in.
I'll stall.
Okay, well, okay, close my
Stall!
And anyway, so let me just, so Scrat is the squirrel rat.
Yeah.
That always tries to get the acorn and was at the beginning of the Ice Age movies, and it was entertaining.
Don't worry, I got this. Go find your headphones.
I love a parade.
Yeah.
All that tech stuff. All that.
Don't interrupt John when he's singing, Christian. It's very rude of you.
I keep forgetting how long it is.
Now I'm going to start the song over.
All that tech stuff came after what should have been a great moment for John. He's like, yeah, Scrat's always trying to get his nut. And she was like setting him up. And he's like, no, I can't hear you. And
I know, immediately. This sucks.
And
all right.
Yes, every 4.5 minutes of his show should be this, by the way. I agree with you.
Yeah, this is the best part of the show. So now we're going to find out that John thought he was going to get a t-shirt for free.
Oh.
Which is exciting for him because he's poor. But it didn't work out that way, unfortunately.
But anyway, so I was on Facebook and Ivy Supersonic said, John, do you want a Scrat t-shirt? I said, sure. And she said, all right, can you Venmo me $50? I'm like, oh, I thought you were just giving them out because I personally have so many fucking t-shirts.
Okay.
I don't know what to do with them.
Isn't it amazing that he's like, yeah, I'll take a t-shirt. And it's like, okay, it costs money. Oh, I have way too many shirts. I wouldn't even know what to do with that. You can wear them.
Yeah, right. That'd be the number one answer.
Yes.
I remember last year, Carl, when I was right there in the basement with you and Chris. At the end of it, you said, hey, would you like a WATP shirt? And I said, sure, that'd be great. And you were like, great. And you got one of those little square things. And you plugged it in your
just
phone.
swipe your card right here, sir.
Credit card. But it was worth it. It was only $60.
Family discount.
Plus tip.
Yeah, right? 50%
for producer Chris.
50% is appreciated, 20 is preferred. But thank you very much for being here. All right, so then she comes back on. And I assume that means that she probably found some headphones, and we'll get this figured out.
I said, what do you mean you created it? And did you find them?
No, I think it's like an endless, no. But am I better? Is it better?
No, but we're going to have to deal with it.
Okay.
See, every time I talk, it just feeds back.
I love that she goes, no, I didn't change anything. Is it better? Why would it be?
She's very optimistic.
Well, yeah, it's a good way to live life, I suppose.
Yeah, I know.
So, and now, could you turn your microphone up?
Forgot about that shit.
I turned it off. Hold on. Settings. I'm very unmechanical. Camera.
Mechanical.
Audio. Okay. Mic.
We're back to here
okay,
again, huh?
Default mic. The communications. I suck. I'm so sorry. I'm trying. Adjust the mic. Okay. All right, I'm at 154.
Can you come over to my house in Cape Coral?
Just turn a little louder.
Oh, more louder? Okay, hold on. I can go to the. Hold on. Okay, I got 200.
All right, that's good.
That's good.
So, all right. So, Ivy, go ahead and tell your story.
Nothing has
really
changed.
Crazy story.
Nothing has changed at all. We've accomplished nothing over the past 7 minutes. So we're right back to square one. And now he says, tell your story, which is, by the way, the worst interview starter possible, especially for Ivy Supersonic, because this woman rambles. She goes off on every tangent. She name drops every single thing that happened to her. She has to include in the story. Like when she saw the squirrel, it was 2 p.m, and it was cloudy that day. I think the next day it rained quite a bit, but that day was supposed to rain, but it didn't rain. So then I run into the guy who runs CNN, and he was telling me that he liked the squirrel. So I told my boyfriend, who then called him. I swear to God, this goes on and on and on. No one can fucking follow it. John, for whatever reason, is letting this happen. And eventually he gets annoyed with it.
And they were body painted. This is from my show in 1997 with Jeannie Moss on CNN. So anyway.
Hey, Ivy, I really want to get to the stories, but the problem is, you know.
It's too long. It's too long. All right, let me shorten it down. So
No. It's not you. It's the audio. So
also, I'm insane.
Do me a favor. Can we, I mean, like, is there any way that you can get to a like a CVS and get some headphones that you can plug in and then come back?
Yeah, are we live right now?
Get some beer.
Yes.
Are we live right now?
Okay. So just have headphones in my house. I could scour my house right now. I know I have.
Oh, yeah, told you to do that
if you had headphones, it would make it so much better.
She must be easy to
Because
fool.
I'm beating back. It's really annoying.
Yeah. You can tell this woman's definitely worth billions of dollars. The way that she's talking right there.
I would hate to prevent this happening again in the future, but explaining it here, even though John will watch because his name will be in it, he'll never do it. But if you or I had this problem, and just say it was somebody we really wanted to talk to,
yeah,
is there anything that you can think of, Carl, that you or I would do to make sure that we at least cut it down a little bit?
Well, one of the things I would do is probably connect with them before the show and test everything.
That's first.
That's the first thing you would do. So that when you bring her on, she knows what she's doing and everything is working correctly. Try a different device.
And the other thing that John could do is mute her when he's talking and then turn it back on. But that's a lot of him having to push buttons, and we know that's not his strong suit. But that would really have cut down on a lot of it. He could have just muted her and like, okay, now you speak, over, click.
Well, the worst part is that when she was first talking, you could hear her, but now she's like changed all of her settings, which didn't fix the feedback problem, but it did make her sound way, way worse.
Yeah,
so
she
now
really should have used the echo cancellation. That would have fixed it.
Yeah. So now we're at a
bill
point
pay
where I thought for sure, because she used the word anyway over and over again, and then we did this anyway, and she keeps getting herself back on track. I thought for sure John was gonna be like, "Can you just get to the fucking point?" But instead he goes, "No, this is great. I love it. It's all amazing. You just sound like shit. Can you go to CVS and get headphones?" So this whole story, and John tries to tell it himself and he fucks it all up, but the whole story is all about her creating this character and then getting ripped off because a Fox property bought it or obtained it somehow, and then they sold it off to Disney. So Disney owns it and she got nothing for it. And so John gives an example of how this happened to his sister. This is a story I don't think I've heard before from John, so I was actually interested in this one.
My sister, when she was young, if you guys remember the World Wildlife Fund, she found headphones.
I think that's a lot.
Hey, she does have headphones.
You plug them in.
Shit.
Not yet.
Did it. Hold on.
Oh, you have to plug them in.
I don't want to brag here. I own so many headphones. Like, I'm lousy with headphones. If you said to me, Carl, can you find headphones? I'm like, fuck yeah, I can. Yeah. I'd be like on Let's Make a Deal. If he's like, do you have headphones? Like, yeah, I do, actually. What kind do you want? I got earbuds. I got over that head. Got everything. Noise canceling.
All
right. All right. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I do. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Perfect. Okay.
Hey, John found the solution. Give him credit there.
So, Ivy, I was telling the story just so what happened to my sister, the World Wildlife Fund, she wrote a letter to the World Wildlife Fund with the total cartoon, like a comic book. And it was starring an owl. And the slogan was, give us a hoot, don't pollute.
Give us a hoot, don't pollute. This is reminding me very much of how John invented the Kardashians. And then she said, what if there's like a Native American gentleman and he's got a tear going down his eye? And they're like, stop littering so much, you guys.
Give a hoot, don't litter.
Wrote the letter, sent it in. Before you know it, there's a fucking animated thing out for the World Wildlife Fund. Give us a hoot, don't pollute. It's the owl that has to say. And my sister was like, that's my owl. That's my slogan.
Give us a hoot, don't pollute.
No, it's give a hoot, don't pollute. It's
give a
Woodsy
hoot.
Owl. Yes.
In fact, I found it for us. What do you think he was going to say?
Well, I was just going to say, I thought he was going to say that his sister does all those Jersey Mike's commercials and she doesn't get paid for any of them.
I get it.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Woodsy Owl. In order to try and stop pollution, we need more help. So, help Woodsy spread the word. Come on, never be a dirty bird. No matter where you go, you can let some people know to give a hoot, don't pollute. Never be a dirty bird. In the city or in the woods, help keep America looking good.
Why would it be give us a hoot? Why did John even think that was the case? It doesn't even fucking make sense.
Give us a hoot, don't us pollute.
Yeah, let's hear him singing that again.
Like a CVS and get some headphones that you can plug in, and then
I went back too
come
far.
back.
It's all good stuff.
My bad. I went back way too far. Let's hear John's version
My
of that
sister,
again.
when it was starring an owl, and
Sorry.
the slogan was "Give us a hoot, don't pollute."
You should check his IMDb page. He's gone places.
There was supporting.
He's got a lot of
actors.
credits.
Woodsy Owl's going to be on Beyond the Balcony next week. It's going to be fucking great.
She wrote the letter, sent it in. Before you know it, there's a fucking animated thing out
It wasn't
for the World
animated.
Wildlife Fund. Give us a hoot, don't pollute. It's the owl that has to say.
What? What is that last lyric there?
That's what the owl has to say.
Blah, blah, blah.
Why do you have to give an owl hoots, John? You're so dumb.
That doesn't make any sense. Your sister's a dummy. They fixed it for her. You're welcome. All right, so this is just an example of how this woman tells stories. I've been alluding to it. I don't want everyone to suffer through it, but this is probably a good little example of it.
And I was stationed at the Fox booth handing out my "What is Mayor Giuliani doing about the infiltration of Scrap, the squirrel rat," pitching all of Fox and pitching everybody out of the Fox booth. I mean, it was Fox Saban. Saban is on Forbes list as one of the wealthiest men in the whole world. Okay, he owns Saban, and Disney, bought him. So it's very hard to fight these people, obviously. So, Mike, so I have something called the Feathered Hat Naked Wedding. So my naked wedding of my naked models was February 9th, 1999.
I swear this goes on and on and on, and John doesn't interrupt it. It just lets this happen. I can't follow the conversation at all. I have no idea what's going on. Just those details, not important at all. Doesn't matter how wealthy that guy is. Doesn't matter what you were doing at the time and how naked the models were.
What the date was.
None of this matters at all. Just explain to us what happened. How'd you get ripped off?
But the look on his face can tell you why he didn't stop her, because he's not paying attention. He's just imagining what it's like to toss her salad.
Yes, he's definitely tuned out. And finally, he does decide to interrupt and get things back on track. But it does not work.
So anyway, I designed Pamela Anderson's hat. I went to Las Vegas. I stayed with Michael Anderson and Michael Maddock. They had 2 single beds.
Oh. I know, but see, all right, Ivy. You gave your boyfriend the idea. Your boyfriend then sells it to Fox.
Well, he didn't sell it. I now gave it to Michael Maddock and gave Michael Maddock my script and slept at Michael's house for 7 days while I was on CNN.
Again, like he tries to get her back on track and she just immediately gets right back off track. No. I was in that bed. I told you it was a single bed. 7 days, CNN. I was on that show. Like, Jesus Christ. And John's wrong about all of his details. Every time we butts in, he's like, yeah, but this happened, right? She's like, no, that's not what happened at all.
No, I'll straighten you out.
The other thing about this, though, and look, there's going to be a happy ending for everyone. Everyone's going to be very excited about this ending. But she keeps talking about her relationship with Tommy Lee from Motley Crue. And he agreed to voice this Scrat character. And is Tommy Lee known for voiceover work?
No.
Okay,
no,
he's a drummer, right?
He's known for drumming and his right hook. I believe those are the 2 things that he's known for.
So the idea that she's just like, yeah, I had this all figured out, and I had a script written, and Tommy Lee was doing the voice. So whatever this thing turned into is not what she was envisioning at all, because Scrat doesn't talk. Because I don't know if you know this, but squirrels in the Ice Age didn't talk.
But they talk now, right?
Yeah, now they do. But back then...
I just saw Singing Owl, so obviously I know that squirrels talk now.
Obviously. So John is so brilliant. When he talks about what's wrong with society, he really breaks it down in a mature manner.
And now Fox was suing me. They started a lot. This lawsuit's been going, it's just, they'll do anything they could do to you.
It's always the man picking on the little guys, always.
Yep. That's right, John. It's always the fucking man. The society. By the way, how bad does John want to be the man picking on the little guys? When he was up on the Tonight Show, he couldn't wait to pick on the little guys, but now he's just like, yep, that's all they do. Pick on the little guys. Well, no, they probably had a reason to sue her. My guess, they're not just like, what should we do today? I don't want to sue that weirdo lady who rambles. So then they're talking about the director of the first Ice Age movie. And it was his first full-length movie. And John, again, gets this wrong.
Ice Age was his first movie. It was his first feature film.
And he doesn't know that you created it and that they...
He does.
He knows that it was stolen.
It's an entire group of men.
What a scumbag.
He's wrong every single time he's trying to move things along. Yeah, and he didn't know, obviously. He's like, no, he did.
No, he knew.
But first off, what's the director supposed to do? So you're Chris Wedge, and you got this woman going, hey, I created that character. He's just like, okay, well, I was told I could use it, and I don't know, it seems like the lawyers are fine with it, so we're just going to do that. Is he supposed to throw her some money or something? Doesn't make any sense.
I mean, the least he could have done is buy her another pair of headphones.
That's true, yes. It's just the man trying to keep the little guy down. And so they love to pick on the little guy. That's what the problem is here. So now, this is where this turns into Stuttering John. I think that these two should host a show together. They'd be great at it.
So then I had a problem with my copyright. If you have a problem with a trademark and a problem with a copyright, then what do you own? Well, exactly. I do own Scrat.com. So just imagine that Mickey Mouse is a big character and Disney owns MickeyMouse.com. Minnie Mouse is a big character. They own MinnieMouse.com. And Scrat made $10 billion and I own Scrat.com because they stole it from me.
That doesn't mean anything. Yeah. This logic is illogical. This idea that, I own the domain name and therefore they probably owe me $10 billion. I would imagine.
And Mickey was playing. You didn't have to bring Minnie into it. It's the exact same
Let me give you another example. What about Goofy? Have you heard of Goofy? Let me give you another one. Like, okay. Just because you bought the URL does not mean you own any of this. Yeah. But interesting strategy. A guy like John would be like, yeah, well, then they definitely owe you money.
He would.
And John's so stupid because they talk about how these copyrights expire at a certain point. And this was big news a couple of years ago with Mickey Mouse. And John thinks that Disney doesn't own the rights to Mickey Mouse anymore.
So Steamboat Willie, Mickey Mouse is not owned by Disney anymore?
Wrong again.
Why would you think that? Could you imagine? I would open an amusement park tomorrow in Rochester if that were the case. So no, you're just really stupid. So this is where John gets really turned on. Now she's wearing this shirt. She's very proud of the shirt.
Yeah.
It's her character having sex with both Mickey and Minnie. And she claims that she can wear this. It's the first time it's ever been seen on a show. She even tells John, you got to keep this show around for prosperity because this is an amazing thing that I'm showing you right now. John didn't seem that impressed, but he did like it when she started showing the shirt in a very sexual manner. And he gets very turned on here.
It becomes Ivy Fox. And then when Disney purchased it, it becomes Ivy Disney. Right here, Ivy Disney. Now, Disney didn't make... Disney
this is turning me on.
Disney did not...
There's no jokes there.
No.
That's 100% true.
Just a creep.
Rehook your jaw, John.
So she's showing these characters on her shirt, if you're listening,
Yeah.
and she's kind of showing the outline of her boob.
Yeah, she's cupping herself a little bit.
And I just want to put in slow-mo John's facial expressions after he says this is turning him on. It just makes it easier for me to make a thumbnail later, so I just wanted to show you that. But the horniness does not end there. The horniness continues on in this episode.
But anyway,
I'm just waiting for all the super chatters to write. Please show us which one is Scrat again and do a circle around there.
So what happened is that this Scrat is 50-50 Ivy Disney, right?
Yes.
And, right? So this is the first Disney cartoon character to really stick his willy inside a willy, and he got a willy for the willy.
Hey, John, she's all yours.
Yeah.
You take it. Take this
I was
one.
literally thinking, I've never had this thought watching John before. He could definitely fuck her. There's no doubt. He
I think you're right, because
could get this girl.
He
Yeah.
started getting creepy with her. She's just like, "Oh, you like looking at my boobs? Hey, check it out. Here are my boobs." He's like, "Yeah, all right,
Finally."
Oh, John is in some kind of dry spell right now, and it really shows.
If he just lets her keep talking, he can do whatever he wants.
What if he had Chrissy Mayer on the show? I got to wonder what would happen. So, John has to interject in this portion because he has to prove how smart he is. He loves to do this. When he knows something, he needs to interrupt you and let you know that he knows stuff.
Got this. Do you know what this is?
That's Steamboat Willie?
This is Oswald the Lucky Rabbit.
Oh, that's right. Oswald. His first character.
So Walt Disney, before he started the company Walt Disney, he worked for Universal Pictures.
I know the whole story.
So he made the cartoon Oswald the Lucky Rabbit.
And they took it from him.
So what happened was he left that company and started his own, and he stole it back. So he based Mickey Mouse off of Oswald the Rabbit. So that's why Mickey and Oswald look alike. So Mickey is a stolen character, based off a stolen character.
Everybody steals everything, apparently. You know what Mickey's real name was?
Yeah, Mortimer.
Mortimer, and then his wife said, no.
Lillian. Yeah, his wife is named Lillian. My mom was Lillian, too. His wife said, no, it's got to be Mickey. And his mother was named Flora.
These are two peas in a pod right here.
No.
Did you see me close to my microphone? Do you know what Mickey's name was going to be?
Oh, you do.
Well, I think that they would both be interested in the tidbit I'm about to share, that Oswald the Lucky Rabbit was traded by Universal to Disney for Al Michaels, legitimately, that they could have Al Michaels on NBC, and they always wanted Oswald the Lucky Rabbit back. So there you go, John. I know you're watching. So
that's
now you know
fascinating.
that
Please go on.
Good stuff there.
That's why I shared it.
I like that Walt Disney worked for a company, created a character, and then John's like, "Oh yeah, they stole it from him." That's how working for a company works. He's so stupid. Oh, that's the man picking on the little guy again. No, they paid him to create characters, and then they own those characters. You're in show business. You probably know something about this. So this is great. Now we go to the super chats, and this is some question to ask your guest on your show.
Are you going to get offended by these super chat questions?
I don't know. What are they saying?
Sheet Citizen, I'll ask for John Ivy. Do you do third input?
No.
It's unbelievable. And then look at him giggling. He's like, "Oh, she answered the question."
Don't worry. They do it to every one of my guests. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. I know this is probably inappropriate and you're offended, but it happens to everyone.
And I'm also curious.
Well, of course he wanted to ask that question. He's all excited about it.
Thank you, Sheet Citizen, for asking the question. I've been trying to figure out how to get into the interview.
This is the part where you'd think that John was looking in a mirror. If John transitioned and then did a show with himself, it would look a little something like this.
Principal Scrat trademark. Is this it? Wait, I think this is it. Anyway, I have a few of them. I have two of them.
Well, you know what? At least you got
trademark.
that back.
So I got my trademark.
But now they're not going to put it in any more movies.
Well, they fired 450 animators at Blue Sky Studios, and they pulled the Scrat out of Ice Age 6. So January 28th.
Just so they don't have to pay you.
2020.
Scumbags.
So pull the Scrat out, and I get 500
Because she's got
articles.
more posters to show.
Disney and Fox
all
lose
of the
rights to
headlines
Scrat.
about
What
this.
will
She's
happen to
blown
him?
up into posters.
500 articles. Looper.
She's showing them all.
Disney
lost the trademark dispute. Wow, Ivy taking on Disney.
Yeah, look at this one.
It's just like John showing that he headlined the place in Reno. He's just like, "Yeah, look at what I got. I was a comedian once. What do you got? I won a trademark laws. Oh yeah, look what I got. I got a dog training obedience thing. Oh yeah, what do I got?
I had a giant check for Publishers Clearinghouse.
I don't want to spoil Ivy Supersonic's victory lap, but I just did a quick Google, and it says Scrat will not appear in the Ice Age film Adventures of Buckwald because he is still stuck in space. So apparently the character went into space in some past movie.
Well, that's
actually why he's not in it.
What's so dumb about this is that, because I was researching it too, and they said Ice Age 6 will not have Scrat. And she did win this battle for owning the copyright, or they own it 50-50 or something like that. And so John's like, and those scumbags won't even put the character in the movie now? It's like, yeah, because they don't own it.
Yeah.
That's why, John. She fought this fight in order to have this character removed from the world. So it was a great victory. Yeah, great job on that one. Really well done. Our boy MGA, Michael Gavin Ali, comes in with a super chat. And you can imagine what that's going to be like.
What they did was they copied mine and they made 3 also. 3 fingers, 3 toes. They copied the nose. They copied all these things that have
I got it. Hold on, I got to just read some of these. Michael Gavin Ali Show, thanks for the $5. Hey, John, you can't figure out to do an interview or work your computer, LOL. I said you, John, to come on the MGA. Please come on. I don't know who you are. Burt Lancaster Zanus, he's a good guy. Ivy, when you and John inevitably end up making whoopee, will you use the Scrat voice in bed? Yeah, this is a question I'd like to know.
Yeah, they're asking you.
When you guys end up having sex, will she make the Scrat voice in bed? He doesn't have a voice. She didn't do his voice. He just wanted to read a thing about them fucking eventually. That was the point of that. The flirting is obnoxious. Like, that's the thing with, he claims he learned this from Howard, asking about third input and this kind of stuff. Howard didn't come off as like a desperate loser when he talked to these women who came in. You get the sense he wasn't actually trying to fuck them. Whereas John, I think, would definitely fuck all of his guests.
A natural approach, like you've been there before, gets you a lot of mileage.
Mm-hmm. You ready to read more insults? This is great. You bring on a guest, and then the super chatters just insult her. And you're like, hey, just so you know, people are going to be insulting you now. That's the portion of the show that we've gotten to.
Don't worry, these are going to be insulting, but if I can take it, you can take it.
All right, let's go.
Wait a second. When is that the rules? Listen, everybody hates me, so now they hate you by proxy, and so you got to just deal with it.
He's protecting her.
Yeah, what an assail. If I can take it, you can take it.
Since when can he take it?
No, I know that's the thing. He can't take it. It bothers the hell out of him.
All right, let's go.
Red Frog Lee, Stuttering John, show this broad the cum on the back of the mic. There's no cum on my mic.
Yet.
Godfather, I never thought I'd miss Rob Saul. Hey, be nice to Ivy. I like Ivy.
Yeah, these people, I don't know. Are these what kind of fans are these? Are these people in a basement just like jerking off? What is going on?
Pretty much. There's 50% fans, 50% trolls.
Yeah, jerking off. Like
50% fans, 50% trolls. Does he think that? Do you think his audience is 50-50?
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty much.
Only the trolls super chat.
Apparently, yes. Or chat in the regular chat, because I watch these live sometimes. I see what people are saying.
There's 50% fans, 50% trolls.
Yeah, jerking off like Mickey and Minnie. Listen, I want you to.
Are you D-cup?
Show.
He gets so excited when she points at her boobs. She's wearing a T-shirt. She's not really showing anything. She's just pointing at her chest. And John goes, "Are you a D-cup?" Producer Chris.
Yes.
You've seen boobs before. Mm-hmm. Do you think she's a D-cup?
I don't.
Christian Blatt.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen boobs or not, but do you think she's a D-cup?
My wife let me see them one time, and no, I think that that's a padded C bra.
It's actually a B. She goes, "No, these are B's." Okay. And he goes, "What?" Yeah, that's what B cups look like. John.
Would it be so crazy to find out what B's taste like? I don't know. Let's find out.
And also, it's almost like he's trying to compliment her, just like, "Oh, I'm pretty sure those are D's. All right, moving on if you say so." She's like, "No, they're just B cups. It's fine. It is what it is." All right, you ready for more insults? I know I am.
All right, now let me. Vagina Wrinkle 13, thanks for the $2. I love how prepared you always are. Such a pro. Hey, look, man, I can't help it if she didn't have headphones. I mean, it's Flair Randy, worst Stuttering John show I've ever seen. There we go. Hashtag cat lady. Don't worry, Ivy. There'll be nice ones too.
Oh yeah,
I get them all the time. It's all hate.
Wait, so
see, like, here we go.
I love that he goes, there's some good ones coming, but I get them all the time. It's all hate. Okay, that sounds like the truth just slipped out for a second there.
Hate. See, like, here we go. Rev Fugly, thanks for the $5. Man, you attract the least entertaining people like flies to shit.
And then he giggles.
I know.
They just called out the guest. And he goes, yeah, it's pretty good.
And she's just sitting there like an idiot, chest forward.
Yeah, just like, you guys still jerking off to me over there? No, we're just goofing on John.
Just so you're not confused, Ivy, I'm the flies, you're the shit, okay? I don't want you to think it the other way around, yes.
All right, one more clip on here. John asks a wildly inappropriate question, and she does not want to answer it. You can't figure out why.
But obviously, I guess they could have heard that. I mean, maybe my stuff wasn't stolen.
Have you had sex with anybody famous, Ivy?
Me?
He interrupts her to yell, "Have you had sex with anybody famous?"
But obviously, I guess they could have heard that. I mean, maybe my stuff wasn't stolen.
Have you had sex with anybody famous, Ivy?
Me?
Yeah.
Of course.
Who?
People.
Oh, give me one name.
No.
Pretty pleased with sugar on Tommy Lee?
I wish she had the awareness of John in 2024 to say Shulie Igor.
Right.
Oh.
That would have been hilarious. So John wants her to start naming names. Now remember, John brags about banging centerfolds, but only the ones who have since passed. Those are the names that he throws out there. But really, in polite society, we don't go around bragging about celebrities that we've had sex with, the people that people know. And that's kind of off-putting to people. And John's just like, come on, pretty please. He's like begging for the goal all of a sudden. Pretty please tell me who you fucked.
That's up there with, hey, Joey, you ever kill anybody?
Right. Because you know the follow-up question is going to be like, how big's his hog? You know that's all John wants to know is that he's thinking about the guy's penis as soon as he hear a name. Tommy Lee, what do we got? How big of a dick? So let's address what's going on with my boy John. I want to start off by looking at a rare glimpse of John in HD. Now, as we know, when John got his new computer, the first couple streams, he was using the 1080p StreamYard.
Until it quit?
No, until someone taught him how to adjust the setting down to 720p. And so we don't see HD John. And there's a very good reason for that. He decided to grab his iPhone and do a quick little update on social media about the hurricane coming through. And so now we get to see what he looks like.
Oh, Christ.
And the other thing, too, is he has the worst...
The Duke knows hurricanes.
He has the worst lighting when he's in his when he's doing his show. So now he's outside. Natural light, a high-quality camera, and look at this guy's hair.
Did he just say the Duke knows hurricanes?
Yeah. I think this thing's going to take down a Duke. You out of your fucking mind?
His hair is so thin. It's so gray. It's completely gray. And that black hair dye that he got at Super Clips or whatever, it looks so bad.
Oh, his hair definitely outgrew that.
Oh, man. Oh.
Not the Duke. Duke don't be a shit.
Oh, this is such a stupid video.
This video feels like an Opie character.
It does. He might as well be twirling around in the street while he's doing this.
Duke's here in the wind. Big gusts. Not enough to take down a Duke.
So stupid. His stupid tattoo. He thinks he's fucking tough now.
I'm going to fight the hurricane.
I know this is a goof and this is a character he's doing, but he just can't pull it off. We're always laughing at you, John. Just know that. Whatever you're trying to do, it's not working.
Is this a character
I guess. He's talking about fighting a hurricane, I would hope.
It also reminds me of when Chad would go for those walks.
Yeah.
Just a high angle and...
Yeah, just to let you know, hey, there's palm trees behind me. Cool.
I came down to the
Duke's
coast.
Gonna
outlast this storm.
There's also why he can't shave his face very well.
I noticed that.
There's hairs sticking out. Can you see those hairs? All right, let me.
Thanks to the wind blowing in his face.
I
What's
know.
that growth on his neck?
That's what I mean. Like we need to see this guy in HD more often. Not that I want to.
Oh, that's his neck.
See those hairs over here? They're so long. He just misses. Giant hairs.
This storm.
The Duke doesn't care.
This thing over here can't be healthy.
Oh, that's not good. Duke. Yeah.
See, he thinks this is funny. He thinks that's funny.
I want to put that face right there on a T-shirt.
Okay, now I see why in Dabblers Anonymous there was a comparison from his nose to a strawberry.
Oh yes, I see it for sure.
Dude, it's red. He's got Jimmy Durante drunk nose.
So I'm going to leave that image up for us as we listen to a brand new hit song. I'm calling it. I haven't listened to the whole thing yet because I'm like, I want to save this for the show. This one came in from Hannah's ex, Coleman, Mrs. Hannah.
Oh, fuck yeah. I love Coleman.
Yeah. So he put this together for us.
Did you like the intro? Fucking hell! Skull!
Roach is on his shoulder. And what the hell is all that goo? Disgusting situation. Bedsheet stained with blood and poop.
Smells like an OJ sock. Won't change out the litter box. Stink lines. Run away.
Fucking hell! Skull!
Stuttering John started to eat kicked in. His teeth hasn't showered since Friday. Smell like mold, looking real old. Moved in with mom when his house foreclosed. Crusty teeth and rotten feet. His stink lines will make you real weak. His couch is stained with his shitty brain. And if he had a twin, it'd be a sewer drain.
They treat me like I'm some fucking low-class citizen. Fucking hell! But I haven't paid my dues in this business.
Dead roaches, baby. These flies are crazy. Can't keep a lady.
That's why I was sweating so much. What else am I fucking here for?
Stink lines. That's a great idea. I can't believe no one thought of that before.
Well done, Coleman.
Very well done, Coleman.
Amazing. Say hi to little Vinny Paulino for me.
That's right. I wonder who got Vinny Paulino. Probably not Coleman.
Oh,
I got this note from Dan.
Oh, I feel dumb.
No, it's okay. It says, hey, JDI. I know I've never communicated with you before, but hear me out. I refuse to give Stuttering John a penny. But if you know anyone who super chats him or has a sock account, I'd like to hear the answer to this question. So recently, Brandon from the Drew Lane Show got in a serious car accident and was lucky to live. Do you think this was karma for making fun of you? I think that's a great question you should ask John, because John will definitely say, yep, this is what happens. This is what happens to people. By the way, thank God Brandon's okay, because that was a crazy accident, and I'm glad he's doing all right. It would be very interesting look into what we already know. Hope to hear this clip on WATP soon. Otherwise, no worries. I'm glad that Drew introduced me to your show. Thank you for participating in the show, Dan. We appreciate it. Anyone listening and wants to send John that as a super chat, I would be interested in his reaction. I do have a clip coming up where John once again has forgotten who Drew Lane is for some reason. I don't know how many times he has to be reminded. He's pretty dumb. But John has a guest on his show. And this is the craziest way to introduce a guest I've ever seen. So Rob Saul comes on, and John's complaining to Rob Saul that his guest canceled on him. He thought it was going to be Ian Hapron was going to come on. But then apparently Ian just wanted to set him up with this other guy who was going to come on and promote a thing that he's doing. And so John didn't know the guest was coming on, so he's bitching about it. And, you know, the chat's giving him shit about how he can't get anything scheduled. He's supposed to have a woman on this past week he gave the wrong time zone time to again. Again. He can never figure out the time zone thing. And it's crazy because he's lived in two very different time zones. In either place, he assumes that everyone else lives in his time zone.
I really like to believe that woman is also in Florida. He's just that
That's
dumb.
very possible. He drove all the way across the country. He should know how time zones work.
He should.
Based on that alone. So he finally gets this guest to come on. And imagine being a guest on his show, and this is what you come into.
Oh, here comes his author. So, Rob, so help me interview his author here. This is Danny Rossner. Danny,
help me interview this guy you've never heard of and have no background on at all. Yeah, no problem. Rob Saul's got that.
Yeah, first question. Who are you?
Yeah, he's good at this.
Rossner. Danny, how are you?
Well, I feel like a fucking idiot. Am I allowed to use those words here? It took me forever to get
Sir, this is a Christian program.
Yes, it's okay. So, Danny, this is my buddy Rob. He's my co-host for the day. And let me just put up something, let's see, because I just like to stick it to the idiots that stick it to me, Danny. So hold on.
Idiot, so stick it.
So let me just stick it to Jordan Jackson, okay?
Okay.
So, another guest bailed on you. Really? He looks like it looks like he's here, dumb fuck. He's right here, isn't he? You lose. Good day, sir. I said good day.
Oh, you're a toughie.
Don't fuck with the Duke.
So professional. He immediately had to rub it in some random guy's face that the guest actually showed up on his show. Rather than just be like, all right, great, he's here. Let's talk about this book you wrote. It's made into a movie? Cool.
Hold on, I need to battle my enemies.
Yeah, right.
The show.
Hey, I'm glad you're here because now I'm going to stick it in this person's face.
And like this guy seems like a nice dude who comes out. Hey, I'm sorry it took you so long, and he's just like, "You hold on,
hold on, I got to yell.
I have to use you as a pawn in my petty war."
Yes, everything with him. And Brian Karam, when he comes on now, John's talking about the dabbleverse, and Brian's just like, "What are you doing? Why are you engaging in this? This is so stupid. You're getting my son made fun of on who are these socials."
You still haven't gotten my son any gigs, John. How much longer do I have to keep doing this show?
No shit. All right, so fast forward after this interview, which is terrible. Now it's John and Rob Saul, and John's doing his thing where he's just scrubbing through the two subreddits he likes to go to find video clips to watch on his show. And so My Lost Interest made a cut of the Drew Lane show. John had Ivy Supersonic on his show last week. We broke it down.
Oh, yeah.
We talked about it quite a bit. Drew messaged me. He's like, hey, can you get me that episode? So I sent it to him. He also went through it. And so John sees that they're goofing on him, and he's going to watch this. Now, I'll tell you that I sped up when he's just watching Drew's show. I sped up 2x speed because we don't need to watch all of that. You should check out Drew's show. It's a great segment that he did.
This is okay. This should be entertaining, Rob.
All right.
This guy looks like he's 90.
Drew Lane?
Drew Lane. I don't know who he is, but
he's a superstar.
Still don't know who he is.
But
Look,
of course
he's
got to join in. Oh, apparently I was hitting on Ivy Supersonic. I get it.
Okay.
Anytime John has a female guest, you know John is trying to get laid.
Oh my God, he looks like Anthony Cumia's grandfather.
And
it's amazing. He never seems to close the deal.
He's interviewed Ivy Supersonic, who was involved with a Stuttering show for a while there. And Ivy Supersonic invented the Ice Age scrap. Yeah, scrap. It's a combination of a squirrel and a rat. And before the Ice Age movies, there's a little clip of the scrap going for the acorn.
Oh, yeah.
The Ice Age movies. She invented that, and Fox stole it from her.
Oh, wow.
She's been fighting them for years to get her money, and she.
Yeah. And who has her on first? You fucking old bat. Me.
Tells this story.
That's not the point Drew's making.
It's absolutely crazy. It's like she's never done an interview in her life. And John is getting really frustrated. Plus, the audio sucks. And
so that's really funny because he goes, yeah, and I got her on my show. I scooped you. And then immediately Drew goes, and she cannot tell a story. She's all over the fucking place. Her audio sucks. It's a mess.
Well, John is going crazy over the audio, and she's trying to fit. This is so typical John. Whenever John has technical problems, he never just pauses the show. Anyway, this is where the technical problems become too much for John.
I can't do it.
You can't pause a live show.
So John immediately pauses it right there. It's about to show his fuck ups, and he's like, I can't do it. Like, he literally can't do it. He can't react to a show and have a hot take. Ever. It's never happened.
Here's the thing that drives me crazy about John. The shit that he was saying to, and I didn't watch all of it, but like to the Shulie networks, you wouldn't have a show without me. You wouldn't have a show without Dabblers Anonymous.
Of course.
You wouldn't have a show without any of this stuff because all you do is watch videos about people watching you. You are incapable of taking a video from fucking YouTube and just playing something that's funny and commenting on it. You don't do any of that.
He's terrible at it. And I'll prove it. There are, and I'm not exaggerating, 30 to 50,000 people who are in the Dabbleverse, who are interested in it, who are going to the subreddits, who are watching these shows, watching Shulie's show, our show, Potato Soup, and he only gets 500 live viewers maximum on his show. So even the people who are interested in John can't just watch John's show. They want to watch other people goof on and pull clips or something like that. Because if John was who he thought he is, he would have 10,000 viewers when he goes live. Like, holy shit, what's he going to do today? But it's boring as hell. His show's garbage.
I don't know how he doesn't realize it.
He doesn't, and I'll prove that in a moment.
I mean, I mean, the guy's just awful. The Drew Lane show. I mean, it's just, like he's talking about me having all these problems, and then he's as boring as fuck.
I know, and he's like,
all right, then Rob's gonna come in. So John didn't know what to go with there.
No, and
he's like, oh, he has a Drew Lane show, and that's his name, and he's talking about my problems, but he is boring. No, he was setting up the clips. It's something you never do, John, because you're never prepared on your show. He actually watched it, knew what was going to happen, and built the context for the audience to understand what they're listening to once he gets into the clips.
Right.
It's what a professional does.
Yeah, but John just didn't like the context. That's all this is.
Right. So
that's why he stopped it.
That's why, like, that was his excuse for when Shulie was on his show finally. He's like, oh, he's boring. Oh, it's boring. It's too boring. It's like, no. The real shows actually have to build up to the thing that they're listening to so people understand what's going on. Drew is a veteran. I don't have to explain this to Rob Saul. He's a fucking moron. Drew was on morning radio for decades. He's very successful at this. And now he's very successful at podcasting. And Rob likes to pretend he's a radio guy. He's no clue.
And then he's as boring as fuck.
I know, and he's like the typical shit where he's got a group of 4 or 5 people to just.
Oh yeah, all to agree with him, and
look at these two agreeing with each other. You just don't have as many friends. It's the only difference. Like, oh, you're gonna have people agree with you. Yeah, I know that they have to agree with them.
She's like, oh yeah,
yeah. It's called a show. Most radio shows have more than one person on the microphone. It's not all Rush Limbaugh. There's other people participate and contribute to a show. So this is great. I thought this was so fun. I was actually watching this on Thursday. And I don't watch John very often, but I was like, oh, this is really funny because John is going to these subreddits, finding these videos, hasn't watched him yet, and it keeps backfiring on him. So you saw it right there. He's like, oh, these guys are going to clown me just like everyone else does. I don't need to watch any more of this. So then he sees that Chad went after Anthony Cumia. Mm-hmm. Because Chad did his review of Pat Dixon and Anthony. Wow, that episode. I love people make fun of it too. It's like, wow, you're doing Pat Dixon's show on Rumble. It's like, yeah, everyone's talking about it. So apparently that was a good move. But this is so John just sees the title that Chad's going to go after Anthony. And John's like, oh,
enemy
good.
of my enemy.
Yep, exactly. I love this.
Yeah.
You're going on Pat Dixon's show on Rumble. Because that dumb motherfucker got kicked off YouTube twice. Can't even break 1,000 views with Anthony Cumia on the show. Oh, all right, we got a really good show tonight. We got Anthony Cumia from the Opie and Anthony show. He's going to be on later, and it's
that I like his impressions. So John's already setting this up. He's trying to form an alliance with Chad. He's been trying for a while now.
It's going to really put us through the roof with these super tips that I have from Melton. Dude, it's over, man. It is over for you two fucks.
I'm sorry. I have to comment on Chad. I don't get a chance to review Chad stuff because I watch it, but when someone else is watching it. How many things does Chad declare are over at this point? It's crazy. The Iceland just played a gig last weekend. I thought that was over last year. Oh, yeah. For some reason. Like, everything's always over. He's always declaring that things are over.
Creep Off's still happening Monday at 1.
Creep Off's still on. That's not over. It's amazing. Everything he says is over. It just continues to go. It's almost like he's wrong.
You guys shit on Stuttering John, as you should. Talking about the glory days, what he used to do, going through his credits.
Look, Chad. Look at John's face. Yeah. He's so upset. God damn it. So he's trying to process this. He's like, no, we're goofing on Anthony. What's going on? Why are you turning on me now?
That's hysterical, Chad. Good job.
As you should.
What I do?
About the glory days, what he used to do, going through his credits, his IMDb. I was on the...
All right, so I refrain from saying anything. I don't know if you realize that.
I did, yes.
I let you talk, and I didn't say anything.
You didn't say anything bad, yeah, I know.
But now Chad again has got to bring me into this.
Of course.
He should have stayed on Dixon.
Yeah.
He should have stayed on Kumi, but no, he's got to go to me, who has been very quiet about him.
And always been very respectful.
Isn't that so funny? This is what John always thinks this. I don't know why he still thinks this to this day. He's like, I've been nice to him. Why is he saying that I'm a buffoon and I suck at podcasting? Because you're a buffoon and you suck at podcasting. It doesn't matter if you're nice to people. It doesn't matter if you compliment someone else. They can still have the right opinion about you, John. So stupid. He thinks that everything is about alliances and like, Chad, let's buddy up together and then we'll be a team. Chad's like, no, I don't fucking need you in my life, you retard.
So now he's got to bring me into it.
Because that's who he is. That's the type of person he is.
He's shaking his head. He's like, I can't believe it.
The Night Show, the Howard Stern Show, celebrity, get me out of here.
So unsuccessful that he has to pull everybody down.
Hold on. Yeah, Chad.
He's got this.
Yeah, the Howard Stern Show, the Tonight Show, I'm a Celebrity, get me out of here, Celebrity Fear Factor.
What have you done?
Dude, where's my car? Yeah,
Yep.
Chad. I've done things. I've done a lot of things. You have not. So, yeah, I'm going to talk about it. Yeah. You have nothing to talk about except for fucking being fucking Jim Florentine's cuck.
Oh,
exactly.
So do yourself a favor and shut the fuck up about me.
Wait, how could he be Jim Florentine's cuck?
I thought I was.
I don't think he understands what that means. Chad would have to be with a woman at some point in order to be cucked. Chad does not have a girlfriend or anything ever.
Well, there's nothing inherently wrong with being cucked.
Oh boy, here we go.
I just learned
again.
this. It's just a fetish like anything else.
The pneumatics right here, everyone. Watch out. So
I just learned that.
This is we just did our bonus show on the Creep Off, part 2 of inducting Maddox into the Creep Off Hall of Fame. We've done some deep dives with Tab Burt about Maddox. Wow. What a descent into madness. That asshole.
Good times.
Check that out on the Creep Off Patreon. But so this is now John's still reeling from this that he just saw with Chad. He just thought he was going to go on there and laugh along with how Anthony sucks, and he saw all that.
About dude,
it's fucking unbelievable, and I'm not even unleashing yet because I don't really want to.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that he had to bring me into this. I thought it was all on Anthony.
John wants friends so badly. He's like, I'm not even going to say anything. Like maybe he'll come around and we can still be buds. He needs a friend so bad.
But dude,
I wrote a.
He brags about opening gigs, and then he makes fun of you for bragging about being on the Tonight Show and Howard Stern. You're fucking bragging about opening for people.
And he's tweeting me how much money he makes for opening for Nick Swartzen.
Yeah, and the people.
I mean, Chad is a loser. That is very true. He's emailed me about how much money he made on his Venmo or something. I'm just like, what's wrong with you, man?
I just like watching John process this in real time.
Yes, that's the fun part.
He didn't know that was coming, so that's great.
Right. This is the part of John that's real that I enjoy. It's not performative John.
Absolutely.
It's not outside fighting a hurricane. I just like that because you can see how shitty his hair is.
Notice how calm he is, though.
Oh, he's
it's
stewing.
It's the absolute opposite of the way he fake reacts to things. The real reaction is, ugh.
Yeah. He's the wheels are turning. He's like, what am I going to do about this Chad
What do I
thing?
have on this guy?
Yeah, right. So let's see where he goes with that because his immediate reaction was, I'm not saying anything about Chad. I don't know why he's talking about me.
People he opens for aren't even as big as things like Howard Stern and Jay Leno.
No.
Look, I was in the fucking Airheads. I had the soundtrack. You're the same thing, Kumia. Kumia, you are the same fucking guy.
Oh, good. We're back.
Yep.
Oh, Steel Toes, the next Stuttering John. No, you are.
Chad.
You are the next Stuttering John.
I love these locals who are trying to explain to us who we're all going to pick on next.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Well,
No, it's him. It's over there.
It's not me. It's definitely not me.
Carl, cue it up. Glory days. It's over, dude.
Well, Chad, thanks for remembering one of our better bits. I appreciate that. Mm-hmm. So now that John has processed this, let's see how he responds. I'm going to just go ahead and call it. I think he's hurt. He's a bit hurt about with this.
Do I need to pull up your stand-up from DabbleCon where you embarrass yourself and you?
That's true.
No.
But I don't want to. I have no desire to hear it anymore. It's just I try to call truce with that guy, but he just can't. You know?
Can't get.
Aww. He's so upset about that. All right. Well, then he finds that video we just watched of Aaron calling out Anthony Cumia, and he goes, "Oh, okay. Well, Aaron's clowning this guy. All right, we can watch this then. This will be fun."
Yeah, let's see this.
Some goal loot. Ant is a hack podcaster now. He is literally the next Stuttering John. In fact, I would respect John more than Ant, since John isn't a coward like Anthony.
There you go.
John isn't a coward.
There you go. That's a compliment.
Another win for the Toad.
Fucking brutal right there, respecting John more than Anthony. The John stuff has always been overplayed, and it's always been by people who needed John more than John needed them.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, John's a buffoon, but he doesn't deserve an entire community
John's
revolved
like, okay, let's see where he's going with this. John's a food. He goes, "Oh, no." Yeah. I love it. Everywhere he turns, he steps on a ring.
Huh?
It might be called Rakes Anonymous, where he goes to get his clips. Every single one he's watching, he's like, "Oh, this guy hates the guy I hate." And they're all like, I mean, he's not like Stuttering John level. That guy's a loser. What the fuck? How is this happening?
It's the greatest segment ever.
It's great. I love it.
Great.
I mean, John's a buffoon, but he doesn't deserve an entire community revolved around him. And then you look at the community that revolves around him, and it's like it's so clear that what it is.
They're all
a bunch of people more pathetic than John in their own lives.
Exactly.
Kind of circling around John because they need someone to point at and go, "Oh, that guy's a piece of shit."
The worst take possible. People are more pathetic than Stuttering John. Show me one. I'd love to see one.
Maybe it is Rob. I don't know.
I'd love to see. It probably is. And Rob's going, "This guy's speaking truth to power over here." Okay.
You hear that, boss?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going for. What? Yeah, boss. Don't worry about it, boss. He's right though about the other stuff.
People more pathetic than John in their own lives.
Exactly.
Kind of circling around John because they need someone to point at and go, "Oh, that guy's a piece of shit."
Yeah.
I mean, to me, he's never been that entertaining. Not even like on lolcow status. A lot of these guys just saw
like he's Mr. Entertainment.
And then,
I know.
He is taking a beating.
He's taking a beating on this episode. I love it. So now John's processing this. He's going, "What the fuck? I thought maybe Aaron and I could be buddies.
I am having a bad day."
So check this out.
Well, I'll just say to Steel Toe, A, I'm not a buffoon. B, at least I didn't lose my wife in a fucking tryst with fucking some coked out losers, and then she gets arrested. Your whole life is in shambles. Never comment about me. You're a fucking loser. I've never commented about you, and now you just fucking drew first blood. So now I will do a whole dossier on you and talk about what a fucking loser you are and what a fucking idiot you fucking are. Don't ever think that you're of my level. You're a fucking buffoon. You're the fucking loser. Don't ever fucking comment on me again, or I'm gonna fucking have to fucking show you the fucking wrath of the Duke. You fucking loser.
Look at Rob's doing the flexing thing. And Rob immediately after this changes to "Yeah, no, I know, man. I know," because John's not joking around. He's pissed.
Not even a little bit.
Yeah.
His face is the same color as his shirt right now.
Right. He's very pissed about this. So he's like, "All right, guess what? You're going down now." Finally, someone's going to expose that Aaron Imholt's a loser. Wow. Right. Good thing John's on the
No one's been talking about it.
Yeah.
This is the boxing match that I think actually could happen.
Oh, yeah.
John would back out.
You think so?
Yeah, as soon as he sees that Aaron actually does box. John just wants to fight Shulie.
Yeah, that's true.
Plus, Aaron's 6'3". You tower over him. I mean, I would like to watch it.
How'd you know he's 6'3" from the mugshot?
Well, because he claims he's 6'4", and then his ID says he's 6'3". I know a lot of stuff. It doesn't matter.
Very weird.
Very weird. But the next day, and thank you to Doom for pulling this, John is ready to go on the warpath.
Fuck yeah, I'm on Team John on
He's
this.
got Clay Dabbler, and he's going after Aaron Imholt. Here we go.
Scola. So let's look at the real buffoon.
He's a joke.
All right, so here we go.
All right, so what's John going to find? What are we going to learn about Aaron that we don't know? Oh, he finds
a local podcaster is now facing charges for something he allegedly did while live streaming his show.
The news story that we all covered a month and a half ago when this came out.
Did you hear about this, Rob?
Yeah. And John's just like, so I Googled Aaron Imholt loser. This is the first thing that came up, and I'm going to crack the case.
Moron.
Is the host of the Steel Toe Morning Show that has been on the air for at least a decade.
So John's just watching this.
Good.
Explain what is
Clay
happening
Dabbler
here.
can't
Karen?
shut up, of course.
37-year-old Aaron Imholt made his first court appearance this morning for disseminating private sexual images without consent.
Let me turn this down
But
a
he
little bit. We've
appeared
all
to
seen
do
this
this
news story.
while
We all know what's
actually
going on.
live-streaming.
But this is John's big get. He's probably watching it for the first time. Probably hasn't even seen it yet.
It's me. It's 37-year-old Aaron Imholt, the host of the Steel Toe Morning Show,
John's
a
just
YouTube podcast with about
staring at this.
13,000
He's got nothing.
subscribers. But one of Imholt's May shows
This is a
has
news story, John. We've all seen it.
It's reported for sending a photo of a naked
Clay Dabbler's doing the elephant thing now.
to a
He's on
person
Gino.
joining him on the podcast. That woman reported the situation to police, and now Imholt faces
He does the elephant thing again.
I like tattoos more than I think.
Look at him. Oh, my, what a fucking dirtbag. Oh,
And those words are now part of the
Cringe lord.
criminal complaint against Imholt. The court documents describe a relationship breakdown between
Again, John's
Imholt
just
and three
staring at
others.
this. He's got
He
nothing.
started disparaging them
He's not
publicly on his
interrupting
show
at
back
all.
in
He's not
April
pausing
before
to give his
sending the new
commentary.
photo in May. Today,
Cocaine
other
fueled
podcasters are
orgies.
using it as material for their
I
shows.
bet Kevin loves this.
You know 100% snitched on Aaron.
Yeah, he's not even
Imholt
telling
is a
Clay to
sort of
shut up.
shock
I know,
jock type,
he's-
often saying things that
I
some
don't know,
would
he's in a
consider
coma or
racist,
something.
homophobic,
If I was in his
misogynistic,
wing.
and more. Some have said to Fox 9 that he used to walk up to the line, but now he crosses it.
Imholt told police he did not recall ever receiving or sending a nude photograph of the victim.
Of course
He
not.
bailed out of jail this morning with a no contact order, in addition to no disparaging comments on social media, online, or on a podcast.
All right, let's hear John's brilliant analysis.
Karen
Here we go.
Scullin,
All
Fox
right,
9.
Johnny, what do you got for us?
dickhead. Who's the fucking buffoon, dickhead? Who's the buffoon?
Good one.
You
He just takes
fucking idiot.
He just takes L after L. That's it.
Yeah, you get arrested, you fucking loser.
For posting nudes on a live stream to Gino.
Fucking unbelievable.
Yeah, he's a loser. Literally, like his whole to have your whole existence rely on just charity.
Clay Dabbler, every day you have a new T-shirt to impress your buddy John with. But that's right. Everyone else is a loser. You got it. You nailed it.
Like, just literally, if you don't get those super chats, you're fucked. You're not paying your mortgage. You're not paying your electric bill. You're not feeding
Is
your
he talking to
kids. you're
John? What are other bills that people have, Clay? What are other things people spend money on when they don't get money?
not paying child support.
Yeah.
So that's why he has to grift so hard on his show because he's got.
And Clay actually knows this stuff. John knows nothing. He just played that thing. He goes, "Oh, you got arrested." It's like, yeah, everyone knows that. Everyone knows that, John. You've not done nothing here.
He's got a lifestyle that can't be funded by a fucking a shitty YouTube show. I mean, I don't know. But he makes the goals, I guess, apparently, which is 300 a show or whatever.
And April Imholt, his wife, was arrested.
Yeah.
She was quite a good-looking woman, though. She's way too good for him.
But he's calling me a buffoon.
Yes, you're
and
a buffoon.
Fucking his whole life is in fucking. I mean,
it's a broken clock.
He gets arrested. She gets arrested. They're doing drugs.
You definitely bang his missus, though, innit? April.
Yeah, and he's letting the guy bang his wife, and the kids are downstairs.
But how does that make you not a buffoon? I'm confused.
Yeah.
I'm a buffoon,
so weird.
You fucking loser.
Yeah, all of that is true.
Yes, all of this is true.
I love this.
I love it too. It's my favorite.
This guy, his wife left him. He's got nothing. He's going to go to jail.
Yep.
He's got lawsuits against him. And I'm the buffoon. It's not time for self-inspection.
Right, yes. John, you just sold your house to your mom for $10. All right? Let's think about this. There's a lot of things people could talk about with you, too.
Huck or wife swapping is just an automatic L. Like, ugh. Like, just not even cheat. Like, all right, cheating. I'm not saying that you should cheat on your wife, but cheating on your wife with another woman and your wife not finding out is a different matter. But literally letting another guy stick his dick in your wife is ugh, gross.
Good point.
I wouldn't look at her the same way ever again.
Who would watch this show?
Yeah, look at this.
All right, so
Hey,
John's been not paying attention. He's Googling this whole time.
Same thing.
Trying to find an image to pull up.
Dickhead. Aaron, check this out.
Jen, everyone has seen this. This
Wow,
happened months
I don't
ago.
have one of these. How do you get one of these? Oh, look. Oh, there's
This
your wife.
happened months
Arrested.
ago.
Arrested.
That guy's actually a really big YouTuber. I've never heard.
And John's so stupid. He's like, yeah, his wife got arrested. Aaron caused that. He wanted that to happen. He's excited about that. He loves seeing her mugshot out here. And John thinks he's rubbing this in his face.
I don't think he realizes it.
He has no idea what he's doing.
Has he not gotten to Aaron's mugshot? Why are you showing
show
April,
Aaron's
stupid?
mugshot.
Heard of him, but he's big. He's big. Like I watched another podcast that were talking about him, but they didn't even mention Steel Toe because Steel Toe's not even on the radar of big YouTubers. But this guy, Aaron Imholt, is.
But Clay, here's the thing. So this guy in the middle here, right?
Mm-hmm.
He gets to bang this girl who's hot.
Right.
Yeah.
Aaron gets to bang this hag.
He's like a child.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't.
So let me get this straight. This guy gets to put his penis in the vagina of this girl and probably mouth. And then there's this other girl, and then Aaron gets to put his penis.
It might be a bit of a rough pick. She might have a night. She might be a hottie with a body. Who knows?
Yeah, well, but I'm just saying.
You don't look at the mantelpiece when you're poking the fire, Johnny boy.
But yeah, but he's getting the better angle. Who's the buffoon? Fucking Aaron's getting this hag, and this dude
Clay,
is
back
getting
to my
this
original
hottie.
point. Should we put a poll up on Twitter and the subreddit? Who is the buffoon? Aaron or John? I'd love to know what people think.
All of the above.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that would win out. Obviously, that's
You
a joke.
fucking loser.
Of course, yeah. You definitely pick April over the other one.
And yet I'm a buffoon, you dumbass.
Yes.
But then again, they're both cokeheads and fucking women and cocaine is not a good mix, man. Because women can be cocaine monsters.
Yeah, when you see John's face right there, he's just like, I don't know, man.
I know Dawn's pretty fun.
Yeah, I've had a lot of fun with women on cocaine. I mean, this is the guy who was trying to get 2 grams for the wedding with Kate Meanie. Yeah. His own nephew's wedding. And how Clay's like, yeah, you don't even want girls doing coke. Watch John's face when he says that.
Women and cocaine is not a good mix, man. Because women can be cocaine monsters. They're just like, can we do another line? Can we do another line?
That's the reason.
Yeah. Okay. Now he's making a good point.
I don't know. I've met some very hot women that were.
Yeah, but I'm saying they fucking hoover up the coke. Like they're fucking coke monsters.
Now John's aroused.
Hit the like button.
Very good. Thank you, Doom, for putting that together.
Yeah. Good stuff, Doom.
All right, we've touched on just about everyone, except for Rob Saul, we haven't really touched on yet. Rob said something during the podcast on Thursday when he was on with Stuttering John, and he's getting some heat right now. So now he's lashing out at everyone. The big controversy.
Oh, not popularity, people.
Right.
He's
yes.
not catching that kind of
No,
heat.
not that kind of heat.
Got it.
The big controversy that guys like John and Vince want you to think is the craziest thing ever is that the Uncle Rico show wouldn't change its name. Oh, God. I mean, how many children are getting harmed on an hourly basis because the show still has the name The Uncle Rico Show? It's obviously causing a lot of damage in a lot of communities. And so our boy Rob has an idea of why this is.
Probably a group of most of these guys, like Penis Wrinkle, they're probably just like pedos themselves. And that's why they're so defensive about it.
So according to Rob, everyone's a pedophile, which when you hear someone say that, you know they're highly intelligent. Mm-hmm. Whenever someone goes on and calls everyone, a whole group of people, Nazis or pedophiles, you're like, oh, this person understands the nuances of what's going on here and is breaking it down for us. Now, this video, Peter Sprinkle sent this to me. This video has been making the rounds. I guess Rob Saul had Ray DeVito on his show 10 months ago.
Okay.
And the reason why I'm playing this, I'm not the morality police, but John certainly is. He's constantly talking about, like, how could you have Missy B on your show? And she does this or said that. And there's criminals. And how could you work with a criminal? I don't have criminals on my show. Let's hear what Rob Saul has to say about his relationship with his ex-wife. His ex-wife left him for his cousin. Now, him and his ex have a daughter together. And so this is the conversation he's having with Ray DeVito.
So now he's dad uncle?
It's weird. It's very
Dad
weird.
cousin?
Yeah, it's a very weird situation that's going on.
But
Soft
will hurt you. That's
what
where
you don't want her. She fucking gained about 200 pounds since she left me for my cousin. So she's like, she's pregnant. And anyway, I ended
with
up
your kid or his kid?
His kid, but the kid ended up dying.
What'd you have to do with
Get
that?
the
No,
fuck
come
out
on,
of here.
dude.
So she had a miscarriage, and Rob starts applauding that. This would have been his daughter's sibling.
Ray even knows that's not cool.
Dude, even Ray's like, whoa, what the fuck is wrong with you, man?
Yeah, I've killed some kids, but...
Yeah, but this is not something you celebrate, obviously. But, I mean, Rob really is a piece of shit for the way he's responding to this. And he'll never get another girl in his life, and he knows that. So it's just him and his dogs. And that's why he's lashing out like this so pathetically.
Wow.
Dude, you really have, like, no soul.
Well, no, I don't. Why would I care? Now, I won because all of a sudden, anyway, I got my condo back. I got joint custody of my daughter. I got this super restraining order dropped. And
so he lost his place. He had a restraining order against him. Yeah. He lost custody of his kid. And he's like, I'm a winner because those things aren't happening anymore. Oh, the fact that they even happened the time that it did, not good.
Yeah. Plus, there's that new blood stain on the tile.
Yikes.
And let me tell you, now my ex-wife is about 200 pounds heavier. Listen, maybe that's why I'm not a good man. I don't let women get comfortable. Like, don't get comfortable to where you think you could be 500 pounds when I met you, when you were,
Ray's face.
$120.
He's so
How
uncomfortable.
does she feel? I mean, your daughter, how does she feel that you're sitting there saying that her mom is a disgusting pig?
Good question.
I'm going to plead the fifth on that.
Every
Ray.
now and then, Ray. I like it.
Like, that's got to be like, even if you hate your ex-wife, which sounds like
me, and she's had her turned against me for a while. So yeah, I've kind of let more loose. I was never this loose until
That's got to be. I didn't know you had a daughter with her. Like, that's You got to kind of take, even if the dude like fucked you over.
You have kids?
you just no, but you just celebrated that her potential half brother isn't alive. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Well, listen, Ray, I don't care.
That sounds cold.
They're scumbags, and
they're scumbags.
I tried.
Isn't it interesting? Rob calls everyone a loser, and now these people are scumbags. Even though he's proving that he's a loser and a scumbag.
Trying to be a good person, and I tried to get along with him for the kid after that, but it's it hasn't gone well.
No, it definitely has not gone well for you, Rob.
Oof.
Yeah, I know, it's rough.
She turned the kid against me. Okay.
No. Maybe the kid just recognizes who you are as a person and thinks you are a piece of shit.
Kids are actually pretty good at that.
Yes, and props to Ray for talking some sense into the guy, not just going along. And
do you think that he actually talked sense into him?
No, I don't think he got through to him in any single way. You know what I want to get through to is the potato is here.
Cardiff.
Hey.
What's up, Cardiff?
Whoa.
You got to put your guitar down.
Yes.
Back to rehearsing again?
You keep me on hold for hours, Carl.
I didn't know you were over there.
You told me to show up at 1 o'clock for the Kumia ball washing.
Yep.
You missed me.
That was the plan, for sure. Are you following this? I didn't catch all of Be Dabbling live today. Are you following this thing now where we have Chad going after Anthony, but then John's catching shrapnel, so John's now mad at Chad, but not really because he needs a friend and an ally. But then Aaron was going after Anthony, but he also threw shade at John, and John saw that, so now John's going after Aaron.
Chad was going after Cardiff today.
Oh, well, yeah.
He called in again today, the fucking loser.
I did hear that part. I love it. I'm here for it. I love when all these losers pile on each other. It's fun.
But with John, it's as simple as this. I got to boil it down. I know I'm the John whisperer.
Mm-hmm.
I got to boil it down to this. If you say something about John and it's on Reddit, John will see it.
Yes.
Like, that's it. Only because he's only in wars with people that he sees things on Reddit about. He forgets about anybody else that he's not seeing when he's scrolling through Reddit to try and do his show.
I love that we got to watch him see people talking shit about him in real time and watch him process it.
Yeah.
It's so fun. That was an amazing episode.
You know that it's real. He's not performing in any way.
No.
You forget that there's a camera.
Angry.
Stinks.
Well, we'll see if John's able to take down Steel Toe. I know Melton and Chad have not done a good job of that. So we'll see if John can figure it out for
But I
those
have big
guys.
news.
You have big news?
Big news.
What's going on?
This Monday on Potato Soup, the lost Bubba the Love Sponge interview with Stuttering John Melendez.
Nice. That's
It's been
awesome. What
uncovered.
year is that from?
Like 2008. This was like right after the Adam Carolla.
Oh, when he was making the rounds to promote. What was the Vegas location?
Tahiti Village.
Tahiti Village.
Tahiti Village.
Yeah. So he's promoting probably One Too Many in Tahiti Village and stand-up dates or something.
I bet you Aaron's never sold ads for Tahiti Village.
Oh, I don't know. He's probably
Not
getting
yet.
close to being there.
I'm not sure.
Well, that's
actually,
exciting.
no.
Potato Soup, you can find it over on Rumble, dabbleverse.tv.
That's the place, dabbleverse.tv.